The arrival of the secret realm has bestowed upon the populace the honor of becoming awakened beings, and Lin Feng has acquired an infinite enchantment system, thus commencing his extraordinary life. Unpretentious necklace. Enchantment. 500 agility. Enchantment. 1000 appearance. Enchantment. 1000 favorability. Description. An unremarkable seducer of the opposite sex. Opulent double-handed bow. Enchantment. 1000 attack speed. Enchantment. 200 critical hit. Enchantment. 1000 critical damage. Description. The swiftest in heaven and earth. Chapter 1. Awakening Super Divine Enchantment. A Parallel World. Blue Star. Huaxia. Jiangdu Senior High School. Students, the turning point of your lives is upon you. There are 10 minutes remaining until the commencement of the test. The emergence of the secret realm has ushered humanity into a new era, and at the age of 18, you shall embark on your new journey. Lin Feng sat quietly in the classroom, the principal's voice echoing through the loudspeaker. Having arrived in this world over a year ago, he had reincarnated during his high school years. This world mirrored the civilization of his original world, yet harbored vast discrepancies. 150 years prior, Blue Star underwent a monumental transformation as a colossal gaseous cloud appeared in the cosmos, enveloping the galaxy in which Blue Star resided. Various apocalyptic rumors spread like wildfire. Although nations endeavored to dispel the fears and demonstrate their harmlessness, the pervasive anxiety lingered. A week later, the cloud dissipated, leaving only its core, a mysterious substance that plummeted to Blue Star. Contrary to the doomsday prophecies, the world did not face annihilation, nor did mutations arise, allowing the public to breathe a sigh of relief. Experts from various countries united to investigate the fallen material. This enigmatic substance was ultimately named the World Stone. At a certain moment, the World Stone shattered and vanished. Subsequently, inexplicable spaces emerged in major cities worldwide, referred to as shelters. The Dark World officially descended, presenting humanity with a new realm and boundless possibilities. Through continuous research, it was determined that all these spaces were generated by the fallen material. Consequently, human organizations dispatched exploration teams, and upon their return, they brought shocking news to the world. Upon entering the Dark World, humans would automatically bind to a system, acquiring experience points for level upgrades, significantly enhancing their physical prowess. Invulnerability and swiftness became no longer mere legends. Moreover, some equipment from within could be transported back to reality, and additional substances were discovered, possessing immense energy that could serve as a power source for the real world, thereby instantaneously impacting the global situation. The first batch of explorers who entered were dubbed Awakened Ones. Subsequently, nations organized teams to prepare for reentry, but only a select few succeeded, revealing that access was restricted. Following nationwide testing, it was discovered that only individuals under the age of 18 who met specific criteria could enter. This led to the subsequent awakening ceremony. Thus, those who passed the test were granted elevated social status and various privileges, and similarly, their acquisition of wealth was rapid. There are 5 minutes remaining until the test begins. Please gather on the playground, seniors, and stand in your designated positions. The announcement from the loudspeaker interrupted Lin Feng's reverie, prompting him to rise and join his classmates as they made their way to the playground. They soon arrived at the playground, forming an orderly line, where a monument resembling the entrance to the secret realm was erected on the podium. Upon seeing the monument, Lin Feng's heart raced, his gaze intensely fixed upon it. I shall become an awakened one. Should I succeed, I shall ascend to greatness. And if I fail, there is naught I can do. Alas, the test commences. With the principal's command, the event began. The students lined up in an orderly fashion, approaching the monument one by one. Upon placing their hands upon it, an automatic detection would ensue. Those with talent would illuminate, revealing their talent level, while those without would remain dark. Xiao Wendong, Mage Class Talent, Talent Level C. Zhao Yuqian, Warrior Class Talent, Talent Level D. Wang Xiaoming, Archer Class Talent, Talent Level D. One by one, classmates completed their tests. Those who succeeded were elated, while many who did not felt dejected. Nevertheless, they could still participate in the traditional college entrance examination, yet the inability to become an awakened one remained a profound regret. It was akin to reaching the climax of a novel, only for the author to abruptly cut the chapter. What to do when the most exhilarating moment is behind a paywall? Strive a little harder, and thus our fateful encounter shall arise. In summary, one need only arrive, gather to support. Talent levels are categorized as D, C, B, AS, SS, and SSS. Levels D and C denote average talent, representing the majority, while B and A form the backbone, easily achieving commendable results with slight effort. Those at S and above are truly the elite, but even among 10,000, an S is rare, let alone higher levels. Gong Yutong, Mage Class Talent, Talent Level S. The sudden emergence of an S-level talent caused an uproar among the crowd, and even Lin Feng could not help but glance over. Standing beside the monument was a tall girl, her skin alabaster, her features serene, as though the S-level talent held no sway over her composure. Minutes passed, and the crowd remained in awe. An S-level talent, while not the absolute pinnacle, assured a future among the upper echelons, especially to witness it firsthand. The testing continued, and soon it was Lin Feng's turn. Clenching his hands tightly, he stood by the monument, took a deep breath, and placed his palm upon it. Instantly, an invisible energy swept through Lin Feng's entire being. Super Divine System initializing. System integration in progress. System integration complete. System assisted awakening in progress. Awakening successful to Lin Feng, Archer class talent, talent level C. Super Divine System. Effect, enchantment without consumption, effects randomized, yet no blueprints may be learned. Effect, enchantment available for skills. Effect, daily acquisition of one full attribute enchantment scroll. Upon use, attributes reach their maximum value. Chapter 2. The significance of the system, the status of the awakened. Damn it, Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim, overwhelmed by the revelation that he possessed a C-level awakening talent. While the prevalence of C and D-level talents was common, he feared that if others discovered his system, he would either be taken away for research at the Academy of Sciences or treated like a pet. The reason was simple. Enchanting in the secret realm required vast resources and significant financial investment. A fortunate individual might successfully enhance their attributes in a single attempt, while another could fail hundreds of times without satisfaction. However, Lin Feng had the advantage of enchanting without any materials, allowing him to save money and even earn it. Furthermore, he had the ability to perform additional enchantments. What did this imply? Typically, equipment from the secret realm came with fixed attributes, and individuals could only adjust one specific attribute during enchantment. The others remained unchanged. Theoretically, Lin Feng could continue enchanting equipment under its original attributes. Even if it were a mere butcher's knife, after enchanting it hundreds or thousands of times, he could confidently declare it a divine weapon. Truly, it was a golden opportunity that appeared unassuming yet was remarkably powerful. With the enhancement of his gear, he felt no less than an SSS-level individual. Before long, the awakening ceremony concluded. Out of more than 1,000 students in the senior year, only over 90 had successfully awakened. Many walked dejectedly back to their classrooms. While a cultural examination could still offer a decent future, it paled in comparison to that of the awakened. Those who had succeeded followed their teachers to the school auditorium, where the institution had prepared a few items for them. Although they had awakened successfully, they were not yet fully recognized as awakened individuals. The items were few. Some materials regarding the secret realm, a bank card with a monthly government subsidy of 20,000 yuan for the awakened, and a badge and token. The badge served as a symbol of identity for the awakened. Lin Feng casually pinned it to his chest. Dear students, you have all successfully awakened, and I am both happy and proud for you. From this moment on, your lives will be different. With great power comes great responsibility. I hope you will remember this. You now possess a token. 3 days from now, at 9 in the morning, you are to gather at the Jiangdu Sanctuary. Only with this token can you enter the sanctuary, where your personal information will be fully recorded, allowing you free access thereafter. Additionally, in 3 days, you will enter the secret realm. Only then can you truly become awakened individuals, rather than merely in name. I hope you will prepare well. Enough talk. You are all dismissed. Go home and celebrate. I wish you all a bright future. The principal gave a brief admonition before sending everyone on their way. As Lin Feng stepped out of the school, he gazed up at the sky, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Though he had prepared himself for the possibility of failing to awaken, who wouldn't he desire to become an awakened individual? On the bus ride home, the vehicle was somewhat crowded. Lin Feng stood quietly in the middle of the aisle, gripping the overhead handrail, a routine he had grown accustomed to over the past year. Mom, that Brother S badge is so beautiful. I want one too. A little girl sitting in front of Lin Feng turned to her mother and exclaimed. Her mother, upon hearing this, looked up and gasped, my heavens, that's the badge of an awakened individual. The surrounding passengers turned their gazes toward Lin Feng's chest, instinctively distancing themselves. Despite the cramped atmosphere, it seemed as though space was being created. Really? How could an awakened individual take the bus? Damn it, keep your distance. You don't want to provoke him. Look at him, an awakened one, while I'm just here as a bystander, playing a game like a minor character. That badge looks great. This brother is an awakened individual. You should work hard too, and you'll have one in the future. The little girl's mother cautiously encouraged. I will work hard. The little girl, her bright eyes fixed on Lin Feng, declared with determination, clenching her small fist. Hearing this, Lin Feng looked down and smiled gently at the little girl. Once upon a time, he had echoed similar sentiments to his own mother. Yet, as children, who truly fulfilled their dreams as they grew up, who remembered them. Nevertheless, this highlighted the status of awakened individuals, evoking both envy and fear. By the time Lin Feng returned home, the sky had darkened slightly, and his mother had already prepared dinner. The meal for the three of them, though simple, was imbued with warmth. Lin Feng, having traversed into this world and merged with the memories of the original owner, initially felt somewhat out of place. However, the love from his father and mother enveloped him in a warmth he had never known before, leading him to regard them as his true parents. Their home was modest, and his parents were ordinary people. His mother, Zhang Xiuli, and his father, Lin Xing, operated a small stall in a comprehensive market, toiling from dawn until dusk without rest, enduring considerable hardships. Yet, the couple never complained about their labor, day in and day out. Today, that old yang selling pork has encroached upon our space again. I've told him countless times. His mother fumed during dinner. I'll speak to the market office about this tomorrow. His goods are always in disarray, making it inconvenient for us, Lin Xing replied, taking a sip of his drink. All right, but don't be too rash. Old Yang's son has been working for the market's owner for many years. He just got out recently. As long as we can operate our stall peacefully. That's enough, his mother cautioned, though still irritated. Though they're infuriating, we cannot afford to provoke them. Lin Feng's parents were honest, but they were no pushovers. Old Yang's son had practically made prison his second home and had strong ties with the market's owner. Dealing with such individuals was futile unless one wished to cease business altogether. If only we had an awakened individual in our family. Let us see how they bully us then, his mother lamented, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Lin Xing sipped his drink slowly, remarking, becoming an awakened individual isn't that easy. The couple had long surpassed the age for awakening, and their son, Lin Feng, was unable to test for awakening due to family circumstances. It was far too expensive. Listening quietly to his parents' conversation, Lin Feng silently placed the badge and token for entering the secret realm on the table. Dad, Mom, look at what these are. Hearing him, Lin Xing and his wife turned their attention to the items. Lin Xing picked up the token, which bore the word secret. His mother examined the badge, which featured a distinctive spire emblem. Is this the badge of an awakened individual? And the token for entering the secret realm? His father exclaimed, astonished as he looked at Lin Feng. Little Feng, is this yours? His mother asked, equally incredulous. It is mine, Lin Feng affirmed. Recounting the events of the school test that day, after a considerable time, the couple finally regained their composure. Lin Xing downed his drink in one go, a mix of joy and disbelief flooding him. Damn it, my son is an awakened individual. Let us see who dares to be arrogant now. Our family, the Lin family. Isn't just lucky. It's a miracle. Chapter 3. Entering the Secret Realm, Initial Enchantment Trials. 3 days flew by swiftly. With no equipment for enchanting, Lin Feng had accumulated 3 full attribute enchantment scrolls gifted by the system. He was in no rush, as it was clear that the more of these scrolls he had, the better. Today marked the day of entry into the secret realm. His mother had risen early to prepare breakfast. After finishing the meal, Lin Feng set off for the sanctuary alone, as his parents needed to tend to their stall. The sanctuary, located at the heart of Jiangdu, was the most magnificent structure in the entire city. Rushing to the entrance, Lin Feng beheld a throng of classmates already assembled, including the illustrious Gong Yutong. Today, she donned a flowing black gown, which starkly contrasted with her fair complexion. Though her attire was simple, she remained the most radiant figure amidst the bustling crowd. With her striking beauty, prestigious lineage, and formidable talent, one could only wonder what sort of toad she might fancy. As Lin Feng's mind wandered, he heard the teacher announce that it was time to enter and register information. Upon stepping into the shelter, he was struck by a profound sense of awe. From the outside, the shelter appeared grand, yet it lacked a palpable aura. Once inside, however, he was enveloped by an ancient and desolate ambience. Registration proceeded swiftly, as the first drop of blood and facial recognition completed the task. Next came the preparation to enter the secret realm. Suddenly, a waft of delicate fragrance wafted from behind, prompting Lin Feng to turn around, where he found Gong Yutong smiling at him. Lin Feng, would you like to team up? Teaming enhances both experience and loot drop rates. The mechanics of the secret realm resembled those of the previous world's Diablo 3, allowing groups of up to 4, which increased both experience and loot probabilities. Lin Feng was taken aback. Why would Gong Yutong extend an invitation to him? Was it merely because he was slightly taller or more handsome? Surrounding students murmured amongst themselves. After all, she was Gong Yutong, the princess of the Gong family and an S-rank awakener. No, thank you. I prefer to tackle challenges alone, Lin Feng replied, somewhat surprised by her invitation, but ultimately declining. He believed that women would only impede his progress and feared exposing the anomalies of his system. Besides, the fifth young lady was obedient and reliable. Ignoring the speculations of others, he turned away. Their opinions held no significance to him. He approached the portal to the secret realm. The secret realm token has disappeared. Information has been recorded. You may enter and exit the secret realm freely. Please select a difficulty: normal, hard, expert, master, torturous, unlocked. He silently chose normal difficulty. There were those who dared to select higher difficulties upon entry, only to be swiftly annihilated or to waste time struggling against minor foes with minimal efficiency. Hello, Lin Feng. As this is your first entry into the secret realm, please set your codename. The notion of a codename was quite vexing. he despised naming things. Since he possessed the archer talent, he decided to call himself, I shoot like the wind. Lin Feng chuckled to himself. Wasn't it reasonable to say he was swift with a bow? Yet, this entire process made it seem as though he was merely playing an online game. Codename, I shoot like the wind. Successfully recorded. Information panel generating. Name, Lin Feng. Secret realm codename, I shoot like the wind. Level, 1, peak level 0. Talent, archer. Equipment, novice two-handed bow. Attributes, agility, primary attribute 10, strength, 5. Intelligence, 5, stamina, 5, attack power, 10, armor value, 10, health, 50, mana, 50. Agility, primary attribute for archers. Each point of agility grants 1 attack power and increases armor by 1. Stamina, 1 point of stamina grants 10 health. The universal attributes were unremarkable. Everyone shared the same attributes, with distinctions only in primary attributes. Apart from their primary attribute, individuals typically held little else, as upgrades would automatically increase them by 1 point. Panel generation complete, preparing for teleportation. The portal shimmered faintly, and as Lin Feng's vision darkened, he found himself in the midst of a marketplace. It resembled the shelter, but was populated with individuals resembling NPCs. You have arrived at Bastion Fortress. Normal difficulty limits maximum entry level to 20. The information prompt arrived promptly, allowing Lin Feng to survey his surroundings. Due to the restriction on high-level players, this place resembled a beginner's village. And everyone was dressed rather plainly. Many gathered around a few artisans, likely crafting equipment, while more congregated near a notice board, which, prior to entering the secret realm, he had heard the teacher mention as the task reception area. Lin Feng checked his belongings. Apart from a modest covering, he possessed only a bow. Novice two-handed bow, white. Damage, 5, attack speed, 12. Description, an ordinary piece of equipment, lacking any special attributes. Lin Feng sighed. Indeed, it was quite mundane. However, a grin spread across his face. He could enchant items, and there was no need to waste a perfect enchantment scroll just yet. Lin Feng promptly opened the enchantment interface and began enchanting his novice bow. You have enchanted the novice two-handed bow. Enchantment successful. Effect obtained, Frost Arrow, which slows the enemy by 50 for 1 second upon impact. His first enchantment yielded fortunate results, a slowing effect, ideal for kiting. You have enchanted the novice two-handed bow. Enchantment successful. Effect obtained, bleeding, which causes the enemy to bleed, dealing 5 damage per second for 5 seconds, stacking up to 5 layers. Enchantment failed. Current equipment has reached the maximum enchantment limit. Please upgrade equipment quality or increase system level. Lin Feng was quite satisfied with both enchantment effects. Now he could kite and inflict continuous damage, no longer fearing close encounters with monsters. With a divine bow in hand, he wasted no time and approached the notice board to accept tasks, as he had no materials or currency, rendering a visit to the artisan's futile. F-rank task, eliminate 30 undead. Reward, 500 experience, 500 gold. F-rank task, gather 10 cha-cha-cha herbs in the northeast. Reward, 500 experience, 200 gold. C-rank task, defeat Matthews. Reward, 2,000 experience, 5,000 gold, random blue equipment X1. Numerous tasks were available, albeit all minor, suitable for newcomers. As the seasoned players had ventured into more challenging secret realms, Lin Feng accepted 2 tasks at once, eliminating the undead and gathering cha-cha-cha herbs. However, cha-cha-cha herbs? Was that related to the love cha-cha? Without further ado, he dashed outside. Once he exited the city, he could encounter monsters at any moment. As the city served as a safety zone, you have discovered a damaged merchant caravan. With his longbow in hand, Lin Feng arrived at a crossroads where the broken cart came into view. The caravan's members had already been slain, and 10 undead roamed nearby. With a large chest lying beneath the cart. LV1 Undead, Skeleton Warrior, Normal. Attack, 3 health, 50. Description, one of the most common undead, with low attack but high defense. Glancing at the attributes, Lin Feng wasted no time and drew his bow, unleashing an arrow. 10, 1, 10, 1. With an attack speed of 12 per second. Combined with the slowing and bleeding effects, the skeleton staggered only 2 steps before collapsing into a heap of bones. You have slain a LV1 Skeleton Warrior. Gained 10 experience points. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. You have slain. You have slain. The slowing effect was immensely satisfying. Heaps of skeletons littered the ground, making the combat experience exceptionally pleasurable. Before long, the dozen undead were vanquished, leaving behind only a few coins. Once the undead were dispatched, Lin Feng hurried to the chest. In this world, chests were the most likely sources of valuable treasures. Hey, kid, step away, and I might spare you. Just as Lin Feng approached the chest, a towering figure appeared, brandishing a 2-handed axe, a clear barbarian. Lin Feng glanced at him. Why should I? Why should you? Because of this. With a mighty swing of his axe, the warrior charged towards Lin Feng, who, lacking both equipment and skills in the initial stages, found that mages and archers faced certain doom when confronted by melee fighters. Beyond the sanctuary or safe zone, conflict was inevitable. The vanquished would return to the real world, barred from reentry for a day, and would drop all items except their manifested gear, which might itself also be lost, albeit at a very low probability. Well then, let's see you try, Lin Feng declared, knocking an arrow and unleashing a flurry of shots while skillfully maneuvering to maintain distance from the warrior. 10. Slow 1. Bleed. 15. Critical hit. Slow 1. Bleed. Ding. You have slain Potato and gained 535 gold. The Potato Warrior, in his final moments, stared wide-eyed in bewilderment. Was this fellow truly only level 1? Chapter 4. The Initial Quest, Elite Big Frog. You have opened a normal treasure chest. You have received Gold X93, Deer Leather Boots, Blue. Small Health Potion X5. Deer Leather Boots, Blue. Required level, 1. 10 Stamina, 10 Movement Speed, 10 Elemental Resistance. Description: common leather boots that provide basic protection for the feet. Given the ordinary treasure chests in the common map, Lin Feng had not anticipated any extraordinary loot. Acquiring a pair of boots was already commendable, as movement speed was crucial in the dark world. Enchanting. You have enchanted the Deer Leather Boots. Enchantment successful, gaining effect, Gale. 30 Movement Speed. You have enchanted the Deer Leather Boots. Enchantment successful, gaining effect, Regeneration, restoring 10 health points every 5 seconds. You have enchanted the Deer Leather Boots. Enchantment successful, gaining effect, Immunity, immune to freezing and immobilization effects. Enchantment failed. Current equipment has reached its maximum enchantment limit. Please enhance the equipment's quality or raise the system level. It appeared that white equipment could be enchanted twice, blue thrice. One could only wonder if golden equipment permitted for enchantments. Donning his new gear, Lin Feng's movement speed surged, and he continued towards the northeastern location marked on his map. After a little over 10 minutes, he arrived at the gathering point for Cha-Cha Grass, having also dispatched the requisite 30 undead creatures along the way. Those 30 monsters totaled 300 experience points and 200 gold coins. Lin Feng glanced at his experience bar. Ascending from level 1 to level 2 required a total of 500 experience points. Gaining experience in the wild was indeed a slow endeavor. The Cha-Cha Grass gathering site was nestled beside a river, with the grass scattered along both banks. Due to the solitary nature of this gathering spot and its slow respawn rate, it attracted a considerable number of people. Leveraging his speed advantage, Lin Feng snatched up 7 or 8 Cha-Cha Grass, inciting furious glares from the others he had robbed, yet none dared to retaliate. Losing their lives here would waste too much time, so most opted to use words rather than fists. Damn you. A sudden chorus of croaking frogs echoed, prompting Lin Feng to turn around. Were they mocking him? Not far behind, a colossal frog sprang from the river. Surrounded by a chilling mist, and the few individuals nearby were swallowed whole, without uttering a word. The few who had just cursed Lin Feng scrambled away in panic, only to find the giant frog unleashing a blast of icy breath towards them, freezing them in their tracks. LV3 Beast, Gorger Giant Frog, Elite. Attack, 80, Health, 3000. Freeze, its cold aura can immobilize enemies. Long tongue, capable of long-range attacks, drawing enemies into its maw. Description: Cha-Cha Grass is essential for the giant frog's mating rituals. Any who dare approach will face its wrath, though it typically sleeps at the riverbed. Damn, did this frog emerge because it spotted my new boots? Lin Feng cursed silently, retreating as the riverbank's inhabitants were gradually frozen by the giant frog's icy tongues. Thanks to the increased movement speed from his new boots, Lin Feng managed to escape. Observing from a distance, waiting for the creature to return to the river so he could gather Cha-Cha Grass. After several minutes, the giant frog showed no signs of leaving. Seemingly intent on resting amid the Cha-Cha Grass, Lin Feng spat into his hands, rubbed them together, and grasped his bow. Enough waiting. However, this elite creature possessed formidable attack power, substantial health, and controlling skills, requiring a patient and strategic approach. Fortunately, the enchantments on his boots provided him with the mobility he needed. Crouching behind a cluster of rocks, Lin Feng aimed for the giant frog's eye and released an arrow. 18. Critical hit. Slow 1. Bleed. 10 slow. 2. Bleed. The giant frog retaliated with a jet of icy breath, astonished to discover a tiny ant hiding here. Immunity to freeze. Noticing that Lin Feng remained unaffected by the freezing breath, the giant frog croaked in frustration, its enormous tongue lashing out towards him. Lin Feng, utilizing his speed, evaded the attack and continued shooting. Seeing that 2 of its attempts had failed, the giant frog let out another croak and leapt towards Lin Feng. Oh no! Lin Feng suddenly recalled that this was a frog. It didn't rely on walking. The slow effects would be useless against it. Thankfully, he had positioned himself behind a rock. Otherwise, he would have been squashed. In a swift motion, Lin Feng darted to another rock, peering out to continue his assault. 10 slow. 5. Bleed 5 stacks. 5. Bleed 5 stacks. You leap, I evade. You attack, I shoot. Each arrow dealt a minimum of 10 damage, combined with 5 fixed damage from the bleeding effect, summing up to 15 damage. Though seemingly minimal, it added up over time, especially with the occasional critical hit, provoking the giant frog into a furious frenzy. After what felt like an eternity of dodging and weaving, Lin Feng finally heard a mournful croak as the giant frog collapsed. Regional notification. LV1, my arrows fly swiftly. You have slain the LV3 Elite Gorger Giant Frog. You have gained 500 experience points for defeating the LV3 Elite Gorger Giant Frog. You have leveled up to level 2. Unbelievable. Someone single-handedly defeated that frog. And they are only level 1? What manner of creature is this? Even a level 20 would find it challenging. Lin Feng was oblivious to the stir he had caused with his victory, his attention captivated by the luminous pillar of light emanating from the ground. He hurriedly collected it, stowing it in his backpack, and casually gathered a few more cha-cha grass before turning back towards the town, determined not to fall victim to anyone now. Thanks to the increased movement speed from his boots, Lin Feng sprinted away. As he ran, he quickly examined the items that had just dropped. Shattered Oath, Legendary Ring, can be manifested. Required level, 3, 25 agility, critical hit chance 6, critical damage 50, socket, 1. Special effect, after 5 consecutive non-critical attacks, your critical hit chance increases to 100 for 3 seconds. Description, when you repeatedly deceive me, your retaliation will be beyond your capacity to bear. Is this what legendary equipment is like? Lin Feng nearly lost his balance. With such attributes and effects, he could manifest it in the real world. Had fortune truly arrived so suddenly? He noticed there were 2 luminous pillars on the ground. A second one awaited his inspection. Tracking arrow, archer skill. Cost, 10 mana. Cooldown, 0 seconds. Launches an arrow infused with magic that seeks out enemies, inflicting 155 weapon damage with a 35 chance to pierce the target. It is noteworthy that skills can be carried into reality, with a maximum of 7 skills. If someone happens to follow Lin Feng closely at this moment, an unknown liquid may drift past. In the secret realm, the most precious treasures are not equipment, but skills. Lin Feng cautiously surveyed his surroundings before sprinting away. It is imperative to reach the town for peace of mind. Chapter 5, Precision Guidance, the first pot of gold. Upon returning to his base, Lin Feng immediately prepared to enchant the legendary ring he had just acquired along with his new skill. With 3 full attribute enchantment scrolls in hand, the question of allocation arose. After much contemplation, Lin Feng resolved to use the enchantments on skills instead, while the equipment boasted decent attributes under the current circumstances. Enhancing skills would yield far more significant benefits. He could always enchant the ring later after accumulating a few more scrolls. Tracking arrow, archer skill. Cost, 10 mana. Cooldown, 0 seconds. The magically infused arrow seeks out enemies, dealing an additional 155 weapon damage with a 35 chance to pierce the target. Lin Feng opened the enchantment interface and selected to use a full attribute enchantment scroll. Please confirm once more if you wish to use the full attribute enchantment scroll. Confirm. You have perfectly enchanted tracking arrow. Enchantment successful, gaining the effect. Tracking missile. Each attack will launch 4 missiles at nearby enemies, each missile dealing 40 weapon damage. Enchant again. Enchantment failed. The skill will next enchant at level 10. Please strive to increase your level. Oh, if only you had mentioned that earlier. I just wasted so many brain cells deciding to enchant the skill, Lin Feng lamented. However, the effect of the skill enchantment was indeed unexpected. It was already precision guided. And now it also featured a split attack. Since the skill could no longer be enchanted, he decided to use the remaining 2 scrolls on the ring. You have perfectly enchanted the Broken Oath. Enchantment successful, gaining the effect. Critical damage, increasing critical damage by 100. You have perfectly enchanted the Broken Oath. Enchantment successful, gaining the effect. Teleport, allowing you to teleport to a designated location via the void, up to 50 yards away, with a recharge time of 10 seconds. Indeed, these enchantment scrolls are superior to the free ones. Just this piece of equipment raised critical damage by 150 and also granted a teleport skill. Is it reasonable for an archer to possess precision guidance and teleportation? It is not. The mage next door could very well be weeping in the restroom. I too desire guided missiles. Having completed his skill learning, Lin Feng found that the legendary ring was still 1 level away from being usable. He hurried to turn in 2 quests, earning 1,000 experience and 700 gold. With a flash of light, Lin Feng leveled up to level 3, eagerly equipping the ring. Name, Lin Feng. Codename, I shoot very fast. Level, 3. Talent, Archer. Attributes, Agility, primary attribute 305, Strength, 15, Intelligence, 15, Stamina, 25, Attack power, 20, Armor value, 30. Health, 250, Mana, 150, Critical hit chance, 6, Critical damage, 150. Lin Feng gazed at his attributes, confidence surging within him. This was merely his first foray into the secret realm, and he had achieved such progress in a short span of time. If he were to confront that giant frog again, it would undoubtedly be a breeze. Now situated in town, he recalled that he had collected 5 death breaths from the giant frog and decided to handle them, as he could not learn the blueprints. And the enchantments had no consumption costs. He also intended to take a moment to rest, for even in the secret realm, rest and sleep were necessary. Just like in the real world, the prices for death breaths and forgotten souls were fixed: 50,000 Huaxia coins for death breaths and 100,000 Huaxia coins for forgotten souls. This arrangement worked well for Lin Feng, as it simplified matters. There were dedicated staff at the base to facilitate transactions, with proceeds directly entering the Awakens account. During transactions, the Awakens account remained anonymous, allowing for face-to-face transfers and QR code transactions, ensuring complete anonymity to maximize the security of the Awakens information. Upon returning to the real world, the funds in his account could be used normally, and he could review transaction expenditures, though the other party's information would remain undisclosed. After the transaction, Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim how swiftly money flowed to an awakened. Just like that, 250,000 had landed in his hands, an amount his parents would take nearly 2 years to earn. Oh, Lin Feng suddenly remembered that the giant frog also dropped a weapon, a common yellow-grade piece of equipment that he had forgotten to inspect earlier. Merlin's staff, yellow. Required level, 3, 15 intelligence, fire damage increased by 10. Description: this wand finds your death quite amusing. Unfortunately, it was a staff that he could not use, and he wondered if it could still be traded after enchanting. Lin Feng absent-mindedly enchanted the staff. You have enchanted Merlin's staff. Enchantment successful. You have enchanted Merlin's staff. Enchantment successful. After 2 successful enchantments, Lin Feng decided to stop. Otherwise, the ideas for trading might become too absurd, and the 2 affix effects were sufficient. Merlin's staff, yellow. Required level, 3, 15 intelligence, fire damage increased by 10. Enchantment. Increases mana by 186 points, mana recovery rate 1s. Enchantment. Increases spell damage by 20. Description: this wand finds your death quite amusing. What can I say? Explosive, perhaps? Early-stage mages often struggle with insufficient mana. This directly addresses the mana recovery cap, while also enhancing damage. I did not expect to be so fortunate, Lin Feng thought with delight. Setting up a stall. He found no prompts indicating inability to trade. Auction mode, highest bidder wins. Soon, a considerable crowd gathered around Lin Feng's stall, drawn not by anything else. Whoa. Come and see. This is the one who shoots very fast. Is the big shot setting up a stall? Let me see what he is selling. Goodness, I seldom curse. But just look at what the big shot is selling. If it could materialize, one could become instantly wealthy. Indeed, this is a mage's artifact. I bid 500 Huaxia coins. 1,500, 5,000, 6,000, 100, 000. I want it. A cold voice rang out, and the crowd fell silent. While the equipment had excellent attributes, it was still low level and could not materialize, at most fetching 50,000 coins. Lin Feng looked up to see that it was none other than Gong Yutong. He had not anticipated her being in the same base as himself. Truly, geniuses often carry themselves with pride and confidence, their codenames being their real names. Deal. With that, Lin Feng promptly closed his stall, and the 2 completed the transaction. Gong Yutong gazed at Lin Feng and remarked, "Haven't we met before?" She felt a strange familiarity with him. Lin Feng smiled faintly at her. "Do I resemble a toad? If so, then you must have seen me before." He turned and made his way toward the notice board. Watching Lin Feng's retreating figure, Gong Yutong felt puzzled. She was certain she had encountered this individual before. "Yutong, stop staring. With our equipment ready, we will surely clear the miner's secret realm this time," a fair-skinned man remarked with a smile, accompanied by 2 others who echoed his sentiments. "Clearing it once may likely level us up by 4 or 5 levels." In this moment, Lin Feng discovered a new quest. Quest name: Hunter. Unique. Hero's reward. Quest content: please eliminate 4 elite monsters within 2 days. Individual kills required. Quest hint: relevant coordinates have been marked. Quest reward: 1 piece of legendary equipment. High probability of a manifested item. Reward title: Hero. Chapter 6. Has the luck of the Emperor overdrawn his life? Glancing at the task, Lin Feng realized that at this level, independently slaying elite monsters was nothing short of a nightmare. However, the reward was undeniably enticing for Lin Feng. Legendary equipment was inconsequential, but a manifested item was simply irresistible. Observing the markers on the map, he noted that there was 1 monster in each cardinal direction. Whether this was intentional or not, the journey would certainly take an extensive amount of time. With little time to spare and heavy responsibilities ahead, Lin Feng composed himself. Mentally preparing, positions everyone. On the count of 3, go. The narrator witnessed Lin Feng indulging in a moment of self-admiration before falling silent for a few seconds, suddenly darting away, leaving a group of astonished onlookers, wondering if he was a madman. Upon reaching the wilderness, Lin Feng sprinted along the map's indications. The 30-speed enchantment on his deerskin boots still felt somewhat sluggish over such distances. You have discovered Null Camp. As he ran, the sun began to set, and Lin Feng finally arrived at the location of the first elite monster. In the distance, a crude camp came into view, reeking of foul odors. With several patrols of gnolls on guard. LV2 Gnoll. Attack, 15, health, 80. Description: lackey, can submit to any creature. After examining the attributes of the gnolls, Lin Feng wasted no time and swiftly shot an arrow. Upon noticing the attack, the patrolling gnolls brandished their clubs and charged towards Lin Feng. From a considerable distance, they began barking, woof, woof. 35. Slow, 1 bleed. 80. Critical hit, slow, 1 bleed. You have slain, LV2 gnoll, gaining 20 experience. 2 arrows pierced through a gnoll. You have slain, LV2 gnoll, gaining 20 experience. You have slain. Swish, swish, swish. Before the gnolls could close the distance, Lin Feng utilized the slow effect to eliminate them all within the range of his arrows. Low-level monsters hardly dropped anything worthwhile, especially gnolls. One might wonder why one would expect anything valuable from creatures that merely feasted on refuse. As the sky darkened, after clearing out the gnoll minions, Lin Feng ventured into the camp. Inside the lone tent, he spotted a massive white-spotted gnoll soundly asleep, drool pooling around its lair. Even with all its minions defeated, it remained oblivious. This spotted gnoll was truly formidable. LV3 Gnoll Chief, Elite. Attack, 120, Health, 5000. Skills, Deafening Roar, reduces the movement speed of all targets within a 20-meter radius by 50. Canine Bite, a dog's signature move, inflicting 100 attack damage. With an added bleed effect. Speed Boost, instantly increases speed by 100. Description: rumored to be the pet of a certain lord. It is advised not to flee in its presence. The more you run, the more excited it becomes. Among elite monsters of the same level, this spotted gnoll boasted far superior attack and defense compared to the bullfrog, and its skills were formidable, with its ability to both accelerate and decelerate. Lin Feng's frail frame would struggle to withstand its bites. Surveying the surroundings, he formulated a plan. Fortuitously, a tree stood to the right front of the tent. He quickly climbed up, confident that gnolls wouldn't be adept at climbing trees. Perched over 10 meters above the ground, Lin Feng eyed the spotted gnoll. Now was the moment. Swish. 95. Critical hit. Slow 1. Bleed. A critical hit right from the outset was splendid. Ack. The gnoll awoke in pain from the attack, its eyes turning red as it stared at Lin Feng in the tree, barking furiously and charging at him. Lin Feng, undeterred atop the tree, continued firing arrows until he realized he possessed skills too. He promptly activated Homing Arrow. 35. Slow, 1 bleed. 10. Homing Arrow effect, which should round to 975. The damage from the homing arrow wasn't particularly high. Perhaps he needed a better weapon, Lin Feng used. As the spotted gnoll reached the base of the tree, Lin Feng dealt nearly 300 points of damage, causing it to become enraged. Ack. Lin Feng noticed a debuff on his status bar. Deafening Roar reduced his movement speed by 50. Unfortunately, being in the tree made this debuff irrelevant. The gnoll below frantically circled the tree, attempting to jump and bite the insufferable human, but it was in vain. 90. 1. 10. 40. 1. 10. Lin Feng showed no mercy, relentlessly shooting arrows without pause, a veritable machine of destruction. You foolish dog, all your servitude will leave you with nothing. If you don't serve me, I shall take your life. Just as Lin Feng's arms began to feel weary, the spotted gnoll let out a final howl and collapsed to the ground. Lin Feng gazed down at the lifeless body, sighing, such a foolish dog. It didn't even attempt to flee in the end. Its tenacity is truly commendable. Area notification. LV3, I shoot quite fast. You have slain LV3 Gnoll Chief, Elite. You have slain LV3 Gnoll Chief, Elite, gaining 500 experience. Lin Feng began to understand why the spotted gnoll's attributes surpassed those of the bullfrog. Yet the experience remained the same. For any ranged class, once one ascended a tree, the monster became nothing but a target. Wow. This guy just single-handedly took down an elite. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. He had just leveled from 1 to 3, and now stood at the same level as them, which seemed perfectly normal. Curiosity about his awakening level grew. This was excessively strong. The murmurs among the crowd regarding Lin Feng were incessant. For them, who could only wield conventional weapons, all of this was beyond imagination. Observing the chatter in the regional channel, Lin Feng paid it no mind. His focus was solely on the loot beneath the tree. Woodpecker Bow, Legendary. Required level, 0, damage, 30, agility, 10, attack speed, 12 shots per second. 25 chance to summon a flock of crows to attack enemies, dealing 120 weapon damage. Description: this bow truly harbors a peculiar magic. Wow. To think an elite monster drops legendary equipment, and without any level requirement? Just the attribute bonuses alone grant an additional 40 points of damage, 1 agility, 1 attack. Had Lin Feng possessed this weapon earlier, he could have dispatched the Gnoll Chief much faster. Enchantment. You have successfully enchanted the Woodpecker Bow. You have successfully enchanted the Woodpecker Bow. You have successfully enchanted the Woodpecker Bow. After completing the enchantment, Lin Feng was overjoyed. Woodpecker Bow, Legendary. Required level, 0, damage, 30. Agility, 10, attack speed, 12 shots per second. 25 chance to summon a flock of crows to attack enemies, dealing 120 weapon damage. Enchantment, 50 agility. Enchantment, attack speed increased by 50, resulting in 18. Enchantment, mana restoration of 10 points. Description: this bow truly harbors a peculiar magic. Lin Feng could hardly believe it was merely a product of ordinary enchantments. The first two enchantments significantly enhance output, while the last one is also beneficial, as the tracking arrow consumes 10 points per use. System: could you check if there have been any changes to my lifespan? Chapter 7, Attribute Explosion. Although the new weapon lacks the slow attribute, its damage output is explosive, allowing for nearly 2 arrows per second at an attack speed of 18. Without considering critical hits. Combined with the weapon's special effect, each shot inflicts a minimum of 120 points of damage. Should I engage another Null Elite? I could dispatch it in no more than 30 seconds. What an astounding prospect, akin to the might of a true champion. After surveying the battlefield, I collected only a few blue and white materials alongside some gold coins. The materials were of no use to Lin Feng, and with nightfall approaching, he hurried back to the safety zone to rest and process the materials. He sprinted back and finally returned to Bastion Fortress just as darkness enveloped the land. The fortress was far more lively in the evening than during the day, as resting outdoors was perilous. Selling dozens of blue and white materials yielded less than 3,000 coins. While the output was substantial, the consumption was equally staggering. Lin Feng found a corner to rest, exhilarated by the 350,000 he amassed during his first venture into the secret realm, from selling 5 Death's Breath for 250,000 coins, 10 wands for 100,000, and the several thousand from the blue and white materials. He couldn't help but marvel. It was no wonder that many aspired to become awakeners, as wealth came swiftly. Although ordinary awakeners might not be as rapid as himself, they still far surpassed the average person. He awoke at dawn. Ding! You have obtained a full attribute enchantment scroll. Enchantment manifested on the equipment, Shattered Oath, Legendary Ring. You have perfectly enchanted Shattered Oath, successfully gaining the effect. Critical hit chance increased by 50. You have consumed 1 full attribute enchantment scroll, remaining 0. At that moment, Lin Feng was at a loss for words. Overwhelmed by his lack of education, such a stroke of luck. With the previous 6 enchantments, he now possessed a total of 56 critical hit chance, meaning he would essentially score a critical hit with nearly every 2 arrows fired, at least in theory. Truly, the full attribute enchantment scroll was remarkable. Stretching. Lin Feng prepared to continue his hunt for the task at hand. Having slain the gnolls to the east yesterday, he decided to commence with those in the north today. Suddenly reminded of Jay's heading north, he dashed along the path, glancing at his complete attribute panel. Name: Lin Feng. Codename: I Shoot Swiftly. Level: 3. Talent: Marksman. Agility: primary attribute 145, base 30, weapon 60, ring 25. Strength: 15. Intelligence: 15. Stamina: 25. Attack power: 145, 218. Armor value: 30. Health points: 250. Mana points: 150. Critical hit rate: 56. Critical damage: 150. 1 arrow, 1 piglet. Sheer bliss. Before long, the nearby pig-headed creatures were entirely eradicated, leaving a plethora of corpses strewn across the ground. These unfortunate piglets remained oblivious to their fate until the very end. Lin Feng was but a hair's breadth away from leveling up. After collecting the spoils, he approached a cave halfway up the mountain, where a massive pig demon lay in slumber. Lin Feng mused, how is it that the leader merely sleeps all day? LV3 Lazy Pig-Headed Demon Elite. Attack: 100, Health: 6600. Skills: Tough Skin, Berserk Charge, Fang Piercing. Description: beware of their fangs. Lin Feng assessed its attributes. In essence, it was defensive and charged at enemies with its fangs, meaning, if he evaded its charge effectively, he would be safe. Hey, your minions are all dead. Wake up. Still not awake? Then allow me to assist. Lin Feng stood at the cave's entrance and loosed an arrow, striking for 303. Fortune smiled upon him as the first arrow triggered a critical hit. 247, 203, 251. It must be said, with such an attack speed, the experience was exquisite. Before the monster could react, it had already lost over 1,000 health points. At that moment, the pig leader regained its senses, exclaiming, "You shameless thief! How dare you ambush me?" It charged at Lin Feng. During its approach, Lin Feng managed to shoot it a few more times. As the pig leader drew closer, Lin Feng deftly sidestepped outside the cave. The pig leader, unable to break in time, charged right out. Due to the elevation of the cave, the pig leader tumbled down the slope. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng activated the tracking arrow once again. No matter how it rolled, it could not evade his guided missile. 203, 274, 269. Within 20 seconds, another notification appeared. Area notification. LV3, I Shoot Swiftly, has slain LV3 Lazy Pig-Headed Demon, Elite. You have slain LV3 Lazy Pig-Headed Demon, Elite, earning 500 experience points. Your level has increased to level 4. Task Hunter updated progress, 2, 4. Another wave of excitement ensued. Chapter 8. I must see my ancestral grave. You have obtained 1,200 coins for Death's Breath. After dispatching the pig leader, Lin Feng surveyed the battlefield. It was no wonder the piglets were impoverished, as all the loot was hoarded by their elder. Another 200,000 coins acquired felt substantial. Yet when compared to the fines and taxes some individuals face in the billions, it seemed less enticing. In addition to coins and materials, the pig leader also yielded a piece of white armor, a meager gain, but one he would enchant nonetheless. Leather armor, white. Usage level, 3, stamina, 5, health, 10. Enchantment, 5 strength. Enchantment, never wears out. Evaluation, an ordinary piece of armor with some defensive capabilities. Having donned the armor, Lin Feng was but 2 elite creatures away from completing his task. He eagerly anticipated the rewards upon completion. If this were a game represented by a certain company, even the odds of obtaining manifested equipment at 999 would not persuade him, as secret realms typically did not operate that way. Lost in thought, he departed from the desolate mountaintop and set forth towards the direction of the last 2 monsters. Sweeping through the area, he soon vanquished the final 2 foes with his arrows. In the realm of martial prowess, speed reigns supreme, and I, Lin Feng, embody both swiftness and ferocity. Area notification. LV4 I Shoot Swiftly has slain LV3 Plague Rat King, Elite. Area notification. LV4 I Shoot Swiftly has slain LV3 Skeleton Mage, Elite. Your level has increased to level 5. Having cleared 2 camps and 2 elites, Lin Feng's level ascended once more. 3 notifications in a single day had rendered the current inhabitants of the secret realm numb, no longer even able to utter a single exclamation of astonishment. Typically, many players struggle to defeat elite monsters until they reach level 40, yet here was Lin Feng, a newcomer who, within just 2 days, had slain 5 elites. Such skill could only be revered. Meanwhile, in a certain secret realm, Gong Yutong gazed at the area notification, pondering, who is this individual? I am certain I have encountered him in reality. Unfortunately, his level is still somewhat low, otherwise, inviting him to join the quest would have significantly increased the chances of success. At this moment, Gong Yutong had already reached level 9, while ahead of him, 3 individuals above level 15 were laboriously battling an elite monster. One of them, noticing Gong Yutong lost in thought, hastily shouted, Yutong, move a bit closer, or you won't gain any experience. Just as he momentarily diverted his attention, he was struck by the monster, losing 3/4 of his health, which startled him into quickly consuming a potion, too frightened to look back. These individuals were genuinely kind-hearted, voluntarily assisting Gong Yutong in defeating monsters. And they were tackling a small secret realm, which offered far greater experience than the wilderness. Thus, Gong Yutong's level ascended rapidly. Yet they had not completed the quest even once. Quest progress. For 4. Your quest has been completed. Please return to the city to claim your reward. At last, the quest was accomplished. For Lin Feng, the task itself was not particularly challenging. The time was mostly spent on the road, enduring exhaustion and fatigue. Once he determined his location, Lin Feng dashed forth, eagerly anticipating the rewards. Along the way, he also reviewed the spoils from the last 2 elite monsters, which he had initially overlooked due to the urgency. Time is money, and it seemed he was always organizing things on the go. Hey system, is there a title for a master of time management? System, the last 2 waves yielded a total of 650 gold coins. And the blue and white materials combined number around 200, worth 10,000 alone. There are 7 Death's Breath, plus the 4 from the pig leader, totaling 550,000. Aside from these, there are 2 pieces of ordinary equipment and 1 unidentified item. Equip the enchanted items to their fullest, and get the unidentified one appraised back in town. Before long, Lin Feng returned to the city, promptly selling all the materials he had gathered, netting 560,000. Adding yesterday's 350,000, that totals 910,000. In just 2 days, this was merely the beginning. What would it be like at higher levels? Imagine farming in small and large secret realms then? The thought was exhilarating. After selling his items, Lin Feng could hardly contain his excitement as he approached the quest giver. Unique quest, Hunter completed. You have received the quest reward, Legendary Treasure Chest, Equipment. You have obtained the title, Hero. Hero, title, Enchantable. Hero Aura. Increases your movement speed by 25 for 10 seconds upon dealing damage to an enemy, stacking up to 10 times. Hero's Mark. The first time you deal damage to an enemy, it will be marked, preventing it from becoming invisible and increasing damage taken by 10. Description. A reward for the brave. Lin Feng was astonished. Despite having run around for so long, he felt unworthy of this title, which essentially granted him 2 passive skills, both percentage-based enhancements. However, this was to be expected, as others struggled with meager attributes to defeat monsters. Even those with exceptional talent would find time insufficient. You have opened the Legendary Treasure Chest, Equipment. You have obtained Unassuming Ring, Legendary Ring, Manifestable. Unassuming Ring, Legendary Ring, Manifestable. Required level, 5. 50 agility, 20 critical hit chance, 20 critical hit damage. Special effect. Increases damage dealt to elite enemies by 25. Description. Its ordinary appearance belies its immeasurable worth. Many would go to great lengths to acquire it. Lin Feng's only thought now was to go out and visit his ancestors with his father. If the ancestral grave had been excessively burnt, it would require timely repairs. At this moment, Lin Feng regained his senses, noticing the gazes of those around him, some filled with envy, others with greed. The two beams of light, though subtle, had caught the attention of many. Particularly since he had slain several elites, he undoubtedly possessed valuable items. Manifestable equipment could not be obtained. But other legendary items could fetch a handsome price. Greed is the original sin, and the act of killing and looting in the wild is all too common. However, in a safe zone, no one could act. Even outside, potential assailants would think twice, for Lin Feng's prowess was formidable. Lin Feng paid them no mind. Confident in his abilities, if they dared, let them come. The only dilemma troubling Lin Feng was that he was running low on enchanted scrolls. After spending 2 days here, Lin Feng prepared to venture out, albeit reluctantly, leaving behind the weapons he had acquired. Upon returning to the real world, aside from the manifestable equipment, he would have to clear all other gear, which explained why many opted to hoard equipment or craft items within the game. After all, one couldn't venture out bare to face monsters. Ding! Host needs detected. System automatically upgrades. Upgrade complete. Activating equipment preservation function. One non-manifestable item can be saved for future use in secret realms. Lin Feng. How considerate. System, are you male or female? But it doesn't matter. I can accommodate you in any way. Chapter 9. Returning to reality. College entrance examination. Saved weapon. Woodpecker bow. Woodpecker bow. Legendary. Saved successfully. As twilight descended, Lin Feng returned to the real world, imagining the astonishment his parents would feel upon discovering his accomplishments. Exiting the sanctuary, he beheld the bustling streets, towering buildings, and the throngs of people. Although it had only been 2 days, it felt like a long-lost reunion. The time in the real world matched that of the secret realm, and darkness was beginning to envelop the sky. With a thought, his attribute panel materialized. Name, Lin Feng. Codename, I shoot like the wind. Title, Hero. Level, 5. Talent, Marksman. Attributes, Agility, primary attribute 50, 75. Strength, 25. Intelligence, 25. Stamina, 35. Critical hit rate, 76. Critical hit damage, 170. Armor value, 125. Health, 350. Attack power, 125, 213. Skills, Tracking Arrow. Equipment, Broken Oath, Legendary Ring. Unassuming Ring, Legendary Ring. Before entering the secret realm, Lin Feng was merely an ordinary person with decent physical attributes. However, after a day in the realm, activating his attributes led to a significant enhancement. If Tyson's infamous ear biting was a killing blow, then his attack power would be approximately 40, with 125 points of armor. Lin Feng feared nothing, not even a bite to his private parts, for this was the distinction between an awakened individual and an ordinary person. Looking at the over 900,000 in his account, he felt a sense of joy. His family's savings in his previous life had never reached such an amount. Better to have no illness than to be without money, a timeless adage applicable across all worlds and eras. Yet, from another perspective, 900,000 was merely adequate. Insufficient for a home, inadequate for a decent car, and not quite satisfactory for a subpar one. You want me to finance it? An awakened person has their pride. He would have to wait for the next opportunity to enter the secret realm. Hailing a taxi, life was different now. No need to squeeze on his subways or buses, for he could afford a ride. Suddenly, Lin Feng remembered the unidentified item in his backpack, which he had completely forgotten in the excitement. He chuckled at his absent-mindedness, realizing he hadn't utilized his 5 young ladies for a massage in days. Upon arriving home, his mother had already prepared dinner, and his father was animatedly on the phone with someone. At the dining table, Lin Feng, while indulging in a hearty meal, recounted the recent events of the past few days to his parents, deliberately omitting any mention of the system's existence. When he mentioned earning 900,000, his parents were left utterly astonished. They had often heard that awakened individuals earned money swiftly and abundantly, but witnessing Lin Feng, still a high school senior, accumulate over 90,000 in merely 2 days was a revelation that left them in disbelief. However, this reaction was understandable. Awakened beings inhabited an entirely different realm compared to ordinary people. Feng. Earning money is no easy feat. Do not be deceived by how effortless it seems. You must also be prudent in your spending, you understand? You'll eventually need to marry. And just look at the son of old Zhang next door. His betrothal gifts amounted to 188,000. His mother cautioned, albeit with excitement. I understand, Mom. I won't squander it. I'm saving up to buy a new house for us first. Besides, I'm still quite young. When I marry, I'll have you counting money until your hands cramp. Lin Feng replied with a smile. Indeed, what is the rush? A man of stature should not fret over his marital status. Xiao Feng is still an awakened one. His father, Lin Xing, chuckled. Nevertheless, Xiaofeng, your foremost priority remains the college entrance examination. Do not let a bit of money lead you to complacency. You have only 1 week left to prepare. His father reminded him. In this parallel world, many advanced resources were predominantly held by the military and esteemed universities, including special missions and unique secret realms. Ordinary awakened individuals could only proceed methodically, and the disparity in resources between them and the elite was immense, as what one could observe was merely the surface. Rest assured. Dad, I am aware. There is still a week left. I have ample time. After finishing his meal, Lin Feng returned to his room and logged into the Awakened forum. This forum had a stringent verification system, preventing ordinary individuals from accessing it. It was Lin Feng's first time logging in. Information verification successful, automatic binding complete. Your forum ID is, I shoot very fast. Lin Feng immediately regretted the choice of his username. Upon entering the forum, a plethora of posts filled his screen. College Entrance Examination Guide, Online QA with Alluring Croupiers. The Su family prodigy of the Imperial Capital, SSS-level magical talent, secretly recruited by the nation. A god-level newcomer emerges. Slaying 5 elites in 2 days within a secret realm. New elite in the secret realm achieves a 5-kill streak. What level of talent is required? Scanning through, he was surprised to find a post about himself, which had garnered significant attention. Though he was not afraid of fame, he was wary of those with ulterior motives, as his talent was hardly exceptional, and he lacked any illustrious family background for protection. Thus, he knew he must keep his real-world identity confidential. With the impending college entrance examination, Lin Feng clicked on the college entrance examination guide post, genuinely motivated by the examination rather than any alluring distractions. To his astonishment, access to the post required a fee. After paying 100 yuan, he began to peruse the content. Universities were categorized not by undergraduate or vocational status, but rather by regional, national, and global tiers, with unranked institutions being deemed inferior. There were only a handful of world-class universities across Blue Star, with 4 located in Huaxia, the Imperial Capital University, the Magic Capital University, Southwest University, and North China University. These 4 institutions had extraordinarily high admission standards, and graduates from them were often destined for remarkable futures. Lin Feng's gaze was fixed on one particular institution, the Magic Capital University. Given that Jiangdu was merely a half-hour drive away from the Magic Capital, it was his top choice. In the days that followed, Lin Feng refrained from entering any secret realms, opting instead to spend leisurely time with his parents, which was immensely enjoyable. He even visited his school to collect his admission ticket, where the teachers greeted him with smiles, proud to have an awakened student among them. Much like the current emphasis on improving enrollment rates. Meanwhile, his classmates who had failed to awaken gazed at him enviously. On the forum, Lin Feng noted that as the entrance examination approached, prices for various manifested equipment skyrocketed, particularly for low-tier items, since the candidates were primarily newly awakened and of low levels. Wealthy parents often spent exorbitant sums, ranging from hundreds to millions, to equip their children with complete sets of manifested gear, hoping to secure good results and admission to prestigious universities. This starkly illustrated that the world was never fair. One S starting point could be another S endpoint. The entrance examination consisted of 3 subjects. 1. Secret realm survival. All candidates would enter a secret realm to explore and survive, with scores calculated based on their performance, with a maximum of 800 points. 2. Combat ability test. Candidates would engage in 1v1 battles, earning points for defeating opponents, with a maximum score of 600. 3. Talent test. This would solely assess individual talent, with a maximum score of 600. Based on previous year's results, a score above 800 was required for regional universities, over 1,000 for national universities, and at least 1,300 or 1,400 for world-class institutions. Given his C-level talent, Lin Feng realized that achieving a world-class university admission would necessitate perfect scores in the first 2 subjects to ensure safety. As he pondered this, the pressure began to mount. Time passed swiftly, and the day of the examination was nearly upon him. In the preceding 6 days, Lin Feng had accumulated 6 full attribute enchantment scrolls. With the exam set for tomorrow, he decided to enchant his equipment today. He was particularly eager about the enchanting process. Enchanting, Brave, title. You have enchanted Brave, title. Enchantment successful. Next enchantment can reach level 20. Brave, title, enchantable. Brave aura. When you inflict damage upon an enemy, your movement speed increases by 25 for 10 seconds. Stacking up to 10 layers. Brave mark. When you inflict damage on an enemy for the first time, they are marked, preventing them from becoming invisible and increasing damage taken by 10. Enchantment, Slow aura, reduces the movement speed of enemies within a 25-yard radius by 30. Description, a reward for the valiant. Chapter 10, the examination begins in the Mother's prison. The 30 slow aura effect was quite commendable, providing an additional margin of error against melee attacks for ranged classes. Next, he turned his attention to the 2 rings. As the only 2 pieces of manifested equipment he possessed, Lin Feng regarded them with utmost importance. You have enchanted Broken Oath. Legendary Ring. Enchantment successful. Full attribute enchantment scroll, 1. Broken Oath. Legendary Ring. Manifested. 25 agility. Crit rate increased by 6. Crit damage increased by 50. Socket, 1. Enchantment. Crit damage increased by 100. Enchantment. Crit rate increased by 50. Enchantment. Teleportation, allowing you to teleport to a designated location via the void, up to 50 yards away, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Enchantment. Item drop rate increased by 50. Special effect. After 5 consecutive non-critical attacks, your crit rate increases to 100 for 3 seconds. Current equipment quality has reached maximum enchantment value. Although this enchantment did not enhance attributes, it was nonetheless satisfactory, increasing item drop rates and maximizing potential, alleviating concerns over sparse drops in certain areas. Just envisioning the aftermath of defeating a boss, where he could collect a myriad of items while others only received a few. What a sight that would be, filled with envy. You have Enchanted, Unadorned Ring. Legendary Ring. Enchantment successful. Full attribute enchantment scroll, 4. Unadorned Ring. Legendary Ring. Manifested. 50 agility, 20 critical strike chance, and 20 critical damage. Enchantment. Damage dealt to enemies affected by control effects is increased by 15. Enchantment. Experience gained from defeating enemies is increased by 500. Elevating the level by 1 for every 50, currently 750. Enchantment. Special Enchanting Charm 1000. Enchantment. Special Enchanting Appearance 1000. Special effect. Damage dealt to elite enemies is increased by 25. Current equipment quality has reached the maximum value of enchantment. Remaining full attribute enchantment scrolls, 0, astonishingly. The title possesses a slowing aura, granting a buff that ensures an increase of 15 in damage dealt as long as one remains within 25 yards. Provided the equipment remains unchanged, this effect is permanent. Surely, even the foremost individual of Blue Star has never enjoyed such an advantage. Furthermore, with an experience boost, an additional 750 points of experience is granted, making each monster defeated equivalent to vanquishing dozens, if not hundreds, for others. However, the last 2 enchantments are rather intriguing. Do they deem my appearance unsightly? Little did they know that the unremarkable Gong Yutong would actively seek me out. How naive, dear brother. I refuse to believe these have any real utility. What a waste of my 2 scrolls. Enchantments completed. My combat power has significantly surged. And aside from the last 2 special enchantments, Lin Feng is quite satisfied, bolstering his confidence for the exam commencing tomorrow. The enchantment scrolls have been entirely consumed, and I must gather more. After completing these tasks, Lin Feng prepared to wash up and retire for the night, as late nights are detrimental to the kidneys. After washing up, Lin Feng gazed at his reflection in the mirror, a gasp escaping his lips as he beheld how his appearance and aura had transcended to a higher echelon. The effects far more pronounced than any visit to the cosmic nation. He had never imagined that enchanting would truly influence his looks. Straining to listen, he noted that his parents were already asleep, and Lin Feng surreptitiously unbuttoned his trousers, feeling as if his little eagle had also become considerably more attractive. Perhaps a mere psychological effect. In high spirits, Lin Feng climbed into bed, determined to rejuvenate for the morrow. You have received a full attribute enchantment scroll X1. The next morning, Lin Feng hastened to the shelter. Upon his arrival, he found himself amidst a throng of people, wishing fervently that he could sprout wings and soar above the crowd. Soon, the exam commenced, and upon the examiner's command, Lin Feng activated his examination permit. A flash of light enveloping him as he vanished from his location. You have been transported to the prison of Gamu. Special map restriction. You may only bring manifest equipment. Level restricted to 10. Special map restriction. All equipment and materials obtained in this map cannot be taken out. Special map setting. You have 3 lives. If your lives reach 0, you will be eliminated. As Lin Feng adjusted to the surroundings, a series of notifications emerged. It was truly unfortunate. He had hoped to utilize his saved weapons for a fortuitous beginning, but it appeared that was not to be. However, this was understandable, as it was an examination, and the system was beyond the bounds of ordinary rules. We are all good children, after all, and cannot cheat. Although allowing the entry of manifest equipment seems somewhat unjust, since not everyone is a second generation, it is not without reason, considering the multitude of extracurricular tutoring classes available. What Lin Feng did not know was that outside, chaos reigned. Each examination map is randomized, and only upon completion of the teleportation does one discover the location. This time, the prison of Gamu is a map of considerable renown, reputedly vast despite its name, primarily because no one has ever cleared it over the years. The exam spans 7 days, with the area gradually shrinking. Flames will ignite on the ground outside the designated area, resulting in instant death. Thus, survival necessitates venturing inward. On the final day, the core zone of the boss Gamu will be sealed off, swarming with elite monsters, rendering survival nearly impossible. In simple terms, this year's questions are exceedingly difficult. Within this secret realm, slaying monsters will yield survival points. 1,000 points equate to 1 score, and for each day of survival, One earns 50,000 survival points, translating to 50 points. Each death results in the loss of half of 1's survival points, while killing others grants attribute bonuses and additional points. Therefore, under the immense pressure of powerful map monsters, constant battles ensue to acquire attribute points and enhance survival chances. In this place, everyone is the sustenance for their own survival. Lin Feng surveyed his surroundings, the dim environment, the dilapidated cells, the sole light source emanating from torches mounted on the walls. Although there are 100,000 candidates, they are dispersed throughout the map, making early encounters exceedingly rare. Through a narrow ventilation shaft, he could see the flames outside gradually approaching the prison. Without hesitation, Lin Feng set forth deeper into the confines, with the immediate priority of locating a weapon. Before long, Lin Feng spotted a treasure chest around a nearby corner, guarded by two patrolling monsters. LV-8 Skeleton Warrior. Attack, 120. Health, 1200. Description, the skeletal remains of prison guards. An ordinary level 8 monster with 1200 health. Truly, this is the most challenging map. While I could potentially defeat them, my own frailty would lead to my demise in less than 3 strikes. The risk is far too great. Lin Feng noticed that the treasure chest was positioned against a wall with an iron grate above. Shattered Oath, Enchantment. Teleport, allowing passage through the void to a specified location. Up to 50 yards away, with a recharge time of 10 seconds. With a swift teleport, Lin Feng found himself behind the wall. Reassured when the two guards showed no reaction, he cautiously extended his hand through the grate and began to open the treasure chest. Treasure chest opening, 106,090. Opening successful. You have received small health potions X2. You have received antidote X2, immunity to poison damage for 30 seconds. You have received soul bow, ordinary, X1. Soul bow, ordinary. 5 damage, attack speed 12. Lin Feng was overjoyed, a bow right off the bat. Truly, I am the child of destiny. Time to enchant it fully. Chapter 11, Rat Slayer, Crazy Little Yang. You have enchanted the soul bow, ordinary. Enchantment successful, X3. Soul bow, ordinary. 5 damage, attack speed 12. Enchantment, lifeline. Restores 10 health per second. Enchantment, never wears out. Enchantment, growth, permanently increases attack power by 1 for each enemy unit killed. The ordinary enchantment attributes are entirely random. And upon witnessing the first 2 attributes, Lin Feng nearly burst into laughter, though he hadn't expected much initially. The first was a mere consolation, while the second was downright humorous. Until the final attribute was revealed, Lin Feng almost dislocated his jaw. A permanent increase in attack power? The longer it is held, the more formidable it becomes. Can I one-shot the dragon in a second? Truly, I am the child of destiny. Yet, will there be a great antagonist in this world seeking to thwart me? The bounty from this treasure chest is immense. If only the antidote could be exchanged for a fire resistance potion, it would be even better. With the enchantment completed and the teleportation recharge ready, Lin Feng returned to his previous location. To my 2 brothers, I apologize. Whoosh, 301. Critical hit. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 320. Critical hit. 284. Critical hit. 297. Critical hit. You have slain the LV-8 Skeleton Warrior, gaining 80 experience, 750, 13 gold coins, and 2 survival points. Soul Bow, triggered growth effect, attack increased by 1. The ring of the title effect augmented Lin Feng's control over his adversaries by 15, and coupled with an impressive critical hit rate and critical damage. Lin Feng's attributes surged explosively. With a mere 4 arrows, he dispatched a skeleton with 1200 health, simultaneously affected by a slowing effect. Another skeletal warrior lumbered towards him from a distance. Lin Feng raised his hand and swiftly eliminated it with a few more arrows. Each creature granted 750 experience points, totaling 1500 for 2, and with a few more, Lin Feng would level up once again. The day's surprises far surpassed those of previous days, filling Lin Feng with exhilaration as he envisioned the rise of a future star. However, the immediate priority was to stack his attack power, he mused internally. Armed with a weapon capable of infinite attack stacking, combined with his exceptionally high attack power, he wondered who could possibly rival him in the later stages. Henceforth, he declared himself Nasu's Feng. Stacking attack power undoubtedly required avoiding monsters with thick health pools, but lacking a detailed map, Lin Feng began his search. Squeak, squeak. The sound of mice drew Lin Feng's attention. Indeed, in such places, there were plenty of rodents, and being small creatures, would defeating them yield any bonuses? He swiftly loosed an arrow, but it missed its mark. These little creatures were nimble and difficult to hit. Behave, let me show you how it's done, he exclaimed, releasing another arrow, which again went astray. Then don't blame me. I truly don't wish to employ excessive force. Tracking arrow activated. 288. Instant kill. The scurrying mouse was instantly vanquished. You have slain a LV0 mouse, gaining 0 experience, 0 gold, and 0 survival points. Soul Bow, triggered growth effect, attack 1. Incredible. It truly works. However, aside from the growth attribute, it provided nothing else, so let us start with you lot. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled at the prospect of growth. Ahead, he He spotted a veritable nest of mice, albeit shrouded in the shadows beyond the torchlight, not easily noticeable. Yet, with the tracking arrow in hand, there was no hesitation. The slaughter commenced. Whoosh, whoosh. Lin Feng incessantly loosed arrows, and the mice fell one by one, entire nests annihilated. Before long, all the nearby rodents had been exterminated, and the soul bow had augmented his attack by 190 points. This increase in attack power equated to that of a level 19 naked individual, with each level granting 10 primary attributes. In such a brief span, he had achieved this remarkable enhancement. If he continued this way, it would indeed be extraordinary. Alas, he could not take this outside. At that moment, Lin Feng had transformed into a veritable mouse slayer, leaving no rodent alive in his wake. Though devoid of experience and survival points, his attack power continued to ascend. While Lin Feng busily farmed monsters, battles raged elsewhere, with a constant stream of notifications flooding the area prompt. Area prompt, LV10 Mad Little Yang, has slain, LV10 Ugly Girl. Attribute 1. Area prompt, LV10 Mad Little Yang, has slain, LV9 Short and Stout. Attribute 1. Area prompt, LV10 Mad Little Yang, has slain, LV10 I Am a Toad. Attribute 1. There was no doubt. This Mad Little Yang was undoubtedly a heavy spender, likely equipped with a full set of manifested gear, allowing him to continuously achieve kills. For a contestant like Lin Feng, lacking any background or wealth, encountering him was essentially a death sentence. Nearly 4 hours had passed since entering the secret realm, and Mad Little Yang had already dispatched 50 to 60 players, his attributes having risen by several points. Gazing at his weapon, Lin Feng smirked. Were dozens of points truly impressive? Just wait until you cross paths with me, and you'll be shouting, "Thank you, bro, for the piercing arrow." Elsewhere, a young man was fisticuffing a skeleton. Despite dealing low damage, he was quite agile, often managing to strike from behind a creature. After a prolonged tussle, it seemed the monster was on the verge of defeat. Suddenly, a towering figure emerged from the side, delivering a swift strike with a blade. 220. The young man, having already expended considerable health in battle, was unprepared and was swiftly dispatched. What a worthless piece, lacking even manifested equipment. What right do you have to participate in the exam? Allow me to contribute to Little Yang's glory. He gained another point in attributes, declaring, "Today, I shall stain the world with blood. My modest goal is to amass 100 points in attributes." With that, he resumed his search. 40 minutes later. Why this specific duration? Leave a message, and I will explain. Whoosh, whoosh, squeak, squeak. The incessant sounds of arrows slicing through the air and the squeaks of mice caught Little Yang's attention. Someone was killing mice. Following the sounds, he soon spotted a figure relentlessly slaying rodents, armed only with a bow and 2 rings, with a piece of cloth draped over his lower half, disregarding it as equipment. This was another opportunity for me. In the shadow of the wall, the young tyrant scrutinized this unusual player. LV5 I shoot really fast. Damn. This is the player who single-handedly took down several elites upon entering the secret realm, and yet they are only level 5? Recently, he had been quite in the spotlight. Moreover, his gear was so rudimentary. If I can eliminate him, I would achieve overnight fame. Yet, this fellow is rather striking. Humph, but what does that matter? Hiding in the shadows, Little Yang's eyes sparkled. Brother, don't hold it against me. Your fame is simply too great, the perfect stepping stone. Chapter 12, Special Event. Multiple shots. This prodigy was ruthlessly exterminating mice, harboring an apparent disdain for them. Peculiar, yet oddly endearing. Little Yang crouched in the corner, refraining from action as he observed Lin Feng's movements alongside that handsome face, causing him to indulge in whimsical thoughts. Realizing his own mental state was amiss, Little Yang shivered and began to seriously observe Lin Feng. After all, I shoot really fast had a reputation. He was not someone to be underestimated. Until he grasped the situation, even he would not dare to strike first. However, the more he watched, the more perplexed he became. Was this truly the newcomer who single-handedly challenged elites? Was this the same deity regarded as a benchmark by countless novices? A mere level 5 with abysmal equipment, savagely slaying level 0 mice in the examination realm? Why did it seem as though he was afflicted with some grave illness? Forget it, enough pondering. I'm going for it. After observing for a prolonged period, Little Yang's patience had worn thin. He, at level 10, clad in full manifested gear, with 2 skills and an A-grade warrior talent, was confident he could easily overpower an archer who resembled a blank slate. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had long since noticed the figure in the distance, but chose not to act, opting instead to observe what antics the other might engage in. As he continued to farm mice, he also examined the attributes of his weapon. Soul Bow White. 5, 6710, attack speed 12. After diligently slaying mice, he finally witnessed the fruits of his labor. His attack had nearly reached 7,000 points. Goodness. Can I now point to the heavens with one hand and the earth with the other? Charge. Just as he finished reviewing the attributes, he caught sight of the individual in the corner initiating a charge towards him. Under normal circumstances, being charged would result in a brief moment of stiffness. But would Lin Feng grant him that opportunity? Lin Feng raised his hand and drew his bow, watching as little Yang barreled towards him, a smile blooming on his face. "Brother, let me show you just how fierce my shots can be." As soon as the words left his lips, he released the arrow, which struck true. 12,579. Critical hit. Little Yang was still in a state of shock when, without warning, darkness enveloped him, and he was reincarnated. "You have been slain by LV5. I shoot very fast. You dropped 80 gold coins, all non-manifested equipment, and your manifested weapon, horse-slaying blade, legendary, has been destroyed. You have lost 50 survival points and 67 attribute values. Revival successful, current remaining life, 2. Upon resurrecting at the revival point, Little Yang's expression was one of utter bewilderment. "What? I'm already gone. A mere level 5 wretch dealt over 10,000 damage? Is this some sort of joke? It's utterly absurd. Moreover, all the survival points and attribute points painstakingly earned were lost, points he had acquired single-handedly. The most agonizing part was the destruction of his weapon, which had cost him millions to acquire. It was as though he had lost everything, even his very shorts. In a fit of rage, Little Yang bellowed, "Damn it. You shot too hard. You have slain LV10 crazy Little Yang, earning 1 attribute point, temporary, and 1,000 survival points." Upon seeing the notification and the gold coins alongside several pieces of equipment dropped by Little Yang, Lin Feng was suddenly transformed from rags to riches. With attributes, equipment, and survival points at his disposal, the fruits of killing were indeed bountiful. He enchanted all the gear and donned it, instantly enhancing his attributes. Look at me now. As time slowly passed, evening approached, and Lin Feng continuously farmed rats on the outskirts. The growth effect of his weapon astonishingly accumulated to 10,000 points. With his attack exceeding 1,000, he struck at anyone he encountered. Just then, the ground began to tremble violently, and a large mound of earth heaved upwards, revealing a massive white rat. Special event. Due to your excessive rat kills, the Rat Lord seeks vengeance. Defeat the Lord for generous rewards. Lin Feng glanced at the notification, then at the enormous white rat ahead. Is this a joke? LV8 Isaac, Lord level boss. Attack, 300, health, 22,000. Sonic Wave. A piercing scream that reduces enemy movement speed by 50 and causes slight dizziness within a 15-yard radius for 5 seconds. Burrow. Digs underground and appears beneath enemies, causing knockback and dealing 10 of maximum health damage. Bite. Inflicts physical damage of 80 attack power on enemies and causes bleeding for 10 seconds. Description. One of the rulers of the underground kingdom. Indeed, as a Lord-level boss, it even had a name. This was Lin Feng's first encounter with a Lord-level monster. With 22,000 health, forming a small team with a tank, healer, and damage dealers should suffice. Unfortunately, the timing was not on his side. He thanked the entire clan of the rat. As Lin Feng stood before it, the piercing scream of the white rat echoed, initiating with Sonic Wave. You are affected by the Sonic Wave skill, movement speed reduced by 50. You are under the influence, experiencing slight dizziness. Lin Feng dared not to be careless. He couldn't afford to fail. Whoosh, whoosh. 10,057. 12,666. With 2 arrows, the boss fell. A named Lord-level boss, defeated in less than 2 seconds. Although he knew his damage output, seeing the boss's lifeless body lying there felt surreal. They say this map is difficult. Is this all it amounts to? He could no longer be called Nethesis Feng. He would henceforth be known as Feng Linguang. At that moment, the area notifications lit up, not in ordinary colors, but in radiant gold. Area notification, LV5 I shoot very fast has completed the special event, defeating LV8 Isaac, Lord-level boss, earning rewards, skill book X1, attribute points X20, temporary. Area notification. Area notification. A series of 3 dazzling golden notifications erupted, prompting an explosive reaction. Is Brother Shooter also here? Wow. The master is getting more impressive by the day, killing a lord boss like this. How did he manage that? How can a master be only level 5? Is he cheating? The skill book was incredibly enticing. Damn it, this stroke of luck, why can't I encounter special events? I want a skill book too. The examinees, while astonished, focused their attention on the skill book. In this world, skill books were exceedingly rare and of utmost importance. A good skill could sometimes be life-changing. Moreover, skills were non-tradable. No amount of money could buy them, making it the only path for ordinary people to surpass the privileged second-generation players. Your level has increased to level 6. Your level has increased to level 7. You have earned survival points X 5,000. You have acquired the skill, multi-shot. Upon seeing this skill, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Finally, a group skill. Multi-shot, archer skill. Cost, 20 mana, cooldown, 10 seconds. Fires a volley of arrows, dealing 80 attack damage to all enemies within the area. Seeing the description of the new skill, Lin Feng inhaled sharply. This would make farming a joy. He took out the only full attribute enchantment scroll he possessed, curious about what surprises it would bestow upon him. Chapter 13, The Obsessed Little Yang. You have enchanted multi-shot successfully, gaining the effect, multi-firepower. Each time you fire, You will also shoot 3 missiles at nearby enemies, each dealing 300 weapon damage as fire damage. P.S. Fire multi-shot is the best in the world. Full attribute enchantment scroll, 1, current remaining, 0. Shall we take this precise strike to its fullest? Lin Feng was awestruck, tracking arrows chasing after enemies, accompanied by missiles. This would create a group attack, and with 300 weapon damage. Watching the Soul Bow's attack power grow to 10,000, Lin Feng fell into contemplation. Elite Lord bosses, please line up. We shall begin roll call. With the enchanting complete. The next enchantment would have to wait until he reached level 10. The night had fully descended. After a day of farming rats, the harvest was substantial. Lin Feng decided to find a place to rest, planning to continue farming rats the next day and stacking up his attack power. The prison was enveloped in silence, save for the occasional crackle of the torches. The next morning, in a certain corner, the individual known as Crazy Little Yang was wildly swinging his great sword, mercilessly slaying rat after rat. He was trying to learn from, I shoot very fast. That fellow's attack power was suspiciously high. However, after a morning of killing rats, his hands were sore, and he had gained nothing. Meanwhile, a group of players appeared behind Little Yang, each clad in complete manifested equipment, radiating an eye-catching brilliance. Like Little Yang, they were all second-generation rich from the capital, part of the same social circle, calling themselves the Prince Hall. One might say the world is never fair. Upon entering the exam map, they utilized special items to establish contact, and then gathered together for mutual support. Are you out of your mind? What are you doing there? You've been killing level 0 rats all morning. Have you gone mad from being slain once? I heard that guy who shoots very fast is only level 5. It makes sense for Little Yang to be affected. Who cares how many levels he has? We'll find an opportunity to take him down and avenge Little Yang. Exactly. Who does he think he is, really believing himself to be invincible? The members of the Prince Hall spoke with an air of superiority. Little Yang, known for his amiable nature in this circle, found many coming to his defense. The demise of Little Yang had indeed forged a bitter rivalry between the two factions. You lot know nothing. Even though I'm just an ordinary person, my shooting speed is phenomenal, and my damage exceeds 10,000. One hit, and I'm done for. And with such a ridiculous name, it feels like I'm cursing myself, Little Yang expressed with evident displeasure. Tell me, would you not revel in having 10,000 attack power? Would you not stride through the world with confidence? Someone jested. What is the big deal? You got killed once. You're level 5 with over 10,000 attack power. Why not mention that you spent 10 hours grinding? Another chimed in. If shooting speed had over 10,000 attack power, I'd let him play with my little internet celebrity. Little Yang was clearly exasperated. Perhaps we should contact his parents and have them have another child. There's still time, the members of the Prince Hall joked. They conceded that shooting speed was indeed formidable. But they collectively dismissed the notion of him having over 10,000 attack power at level 5 as utterly impossible. Alright, let us quiet down. We'll set this matter aside for now. We have serious business to attend to, said the leader of the Prince Hall, leaning against a wall as he produced a token. This token could unlock a hidden quest, obtained from a treasure chest by a member the previous day, which ultimately led to summoning a hidden boss with enticing rewards. The group promptly made their way to the quest location, and Little Yang ceased his rodent hunting to join them. You have acquired a full attribute enchantment scroll, X1. Meanwhile, Lin Feng resumed his slaughter of the rodents. You have slain attack 1. You have slain attack 1. In a secluded corner, an archer unleashed arrows with such speed that they appeared to leave after images. A skill that evoked admiration. A single rodent posed negligible threat, and without realizing it, he had been grinding away the entire day. At this moment, the attack power of his soul bow had reached an astonishing 24,000. Though he hadn't accrued survival points, it mattered little, with such high damage. It was merely a trivial task. Moreover, one must set small goals for oneself, such as conquering this very map. It was rumored that a team of several SSS-ranked talents had previously attempted this and met with failure. All perished. If only his attack power was sufficiently high. Dispatching a boss with a single arrow would be a breeze, and the anticipation was palpable. Is someone nearby? As Lin Feng focused intently on exterminating the rodents, he suddenly heard the sounds of combat not far away. After the first day, the likelihood of encounters among candidates had increased. Teleport. Lin Feng teleported to a distance of 50 yards, utilizing the void, an incredibly practical maneuver in this labyrinthine environment. After a brief 10 seconds, he teleported again. The shortest distance between 2 points is indeed a straight line. My teacher does not deceive me. He arrived at a crossroads where a fierce battle raged. A girl and 3 boys were surrounded by dozens of skeletal warriors. Judging from their equipment, it was evident that these 4 were mere mortals. Though they were in a disadvantageous state, they fought valiantly, refusing to surrender. After all, this was the entrance exam. A single monster could mean surpassing thousands of others. At this moment, upon seeing Lin Feng's sudden appearance, the candidates felt a surge of anxiety. In this map, all individuals were rivals, and with their poor conditions, the other party could easily eliminate them and claim their attributes and survival points. Noticing the panic on their faces, Lin Feng chuckled. one ought to be a good Samaritan. As a commendable youth of the new era, it was only right to step in when witnessing injustice. After all, with his attack power exceeding 20,000, those attributes were inconsequential. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 25, 555. 40, 0, 80. Critical hit. 39, 567. Critical hit. With several arrows, he swiftly dispatched the skeletons surrounding the four, preventing them from meeting their demise, then unleashed multi-shot upon the remaining skeletal foes to test his new skill. 19, 200. 19, 875. A deluge of arrows erupted in a fan-shaped barrage, some even ignited with fire. In an instant, dozens of skeletons lay obliterated before him. The four candidates stood agape at the sight of the carnage. The effect of this display was nothing short of spectacular. The god of shooting speed? The girl, upon recognizing Lin Feng, froze in disbelief, realizing that she had been saved by the recently famed deity. The other three boys shared her astonishment, struggling to comprehend the situation. Impressive prowess, commendable spirit, but I must take my leave, Lin Feng remarked as he turned to depart. However, after taking a few steps, the girl anxiously called out, "Don't go that way. The Prince Hall members are conducting a quest over there. Merely approaching them will incite their wrath. Many have lost their lives at their hands. And we barely escaped." As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes, lamenting their encounter with the unreasonable wealthy players. Is that so? Lin Feng pondered for a moment. Having spent the last 2 days grinding rodents, it was timely that little Yang was also affiliated with the Prince Hall. Perhaps a change of mindset was in order. He pivoted and teleported away. The remaining trio exchanged glances, resolute in their determination to face the challenge ahead. True men indeed. Chapter 14. Look. His attack power is truly astonishing, isn't it? You have leveled up to level 8. You have leveled up to level 9. That recent wave of skeletal warriors had propelled Lin Feng up 2 levels. A single monster provided 80, 850 experience points. Truly exhilarating. Minutes later, Lin Feng teleported to a plaza. Hiding behind a dilapidated prison, not far away, a crowd of over 100 was besieging a boss. Among the throng, a familiar figure caught his eye. It was none other than little Yang. The reputation of the Prince Hall was indeed formidable. The entire group was decked out in manifestation gear, each set worth millions, truly extravagant. A boss, towering 3 stories high, was being assaulted by them. LV-10 Ironclad Black Bear King, Hidden Lord Boss. Attack, 500, health points, 109, 841. 250, 000. Good heavens, this black bear boasts a staggering 250, 000 health points. Clearly a formidable opponent. Being a bear-type creature, it possessed thick skin and substantial power. A single swipe could easily obliterate a member of the Prince Hall, and a single crash could flatten several beneath it. The Prince Hall members had already suffered over 20 casualties in their attempt to slay this boss. It is worth noting that each death resulted in the shattering of a piece of manifestation gear, an immense loss. 2 words, brutal. Witnessing the Prince Hall's fervor, Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and a bold idea took form. The boss was chaotically attacking nearby foes. Within this realm, 2 mechanics existed. The individual delivering the final blow would claim the monster's drops, and the boss would target the current highest damage dealer. Observing the Black Bear King's health dwindle, Lin Feng readied his weapon. Whoosh. 28, 905. The Black Bear King roared in pain and charged toward Lin Feng's hiding place. Crap. The boss is coming after me. Quick, unleash the damage. It only has a few thousand health left. Don't be foolish. If you die, I'll compensate you thrice over. The leader of the Prince Hall, leaning against the mountain, bellowed, oblivious to why the boss's health had suddenly plummeted. After all, some bosses utilized health loss to trigger escape skills. Upon witnessing the boss's retreat, an exhilarating thrill surged within me. This boss was surely within my grasp. However, Lin Feng, observing the boss drawing closer, refrained from further attacks, opting to wait until the creature came nearer. As the boss approached the wall of its hiding place, Lin Feng swiftly loosed several arrows. 40,800, 25,215, 30,987. From a distance, the members of the Taizhi Hall beheld the boss's health plummet dramatically, their initial excitement transforming into bewilderment. What could possibly be happening? It wasn't until the boss crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud that they fully comprehended the situation. Yet the spoils of victory vanished in an instant. The members of the Taizhi Hall exchanged incredulous glances. Had it truly perished? How? Where were the rewards? What the hell happened to the loot? Yang blurted out, still dazed. With nearly 100,000 health points, how could it have fallen so swiftly? Indeed. I distinctly saw loot drop, another member chimed in. Region alert. LV-9 I shoot like the wind has slain the LV-10 Ironclad Black Bear King, Hidden Lord Boss. Completing a hidden quest and earning a treasure chest X1. Region alert. Region alert. The repeated alerts roused all members of the Taizhi Hall from their stupor. There was no need for speculation. The case was cracked. The boss had been stolen. And the perpetrator was none other than I shoot like the wind. I told you so. This guy's attack power is insane, yet you all refuse to believe me. Yang exclaimed, jumping in excitement. Cao Beishan clenched his fists, alternating between tension and relaxation, ignoring Young Yang's outburst. With a commanding voice, he announced, "I shoot like the wind. I know you're still nearby. I am Cao Beishan, the leader of the Taizi Hall. Perhaps you are unaware of our identities. But I grant you 60 seconds to emerge, admit your wrongdoing, and return the treasure chest along with the boss's drops. Otherwise, you will find yourself hunted by the entire Taizi Hall." Cao Beishan brimmed with confidence, knowing that the local power players would seldom dare to provoke the Taizi Hall. He believed that by revealing his identity, I shoot like the wind would be so intimidated that he would return the stolen goods. Your level has risen to level 10. Current map restrictions prevent further advancement. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, having collected the loot, activated a teleportation spell, faintly hearing the proclamations of the Taizi Hall, but dismissing them. Why would someone as invincible as I fear you? If you are so self-assured, I shall indulge in a little game with you. Teleportation. Damn it. This guy is clearly here to steal our boss, and now he won't even show his face. A mage from the Taizi Hall spat angrily. Just then, around the corner, Lin Feng's figure materialized. Upon seeing him, the mage was struck with shock, but before he could utter a word, Lin Feng raised his hand and released an arrow. Whoosh. 24,980. Instant kill. The mage met his glorious demise, while Lin Feng immediately initiated a volley of arrows. 38,574. 40,550. 39,885. Your teammate LV10 Green Cucumber Egg has been slain by LV10 I Shoot Like the Wind. Your teammate LV10 Peanut in Front has been slain by LV10 I Shoot Like the Wind. Your teammate LV10 Long Droopy has been slain by LV10 I Shoot Like the Wind. Your teammate LV10 Short and Stout has been slain by LV10 I Shoot Like the Wind. The barrage of notifications flooded the screen, finally snapping the members of the Taizi Hall to attention. Hiss, this I Shoot Like the Wind is terrifying. In an instant, he has felled so many of us. What instilled even greater dread was the fact that they had not even glimpsed the shadow of I Shoot Like the Wind. Members anxiously scanned their surroundings, on high alert. Just then whoosh, whoosh. Two more piercing sounds echoed as yet another two members of the Taizi Hall collapsed. Damn it, this guy is like a ghost. Come out and face us like a man. Let's have a real fight. One member shouted, feeling the unsettling sensation of being hunted like a snake. Lin Feng paid them no mind, shifting positions to continue his barrage of multi-shot attacks. From the shadows, the sounds of arrows slicing through the air echoed incessantly, as the members of the Taizi Hall fell in droves. Quick, fire flares. If we can see him, we can concentrate our fire and take him down. Cao Beishan shouted from his corner. Whoosh, whoosh. Flares shot into the sky, illuminating the surroundings as if it were day. Yet, there was no sign of Lin Feng, and the members of the Taizi Hall breathed a collective sigh of relief. Chapter 15. Just how fast can he shoot? Ah, the wealthy truly know how to play. Lin Feng watched from a distance as the Taizi Hall members incessantly released flares, mockingly saying, "You can't possibly keep launching flares all night, can you?" After more than an hour, the last of the Taizi Hall's flares were spent, plunging the area back into darkness. Lin Feng licked his lips, relishing the thought of unleashing chaos in the night. Brother is coming. He resolved that he would no longer rely on multi-shot, opting instead to take them down one by one, savoring the thrill of the hunt. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. From the shadows, 5 arrows flew through the air, and 5 bodies crumpled to the ground. Pentakill. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 more bodies fell. 7 kill. With each sound of an arrow slicing through the air, a life was extinguished. 10 kill. 20 kill. The Taizi Hall was thrown into utter disarray, with members darting about like headless chickens in search of refuge. Yet, Lin Feng had tracking arrows. The square was now littered with corpses, and equipment lay shattered across the ground. Region alert. LV10 I Shoot Like the Wind is on a rampage. Region alert. LV10 I Shoot Like the Wind has achieved a 30-kill streak, unstoppable in his fury. Region alert. LV10 I Shoot Like the Wind has achieved a 50-kill streak, a harbinger of death. Region alert. LV10 I Shoot Like the Wind has achieved a 100-kill streak, akin to a deity, rewarded with a slaughter treasure chest X1. A seismic tremor rippled through the map, leaving countless players astonished. Killing was easy, but achieving consecutive kills was exceedingly difficult, as the criteria required each kill to be made within a 30-second interval. Whispers of who this formidable I Shoot Like the Wind might be spread like wildfire among the crowd, as they speculated on the source of his unbridled carnage. The crimson alerts flooded the screen, and Young Yang, paralyzed with fear, dashed frantically in one direction. We're all dead. This is over 100 members of the Taizi Hall, fully geared, not just a bunch of naked chickens. Even our leader, Cao Beishan, didn't he escape? I Shoot Like the Wind is not just fast, he is fast, accurate, and ruthless. Now, only Young Yang remained alive, with arrows falling perilously close to him. Why was it that when it came to him, I Shoot Like the Wind, aim faltered? Realizing this, Young Yang halted, turning around to shout hoarsely, "I shoot like the wind, why don't you just kill me? Is this how you find amusement?" At this moment, Young Yang was on the brink of despair. "You're toying with me, just end it swiftly." TSK. You all play such games, and yet you dare to make such requests? Lin Feng could not help but chuckle, materializing behind Young Yang. Indeed, Lin Feng had purposefully refrained from killing him, perhaps out of a sense of mischief. He simply wished to toy with this wealthy second-generation heir. Upon catching sight of Lin Feng's figure, Xiao Yanggu unexpectedly felt a sense of reassurance. This seemingly unremarkable silhouette inexplicably put him at ease. Whoosh! A swift arrow shot towards Xiao Yanggu, and he fell to the ground as if responding to an unspoken command. If one were to examine his face, they would catch a fleeting smile at the corners of his lips. Meanwhile, Lin Feng teleported away, having resolved everything, leaving behind the quiet task of counting his earnings. Not long after Lin Feng's departure, a figure stealthily emerged at the edge of the square, codenamed Banana. Incredible, simply incredible. Banana's face radiated excitement, his exhilaration barely contained. As a content creator, he usually garnered income by posting videos, and upon hearing the commotion, he stealthily approached, witnessing the entire battle unfold before his eyes. Typically, battles held little intrigue, but the complete annihilation of the Prince Hall's forces, attributed to a single individual renowned for his swift archery, was nothing short of sensational. Soon, he would edit the video and share it, certain it would go viral. Banana carried with him a special device capable of recording, and he had captured the entire encounter. With that, his figure gradually faded from sight. In this realm, one could choose to leave voluntarily, a decision that signified forfeiting their current standing. With the results at the moment of departure counting as the final score, Banana understood that he stood little chance of passing. So he opted instead to create a sensational video, hoping to earn some quick cash and attract more followers. Efficiency was paramount, and swiftly, he produced the video. The title read, "Just How Fast Is He?" Author, Banana. The first viewers were Banana's fans, puzzled by the bizarre title until they clicked on the video, leaving them and their friends astonished. In the dimly lit environment of the video, an archer moved with an ethereal grace, but wherever he appeared, a life was extinguished. All the victims were members of the Prince Hall. It was unimaginable that such a prestigious faction could be decimated by a single individual, like wheat being reaped. This spectacle captivated countless onlookers, revealing that even the lofty second-generation elites could face such downfall. The archer was none other than the recently famed newcomer, I Shoot Like the Wind. The video's content vividly demonstrated just how rapid his shots truly were. Wow! Is that bow firing explosive arrows? Look at that effect, that damage! Exclaimed viewers. Indeed, a single arrow deals tens of thousands of damage. Even my pants would be shot off. From this day forth, I Shoot Like the Wind shall be my badge of honor. Hey, is there something wrong? Where do you live? Let me help you. Perhaps the Prince Hall should consider rebranding to Egg Hall. It would be more fitting. Shares and retweets flooded in. This was exhilarating. This video ignited a frenzy across the internet, and as a result, Banana amassed a multitude of fans. Lin Feng's fame soared to new heights, with countless admirers hailing him as a symbol of grassroots triumph, while the Prince Hall endured further humiliation from the incident. Meanwhile, within the examination grounds, Lin Feng remained blissfully unaware of the throngs of admirers he had gained. In a corner, he was busy tallying his spoils, setting aside the scattered gains. He had accrued a substantial 10,000 survival points from defeating the boss. Of course, the true treasures lay in the two chests he had received, one for slaying the boss, and another for achieving a killing spree. You have opened the chest and obtained the armor of the Black Bear King. Armor of the Black Bear King, legendary chest armor, manifestable. Required level, 10. 100 endurance, 30 evasion, 50 stun resistance. Description, not even the sharpest blade can leave a mark. Glistening with golden light, the chest armor emerged. Lin Feng was quite pleased with its attributes, significantly enhancing his survival capabilities. Realizing he possessed only a single enchantment scroll and that he need not rush to enchant his equipment, he decided to wait until he accumulated more, just in case they proved useful. Gazing at the killing spree chest rewarded for his 100 consecutive kills, Lin Feng took a deep breath. The name alone hinted at its extraordinary nature. What surprise might it bestow upon him? Chapter 16. Followers, confronting the final boss. You have opened the killing spree chest and received the follower chest. Follower chest. Upon opening, you may select one follower. Follower? I've never heard of that. Let us give it a try. Lin Feng was somewhat bewildered. The materials and forums had never mentioned the term follower. You have opened the follower chest. Please choose one from the 3 followers listed below. Witch, skills, sheep transformation, confusion, missile. Rogue, skills, blinding, slowing, weakness indication. Paladin, skills, healing, taunt, charge. Lin Feng confidently assessed the skills of the 3 followers. The paladin served as a tank, not particularly useful for him. Taunting would be ineffective in PvP. And with his high attack power, he wouldn't need it for monster hunting. The witch offered crowd control, but the rogue seemed most fitting, also an archer, with blinding and slowing abilities advantageous to him, and the weakness indication skill functioning akin to a debuff for increased damage. I choose the rogue. You have gained the follower rogue. The follower will synchronize in real time according to your level, current level, 10. Follower can equip gear. You have obtained the Rogue Insignia, Skull Key. Rogue Insignia, Skull Key, Ancient Legendary. First to acquire a follower reward. Equipped on the follower, your follower will not perish. 750 agility, 1000 agility, 50 critical hit chance, 100 critical hit damage. Description: this insignia vividly illustrates many unsavory acts that would make even the elite cringe. Gazing at the imposing follower now by his side, and the newly acquired gear, Lin Feng could only mutter in awe, "Wow, this is astonishing. Just a single insignia grants such incredible bonuses? How am I supposed to maintain my standing as the master?" The rewards from the 100 kill chest had thoroughly left him astounded, akin to being force-fed a shock grenade. With the rogue skills combined with his high damage output, the world was his oyster. After some time, Lin Feng finally regained his composure. Observing that night had fallen, he sought a safe place to rest. Realizing he had spent 2 consecutive days boosting his attack power without adequately accumulating survival points, he resolved to prioritize that starting tomorrow, as the examination results would ultimately hinge on survival points. His attack had risen significantly, and he was prepared to confront the final boss. You have received a full attribute enchantment scroll X1, current remaining 6. Time flew by, and soon the 7th day, the final day, arrived. Since the 3rd day, Lin Feng had been fervently hunting monsters of all kinds, maximizing efficiency with his high attack coupled with teleportation. Now, on the last day, the number of remaining examinees dwindled. After several days of relentless effort, the accumulated attack from the Soul Reaper, Bao, had become extraordinarily formidable. Soul Reaper Bao, White. 5105572, attack speed, 12. With damage exceeding 100,000, even the bosses would struggle to withstand a few strikes, let alone the ordinary monsters. Lin Feng disregarded the common foes. Making his way toward the core area of the prison, the true Mother's Prison, where no one had ever slain the boss before. With an attack power exceeding 100,000, Lin Feng was poised to embark on a trial. Outside the lair of the formidable boss, the surroundings were surprisingly pristine, devoid of any creatures. Before Lin Feng lay a shimmering portal. Stepping through it would transport him directly into the boss's chamber. Taking a deep breath and glancing back at the encroaching inferno behind him, he turned and stepped into the portal. Let me uncover the true nature of a boss that has never been defeated. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital of Huaxia, within a room of the Education Committee's College Entrance Examination Coordination Department, the ambience was imbued with a futuristic essence. Various holographic screens flickered with an array of information. While the staff diligently monitored the data, on this final day, the statistics revealed that only a handful of candidates remained in the prison of the Mother of Pests. This year's map had certainly posed considerable challenges for the students. I recall our own experience on this very map. We entered the boss's chamber and were felled by poison before we even caught sight of it, remarked a silver-haired elder with a chuckle. Indeed, this year's cohort is formidable. So many have persevered until the very end, replied a cloaked elder. These two were none other than the most powerful figures in Huaxia, known as the Black and White Elders. Their past prowess was legendary, and the fact that even they had met defeat speaks volumes about the difficulty of this examination. Have you seen the footage? This little one has truly surprised us. Do you think he can conquer the final boss? The elder in white mused, seemingly lost in thought. That seems highly improbable. You know as well as I do how unpredictable this boss can be, the elder in black retorted, casting a sidelong glance. I'm not so sure. This fellow possesses an intriguing quality. I anticipate his performance, the elder in white replied. Upon entering the portal, Lin Feng was momentarily blinded by the brilliance that enveloped him, instinctively raising his arm to shield his eyes. After a brief period of adjustment, he beheld a lengthy corridor adorned with countless torches that illuminated the space as if it were daylight. At the corridor's end lay a spacious chamber where a corpulent figure reclined upon an enormous throne, surrounded by a mist of orange, fog-like substance. You have entered the prison of the Mother of Pests. You are continuously subjected to poison attribute damage, 100 damage, S. The boss, sensing the fresh presence of Lin Feng, rose from the throne despite being confined. A fresh mixed breed, sent by those hypocritical angels, is it? The raspy voice echoed throughout the chamber. You are the true mixed breed, and your entire family as well. Just look at your grotesque form. Were it not for the intent to slay you, I would scarcely bother to look, Lin Feng retorted, unable to contain himself. Though you may be the first boss to insult me, I shan't indulge you. You are quite an interesting little fellow. I hope your flesh is delectable. Ignoring the boss's taunts, Lin Feng knew that only one of them would emerge alive, and he saw no need to engage in further verbal sparring. Noticing his health steadily declining, Lin Feng quickly consumed the antidotes he had obtained, each providing resistance to poison damage for 20 seconds, and replenished his health. He also took a moment to assess the boss's attributes. Mother of Pests, unique rare elite. Lord level boss. Level, 1070. Attack, 1800. Health, 1, 500, 000. Skills, Hook Lock, throws a hook to pull the enemy closer, inflicting 20 of current health as damage. Sweep, wields a chain, dealing cone damage ahead and slowing enemies. Poison, enveloped in toxic gas, causing confusion effects while inflicting 800 damage per second. Description: a feared plague master under the command of the Demon King, spreading toxic gas wherever he goes. His power greatly diminished due to being suppressed by Tyrell. Chapter 17. The Essence of the Mother's Blood. Lin Feng glanced at the boss's attributes, his eyes widening in disbelief. 1,500,000 health and 1,800 attack. What on earth is this? Even under confinement, the attributes are still this formidable. If this is how it is at level 10, I shudder to think what it would be at maximum level. This map is indeed deemed the most challenging for good reason. A single encounter would spell doom. As the duration of the antidote waned, Lin Feng wasted no time and charged down the corridor into the boss's chamber. You little insect, how dare you enter? You shall remain here forever. As the words left the boss's mouth, an iron barrier appeared, sealing off the path of retreat. Hook lock. The boss spun the hook attached to a chain and hurled it toward Lin Feng, the sound of slicing air piercing. You lack martial ethics, Lin Feng exclaimed. Instantly teleporting to the opposite side, he noted that while his arrows flew swiftly, the boss's iron hook moved even faster. Drawing his bow, Lin Feng unleashed a furious barrage of arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 98, 751, 108, 950, 116, 879. Truly a formidable boss. Given Lin Feng's attack power of over 100,000, the critical damage seemed disappointingly low, indicative of the boss's elevated tier and robust resistances. Nonetheless, an average of 100,000 damage per arrow was still enough to terrify many. You have truly surprised me. I wonder what your flesh tastes like. The Mother of Pests acknowledged Lin Feng's damage with an unexpected hint of intrigue. Then come and see for yourself. Be wary of my great eagle that might choke you. Lin Feng couldn't resist a hint of boastfulness. The Mother of Pests seemed unfazed by Lin Feng's bravado, but did not cease her assault. Another hook lock. Nothing more to say. Teleport. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 97, 445, 95, 277, 108, 888. Lin Feng unleashed a flurry of 7 or 8 arrows, depleting the boss's health by nearly 800,000. Fortunately, while the boss boasted high attack and defense, its agility was severely lacking, relying solely on teleportation. Lin Feng knew he would eventually be overwhelmed if he didn't act decisively. Dodging another wave of the boss's attacks, he fired a few more arrows. Realizing it was time to conclude this, with an attack power of 100,000, even 1,500,000 health could not withstand much. Great Demon King. Mother of Pests, to think you would perish at the hands of this insignificant insect after being imprisoned for countless ages. Truly a fate most ironic. As the thought left his mind, the massive form of the Mother of Pests collapsed with a thunderous crash. A grand treasure chest materialized in the center of the chamber. You have slain the Mother of Pests, unique rare elite, Lord-level boss. The once mighty ruler has fallen, and you have earned survival points X5, 000,000. Regional alert. The Mother of Pests has been defeated, and the sealing force dissipates. The prison of the Mother of Pests will soon collapse. What? The map is about to collapse? What is happening? With no time to ponder, Lin Feng hastily opened the treasure chest. He could not afford to let his spoils slip away. You have obtained the essence of the Mother's blood. Essence of the Mother's blood, legendary item, manifestation, personal use only. The most refined blood of the Mother of Pests, upon use. It significantly enhances physical attributes and increases the experience required for leveling up. Upon witnessing the treasure within the chest, Lin Feng was left utterly astonished. The concept of evolution liquid remains merely a theory in the current Blue Star. Although the secret realms can gradually enhance a person's physical capabilities, such phenomena are limited to a select few. The majority of this world consists of ordinary individuals. Beyond the augmentation of physical prowess, evolution also entails an extension of lifespan. As for the increase in experience points for upgrades, that is an inconsequential concern. Wait a moment. Lin Feng suddenly pondered. He wondered whether this could be enchanted. If it could, it would be nothing short of miraculous. You have consumed full attribute enchantment scroll X3. Current item has reached maximum enchantment limit. Remaining full attribute enchantment scroll X3. Lin Feng was at a loss for words. It truly was possible. Essence of the blood of the Mother, legendary item, manifested, for personal use only. Enchantment, elevates item level to mythical, significantly enhancing its efficacy. Enchantment, upon consumption, physical limitations prevent the use of skills. Yet all learned skills transform into passive abilities with no quantity restrictions. Enchantment, intimidation effect, no longer subject to tier differences against higher tier beings. The most refined blood of the Mother, when used, greatly evolves physical attributes while increasing the experience required for upgrades. Wow, who else could compare? While the first effect remained uncertain, the latter two ensured that as long as Lin Feng did not step outside to be struck by a vehicle, he would undoubtedly become a boss-level entity. As an archer, his skills were primarily supplementary. Transforming them into passives was a game-changer. With a single arrow, he would harness all effects, currently signifying a tracking multi-shot, and remarkably, without any resource consumption. The thought of sweeping through a vast expanse with a single shot was simply breathtaking. The third effect was even more straightforward. In future confrontations with higher-tier monsters, he would essentially disregard their defenses or damage mitigation, maximizing his output. Heaven did not give birth to me, Lin Ergu. The path of the arrow endures like the eternal night. Lin Feng cast one last glance at the shattered secret realm before making his exit. The college entrance examination was not yet concluded. The followers he had previously acquired were unable to enter the Mother-S chamber due to special restrictions, only appearing after Lin Feng defeated the boss. Imperial Capital. Education Committee's College Entrance Examination Coordination Department. The same room. It was the final day, and as candidates gradually emerged from the secret realm, the staff within the room exhaled in relief, grateful for the chance to finally rest. Warning. The Mother-S prison is on the verge of collapse and will permanently disappear. Warning. Warning. A series of 3 warnings suddenly appeared on all display screens, accompanied by a shrill alarm. What is happening? Oh no, didn't everything conclude? How could it just collapse like that, disappearing after existing for so long? Quickly check if any candidates are still inside. All candidates had exited. That's a relief. The staff, startled, felt a wave of anxiety ease as they realized all candidates had emerged. Anything else was beyond their control. A second later, they began discussing where to dine after work. Why am I not anxious? I manage just fine on a monthly income of $2,500. In the adjacent room, the old man in the black robe fixed his gaze upon the elder in the white robe and remarked, "The secret realm has collapsed. You were right, white robe." The elder in the white robe stroked his beard, equally astonished, and said, "I never expected the final boss to be defeated. Only upon being slain would it lose the power sustaining the secret realm. Come, black robe, let us check the results. We shall know if someone has been killed by examining the scores." Chapter 18. Results Announcement. Fusion of Blood Essence. Survival Ranking. No. 1. LV10 I shoot really fast. 6. 8 million points. Number 2. LV10 leaning against the mountain. 750,000 points. No. 3. LV10 blossoms under the moon. 740,000 points. Upon glancing at the results, the black and white elders inhaled sharply. The first place was astonishingly formidable. With over 6 million survival points, the highest previous score had barely reached 70 to 80,000. The only plausible explanation was that I shoot really fast had slain the final boss, thus accumulating such an extraordinary number of points. I can hardly believe it. You were indeed correct. A candidate has truly cleared the exam, Black Robe remarked to White Robe. Indeed, I am quite surprised. This young individual is intriguing, White Robe smiled, his eyes reflecting a mix of surprise and inscrutability. This rising talent is rather impressive. Additionally, let us refrain from announcing this score. Simply disclose the points. Black Robe stated meaningfully. White Robe understood his implication and nodded in agreement. Lin Feng's results were simply too shocking. As the saying goes, a tall tree attracts the wind, and the world is not a tranquil place. This young man merits our attention. I have high expectations for him. Upon exiting the examination hall, Lin Feng's father had been waiting outside for quite some time. The advantages of their small electric vehicle were evident amidst the traffic, allowing for a seamless journey. Upon arriving home, it was just in time for dinner, which was quite lavish, reflecting the newfound prosperity since Lin Feng's awakening. As for Lin Feng's experiences within the secret realm, his parents did not pry too much, although they were not part of the awakened circle. They understood that each awakened individual's alias in the secret realm would not be easily disclosed. The first concern was to spare their parents worry, and the second was to protect them from potential repercussions. There were always those who could not bear to play fair, resorting to unscrupulous tactics. During dinner, the television broadcasted the news. The first subject of the college entrance examination has officially concluded, with specific results to be announced tomorrow. Please pay attention and try to avoid peak query times. Furthermore, the second subject examination will commence in 3 days, featuring a live broadcast. With the examination format set as 1v1 duels, the results would be released the following day, a swift turnaround, with a 3-day interval providing ample time for Lin Feng to rest and adequately prepare for the second subject. Naturally, he would inquire about his own top score. Merely defeating the final boss had granted him 5 million survival points, equating to 5,000 points. Given that the full score was only 800, and considering his relatively mediocre innate talent, he aimed to achieve a commendable score in the second subject as well. Early the next morning, the family gathered around the television, eagerly awaiting the announcement of results. The time swiftly arrived, and a figure clad in a white robe appeared on the screen. His name was, fittingly, White Robe. Each college entrance examination culminated with the chief examiner announcing the top 10 scores. Without further ado, White Robe revealed the list of the top 10. First place, I shoot really fast, 800 points. Second place, leaning against the mountain, 750 points. Third place, blossoms under the moon, 743 points. As anticipated, Lin Feng had achieved a perfect score. However, considering the difficulty of the Mother-S prison, The scores attained by the second and third places were also noteworthy. The gap between them and the fourth place was quite significant. Once the leaderboard was announced, it sent shockwaves across the nation, as this examination had proven exceptionally arduous, and the results of these three individuals were indeed unexpected. Many rejoiced and celebrated, heralding the emergence of three prodigies, a blessing for Huaxia. Even Lin Feng could not help but laugh heartily, exclaiming that it was indeed a divine favor for Huaxia. Although he was an ordinary man, his patriotic spirit was anything but ordinary. Only with a strong nation can the lives of its people be secure and happy. And what is the foundation for a powerful nation? In the context of today's society, it can only be one thing: the awakened. By the way, Feng, what score did you receive? Amidst the joy, Lin Feng inquired with a smile. Lin Feng feigned searching on his phone before replying, 600 points. 600 points? Upon hearing Lin Feng speak, Lin Feng and his wife were taken aback, astonished that their son possessed such remarkable capabilities. Well done, Xiao Feng. If you can achieve 200 points in the remaining two subjects, you will undoubtedly secure a spot in a key regional school. I've heard the difficulty of this exam may lead to a lowering of the passing score, Lin Feng exclaimed with excitement. Oh hush. Our Xiao Feng is certainly capable of more than just 200 points. With a little more effort, he might even reach the national level. Lin Feng's mother chided with a smile. Lin Feng, taken aback by this, was momentarily speechless. The thought of a national level achievement seemed almost unfathomable, yet it felt so close to home. In this era, the status of awakened individuals was beyond imagination, and gaining admission to a national key university would promise an unlimited future. Observing his parents' elation, Lin Feng quietly stifled a laugh, pondering how they would react if they learned he had secured the top position in the first subject. It appeared he should learn how to pop his jaw back into place. Given Lin Feng's commendable performance, the family spent a joyful day out together, with Lin Feng and his wife foregoing work. It wasn't until evening that they returned home, exhausted from their expenditures, and promptly retreated to their bedroom for rest. Lin Feng, however, returned to his own room, ready to utilize the essence of blood from the mother. Yet, before proceeding, he filled the bathtub with water. Recalling that items used to enhance physical abilities often contained impurities, better safe than sorry. Would you like to use the essence of blood from the mother? Yes, use. Lin Feng confirmed. He watched as the essence of blood from the mother gradually melded into his body from his palm. Blood essence fusion in progress. 11560100. Fusion complete. Lin Feng examined his palm and then felt his entire body, puzzled that he felt absolutely nothing. Adhering to his principle of not wasting anything, he decided to take a bath. While soaking, Lin Feng opened his attribute panel. Name, Lin Feng. Codename, I shoot very fast. Level, 10. Talent, marksman. Agility, primary attribute 170, 17,050. Strength, 50, 50-50. Intelligence, 50, 50-50. Stamina, 60, 6,050. Attack power, 255, 434. Health points, 600, 300. Mana points, 500, 250. Critical hit rate, 56. Critical damage, 170. Special bonuses, Charisma 1000, Appearance 1000. Skills, Tracking Arrow, passive, Multiple Shots, passive. Manifested Equipment, Shattered Oath, Legendary Ring, Plain Ring, Legendary Ring. Upon viewing the bonuses on his panel, Lin Feng realized that the essence of blood from the mother had elevated his core attributes by 50. Gazing at his lavish panel, he couldn't help but splash around in the bathtub, feeling as though he was on the brink of reaching the pinnacle of life. Chapter 19, The Singular Theme, Handsomeness. The next day, you have received a full attribute enchantment scroll X1, 5 remaining. During breakfast, Lin Feng sensed an odd atmosphere, unable to pinpoint what felt amiss. His parents were fixated on him, exchanging glances that made Lin Feng feel somewhat uneasy. When he inquired about their behavior, they merely shook their heads and remained silent. It was only after Lin Feng finished his meal and departed that they began to converse among themselves. Old Lin, have you noticed? Our son seems a bit different. Lin Feng's mother, Zhang Xiuli, remarked with a hint of curiosity. Indeed, he seems somewhat transformed, as if he has become a different person overnight. Lin Feng pondered aloud. Absolutely. He appears significantly more handsome, with skin akin to that of a child, and his demeanor has become remarkably refined. Truly a credit to my lineage, Zhang Xiuli exclaimed, somewhat astonished by Lin Feng's transformation while subtly praising herself. Please, as if you could have done it without me. But you may be onto something. Could it be due to the physique of an awakened? Lin Feng retorted, unwilling to be outdone. Who knows? But it hardly matters. Now I need not worry about a daughter-in-law, huh? Upon mentioning the prospect of a daughter-in-law, Zhang Xiuli was exhilarated, knowing Lin Feng was an awakened. All you think about is a daughter-in-law. My son will have no troubles in that regard. After all, he has a good foundation, Lin Feng added, referring to Lin Feng's character. As Lin Feng strolled through the community, he increasingly felt out of place, with everyone's gaze fixed upon him. Was it his good looks they were admiring, or was there something amiss with his appearance? Hastily, he pulled out his phone to activate the front camera. Holy smokes! Is that handsome guy me? Lin Feng exclaimed in disbelief. Although he had always been handsome, the enhancement had brought him to an entirely new level. What had happened after using the essence of blood from the mother? It seemed he would need to don a mask for protection against the stairs, quickening his pace. He exited the community and hailed a taxi, intending to handle some surplus materials. A short while later, the taxi halted before the shelter. The bustling street was filled with passers-by, yet Lin Feng did not enter the shelter. Instead, he walked directly across the road to the treasure pavilion. Though it could not compare to the shelter, it was nonetheless an impressive sight, with a sign stretching dozens of meters long and a grand entrance 20 meters high, showcasing its extraordinary nature. The treasure pavilion was a private establishment with its own independent dimension, primarily serving as a trading platform. Since most awakened individuals concealed their true identities, they utilized their dimensions to create a marketplace, allowing awakened to trade without concerns. As Lin Feng entered the hall, a tall woman clad in black stockings approached him. Hello, sir. Welcome to the treasure pavilion, she greeted respectfully, as those who frequented this place were primarily awakened, and etiquette was paramount. However, when she looked up and beheld Lin Feng's visage, her face instantly flushed, and her speech faltered as she gazed at him in awe. Feeling somewhat awkward, Lin Feng rubbed his nose. I'd like to enter the trading space. Excuse me? Lin Feng waved his hand to get her attention. Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Sir, unfortunately, there's a fee of 200,000 yuan to access the trading space, valid for 24 hours. The woman apologized hastily, mentally berating herself for being so infatuated, fearing her supervisor would deduct her wages if he found out. Upon hearing the price, Lin Feng blinked in surprise. 200,000 for 24 hours? Most ordinary families could barely save that amount in 2 years. This ticket was rather exorbitant. All right, I have no choice. Fortunately, I earned quite a bit last time, or it would have been quite embarrassing. After paying the fee, Lin Feng entered the secret dimension. You have entered the dimension, treasure pavilion. As the surroundings brightened, Lin Feng found himself in a quaint town, steeped in an ancient charm that stood in stark contrast to the towering buildings outside. Strolling along the streets, he observed a myriad of shops bustling with activity, teeming with life. The reason Lin Feng sought this place was due to its reputation as the largest trading venue in the magical city, a perfect opportunity to broaden his horizons. After wandering for a while, he stepped into a shop. Hello, how may I assist you today? A female awakened staff member greeted with a smile, unable to resist stealing glances at Lin Feng's handsome features. Oh, I'm here to sell some materials, Lin Feng replied. Please proceed to the inner room, the attendant instructed, guiding Lin Feng forward. Uncertain if it was merely his imagination, Lin Feng couldn't shake the feeling that the attendant's gait was somewhat exaggerated. Upon entering the inner room, Lin Feng promptly displayed the materials he intended to sell, despite not having any manifested equipment from slaying numerous bosses during the examination. He had amassed a substantial quantity of materials. While he lacked the soul of forgetfulness, he possessed a staggering 98 death's breath. Perhaps his good looks had granted him some sort of luck. Upon seeing the pile of death's breath on the counter, the attendant's eyes widened in astonishment as he regarded Lin Feng, realizing that this handsome young man was not just an ordinary player, but one of considerable strength. Such materials could only be obtained from elite monsters or higher, and to have nearly 100 of them was no small feat, given their low drop rate. Sir, you possess a total of 98 death's breath. Due to the significant quantity, I can offer you a discount and calculate it as 100. Does that sound agreeable? The attendant cautiously scrutinized Lin Feng, as though their roles had been reversed. Very well, Lin Feng replied. The transaction was completed, and he walked away with 5 million in hand, quite satisfied with the outcome. Once Lin Feng departed, the awakened attendant could no longer maintain his composure. Goodness, he was so incredibly handsome and strong, and spoke so gently. I adore him, the attendant mused, his heart fluttering at the thought. His aura is ethereal. I wish I could bear his children. Oh, how embarrassing. Why am I even thinking such things? Ideally, I would want many. As he watched Lin Feng's retreating figure, he couldn't help but wish his gaze could follow him indefinitely, not willing to turn away until the silhouette vanished into the distance. After some time, the attendant retrieved his phone, glancing at the candid photos he had just taken. Although he hadn't captured a full face, it was sufficient. Other patrons entering the shop noticed the attendant with the phone, his eyes dazed and a lovesick expression on his face. They hesitated to interrupt, opting to turn and exit instead, oblivious to his distraction. With a fortune of 7 million in his possession, Lin Feng had exited the secret realm of the treasure-gathering pavilion. Now that he had some wealth, what was the first thing to do? Naturally, it was time to indulge in some consumption. Chapter 20. The acquisition of the luxurious donkey. Lin Feng had always been an advocate for green travel, buses, subways, and shared bicycles. However, that was no longer the case. With several million at his disposal, it was time to procure a simple vehicle for transportation. It was only fitting that an awakened individual should have a means of conveyance. 40 minutes later, in the southern auto city, a Bao Lu X7 roared past. its sleek lines and sporty grille capturing the attention of onlookers. The 22-inch M Sport wheels and calipers drew gasps from the crowd. Wow, the top-tier X7. This is my first time seeing the fully loaded model. It's absolutely stunning. Seriously, is it that impressive? It's just over $1 million. They're everywhere, right? What a lemon. Pray tell, what kind of car do you drive? Why the silence? Don't walk away. Such youth. Driving a luxury car at this age, definitely a rich second generation. He must be an awakened one. Even this vehicle is worth at least $6 million. Damn it, why didn't T.I. awaken? Look at him. So young. Surely his level isn't high, and earning money must be tough. Take a look at yourself. With a salary of less than $2,500, you dare say it's tough for him? Did you return Ma Baba's money yet? Enough already, boo-hoo. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Lin Feng sped away. The X7 had cost him a whopping $7 million. A sum that would take a typical family a decade to save. To Lin Feng, while it caused a slight twinge of pain, it was inconsequential, as he could easily earn it back in a few days. Sometimes, he contemplated the challenges faced by awakened individuals. Earning money often required arduous battles against monsters. Meanwhile, there were peculiar individuals who incessantly wailed at cameras, and countless fools funded their antics. Alas, what a world we live in. In the Victoria community, the garden square was alive with residents engaging in casual conversation, sharing anecdotes about their families, while children dashed about, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Lin Feng's community was typical, with most residents being ordinary office workers. Conversations revolved around mundane topics such as family matters, vehicles, and housing, all entangled with the ever-looming specter of money. At that moment, Lin Xing and his wife, Zhang Xiuli, were among the crowd, chatting. Since their son's awakening, they had sold their market stall at Lin Feng's insistence, allowing themselves to relax after a lifetime of hard work. Somehow, the conversation drifted towards vehicles. Residents typically drove cars worth tens of thousands, with a few owning models in the range of $200,000 to $300,000. Luxury cars were a rare sight. Lin Xing and his wife found it difficult to join in. Their financial situation didn't permit such luxuries, as their mortgage remained unpaid and household expenses were considerable. Though they claimed that public transport was faster and avoided traffic, no one willingly squeezed onto a bus when they could drive. Hearing the discussions around them, Lin Xing wrapped his arm around Zhang Xiuli's shoulders and said, "Little Feng is earning now. We needn't worry about him. We shouldn't remain stagnant. With the money we've saved, we could open a small supermarket together and, after some time, we might manage to afford a Bao X3 on installments." Agreed. Let it be the X3, Zhang Xiuli affirmed confidently. Lin Xing understood his wife's sentiments, and, though he hesitated, he conceded. Ideally, he thought a vehicle costing around $50,000 to $60,000 would suffice, but a woman can endure hardship, yet one must also allow her moments of pride. An X3 would be a respectable entry-level luxury car, ensuring they would be acknowledged in the community. Suddenly, a thunderous roar of an engine reverberated at the community entrance. The residents turned their heads, captivated by the sleek silhouette and gleaming laser headlights. The elderly chatting nearby all gasped in astonishment. A Bao X7 sped in, its value nearly equating to the worth of their homes, something they could scarcely dream of owning. Even Lin Xing found himself glancing over. While he often claimed that a vehicle was merely for transportation, who wouldn't adore a luxury car? It was akin to having a stunning beauty at one's disposal. One could choose to respect her boundaries while still acknowledging her allure. As the Bao X7 approached, it performed a graceful maneuver and halted before the onlookers. The window rolled down, revealing a youthful yet strikingly handsome face familiar to the community's elders. Isn't that the child from the Lin family? Indeed, he is already driving an X7 after this year's college entrance exams? Who would have thought the Lin family was so affluent? That single vehicle could purchase 10 of my family's. Truly, they've been remarkably low-key. I must introduce my niece to him. She is beautiful and from a good family. Residents buzzed with speculation, casting glances at Lin Xing and Zhang Xiuli. Their perceptions dramatically altered. In today's society, reality was often harsh. Under the collective gaze, Lin Xing and Zhang Xiuli cautiously entered the back seat of the X7. Once inside, they were bewildered. What was happening? Just a few days ago, they had taken a small electric vehicle out, and now they were returning in a luxury car? During mealtime, Lin Feng, embodying the essence of a voracious eater, took a moment to elucidate the origins of his luxurious vehicle, the G-Class, to his parents. Their astonishment was palpable when he recounted his previous earnings of over $900,000, and they were left bewildered by the swift acquisition of such an extravagant car, especially considering the intervening exams. Naturally, Lin Feng offered a simplified explanation, attributing his fortune to a serendipitous encounter with a weakened boss that yielded a bountiful reward. To illustrate the point more clearly, he revealed that after purchasing the vehicle, he still possessed over $4 million in his account, which left his parents speechless. The Lin couple marveled at how easily an awakened individual could amass wealth, earning in mere moments what they had never accumulated throughout their entire lives. Lin Feng also shared his aspirations of saving further to eventually procure a magnificent new home. Meanwhile, in a lavish chamber, Gong Yutong, clad in bear-themed pajamas, perused her examination results on the computer. Upon discovering the name of the top scorer, who had previously sold his staff in the secret realm, she felt a flicker of recognition, albeit uncertain of his identity, as none among her peers seemed to possess such prowess. Suddenly, a striking visage surfaced in her mind. Could it be him? It seemed improbable, as his talent was not particularly exceptional. She opened a slightly worn notebook from her drawer, within which lay a letter. As Gong Yutong read the letter, a smile gradually illuminated her face. Chapter 21. The second round commences. 3 days swiftly passed. You have received a full attribute enchantment scroll X1, 7 remaining. Early in the morning, the plaza of the sanctuary brimmed with candidates eagerly awaiting the commencement of the examination. Damn it. I haven't had a moment's rest these past few days. Just wait for me to dominate. Hey, what score did you get in the first subject? 73. Why? Oh, nothing much. Who do you think is strong? I'd love to hear your insights. Well, I'd say the Princess Hall has a solid backing. With both strength and resources, the leader of the Imperial Circle is no trivial matter. Let us not forget about the third-place contender, the Blossoming Moon. Purely on an individual basis, he would outshine the Princess Hall if granted similar resources. Enough chatter. The fast archer is unmatched. Right. The fast archer takes down opponents with a single arrow, regardless of their status. Whoa, he excels at slaying monsters, but can he hold his own in PvP? Did you forget his 100 consecutive kills? He is still with the Princess Hall. As Lin Feng listened to the discussions around him, a smile emerged on his face. It was no wonder that everyone was abuzz. The second round of the examination was always the most anticipated and thrilling, showcasing fierce battles among prodigies. As time elapsed, the examination commenced punctually. With a blinding flash of white light, the candidates were teleported into the testing arena. The second stage of the examination begins. You have been teleported to Nagrand Arena. The maximum score for this subject is 600 points, consisting of 600 rounds. Defeating an opponent grants 1 point, while failure incurs a deduction of 5 points. If you do not possess a manifested weapon, a basic weapon will be provided. Please make your selection. System notification. Your previously saved weapons are available in this scene. Wishing you outstanding results. When Lin Feng opened his eyes, he found himself on a colossal arena surrounded by numerous other platforms, each occupied by a candidate. Those not on the platforms awaited their turn. Free to choose which arena to observe, Lin Feng began to watch the various matches, as his encounters with other awakened individuals had been limited, and gaining insight was undoubtedly advantageous. In 1 minute, you will be teleported to Arena 996. Please prepare yourself. The Fast Archer vs. Big Bear. As the countdown concluded, Lin Feng appeared on the arena, facing a towering warrior. Upon witnessing Lin Feng ascend the stage, a multitude flocked to observe Arena 996. The warrior maintained a steady demeanor, having buffed his attack strength, readying himself for the countdown to end before launching an assault. Like all warriors, he believed that once in close proximity, his arsenal would prevail. This was Lin Feng's inaugural match, and many bookmakers were placing bets, eager to see how swiftly the fast archer would conclude the battle. Countdown concluded, the match begins. In an instant, the warrior charged at Lin Feng, confident that once he closed the distance, the archer would be unable to escape. Warriors are notoriously reckless, believing that their fortitude can withstand the sharpness of an archer's arrows. Lin Feng calmly raised the newly retrieved woodpecker bow. Seeing Lin Feng draw his bow, the warrior began evasive maneuvers, aware that an archer who misses becomes an easy target. However, Lin Feng chuckled to himself, activating his passive skill, homing arrow. Whoosh, whoosh. 485. 473. The arrows, seemingly guided by fate, pursued the warrior relentlessly. No amount of evasion could save him as he ultimately collapsed mid-charge. Heaven lies to the left, the warrior to the right. The charge of the warrior was not in vain. The fast archer wins, earning 1 point. I am Big Bear, I lost, losing 5 points. After the battle, Lin Feng was automatically transported back to his seat, while the spectators erupted in astonishment. What a second! What damage is this? Truly worthy of being a god. Haha. The charge of the warrior once again displayed an extraordinary performance. Did you all notice how the goddess arrows tracked the opponent? Of course, but what of it? Just pray you don't encounter him. I wonder how that warrior named Big Bear felt. I am Big Bear, and I stand as a testament that it is not our weakness, but rather the unmatched strength of the fast archer. Although there had been videos of the fast archer prior, this was the first time many had witnessed the god in battle, and praises flowed abundantly, as if they wished to grasp Lin Feng's leg and exclaim, "Father, please continue the updates and comment. The child is in dire straits." In 1 minute, you will be teleported to Arena 1983. Please prepare yourself. The fast archer versus the ambitious little bun. Before Lin Feng could settle into his seat, the second match commenced. Time elapsed, and he was transported to the arena. Facing him was a female mage, or perhaps a brother. Countdown concluded, the match begins. Great God, I'm your fan. Could you let me win this time? Ambitious little bun asked sweetly, puffing up her chest. Upon noticing her 2 protruding features, Lin Feng chuckled. You'll see just how fast I am. With that, he unleashed his arrows towards her. 478. Instant kill. What a coincidence. The second arrow struck the corpse, hitting the bullseye. The crowd erupted in cheers. Who could resist such an entertaining match? The examination relied on skill, not mere charm. The fast archer wins, earning 1 point. Ambitious little bun, lost, losing 0, 5 points. Lin Feng's figure gradually faded from the arena. The pace of the examination was brisk, and he felt that today's tempo was unusually rapid. The fast archer wins, earning 1 point. My shooting is incredibly swift, securing victory with 1 point. There is no problem that cannot be resolved with a single arrow. If it cannot, then let the second arrow fly. Each time I lift my bow to shoot, the battle is conclusively settled in no more than 3 seconds. Soon, I achieved 10 consecutive victories, then 50, and finally 100. This caused an immense uproar. Equally sensational were 2 other contenders, each also boasting 100 consecutive wins, with the top 2 spots in the first division claimed by the duo Cao Bei-shan and Hua Haoyuan. Although these 2 did not eliminate their opponents as swiftly as Lin Feng, their victories were equally overwhelming. Before long, Lin Feng reached 200 consecutive victories, followed closely by the other 2 competitors. Once again, the 3 of them monopolized the top 3 spots, and while it was anticipated, everyone was still astonished by their prowess. Truly, one cannot compare individuals. Chapter 22, The Frenzied Winning Streak, The Final Showdown. In 1 minute, you will be teleported to Arena 8888. Please prepare. My shooting is incredibly swift, piking Hua Haoyuan. As the arena information was displayed, the atmosphere exploded with excitement. The 2 contenders with 200 consecutive wins were finally set to clash. Wow, wow, wow. I am beyond thrilled. I can hardly find the words to express my anticipation. Go, little sister, let me show you that no matter how fast he is, it won't matter. Swift as a thief, he does everything quickly, blossoming flowers. He alone reigns supreme. This is truly a battle of titans. I wonder who will emerge victorious. On Arena 8888, Lin Feng gazed across at Hua Haoyuan, who, despite her intriguing name, turned out to be a beautiful young lady. As a mage, the moment the countdown concluded, she began to raise her staff and chant a spell. A casting mage is merely a living target, and Lin Feng wasted no time. He lifted his hand and shot an arrow. Unexpectedly, just as the arrow approached Hua Haoyuan, she interrupted her incantation and directly cast a mirror spell, summoning 3 identical versions of herself onto the stage. Lin Feng's arrow shattered only one of the illusions. Seizing this opportunity, Hua Haoyuan resumed her incantation, her bright eyes sparkling with mirth as she winked at Lin Feng. Fireball. A massive fireball, easily the size of several 36D, hurtled towards Lin Feng, accompanied by fireballs cast by the mirrored figures. Swift as a thief, did you expect this? A cheeky voice chimed in. Boom. 135. The fireball crashed heavily into the ground, creating a charred crater. At the last moment, Lin Feng managed to evade the explosion's epicenter, but still took damage from the surrounding area. Haha, this is interesting. You are the first to make me lose health, Lin Feng grinned, acknowledging Hua Haoyuan's formidable skill, as the fireball spell is not easily learned by the average person. As Hua Haoyuan's second fireball soared towards him, Lin Feng executed a teleport. The fireball missed its mark, and in front of Hua Haoyuan, Lin Feng's shadow was nowhere to be found. Her small face, filled with surprise, uttered, "Where did he go? Hey there, little sister, I'm right behind you." Lin Feng's voice suddenly resonated from behind Hua Haoyuan. In fact, prior to the match, Hua Haoyuan had researched the immensely popular contender My Shooting is Incredibly Swift, who had secured the top spot in the first division. She was aware that he possessed arrows capable of tracking enemies and inflicting high damage, so during the initial wave, she feigned casting a spell, biding her time to utilize the mirror to absorb damage and create conditions for her subsequent attack. Given her rapid casting speed, once the first spell was unleashed, a relentless barrage of attacks would follow. You also possess a teleport spell? Hua Haoyuan realized the gravity of her situation and attempted to distance herself using the mage's teleport. You realize it too late. Farewell. Lin Feng chuckled mischievously. Swish. Swish. 475. 520. Hua Haoyuan fell to the ground, defeated, unsure whether Lin Feng had intentionally attacked her from behind, firing 1 arrow to each side. My shooting is incredibly swift wins, 1 point. Hua Haoyuan, 0, 5 points. As the battle concluded, the entire venue erupted in cheers, the atmosphere electric. Everyone had witnessed Hua Haoyuan's undeniable strength, having earned her 200 consecutive victories through sheer skill. Yet My Shooting is Incredibly Swift had effortlessly triumphed over her with just a few extra shots. The journalists on site exuberantly reported the event, quickly editing and disseminating video clips. Admission officers from various universities struggled to contain their excitement, eager for such talent. However, they were painfully aware of their own institution's capabilities, a frustrating realization. In contrast, professors from the 4 world-class universities in Huaxia were aglow with ambition, plotting how to secure these 2 prodigies. Returning to her seat, Hua Haoyuan gritted her teeth. never having anticipated that this opponent would possess teleportation skills, ending the match before she could even unleash her ultimate spell. She cast a resentful glance in Lin Feng's direction. While Lin Feng remained oblivious, the numerous cameras capturing the focus of the two contenders portrayed Lin Feng as a scoundrel for his aggressive tactics, furthering the narrative. In stark contrast to Hua Haoyuan's frustration, Lin Feng sat calmly, unbothered by the commotion. After all, he had weathered far greater storms. The matches continued, with Lin Feng sweeping through his opponents, while Cao Beishan closely followed. The anticipation for a showdown between these two was palpable, given their long-standing rivalry. 400 consecutive victories. 500 consecutive victories. Undoubtedly, the top two were still my shooting is incredibly swift and Cao Beishan. With Hua Haoyuan now in third, her streak broken by Lin Feng. In 1 minute, you will be teleported to Arena 9527. Please prepare. My shooting is incredibly swift, piking Cao Beishan. The system refreshed the battle information once more, sending the audience into a frenzy. The two invincible contenders were finally set to face each other. The outcome of this match would decisively determine who would claim the ultimate first place. Cao Beishan, being the leader of the Prince Hall, possessed formidable strength and equipment. His class was a branch of the mage profession, the necromancer, which, while lacking direct attack skills, compensated with a powerful army of summons. As the countdown concluded, Cao Beishan summoned a dozen minions in rapid succession. The variety of summoned beings was complete, featuring ranged attackers, melee fighters, tanks, and healers. When he battled Hua Haoyuan, the swarm easily overwhelmed her, although she had area attack spells. Their long cooldowns and low damage rendered them ineffective. This perfect legion of summons allowed Cao Beishan to resolve the conflict effortlessly. After all, a single chopstick can be broken, but a bundle is far more resilient. Spectators buzzed with speculation about which of the two contenders would ultimately prevail. Whether by coincidence or some hidden machination, all other matches had concluded, leaving Arena 9527, the battleground for Lin Feng and Cao Beishan, as the last one still fighting. The entire arena's attention was riveted on the two, and the atmosphere grew tense. The television broadcast focused solely on this event, with countless viewers at home seemingly holding their breath, fearful of missing a moment of the thrilling confrontation. Because this battle, in a certain sense, represents a struggle of classes. It ultimately determines who among us is the foremost prodigy of this generation. Chapter 23, A Gallant Seizure of Victory. The examination concludes. On Arena 9527. As the countdown reached its conclusion, neither combatant made an immediate move. I concede, you possess some skill, but this is where it ends. The chasm between us cannot be bridged by mere luck from someone like you, declared Cultivation with a contemptuous gaze directed at Lin Feng. With a flourish of his staff, a series of magical circles manifested before him, each summoning a creature from the abyss. Summon, Elite Skeleton Warrior X5. Summon, Elite Skeleton Mage X5. Summon, Elite Skeleton Archer X5. Summon, Elite Sorcerer X5. What do you think? This squad of 20 elite units is quite comprehensive, I assent it. What do you have to counter me, little brother? Allow me to show you something spectacular. Cultivation's smile was now laced with arrogance. He intended to crush Zhaikwai with overwhelming force. A colossal magical circle emerged upon the ground, seemingly ablaze with black flames. A wave of dread emanated from within. Arise, Cerberus, a massive creature, towering 5 stories high with 3 heads, was summoned, its body engulfed in black flames. Hellhound, Cerberus, legendary summoned creature, power influenced by summoner. Attack, 500, health, 50, 000. Skills, Rabid Howl, sprays venom causing continuous poison and slow effect. Venom Corrosion, passive Cerberus's venom possesses corrosive properties. Hellfire, passive surrounding Cerberus is Hellfire, dealing continuous true damage to enemies. Description, the legendary gatekeeper of the underworld. Good heavens, Cultivation managed to learn how to summon Cerberus at just level 10? Zhaikwai is in for a challenge. Just this Hellhound alone is formidable enough to handle. The spectators murmured amongst themselves. Cultivation, brimming with confidence, raised his staff to command his elite team to attack, strategically positioning several skeletal archers around him to guard against a potential teleport ambush from Lin Feng. The towering Cerberus advanced steadily in the second wave. With a smirk upon his lips, Cultivation stood within his protective circle, seemingly assured of victory. The sentiments of the surrounding students, teachers, and reporters gradually tilted in Cultivation's favor. Indeed, Zhaikwai's prowess was undeniable, yet even the strongest must falter against such a formidable squadron. As the summoned creatures drew nearer, Lin Feng remained unfazed, activating both his passive skills, Tracking Arrow and Multi-Shot. As for these skeletons, I lost count of how many I dispatched during the first examination. The advantage of passive skills is their lack of cooldown. The faster the attack speed, the more frequent the skills are unleashed. The audience outside witnessed a torrential downpour of arrows blanketing all summoned entities. 520, 498, 500. Within a mere 5 seconds, Cultivation's summoned legion, save for the Cerberus and the 5 skeletal archers at his side, was obliterated. Quibation was left nearly as a lone commander. How could this be? His area damage is astonishingly high, and without any cooldown, Quibation was left dumbfounded, bewildered by the unpredictability of his opponent's abilities. Rabbit Howl. The Hellhound approached to launch its attack. Lin Feng was uncertain of the consequences of being struck, but it would undoubtedly be unpleasant. Teleport. Whoosh. 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 Lin Feng employed the same tactic, teleporting behind Quibation and unleashing a barrage of shots at his rear. 477. 501. 522. Quibation reacted swiftly, attempting to debuff Lin Feng and create distance. However, Lin Feng afforded him no such opportunity. By the time of his initial strike, Quibation was left with barely any health. And with an attack speed of 12, Lin Feng commenced his second wave. 478. 205 excess damage. The final tracking arrow struck Quibation, depleting his health bar entirely. Quibation fell begrudgingly, and the Cerberus let out a final roar as its form gradually faded. I shoot. Zhai wins, 1 point. Quibation defeated, 0, 5 points. The outcome of the battle had been determined, yet the atmosphere was eerily silent. Everyone had anticipated a fierce contest, a back-and-forth clash, with some even donning diapers to avoid missing any thrilling moments. But this? To see Quibation summon a host of minions only to have them vanish within seconds? It was uncertain just how rapid Zhai truly was, but one thing was clear. He was no slouch. Zhai, the eternal deity. Zhai, do not bully the young ones, lest the parents from Taizatang come to settle the score with you. Zhai prowess was truly terrifying. I find his victories inexplicable, leaving us in wonder of his capabilities. Upon returning to his seat, Quibation heard the murmurs surrounding him, his expression devoid of emotion, yet the whiteness of his clenched fists betrayed his inner turmoil. He had hoped for vindication, to unleash his ultimate move, only to be annihilated. With the conclusion of the battle, the second examination of this year's high school entrance exam was officially over. Individual results were swiftly compiled. PK leaderboard. First place. I shoot. Zhai. Victories. 500. Defeats. 0. Total score. 600. Second place. Quibation. Victories. 499. Defeats. 1. Total score. 599. Third place. Huayuan. Victories. 498. Defeats. 2. Total score. 599. Fourth place. Lin Feng once again claimed the top spot, scoring 800 in the first examination and 600 in the second, with a combined total of 1,400 points. He had already surpassed the admission standards of world-renowned universities, and based on his performance in these two subjects, the third examination held little significance. Lin Feng silently calculated in his mind. The third examination commenced without delay. Above the candidates seating in the arena, a display screen rose, ready to assess each contestant's talent level upon placing a hand upon it. Talent testing in progress. Please wait. Name, Lin Feng. Talent, Archer. Talent level, C. The outcome of the talent test did not waver due to the existence of his own system. Lin Feng had anticipated this. The rationale for the hidden options was to protect candidates with excessively high talents from potential assassination by hostile forces, ensuring their safety. Declaring his talent level posed no psychological burden for Lin Feng, standing already in the spotlight. Revealing his C-level talent might even cause those watching him to lower their guard. After all, no matter how formidable Lin Feng's current strength, the growth potential of a C-level talent was rather limited, and fleeting geniuses were not uncommon. The third examination concluded swiftly. Chapter 24, Magic Capital University. The third assessment had come to an end. I shoot, Zhai, Quibation, and Huayuan all chose not to conceal their talents. Quibation and Huayuan undoubtedly met the expectations of the crowd with their SS-level talents. Unexpectedly, the highly anticipated Zhai turned out to possess merely a C-grade talent, provoking an uproar. Public opinion swiftly polarized. While some expressed disappointment and lamented that he was merely fortunate in the early stages, others revered him even more, considering it inspirational that someone from a C-grade grassroots background had achieved first place in 2 examinations. In this world, efficiency was remarkably high. No sooner had the third exam concluded than the school's enrollment matters were announced. Zhai, greetings. I am the director of admissions at Beijing University, and I wish to discuss something with you. The admissions officer, with a smile, continued. Although your performance in the third subject was not stellar, we at Beijing University still hope you will consider studying with us. We can negotiate other conditions as well. Behind him, representatives from 3 other world-class universities hurried to join the conversation. Apologies, but your esteemed institution may not suit me, Lin Feng politely replied, shaking his head. Is this a joke? Beijing is the stronghold of the Crown Prince Hall. Attending Beijing University would be akin to stepping into a den of wolves, inviting trouble upon myself. I will certainly go to Beijing, but not in this current context. Understood. What a pity, the director of admissions at Beijing University remarked with a tinge of regret. He had anticipated this outcome, hoping to sway Lin Feng, but was well aware of the prevailing circumstances surrounding the Crown Prince Hall. which deterred many outstanding talents from distant locales from coming to Beijing. The admissions directors from Southwest University and North China University also approached Lin Feng, presenting various enticing offers: independent dormitories, academic credits, and entry tickets to secret realms, each more alluring than the last. The most audacious of them was the director from North China University, who discreetly offered to arrange study partners of any gender. Yet, Lin Feng refrained from rushing to respond. Although the conditions were excellent and the schools prestigious, his first choice remained Magic City University, primarily due to its proximity to home. Zhe Kuai, how do you perceive Magic City University? I have heard their offers, and we can double them. However, regarding study partners, we truly have no precedent for that, the director from Magic City University stated somewhat awkwardly. If you have other requests, feel free to voice them. As long as they are reasonable, we can accommodate. This demonstrated the sincerity of Magic City University. Among the three most illustrious students of this cohort, Beijing University was a given, while Huagao Yuanyuan had opted for Southwest University, leaving only Lin Feng as the choice for Magic City University. If Lin Feng were to be snatched away by another institution, it would be a significant loss for them. Seeing the earnest gaze of the admissions director from Magic City University, Lin Feng nodded. Sir, I can agree to your terms. But I have but one modest request. I do not wish for anyone in reality to know that I am Zhe Kuai. This was Lin Feng's concern. He understood that his remarkable performance was attributed to the system. It was implausible for someone with a C-grade talent to achieve such results. Luck could be a factor, but luck could not be relied upon indefinitely. There would undoubtedly be those who would not overlook such a miraculous occurrence. Please hold on a moment. The admissions director from Magic City University appeared indecisive and turned to report. Ultimately, after discussions with the higher-ups and the education committee, they acquiesced to Lin Feng's request. The returning admissions director brought with him the acceptance letter. At this moment, Lin Feng officially became a proud university student. Among the 4 world-class universities, only North China University had failed to enroll a top-tier talent. It remained uncertain whether the admissions director would face scrutiny upon returning. As the enrollment concluded, the National College Entrance Examination came to a close. Following the conclusion, all participants returned to reality, with some rejoicing and others lamenting. By the time they exited, night had fallen, and a gentle breeze seemed to intoxicate the air, though it was perceived differently by those who had not succeeded. Xiao Feng, how did it go? Which school did you apply to? As soon as Lin Feng entered his home, his parents anxiously inquired, barely allowing him to close the door. Lin Feng, not wishing to reveal his identity just yet, hesitated before saying, I didn't do too well. I only got into Magic City Single Dan University. While Magic City Single Dan University was not on par with Magic City University, it was still a first-rate institution. Don't worry, Xiao Feng. If worst comes to worst, we can always try again next year. His mother, Zhang Xiuli, said in a bid to comfort her son, fearing he would be disheartened. What do you mean, Xiao Feng? Single Dan University? Is that what you call not doing too well? They say the next world-class university will definitely be Single Dan University. You mischievous child. Just trying to scare your mother. As Zhang Xiuli's words trailed off, she suddenly realized, Single Dan University? That was, haha, you should see whose son it is. Lin Xing chimed in, equally elated, initially under the impression that Lin Feng had truly performed poorly. Who would have anticipated that Lin Feng's notion of not too well was, in fact, Single Dan University, a nationally recognized key university? Observing his parents' reactions, Lin Feng silently mused, if only they knew I had truly been accepted into Magic City University. How would they react? The 3 great joys of life: reuniting with an old friend in a foreign land, the wedding night, and achieving academic success. Following the conclusion of the college entrance examination, Lin Feng achieved outstanding results, and the family joyously celebrated for several days. During this time, Lin Feng also enhanced their home with numerous new additions, revitalizing the household, and Lin Xing had acquired a small car. Lin Feng had contemplated purchasing a new house for the family. However, the exorbitant housing prices presented a significant obstacle. Currently, his funds were insufficient, and he intended to stay in Magic City long-term, saving up during his university years, and ultimately purchasing a residence there to bring his parents over. The mere thought of this burdened Lin Feng with immense pressure. Curse those developers. At the Gong family estate, Gong Yutong lounged on the sofa, her delicate feet propped up, holding the acceptance letter from Magic City University. Being an S-grade talent and performing well in the exams, she had successfully gained entry into one of the 4 world-class universities. Zhe Kuai is also attending Magic City University. Humph. Once university begins, I will surely expose you. Let us see how you hide. Do you truly think I am unaware of your identity? My mother even suggested I befriend him. If you are indeed who I think you are, I wouldn't mind using a bit of charm to entice you. This scoundrel, with a name so difficult to pronounce. As this thought crossed her mind, Gong Yutong felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks, her gaze dreamy as she pondered the possibilities. Chapter 25, The Start of School, A Reluctant Acceptance? Time flew swiftly, and the day of school arrived. Although the holiday was a brief 7 days, Lin Feng felt it to be quite prolonged. You have acquired a full attribute enchantment scroll X1. 14 remain. Beep. The system's online update has been completed. This update does not pertain to the secret realm, but enhances the host's unique attributes in reality. This update has evolved one piece of equipment. Plain ring, legendary ring, can materialize. Required level, 5, 50 agility, 20 critical hit chance, 20 critical hit damage. Enchantment, damage dealt to enemies affected by control effects increased by 15. Enchantment, experience gained from defeating enemies increased by 500. Level up requires 50, currently 750. Enchantment, special enchantment charm 1000. After evolution, graceful young master. Locking eyes with the opposite sex increases charm by 100 points, with a chance of triggering an instant love. Enchantment, special enchantment appearance 1000. After evolution, pure, skin as flawless as jade. Celestial presence, ethereal and unmatched. Special skill, metamorphosis, can replicate the character's appearance within the secret realm. Special effect, increases damage to elite enemies by 25. After reviewing the updated information, Lin Feng was at a loss for words. Is the system attempting to steer me down an alternate path? Women are the most troublesome. However, the special skill is quite advantageous. This way, I can conceal my true identity. At the grand entrance of Magic City University, a multitude of senior students from the student council busied themselves, assisting newcomers with various procedures. Luxury vehicles flowed continuously along the roads surrounding the campus, indicating that those attending such an esteemed university were indeed individuals of remarkable status, either affluent or noble. Suddenly, a backpack-clad youth appeared at the school gates. Dressed in a white t-shirt, jeans, and sneakers, with dark hair glistening in the sunlight, his skin radiated a jade-like luster. Coupled with his handsome visage, he resembled a celestial being descended to earth. A commotion erupted at the school entrance. Hello, are you here to register? I'm Su Lin, a second-year student at Magic City University. How may I assist you? A senior girl swiftly approached Lin Feng. Greetings, I'm a newcomer, Lin Feng replied, flashing his panel. Upon realizing he was a freshman, a more alluring smile graced Su Lin's face, surprised to encounter such a dashing junior this year. However, her expression shifted to one of astonishment as she noticed the panel displaying thief at lightning speed. Are you the strongest thief of this cohort? She exclaimed, unable to articulate the full title. It's me, Lin Feng nodded, lacking any modesty. It was simply the truth. At that moment, their eyes inadvertently met. Graceful young master effect activated. Influence. Su Lin, charm increased by 100. Wow, Lin Feng thought, realizing he might be in trouble. When the system updated, he had donned sunglasses. Uncertain of the specific effects, but wary of unforeseen consequences. In the midst of polite conversation, he had forgotten to wear them. The impact on Su Lin was immediate and profound. Her complexion flushed, heartbeat quickening, her gaze towards Lin Feng brimming with tenderness and unabashed admiration. Lin Feng, flustered, averted his gaze, only to find himself facing the throng at the entrance. In an instant, Lin Feng was inundated with notifications. Graceful young master effect activated. Influence. Lu Yifei. Charm increased by 100. Graceful young master effect activated. Influence. Ouyang Nene. Charm increased by 100. Graceful young master effect activated. Influence. Lin Jiling. Charm increased by 100. Graceful young master effect activated. Influence. Jiang Luiying. Charm increased by 100. Due to Lin Feng's inherent allure, he had already captivated numerous onlookers. As his gaze swept across the crowd, both students and parents found themselves affected by the graceful young master effect, their faces flushed. It seemed that in a society governed by law, it was merely this charm that saved Lin Feng from potential predicaments. A convoy of luxury vehicles approached slowly. From the most opulent Rolls-Royce in the center, a mother and daughter duo emerged. The mother exuded an aura of refined nobility, causing many to gulp in awe. The daughter, clad in a white blouse and pleated skirt, radiated youthful beauty. It was Gong Yutong, the eldest daughter of the Gong family, possessing S-grade talent. Wealthy as she was, her beauty and exceptional ability were unparalleled. If I could win her heart, I would gladly forfeit a decade of my life. Brothers, wake him up. Those with diabetes need not apply. In every respect, Gong Yutong was undoubtedly the pinnacle of Magic City University this year. A group of envious onlookers began to chatter animatedly. It must be said, some individuals are simply born to be protagonists. As Gong Yutong stepped out of the vehicle, her gaze immediately fell upon Lin Feng, who stood out like a crane among chickens. Is that the thief god? His appearance in the secret realm mirrors that of reality. Could he truly be him? A flurry of thoughts raced through her mind. She then approached Lin Feng, accompanied by her mother, deeming it necessary to greet him in an effort to forge a connection. At that moment, Lin Feng's eyes met hers, directly influencing both mother and daughter. Graceful young master effect activated. Influence. By Jia. Charm increased by 100. Graceful young master effect activated. Influence. Gong Yutong. Charm increased by 100. Effect triggered. Instant love. In a flurry, Lin Feng hastily donned his sunglasses once more. Upon reading the final notification, he was taken aback. Gong Yutong had triggered instant love? Instant love, a glance lasts a millennium, feelings deeply rooted. Those in love often possess unwavering confidence. So sudden, Lin Feng pondered, perplexed that Gong Yutong had fallen for him so quickly. Thief God, we meet again. From now on, we shall be classmates. Let us keep in touch. Gong Yutong approached, her bashful demeanor leaving many in awe as she softly addressed Lin Feng. Is this the renowned thief student? Indeed, a remarkable young man, so accomplished at such a tender age. Please do visit our home often. I would love for you to sample my culinary skills. They are quite commendable, Gong Yutong's mother said with a smile. Yet, her gaze struck Lin Feng with a sense of trepidation. It was too overwhelming to contemplate. Thank you, Auntie, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Who would dare refuse such an invitation? The only dilemma weighing on his mind was the prospect of a beautiful woman, deeply enamored and of noble lineage. How was he to navigate this? Should he reluctantly accept her affections? With a few exchanged pleasantries, they managed to calm the crowd, who were now singing his praises. As a law-abiding citizen, he would never resort to violence unless in self-defense. The sensation of intellectual superiority was exhilarating. However, there were indeed some unpleasant affairs to address, which he would save for later. In the meantime, he completed watching Snow in the Wilderness, with the most memorable characters being the adaptable second prince and the clumsy little golden armor. He wondered when the sequel would be released. It couldn't be too far off, as he yearned to become a martial arts director. This narrative would undoubtedly evoke mixed feelings among many. Brothers, if you've read this far and wish to continue, know that I am suffering greatly. I seek someone to converse with, yet I know not whom to turn to. Thus, I share here, as none of my friends are aware of this book. Previously, I had a hiatus, claiming it was to see my girlfriend, but in truth, I was addressing our relationship. You all understand that long-distance relationships are incredibly challenging, replete with uncertainties and variables. She is a wonderful girl, genuinely devoted to me, and very considerate. She even entrusted me with her first experience. I ask you, if you had such a girl, would you cherish her? The answer is self-evident. I believe every decent man would. Yet, our relationship faced a crisis. Just as you might expect, someone else appeared. The storyline is rather cliché. I can visit her at most once a month, sometimes even once in 2 months. After 2 years of being together, we are now left with less than half a year before we can be together every day. However, the long-standing companionship ultimately succumbed to the daily intimacy, as she expressed. You are everywhere in my life, yet I am nowhere in yours. I can understand this sentiment. Surely, you can too? This encapsulates the most difficult aspect of long-distance relationships. In less than a month, their footprints have traversed the city they inhabit, a feat I have neither accomplished nor am capable of achieving. My usual expressions of concern are confined to my mobile device, while he can extend his attentiveness and bestow gifts at any given moment. I am acutely aware of the allure that this presents to women, inherently emotional beings. However, I did not initially anticipate such developments. I had sensed something amiss previously but failed to ponder it deeply. It wasn't until a few days ago, when I mentioned my intention to meet her on the 18th, that she expressed her reluctance, prompting me to inquire directly. Ultimately, she conveyed that her feelings had diminished. At that point, I was still unaware of the presence of another individual in her life. After some persuasion on my part, she acquiesced to our meeting. I remained untroubled by the matter. On the 18th, I arrived, having booked a guest house and ordered takeout from a hot pot restaurant, hoping to dine and converse simultaneously to alleviate any potential awkwardness. However, she declined to enter my room. I reluctantly understood. Through our discussions, I gleaned much information, feeling a mix of guilt, distress, and a hint of stubbornness. When she arrived, we spoke downstairs, and I became aware of that other person being nearby, which led me to provoke her. Admittedly, I did not invest much thought into it. If she truly made her choice, I would relinquish my claim. I teased her, suggesting she accompany me inside to gauge his reaction. We waited in the lobby for about 10 minutes, but no one rushed in. I remarked, "Do you see? This is the person you chose?" I invited her upstairs to share a meal, curious as to how long it would take for him to call. Once in the room, our conversation flowed normally, and I expressed my concerns, aiming for an amicable resolution, especially since I had a strong sense of clarity and she brought along all the items I had gifted her. Yet, after a 20-minute wait, his first call finally came. I was infuriated. She chose someone like this? Later, that fellow explained that he had rushed to the entrance immediately, but found us waiting for 10 minutes with no sign of him. He claimed he had been knocking on doors from the first to the third floor, and at that moment, I felt like exclaiming, "What the hell?" As if everyone else were foolish. I confronted my girlfriend, questioning her choice of such a person. Eventually, she had to pick up her brother, and I let her go. As I descended to purchase some alcohol, I spotted 2 familiar figures downstairs. Oh, that fellow and his friend. After witnessing their brashness, I called them upstairs, and I managed to diffuse the tension, in a manner of speaking. When she learned of this, she hurried back, fearing the outcome. After they departed, she ascended with him. And throughout, that man squatted beside me while I sat on the carpet, sipping my drink. You can imagine the scene. Was there a spark between them? Later, as she became inebriated, I suggested she step outside for a moment so I could speak with her. I reassured her that if she felt uneasy, she could keep the door slightly ajar with the key. She complied, sealing the door securely. Once outside, I posed a question to her. Now that it's just the two of us, having seen me, will you choose him or me? Without hesitation, she replied, you. At this point, she was quite intoxicated. After this inquiry, I allowed him back in to attend to her, though I was the one caring for her. Subsequently, we escorted her home, both of us cautious, yet we managed to converse. When she sobered up, I summoned her back to my place. And I received the answer I had long sought. Days passed, and last night, she explicitly conveyed her choice to that man. I drafted a message, which she polished. Despite this, I found myself discontent, as she harbored a lingering sense of guilt and perhaps feelings of betrayal. Today, I contemplated returning home, yet I chose to remain, hoping for one more chance. I am aware that some may chastise me, labeling me as a simp or worse. However, dear friends, I cannot let go. It is not mere infatuation. I recognize her true nature. She is innocent and young, and straying from the right path is a common folly. I view her as a daughter, and when she errs, I aim to guide her towards understanding. She has realized her mistakes. 2 years of companionship outweigh a few fleeting days. While I have not traversed the city streets with her, my contributions far exceed those experiences. Yet, she still struggles internally, even finding physical contact discomforting. Am I not aware that a woman's body speaks truthfully? Nevertheless, she undeniably harbors feelings for me, and had I delayed my departure by just 1 day, none of this would have transpired. I see clearly that their connection is but a misguided friendship. In reality, they are better suited as friends. I find myself at a loss, having dined late on the 17th, and since then, I can hardly claim to have eaten. Any meals I ordered barely touched my lips. On the bright side, I have lost some weight, haha. Having poured out my thoughts, I feel a modicum of relief. Chapter 26, The King's Canyon. Lin Feng hastily completed his registration and hurried towards the dormitory, the fervent gazes of those around him making him feel as if he were sitting on pins and needles. While some upperclassmen cast him looks of sheer animosity, the contrast of such intense scrutiny was a rare experience for most. Gong Yutong, having also finalized her paperwork, walked hand in hand with her mother towards the dormitory. Oh, why does my heart race so fiercely upon seeing him? It is utterly mortifying. I long to be close to him, to embrace him, and to... How embarrassing. What am I even thinking? Is he truly the prince destined for me? Is this what they call love at first sight? Gong Yutong's mind wandered as she blushed profusely, her rosy cheeks betraying thoughts far from innocence. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had reached his dormitory, a setting distinctly different from the standard student accommodations, as he resided in an independent villa. The villa boasted a garden, a swimming pool, and a gym, equipped with every conceivable amenity. Even any special requests would be attended to by dedicated staff, a testament to the privileges afforded to a top-tier genius. Lin Feng relished a refreshing shower in his villa and reclined on the sofa, perusing the university forum on his phone. If one wishes to swiftly familiarize oneself with a school, the forum is the gateway to myriad information. Suddenly, Lin Feng stumbled upon a post titled, "Brothers, watch out for the notorious fast shooter. Be cautious, be very cautious." He had only just arrived at Magic City University and had not offended anyone, yet. The comments on the post were proliferating at an alarming rate. Intrigued, he clicked on the thread. Damn it, the fast shooter has stolen my crush. Today, I confessed my feelings. And she said she fell for him at just a glance. You should have seen the throng of girls at the school gate, utterly spellbound. Not to mention, even some parents and teachers turned crimson in his presence. I had just finished lunch with my girlfriend, and after exercising, she fell asleep calling out his name. TMD, my girlfriend's infatuation with him has made my days miserable. The competition is already fierce, and with him here, he monopolizes half the resources. I am filled with resentment at this wretched world that prioritizes appearances. Not only that, even the new campus beauty, Gong Yutong, has succumbed to his charm. It can only be said that encountering him is a tragedy for us all. I vow to declare war against the fast shooter. I, a man, also find myself drawn to him. The fast shooter spares no one, leaving no survivors. This is a battle to the death. Lin Feng cast a swift glance at the forum post, and indeed, the dazzlingly handsome figures were conspicuously conspicuous wherever they appeared, seemingly offending nearly all the male students at Magic City University. However, it mattered little. His purpose for being here was to enhance his own strength, and women merely served as hindrances, impeding his archery speed. The disparity between universities for awakeners and ordinary institutions was stark. Unlike conventional universities with set curriculums, the paramount focus for awakeners was the augmentation of their abilities. Moreover, upon reaching level 10, awakeners would unlock the potential for job advancement. Ordinary awakeners could only transition to standard professions. In contrast, universities and certain powerful factions had access to unique methods or scrolls for special job advancements, which elucidated why so many sought entry into these esteemed forces. Yet, securing a position within a major faction did not guarantee an opportunity for advancement. It required a significant investment of time and contribution, the duration of which remained uncertain. The advantages of the university became apparent at this moment. Upon enrollment, students had the opportunity to enter a secret realm known as the King's Canyon. accessible solely to students from key national universities and world-class institutions. The entry requirements were not overly stringent, merely a matter of exchanging credits. You have received a full attribute enchantment scroll X1, remaining 15. The following morning, a butler arranged for breakfast to be delivered. Lin Feng savored his meal leisurely, marveling at the experience. Was this truly school? In his previous life, securing a weekend breakfast required an incessant barrage of calls to his roommates. After finishing, Lin Feng hurried to the credit exchange office at Magic City University, conveniently located adjacent to the entry point for the secret realm. Upon entering the bustling hall of the exchange office, the cacophony of voices welcomed him, affirming the forum's claim that this was indeed the liveliest spot at Magic City University. Team for King S Canyon. We need a healer, not an attacker. King S Canyon, ambush squad, looking for an assassin. Come and report your stats. New students for the jungle team, no fighting. Is there a high-level killing team? With our school's current standing, you still want a jungle? Count me in for the high-level killing team, or else Magic City University might slip to 4th place. From the surrounding chatter and information gleaned from the forum, Lin Feng grasped that the King S Canyon was a battlefield for PvP combat. There existed a total of 5 King S Canyon secret realms worldwide, with only one located in Huaxia. This realm featured an expansive map akin to the MOBA games of his former life, like Honor of Kings and League of Legends. Divided into 3 lanes, top, middle, and bottom, the factions were categorized into the Alliance and the Tribe. The Alliance comprised students from various universities, while the identities of the tribe members remained undisclosed, and Lin Feng had been unable to locate any pertinent information. The Alliance was situated in the lower left corner of the map, while the tribe occupied the upper right corner. Each faction's base continuously dispatched troops for combat. And unlike in games, the players, awakeners, served primarily to assist their own faction's soldiers in attacking and destroying the enemy's base to secure victory. The Alliance boasted a considerable population of over 100,000, whereas the tribe, though fewer in number, possessed slightly superior combat prowess. Both sides had clashed for over a decade, yet neither had emerged victorious. This was beyond mere triviality. Reminiscent of the IPL 5 match where we faced CLG in a grueling 70-minute contest that had once left him in dire need of a restroom. Hello, teacher. I wish to exchange for a King S Canyon pass. Lin Feng approached the exchange window, addressing the staff member inside. For the King S Canyon, the cost is 5,000 credits per entry, but now it's raised to 10,000 due to the university's recent ranking drop, resulting in a scarcity, the responsible teacher explained. Very well. I'll take one pass. Lin Feng reluctantly handed over his student ID. The credits at Magic City University were of utmost importance, essentially encompassing all aspects. Having gained admission through special recruitment, he possessed 20,000 credits, whereas ordinary students would require nearly 2 months to accumulate such a sum. Using half of his credits in one go was quite painful. You're only level 10? While entry to King S Canyon requires level 10 or 15. I advise you to level up before entering to avoid wasting your pass, the teacher remarked upon reviewing Lin Feng's student ID. It's fine, teacher. Please proceed with the exchange, Lin Feng asserted confidently. Very well. Recognizing Lin Feng's determination, the teacher refrained from further discussion and promptly exchanged a King S Canyon pass for him. As Lin Feng departed, the teacher couldn't help but muse, this student, who dares to rush into the secret realm at level 10, will surely come to regret it. What a waste of credits. The teacher nodded, seemingly affirming his own opinion. Chapter 27, The Big Bad Wolf and the White Wolf. You are entering King S Canyon. You have consumed King S Canyon Pass X1. After acquiring the pass, Lin Feng proceeded to the adjacent teleportation point to enter the secret realm. In any PvP-oriented spatial secret realm, the sole theme was clear, kill. Consequently, the rewards were notably abundant. Slaying enemy units would yield battle merits, and defeating opposing players would grant half of their battle merits. In this realm, battle merits served as currency, redeemable for items. Thus, eliminating foes and destroying towers became the swiftest means to amass battle merits. However, the penalties for death were severe. In addition to losing half of one's battle merits, one would be expelled from King S Canyon, explaining the prevalence of jungle teams, while safe and stable. It was slow and lacked significant impact on the overall situation. Furthermore, due to the PvP environment, certain restrictions were imposed on all participants. Only 2 pieces of manifested equipment could be brought in, and one could only remain in the secret realm for a maximum of 15 days. One could not linger indefinitely to grind for battle merits. Please select the manifested equipment to bring in, maximum of 2 items. A prompt appeared. Lin Feng surveyed his manifested equipment and found little of note. He chose Shattered Oath, Legendary Ring, and Unadorned Ring, Legendary Ring. These were the best and most practical pieces he possessed, offering attributes, attack bonuses, and useful teleportation skills. You have successfully entered King S Canyon. Good luck. Upon teleportation, Lin Feng found himself in the wilds of the map, surrounded by lush greenery. Opening his map, he discovered he was in the jungle area outside the lower lane tower. With no key for returning to base, he decided to familiarize himself with the jungle. Perfect for gathering equipment and battle merits before seeking out adversaries. Lin Feng remained unhurried, feeling like a single droplet of water entering the vast ocean. Utterly insignificant in this battlefield. After wandering through the grass for a while, he stumbled upon a treasure chest. You have opened a treasure chest. You have received gold X30, small health potion X2. Lin Feng shook his head. Could such meager rewards truly be labeled as treasure? The claims that acquiring resources and equipment within King S Canyon was challenging were decidedly accurate. With no alternative, he pressed on in his search. Suddenly, Lin Feng heard a series of monstrous roars. Wild beasts were abundant in this jungle. Following the sounds, he soon came upon a pond where a pack of massive gray wolves was feasting. LV-13 Great Gray Wolf, X15. Attack, 300, health, 6500. Skills, bite, charge, group combat. In the confines of the Gangu's prison, the monsters encountered were formidable beings with health exceeding 10,000. Now, confronted by such fragile creatures, Lin Feng found himself somewhat unaccustomed. However, he no longer possessed the weapon boasting an attack power of over 100,000. He was now barehanded and utterly impoverished. Yet, even a pack of wolves would deter a level 15 character from engaging in single combat without equipment. Concealed within the grass, Lin Feng sprang forth, delivering a powerful punch to the head of a nearby gray wolf. Bam! 435. Although devoid of weapons and fighting barehanded, Lin Feng's attributes were not to be underestimated. Further augmented by the enhancements derived from Gangu's blood essence, which had effectively doubled his strength. The damage dealt was commendable. The gray wolf, incensed by the assault, retaliated, believing it could easily bite the head of a man. Under the influence of his aura, the wolf's speed was markedly diminished, and a slowed enemy equated to an accelerated Lin Feng. With a nimble twist, he evaded the wolf's bite and swiftly countered with another punch aimed at its head. Bam! 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 455, 459, 420. Each punch rained down upon the wolf's skull like a relentless storm, with damage figures continuously springing forth. Should this spectacle be witnessed by others, jaws would undoubtedly drop. A mere level 10 character, lacking equipment, engaging in combat with a gray wolf would leave them astounded. Yet, Lin Feng was immersed in the thrill of the encounter. While archery was exhilarating, the visceral satisfaction of delivering blows was undeniably more gratifying. After a flurry of 5 or 6 punches, the gray wolf finally let out a wail and collapsed, succumbing to the relentless assault. You have slain LV-13 Gray Wolf, gaining 800 experience points, 3 military merits. You have obtained loot, beast hide armor, blue, X1. Not bad. Finally, a piece of equipment to cover his shame. With his embarrassment lessened, Lin Feng charged toward the second wolf, repeating the previous steps with great success, ultimately dispatching the second wolf as well. You have slain. You have slain. You have slain. In no time, Lin Feng had vanquished a dozen gray wolves, acquiring 2 additional ordinary pieces of equipment. It was imperative to recover some health. Although he had fended off numerous attacks, his health, initially at a maximum of 900, had dwindled to over 500, necessitating a full recovery to quell any lingering fears. Seated beside a tranquil pond, he relished the gentle breeze. Above him, a green glow flickered, revealing 100. 100. Were it not for the multitude of corpses strewn behind him, the scene would be one of serene beauty. However, unbeknownst to Lin Feng, a pair of sinister green eyes lurked in the grass, fixated on him. Seizing the moment of his distraction, a shadow leapt forth from the underbrush at remarkable speed. Oh no, an ambush! Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng activated his teleportation, vanishing just as the assaulting figure drew near. Turning to glance back, he beheld a far larger wolf occupying the spot he had just vacated, pure white, measuring over 10 meters in length, with eyes that glowed like phosphorescent embers. Without needing to examine its details, Lin Feng instinctively recognized it as a boss. LV-13 Wolf Pack Leader, White Wolf, Elite. Attack, 400, Health, 30,000. Skills, Sudden Strike, Powerful Bite, Low Growl, Leaping Strike, Tier, Hungry Wolf's Gaze. Description, the leader of the wolves in the King S Canyon. Beware of staring into its eyes. The information regarding the boss materialized before him. This white wolf was the pack's leader, and having failed its ambush, it let out a low growl directed at Lin Feng before retreating into the grass to await another opportunity. No way, I must take it down. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. Could he let such a prize slip away? Chapter 28. A million-strong army? Lin Feng felt no trepidation. Rather, he was exhilarated. Teleportation. In an instant, he reappeared behind the boss, raising his fists for a powerful strike. Bam! 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 455, 490, 620. After a flurry of blows, he had whittled down several thousand of the boss's health. Sudden Strike, Powerful Bite. The boss turned to face Lin Feng, infuriated by his audacity to attack rather than flee, and unleashed a classic combo, determined to teach this insignificant human a lesson. Teleportation. Lin Feng remained vigilant, teleporting to the opposite side of the boss to continue his barrage. causing thousands of health points to vanish once more. What defines a rogue? This is what it means to be a rogue. Utilizing this clever maneuvering, the great white wolf was left howling in frustration, while Lin Feng methodically chipped away at its health. After several exchanges, the white wolf's health was finally depleted. Bam! The colossal creature collapsed heavily to the ground. You have slain LV-13 Wolf Pack Leader, White Wolf, Elite, gaining 2,000 experience points, 1,000 military merits. You have obtained equipment. Kaino's staff, legendary equipment. Prosperity indeed comes from slaying bosses. Lin Feng reveled in the bounty of loot scattered around him, ecstatic about the 1,000 military merits. Most importantly, he finally possessed a weapon, liberating him from the need to rely solely on his fists for combat. Although it was merely a staff, it sufficed, while its attributes offered little benefit to him and did not enable the casting of his skills. He could still engage in basic melee combat. Lin Feng examined the staff's attributes. Kaino's staff, legendary equipment. Required level, 10. 20 intelligence, 220 magical attack, 300 mana. Special effect. Summon giant wolves, can summon the souls of fallen wolf kin, calling forth 4 spectral wolves to join the fight for 10 minutes. Description. Kainos, in another identity, remains unknown to the world. The weapon's special effect was an unexpected delight, proving to be quite practical. Holding the staff in hand, Lin Feng began the enchanting process. Since this staff was not a manifestation item, there was no need to squander a full attribute enchantment scroll. You have enchanted Kainos' staff successfully. Attaining the effect, permanent duration, your summon units will not disappear unless they are slain. You have enchanted Kainos' staff successfully. Attaining the effect, enhancement, the attributes of your summon units are significantly increased. After testing the enchantment effects a couple of times, Lin Feng was quite pleased. Normally, summoned creatures have a limited duration, requiring resummoning once the time elapses. However, with a permanent duration, his summon units would persist until their health was fully depleted. The enhancement effect was also satisfactory, as it would bolster their combat prowess. Summoning 4 wolves would surely provide substantial support. After reviewing the attributes, Lin Feng initiated a 3rd enchantment. For reasons unknown, the duration of this 3rd enchantment was unusually prolonged, with the staff emanating a dazzling array of colors. Such a phenomenon had never occurred during previous enchantments, leaving Lin Feng in awe. As the successful enchantment sound echoed, the system notification appeared. Enchantment completed. This enchantment is a perfect enchantment, randomly appearing in non-manifestation item enchantments. You enchant the Staff of Kainos, and the enchantment is successful. Granting the effect, Resurrection of the Fallen. Units you have slain have a 50% chance of becoming your summoned minions. A perfect enchantment? Lin Feng encountered such a situation for the first time. Merely glancing at the name, he could tell it was extraordinarily powerful. Upon witnessing the enchantment's effect, Lin Feng could no longer maintain his composure. His heart raced with excitement, and his hands trembled as he thought to himself, what a remarkable effect this Resurrection of the Fallen is. The ability to transform slain units into summons with a 50% chance? Does that mean I can keep slaying and summoning endlessly? Perhaps even amass an army of millions? Coupled with the enhancements of permanent duration and reinforcement effects, the sheer number of summoned beings would render him virtually unstoppable. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng could no longer contain his enthusiasm and began to scour for monsters, declaring, this general is ready to recruit. After a thorough search, Lin Feng arrived at a lionfolk encampment, where 2 lion guards stood guard at the entrance, wielding long axes. LV-14 Lion Guard. Attack, 350, health, 9,000. These attributes were fairly standard. Summon giant wolves. Lin Feng immediately activated the summoning ability of his staff, and 4 undead wolves emerged from the ground, charging towards the lion guards. The 2 lions were swiftly engaged by the 4 wolves. With the wolves absorbing damage in the forefront, Lin Feng felt at ease. As he noticed one of the lion guards nearing death, he promptly advanced, raised his staff, and struck down, achieving an instant kill. The lion guard collapsed, but did not transform into a summon. Unperturbed, Lin Feng observed that the other lion guard was also critically wounded. He approached once more, delivering another decisive blow, resulting in yet another instant kill. You have slain LV-14 Lion Guard. Resurrection of the Fallen triggered. Upon falling, the lion guard did not lie still like other corpses. Instead, it convulsed. And in the blink of an eye, only bones remained. Gradually, the lion guard rose, standing before Lin Feng in a respectful manner. LV-14 Lion Guard. Summoned creature. Attack, 335. Health, 8,000. Buffs, permanent duration. This summon unit will not disappear unless it dies. Reinforced, attributes significantly enhanced. Description, you may trust no one, but summoned creatures are absolutely loyal to you. Seeing the attributes of his first summoned creature, Lin Feng was overjoyed. By conventional standards, becoming a summon would typically grant only half of one's former attributes. Yet this reinforcement effect ensured its attributes were hardly diminished. All units, advance towards the encampment. Lin Feng commanded, thoroughly satisfied with his summoned minion. With a wave of his hand, the 4 wolves and 1 lion guard charged in unison towards the lionfolk encampment. This was a small lionfolk camp, housing not many lions, which was just right for Lin Feng at this moment, with too few soldiers under his command. He could not take on a larger encampment alone. Chapter 29. Do you really think I am alone? You have slain LV-14 Lion Guard, triggering Resurrection of the Fallen, and obtained a summoned creature, Lion Guard. You have slain LV-14 Lion Guard, triggering Resurrection of the Fallen, and obtained a summoned creature, Lion Guard. You have slain LV-14 Lion Guard, triggering Resurrection of the Fallen. You have slain LV-14 Lion Guard, triggering Resurrection of the Fallen. Before long, the lionfolk encampment was entirely cleared. Upon inspection, Lin Feng noted that there were approximately 50 lionfolk, nearly all of whom had been transformed into his summoned creatures, resulting in almost 30 minions at his command. A cloud of dust billowed as his formidable legion of summoned creatures marched forth with great momentum. Soon, they arrived at another encampment, this time a dwarven settlement, inhabited by dwarven warriors, dwarven priests, and dwarven hunters. A well-rounded team is essential, comprising tanks, healers, and damage dealers. The dwarven priests are undoubtedly among the best. Attack! Lin Feng commanded with a flourish, initiating the assault, bolstered by the reinforced effect. His summoned creatures' combat prowess rivaled that of the dwarves of the same level. The battle unfolded even quicker than anticipated, yielding Lin Feng tremendous gains. LV-14 Dwarven Priest, Summoned Creature, X-25, LV-14 Dwarven Warrior, Summoned Creature, X-8. Upon witnessing his legion swell by dozens of reinforcements, Lin Feng soared with joy. You have annihilated a Blood Elf encampment, summoning 45 units. You have annihilated a Draenei encampment, summoning 71 units. You have annihilated a Tauren encampment, summoning 87 units. You have annihilated a Goblin encampment, summoning 91 units. You have annihilated a. You have annihilated a. The legion of summoned creatures surged forward like a tidal wave, systematically clearing encampment after encampment. As the number of summons grew, the time taken for cleanup diminished exponentially, akin to a snowball effect, with numbers multiplying rapidly. Before long, the count of summoned creatures exceeded the 1,000 mark and continued to rise at an astonishing rate. In moments of joy, one often loses track of time. Immersed in the bliss of hunting monsters, Lin Feng soon realized that darkness had descended. Behind him, his legion of summoned creatures stretched far beyond the horizon. After a careful tally, he found their number approaching a terrifying 10,000 summoned creatures. All endowed with the reinforced suffix, constituted an undeniably formidable force with a balanced composition of tanks, mages, archers, and healing knights, capable of challenging even the might of the Horde's regular army, if utilized effectively. After a couple more days of farming, I shall commence my offensive. Gazing at his army, Lin Feng's heart swelled with pride. He was a force to be reckoned with. In the Valley of Kings, there are 3 lanes, upper, middle, and lower, each adorned with 3 towers, the outer tower, the second tower, and the high ground tower. Destroying even one tower yields immense military merit, and Lin Feng's target was the nearest outer tower in the lower lane. As darkness enveloped the land, Lin Feng ordered his legion to rest while he sought refuge in a nearby cave. Although his summoned minions were fiercely loyal, the presence of such bizarre creatures surrounding him made it difficult to adapt. As he lay down, still unable to find slumber, a notification echoed in his mind. You have survived in the Valley of Kings for 12 hours, earning 2,400 experience. Your level has increased, and you are now level 11. Were it not for the rather steep entry fee, grinding for experience here would be quite pleasant, Lin Feng mused, just as he was settling in for rest. A group of Horde players nearby was intently watching him. Lin Feng had no idea how Horde players had infiltrated this area, having never heard of any university affiliated with the Horde faction. Indeed, it's my shooting skills that are astonishingly swift. What a delightful surprise. This generation's most outstanding elite, spoke a Horde player named Qianli Qingshun. They were an assassination squad, infiltrating the Alliance-controlled territory in search of isolated Alliance players. They never anticipated encountering the most elite marksman of this generation. Haha, if we can take him down, we'll gain immense renown. Yes, eliminating him would certainly dampen the morale of our foes. They say that if we kill him, the higher-ups will reward us with something, regardless of what it is. It must be substantial. A mere level 11 fellow. He is not someone we can easily dispatch. We have no idea how many level 15 geniuses we have already eliminated. A group of individuals eagerly began to discuss. In their eyes, Lin Feng was merely a small chick ready for slaughter. Silence, everyone. Wait for my signal before we act. After all, his notoriety precedes him, and we must tread carefully to avoid any missteps. Although Qianli Qingshun was eager to eliminate the fast archer, he understood that a person's reputation carries weight. He had seen the live broadcast of the college entrance examination. This adversary was not to be trifled with. After some contemplation, Qianli Qingshun activated his communication device and discovered that a team of his own was nearby. He contacted them directly to join forces in taking down the fast archer. Let us hold off for a moment. I've reached out to a nearby team with several hundred members. Once they arrive, we will strike. This time he won to escape, Qian Li Qingshan said, a smile gracing his face. Unbeknownst to him, a serpent lay coiled silently above him on a branch, observing the unfolding events below. Under the cover of night, a vast number of tribal faction members stealthily approached, far from a mere few hundred, but rather 1,000 strong. They had all come to hear of the intent to eliminate this generation's top genius, the fast archer. After all, the rewards for slaying a genius from the opposing faction were undeniably generous. All right, folks, the final kill will depend on each of our fortunes. Ha ha ha, let us go. Qian Li Qingshan shouted, and the excited throng surged toward the cave. Inside the cave, Lin Feng was resting. As he rose, he noticed a group of adversaries rushing in, forming a surrounding circle. However, there was no hint of surprise on Lin Feng's face. He merely stretched lazily. Fast archer, prepare to meet your end. Qian Li Qingshan laughed. You seem quite composed. Do you truly believe you can survive? Brothers, let us express our gratitude to the fast archer for this delightful surprise. Indeed, haha, my great eagle has been itching for a feast. The tribal players taunted incessantly. In their eyes, the arrival of this multitude was an exaggeration. He was merely one man, after all, and he was still in the cave. Oh, do you genuinely believe I am alone? Lin Feng scoffed. Chapter 30, A Frenzy of Slaughter. Oh, do you genuinely believe I am alone? Lin Feng retorted, a cold smile adorning his lips. In fact, just as he prepared to rest, he had positioned several serpent-like summons in the trees nearby, lying in wait, so that he could be alerted at the slightest disturbance. When the tribal players encircled him, he was already aware but chose not to act hastily. After all, if one is to play, one should play grandly. Do you not feel secure in your numbers? Allow me to demonstrate the true meaning of overwhelming might, he declared. Awaken, my legion of summons. Before the tribal players could react, Lin Feng raised his staff and waved his arms, his voice resonating with authority. As he spoke, the distant forest quivered, as if something were about to emerge from the earth, with a thunderous roar reverberating through the air. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled continuously, and a rhythmic sound emanated from the woods behind the tribal players. All members of the tribe were startled, turning their heads in unison. They beheld an unfathomable number of creatures stepping forth from the forest. Illuminated by the moonlight, the lion men guards appeared mysterious and formidable, followed by orderly ranks of tauren, gnomes, dwarves, blood elves, and various other beings. One by one, the summoned creatures emerged from the forest, densely packed as if they would never end. Countless summons encircled the tribal members, who numbered nearly 1,000. What the hell? Qian Li Qingshan exclaimed, cursing in disbelief as he was utterly stunned. Isn't this guy an archer? How can he summon so many? The tribal players were on the brink of collapse. Apologies, everyone, but you have found yourselves surrounded. Lin Feng quipped. Men on the left, women on the right. Those who are neither, please remain still. Observing the players' reactions, Lin Feng could not help but indulge his playful side. Yet, amidst the fun, his life remained paramount. In a flash, Lin Feng teleported to the midst of his legion of summons. With a grand flourish, he commanded, "My beloved soldiers, attack." The linemen guards led the charge, rushing directly into the heart of the tribal players, while the various units followed suit, commencing their slaughter. Bone daggers and arrows rained down upon the tribal players with ferocity. The tribal players had no chance to resist, falling in droves. You have slain the tribal faction Drunken Apple, earning rewards. War Merit X 1801. You have slain the tribal faction My Husband I Still Want, earning rewards. War Merit X 980. You have slain the tribal faction Short but Mighty, earning rewards. War Merit X 1668, triggering Resurrection of the Fallen, obtaining Skeleton Mage X1. You have slain the tribal faction Long and Droopy, earning rewards. War Merit X 230. Concealed within the throng of summons, Lin Feng continuously wielded his staff against the foes, with the Resurrection of the Fallen triggering repeatedly. Many tribal members who had fallen rose again, transformed into skeletons, contributing their strength to Lin Feng's army. What the hell? My girlfriend turned into a skeleton and is attacking me. The tribal members were in utter disarray. Why are there more of them the harder we fight? This is impossible. He.s. just an archer. How can he wield necromantic magic? Run, it's too terrifying. I've noticed the skeletons are completely empty below. The war merits he had painstakingly accumulated were now in jeopardy. The tribal members were on the brink of collapse, teetering on the edge of total disarray. The unending waves of summons, along with their comrades transforming into skeletons and attacking them, led to a mental state that was close to exploding. Why are there so many undead? Where are our people? Among the crowd, Qian Li Qingshan, wielding a longsword, struck at a skeleton mage, the very one that had just transformed from one of his fallen subordinates. After a few strikes, the once frail mage had become remarkably resilient after enduring his attacks. Yet, the skeleton mage's counterattack proved intolerable for Qian Li Qingshan. Fireball, Frost Nova, Ice Arrow, 300, 298, 449. The skeleton mage unleashed a barrage that depleted over 1,000 of Qian Liqing Shen's health points. And with his health already compromised, he soon found himself succumbing to darkness. You have been slain by Lin Feng's summon, level 15 skeleton mage. You have lost War Merit X17562. You have lost all non-embodied items. Your embodied item, Elf Longsword, legendary equipment, has shattered. Exiting the King's Canyon. In the next instant, Qian Liqing Shen found himself in the real world, at a residential building, where he was greeted by a series of notifications. He nearly broke down in tears. His embodied weapon was gone, and he had lost half of his war merits. The losses were catastrophic. Fast Archer, you are truly formidable. After holding it in for so long, Qian Liqing Shen shouted at the top of his lungs. In the realm of the King's Canyon, the members of the tribe faction fell one after another, as a resplendent golden announcement resonated throughout the entire gorge. Battlefield announcement. The Alliance faction, LV-11 I shoot. Swift as a thief, has consecutively slain 100 tribe members. Reward, War Merit X 10,000. Title, 100 Slaughter. All members of the Alliance faction receive temporary enhancement. All attributes 10. In the nocturnal ambience, the golden proclamation shone brilliantly. For many, achieving consecutive monster kills proved arduous, let alone against real players. The entire King's Canyon erupted in excitement. What the hell, didn't he just enroll? And now he's in the King's Canyon already? Swift as a thief, you are the best. Long live Magic City University. Swift as a thief is incredible. Is this truly 100 Slaughter? Are the tribe members lining up to be killed by him? What is so remarkable about this? We have players from Imperial Capital University who have also earned this title. The crowd buzzed in the channel, with some expressing joy. Others envy, and yet others feeling jaded. Amidst the discussion, another golden announcement appeared. Battlefield announcement. The Alliance faction, LV-11 I shoot. Swift as a thief, has consecutively slain 500 tribe members. Reward, War Merit X 30,000. Title, Elite of the 100 Slaughter. All members of the Alliance faction received temporary enhancement. All attributes 30. The regional channel fell into an abrupt silence. In such a short span, he transitioned from slaying 100 to 500? Incredible. Unbelievable. This is a non-human feat. Henceforth, he shall be my idol. What else can be said? The chatter transformed completely, now filled with mere exclamations. While the title of 100 Slaughter had been achieved by others, the feat of 500 consecutive kills was exceedingly rare. In this moment, another series of golden announcements flashed. Battlefield announcement. The Alliance faction, LV-11 I shoot. Swift as a thief, has consecutively slain 1,000 tribe members. Reward, War Merit X 100000. Title, 1,000 Slaughter. All members of the Alliance faction receive temporary enhancement. All attributes 50. In the chat channel, the crowd found themselves at a loss for words, yet everything could be summarized in a few points. The King's Canyon had been open for quite some time. Perhaps the prominent figures could easily slay 1,000 tribe members, but achieving 1,000 consecutive kills was no simple task. Meanwhile, on Lin Feng's side, all tribe members had been vanquished, and the attributes of the 1,000 Slaughter title became apparent. 1,000 Slaughter title. Effect, increases attack power, current level X 100. Effect, increases health, current level X 1000. Effect, increases mana, current level X 1000. Description, only true warriors are worthy of this title. Gazing at the attributes of the title, Lin Feng felt somewhat dazed. It was overwhelmingly powerful. Now at level 11, this meant an increase of 1100 in attack, 110,000 in health, and mana. Truly monstrous. He expressed profound gratitude to all the tribe comrades for bestowing such a title on this serene and beautiful night. Besides this title, Lin Feng had also accumulated a significant amount of war merit. With 3 system announcements, he had accrued 140,000, and having slain over 1,000 tribe members, he estimated around 200,000 in total. His fortunes had turned overnight. One must not hoard wealth with such abundant war merit. It was time to return to base for some spending. Observing his gains, Lin Feng wore a blissful expression. With over 200,000, nearly 300,000 war merit, he could exchange for numerous valuable items. After a joyful night of rest, he awoke the next morning, organized all his summoned creatures, and then shattered a return scroll. You have used a return scroll. You have been teleported to the Alliance faction's main base in the King's Canyon. After a brief moment of darkness, Lin Feng found himself amidst a magnificent castle-like structure, where the blue banners of the Alliance fluttered in the wind, and throngs of people passed by, creating a lively atmosphere that took Lin Feng a moment to adjust to. The Supreme Commander of the Alliance has learned of your valorous deeds and holds you in high esteem. You may seek him in the main hall of the military camp. Huh, the Supreme Commander? I can seek him out. He admires me? What a fortuitous opportunity. After a brief moment of astonishment, Lin Feng regained his composure, checked the location of the military camp, and began to run towards it. One who does not seize opportunities is a fool. Those who run slowly are the foolish ones. Esteemed warrior, I have already heard of your heroic deeds. You have surrounded and slain over 1,000 tribe adventurers, greatly boosting our morale. In the main hall of the military camp, a general clad in white armor addressed Lin Feng. This man was none other than the supreme commander of the Alliance. Marshal Arthas, you flatter me. As a member of the Alliance, this is our duty. Lin Feng replied with a subtle smile. Haha, well said. The Alliance needs individuals like you. Your contributions are substantial, and the Alliance will not overlook any valiant contributor. Due to the unique status of adventurers, I cannot directly award you, but I can grant you access to the highest level of the War Merit Shop, allowing you to select what suits you best. Marshal Arthas spoke earnestly. Thank you, Commander, for the Alliance. Noticing the seriousness in Arthas' demeanor, Lin Feng also set aside his joviality. It seemed that the highest level of access would bring many surprises. After their conversation concluded, Lin Feng bid farewell to Marshal Arthas. Now, to the War Merit Shop. Having taken only a few steps, he encountered a crowd gathered around the Alliance supply officer exchanging goods. After half a month of toil, it's all gone in a second. How exorbitant. Indeed, it's costly, but the King's Canyon is quite suitable for gradual development. Yes, as long as one has war merit, they can endlessly exchange for attribute points here, a privilege unmatched by any other place. Enough with the trivialities, everyone understands this reasoning. But it requires war merit. The envy towards Swift as a thief was palpable. Those announcements from yesterday likely brought him millions of war merit. Don't say anything more. We, the Colored Pencil Brigade, can only slay minor monsters to get by. Many players chimed in, sharing their thoughts. The King's Canyon had its merits. Yet one undeniable truth remained. Every endeavor required war merit, and the exorbitant prices made farming arduous. As Lin Feng approached, all eyes turned to him with envy. After the 1,000 slaughter achievement, he had become a household name. A large group of players, after half a month of effort, could barely accumulate 10,000 war merit, while Lin Feng achieved in a single day what they could not in weeks. They couldn't help but gaze skyward, pondering the vast chasm that separated them. No, we are human. He is a freak. Warrior, you have arrived. We have received orders from Marshal Arthas. Please take a look. This is all our goods, the latest offerings. The supply officer, who had previously worn an expressionless face, instantly blossomed with joy upon seeing Lin Feng, eagerly opening the shop panel. The onlookers observed. Daily supply package. 50 war merit. Rare materials package. 100 war merit. Magical scroll treasure chest. 200 war merit. Blue equipment chest. 500 battle achievements. C-class job transfer certificate. 5,000 battle achievements. B-class job transfer certificate. 50,000 battle achievements. A-class job transfer certificate. 300,000 battle achievements. All items become bound upon purchase. A cursory glance revealed a plethora of items. Particularly noteworthy were the rare job transfer certificates available for exchange, including the coveted A-class, which could incite localized conflicts between two major factions if one were to appear in the outside world. However, the price was daunting. 300,000 battle achievements for an A-class certificate. A feat exceedingly challenging to accomplish without extraordinary luck. Naturally, possessing merely the certificate is insufficient. One must also complete corresponding tasks to successfully undergo a job transfer. The difficulty of these tasks correlates directly with the level of the transfer certificate. The higher the certificate, the more arduous the associated task. This page was accessible to all, provided one possessed sufficient battle achievements. Yet, Lin Feng had access to a second page. Wow! Upon unveiling the second page, Lin Feng could not contain his exclamation. The items listed were few, but their mere existence would drive nations worldwide into a frenzy. SSS Class Job Transfer Certificate. Unique. 2,000 battle achievements. Agility Fruit. 1,000 battle achievements each. Up to 100 purchases, grants 1 agility upon use. Strength Fruit. 1,000 battle achievements each. Up to 100 purchases. Grants 1 strength upon use. Intelligence Fruit. 1,000 battle achievements each. Up to 100 purchases, grants 1 intelligence upon use. Constitution Fruit. 1,000 battle achievements each. Up to 100 purchases, grants 1 constitution upon use. Each of these items was enough to evoke envy in the hearts of many. Without hesitation, Lin Feng redeemed the singular SSS Class Job Transfer Certificate. Presently, the highest publicly known transfer was only at the A-class, with fewer than 10 individuals in the entire world possessing it, all of whom were formidable figures. Thankfully, Lin Feng had amassed a sufficient number of battle achievements. Otherwise, merely gazing at the items would have been a source of frustration. As for the 4 types of fruits, purchasing a full stock cost him a mere 400,000 battle achievements. After consuming all the fruits, he felt a sense of satisfaction as his 4 primary attributes surged by 100 points, akin to gaining a significant level advantage over others. Having redeemed the items, Lin Feng then activated the World's Soul SSS Class Job Transfer Certificate. As expected, the requirements were extraordinary. Independently destroy an enemy's defensive tower. Lin Feng could not help but marvel at his fortune. Without his summoned army, he would never have had the opportunity to acquire such a certificate. To complete this task, he would need to rely on his summoned forces, thus clarifying his next objective, to expand his army. With purposeful strides, Lin Feng approached the teleportation array, which could transport him to any of his own defensive towers. Selecting the teleportation to the outer tower in the bottom lane, Lin Feng declared, "After such a long journey, it's time to check on my little treasures." Upon returning to the bottom lane, Lin Feng commenced his army expansion. Under normal circumstances, an alliance would require at least 100,000 troops to successfully breach a tribal outer tower, and time was of the essence. However, with his army possessing the enhanced suffix, a force of around 50,000 should suffice for a confrontation. Shortly thereafter, in a clearing within the bottom lane's jungle, Lin Feng stumbled upon a herd of colossal siege elephants. Towering nearly 3 stories high and measuring 20 meters in length, their legs resembling sturdy pillars, moving with a thunderous rumble, a truly awe-inspiring sight. LV-15 Siege Elephant Elite. Attack, 800. Health, 66,000. Description: compared to ordinary elephants, they possess a more volatile temperament, capable of attacking fortifications and emitting a deafening roar to repel nearby enemies. Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement. Encountering such a rare elite creature was unexpected. With such impressive attack power and health, it was an essential asset for siege operations. Brothers, to ensure they become your steadfast and reliable allies, attack. With a commanding shout, Lin Feng's summoned army surged forth like a tidal wave towards the siege elephant. Boom. The siege elephant, with its high attack and substantial health, could effortlessly dispatch a number of skeletal warriors with just a couple of swings of its trunk. Yet, Lin Feng remained patient, understanding the importance of methodical hunting. Finally, after relentless assaults, the siege elephant fell, and Lin Feng successfully delivered the finishing blow. You have slain LV-15 Siege Elephant Elite, triggering the resurrection of the fallen. The fallen elephant slowly rose to its feet, kneeling respectfully before Lin Feng. Noticing several other siege elephants in the vicinity, Lin Feng felt an uncontrollable excitement brewing within him. Thus, the first step in his army expansion would commence with assembling a siege formation. You have slain LV-15 Siege Elephant Elite, triggering the resurrection of the fallen. You have slain LV-15 Siege Elephant Elite, triggering the resurrection of the fallen. You have slain LV-15 Siege Elephant Elite, triggering the resurrection of the fallen. You have slain LV-15 Siege Elephant Elite, triggering the resurrection of the fallen. In the ensuing moments, Lin Feng did not engage in anything else, but continued to slay the siege elephants. Naturally, such elite creatures were not abundant, and he also cleared some other wild monsters in passing. It is worth noting that the trigger for Resurrection of the Fallen required Lin Feng himself to deliver the final blow. Kills by summoned creatures would not trigger it, and the experience gained would be diminished. Your level has increased to level 12. Your level has increased to level 13. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, he had spent 3 days in the jungle, diligently grinding away, and had managed to level up by 2 ranks. Behind him stood an army of summoned creatures that stretched as far as the eye could see. There were over 300 siege elephants, and the total number of summoned creatures had reached a staggering 60,000. Lin Feng lifted his gaze towards the tribal outer tower, which was faintly visible in the distance among the trees. Though referred to as an outer tower, it was actually a complex of many towering structures adorned with the tribe's vibrant red banners. That was his target. Objective: tribal bottom lane outer tower, commence. With Lin Feng's command, the army of summoned creatures began their march toward the outer tower in the bottom lane. A grand battle was on the horizon. Meanwhile, atop one of the tall towers within the tribal bottom lane, a player named Qian Li Qingshun was conducting a routine patrol. After being defeated by Lin Feng previously, he had promptly invested a significant sum to purchase a ticket and re-entered the King's Canyon. Damn it, if I ever encounter you again, one-on-one, I will surely eliminate you. Qian Li Qingshun spat vehemently. The humiliation of being slain by summoned creatures was a tremendous disgrace. Boom, boom. Simultaneously, the earth trembled, and the nearby jungle swayed. An earthquake? Qian Li Qingshun pondered, perplexed. Before he could react, he witnessed the emergence of summoned creatures from the woods. Those familiar silhouettes, the very summoned creatures that had once swiftly eliminated him. The army of summoned creatures was vast and imposing, and at the center stood the familiar ID. Not me, shoot fast. What's going on? How could he have so many summoned creatures? Did he change to a hidden class? Qian Li Qingshun was left dumbfounded. This is utterly outrageous. One individual has summoned an army. How exaggerated can this be? My heavens. Is this the prowess I possess, the extraordinary speed of my attacks? I once believed myself to be a genius, yet in comparison, I am but a mere insignificant presence. What does he intend to do? Can you fathom his intentions? Clearly, he has brought an army to besiege the city. The members of the tribe atop the tower are abuzz with speculation. A siege? How arrogant. Does he truly believe that a mere few thousand summoned beings can topple the outer tower? If you dare to attack, I shall ensure you never return. Qian Li Qingshun wears an expression of unrestrained joy, The opportunity for vengeance is at hand. Chapter 33, The Assault on the Outer Tower, Part 1. In the King's Canyon, all awakened beings, the players, play the role of mere supporting characters. It is the original NPC armies that truly dictate victory and sway the tide of battle. Observing I shoot, so fast decision to personally assault the tower, Qianli Qingshan perceives it as an act of folly, a futile endeavor akin to striking a stone with an egg. Battlefield announcement. Alliance member, LV-13 I shoot, so fast, is attacking the tribe's bottom outer tower. Battlefield announcement. Battlefield announcement. The announcements flooded in thick and fast. Yet the other players remained largely unresponsive. Naturally, the alliance members did not believe that I shoot, so fast, could breach a tower single-handedly. It was merely bluster. Even if he was formidable, the tribe members were even less concerned, and offering a cheer was already a concession to his arrogance. At the bottom outer tower, the city gates stood wide open. Thousands of tribal warriors, shielded by the arrow towers, formed ranks, preparing for close combat as they organized their summoned legions to advance. The first wave of bear warriors surged forth. The cavalry flanked to the sides, targeting the enemy's flanks. All ranged archers and mages commenced a barrage of long-range fire. Finally, the healing battalion remained vigilant, ever watchful of the front lines. Lin Feng quickly completed his deployment, and countless summoned beings charged toward the enemy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The tribal arrow towers unleashed a relentless hail of arrows as if they were without cost, raining down upon the advancing first wave. Bear warriors fell one after another on the path of their charge. Lin Feng felt no pangs of sympathy. The fallen were mere cannon fodder, and the healing battalion offered them no aid whatsoever. Soon, after suffering losses of 3,000 to 4,000 units, the two armies finally collided beneath the city walls. Huff, huff. While the combat prowess of the summoned beings was indeed inferior to that of the tribal army, the enhancement they received not only bolstered their attributes, but also significantly improved their combat techniques. 3 tribal soldiers, brandishing longswords, enthusiastically surrounded a lion-like sentinel, who, by all accounts, should have been easily dispatched. Yet, this lion sentinel deftly evaded the attacks of the 3 soldiers, countering with a strike that shattered one soldier's legs. After several exchanges, the lion sentinel successfully turned the tables, dispatching all 3 tribal soldiers. Such scenes unfolded repeatedly beneath the tribal walls. The so-called elite tribal legion, shielded by the arrow towers, found themselves utterly overwhelmed by Lin Feng's summoned army, their defenses torn asunder. The battlefield was a one-sided massacre. What on earth is happening? How can their combat strength differ so drastically? This tribal army is akin to a national soccer team. Quickly, shut the city gates. They are about to breach our defenses. The tribal players atop the arrow towers were left in utter disbelief. Generally, summoned beings possess limited intelligence, rendering them prone to errors. They should never be capable of matching tribal soldiers. However, not only were Lin Feng's summoned beings numerous, but their combat capabilities were astonishingly potent, surpassing even those of some players. It is utterly preposterous. It is disheartening. In the blink of an eye, the tribal legion at the city walls was completely annihilated, and the gates were shut to prevent Lin Feng's forces from rushing inside. Chapter 34, The Assault on the Outer Tower, Part 2. My goodness, this enhancement is phenomenal. Battling creatures of the same level feels akin to battling mere children. In the rear of the battlefield, Lin Feng wore a satisfied smile. This inaugural performance had exceeded his expectations. However, the true test lay ahead, as he prepared for the siege. Siege battles are synonymous with heavy losses. Fatalities will be severe. Nevertheless, Lin Feng felt a sense of confidence. Boom, boom. The colossal siege elephants made their grand entrance. Shoot quickly. Slay these summoned beings, damn it. On the arrow towers, Qianli Qingshan and the other tribal players received the Defend the City mission, tasked with directing the strong crossbows against the summoned legion below. Boom, boom. The crossbows boasted formidable attack power. Each bolt could fell a multitude of summoned units. Witnessing this, the tribal players felt a modicum of relief. Boom, boom. Suddenly, a thunderous sound reverberated, shaking the ground as if in an earthquake. Looking up, they beheld massive elephants charging from the jungle, each resembling a moving mountain. Over 300 elephants surged forward, raising clouds of dust and shattering the earth beneath them. What the hell is this? Are these also his summoned beings? They are far too massive. Can we withstand this? Qianli Qingshan stood in shock. These elephants appeared to be formidable adversaries. In an instant, the colossal siege elephants had reached the city gates, ramming their immense bodies against the doors. Bang, bang. The siege elephants were designed for breaching, inflicting catastrophic damage upon the walls with each assault, causing tremors that reverberated throughout the structure. The tribal players atop the arrow towers watched the elephants' assault with hearts racing. The greatest hope for the defenders resided in the city walls. Should the gates fall, it would spell doom for them. Moreover, the summoned beings commanded by I Shoot so fast possessed exceptional combat techniques, suggesting that even in urban warfare, their side might not stand a chance. Boom. At that moment, An enormous sound echoed as the city gates were breached. The battlefield alert promptly followed. Regional announcement. The tribal city gate has been destroyed. Prepare for urban combat. Endless summoned forces surged into the city, leaving all tribal players frozen in place, their faces drained of color. Damn it! Qianli Qingshan trembled uncontrollably, as if reliving the moment of his previous demise. These damned summoned beings are truly fierce. Now it's my turn. Witnessing the gates fall, Lin Feng teleported into the city. Having lost numerous units in the prior skirmish, it was time to expand his forces once more. You have slain, tribal soldier, triggering rebirth of the fallen. You have slain, tribal mage, triggering rebirth of the fallen. You have slain, tribal laborer. You have slain, LV-14 Qianli Qingshan, triggering rebirth of the fallen. You have slain, LV-14 Fatty, triggering rebirth of the fallen. Due to Lin Feng's extraordinary attack power and attributes, executing finishing blows was a trivial task, often triggering a rebirth with just 2 kills. Amidst the chaotic stream of notifications, Lin Feng spotted a familiar name, Qianli Qingshan. In such a short span, this deeply sentimental brother had met his end before him twice. It was indeed a peculiar fate, and he wondered if Qianli would cherish this connection. Chapter 35, The Assault on the Outer Tower, Part 3. The outer tower of the tribe is typically manned by at least 50,000 troops, and a standard siege would require a force at least double that number, which translates to a minimum of 100,000 soldiers. Yet, what no one in the tribe anticipated was the rapid capitulation of the city walls, particularly in urban combat, where they were utterly outmatched by Lin Feng's summoned legion. Thus, the tide of war decisively tilted in Lin Feng's favor, overwhelmingly so. With the teleportation points within the city captured, the support route from the outer tower was completely severed, leading to the annihilation of the city's forces, encircled by the summoned troops. The towering arrow towers within the city crumbled under the assault of the siege behemoth. In an instant, golden announcements flooded the screen. Battlefield announcement. Congratulations to Alliance member, LV-13 I shoot, so fast, for breaching the tribe's outer tower, achieving a significant victory. Reward, Military Merit X10, 000, King S Treasure Chest X1. All Alliance members receive 20 to all attributes. All tribe members receive 10 to all attributes. Effective only in the King S Canyon. The golden announcement appeared 3 more times, capturing everyone's attention. Subsequently, the entire King S Canyon erupted in excitement. The Alliance base remained as bustling as ever, teeming with activity and lively chatter. However, with the appearance of the announcement, the base fell into a sudden silence as countless individuals stared in awe at the shimmering proclamation, rendered speechless. Moments later, an even greater uproar ensued. What? The god of speed single-handedly breached the outer tower? Alone? My goodness, is this even humanly possible? This must be a joke. No. Look at your own attributes. My 20 attribute points have increased. I recall Marshal Arthas leading 80,000 soldiers to assault the upper outer tower, and they failed to take it down. How did I shoot so fast achieve this alone? Damn, 10 million military merit. Someone, bring me a basket of lemons. The god of speed is truly extraordinary, eternal youth. This is a moment of pride for Magic City University. The players within the base buzzed with excitement, a cacophony of voices echoing throughout. Meanwhile, at the tribe's base, the revelation of the announcement ignited a frenzy of panic. What is happening? Our lower outer tower is gone. This cannot be true. It must be a lie. We must mobilize our forces. We must reclaim it. How dare the Alliance destroy our outer tower? They have forgotten our might. With the outer tower lost, their next move will undoubtedly be to assault the inner tower. We must unite to defend it. We cannot allow them to mock us. I shoot, so fast, our mortal enemy. Anyone who sees him must be executed. A horde of tribe players roared with outrage, driven by an inexplicable animosity towards humanity, a sentiment that Lin Feng remained oblivious to. At this moment, Lin Feng had commenced the cleanup of the battlefield. This engagement proved to be easier than he had anticipated, primarily because the tribe had underestimated him and had failed to reinforce their ranks promptly. Additionally, his summoned legion demonstrated remarkable combat prowess. In terms of losses, he had sustained around 10,000 units, mostly the lowest tier soldiers, which was acceptable given the nature of the siege. Conversely, Lin Feng had secured numerous kills and successfully expanded his forces by over 5,000, somewhat compensating for his losses. Most notably, the military merit gained from conquering the outer tower amounted to a staggering 10 million, with an additional 3 million obtained from slaying tribe soldiers, rendering him suddenly affluent. Furthermore, the treasure chest he received was another stroke of fortune. Lin Feng had enough experience to know that such reward chests typically contained valuable items. Chapter 36, The Golden Legend. King's Treasure Chest. Description: this is a treasure chest filled with honor, a reward from the Alliance for your exemplary performance in the King S Canyon. You have received a reward chest from the Alliance. Would you like to open it immediately? The system prompted eagerly, seemingly more impatient than Lin Feng, the recipient. Open it. Let us open it. Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement. wondering what delightful treasures would emerge. You have opened the King's treasure chest. You have received Alliance Star X1. You have received Holy Light Blessing, Golden Legend, Skill Book X1. The chest revealed 2 items. The first, Alliance Star, a new star within the Alliance, significantly boosts your prestige and raises the Alliance faction's favor to maximum levels. It appeared quite impressive, although it seemed to lack immediate utility, so he decided to set it aside for future consideration. The second item was the coveted skill book. Holy Light Blessing, Golden Legend, Enchantable. Class, Universal. Effect, upon release, heals all allies and summoned entities without limit to quantity or distance. Cooldown, 3 minutes. A healing skill that disregards both distance and quantity. Upon reading the description, Lin Feng was astounded by Holy Light Blessing. Skills that are universally applicable are exceedingly rare and typically overpowered, yet he never expected one to be this formidable. The concept of disregarding distance meant that he could heal from one end of the earth to the other, and it could also heal his summoned creatures. With tens of thousands of summoned beings at his disposal, employing this skill would rejuvenate his entire legion, likely instilling terror in his foes. No wonder it came with the designation of Golden Legend. It was fitting. However, he was uncertain about the healing amount. Regardless, acquiring such a powerful asset necessitated immediate enchantment. Having accumulated a total of 16 full attribute enchantment scrolls over the past few days, it was high time to utilize them. Otherwise, he would feel quite uncomfortable. You consumed full attribute enchantment scroll X3. You enchanted Holy Light Blessing. Enchantment successful. Obtaining effect. Perfect. Healing amount is no longer limited by a numerical value. Restoring 100 health to the target. You enchanted Holy Light Blessing. Enchantment successful. Obtaining effect. Dispel. Cleanses all debuffs and removes control effects during healing. You enchanted Holy Light Blessing. Enchantment successful. Obtaining effect. Inspire. Healed units gain 100 attack power for 30 seconds. The enchantment was complete, yielding 3 effects. Perfect, Dispel, and Inspire. Perfect speaks for itself. Full health. Akin to a spring breeze. Dispel clears all abnormal states, rendering oneself completely pristine, which is exceedingly practical. Inspire is rather extraordinary, under the enhancement of the previous 2 effects. It grants a 100 attack power boost, akin to a drug-fueled surge, yielding godlike results. This skill significantly elevated his capabilities, reinforcing the notion that he must uphold his faith in the Holy Light. The Holy Light be with you, my warrior. With this skill in hand, the forthcoming battles would undoubtedly become more manageable, and the casualty rates would diminish significantly. Lin Feng was exceedingly satisfied with this enchantment and felt an overwhelming eagerness to test its effects on the battlefield. Chapter 37, The Startled Principal. Magic City University, Exchange Center. The principal of Magic City University was conducting an inspection accompanied by several school leaders. Over the years, the University of Magic City has thrived, with faculty and students alike harboring a fervent ambition to surpass the Imperial Capital University and ascend to the pinnacle of higher education in China. The president and the leadership team have scarcely rested, tirelessly dedicating themselves to the advancement of the institution. As a group walked and conversed, they soon arrived before the grand screen in the hall, which displayed information and achievements from various universities. At that moment, it showcased the real-time accomplishments of different institutions within the Kings Canyon secret realm. Kings Canyon Achievement Rankings. First place, Imperial Capital University. Second place, Southwest University. Third place, University of Magic City. Fourth place, North China University. Fifth place. Upon seeing the rankings displayed on the screen, the once jovial expressions of the university leaders turned to discomfort. We are still lacking, sighed President Li Ruzhong, his voice heavy with dismay. The Kings Canyon is a critical secret realm for early development, and to find our University of Magic City in third place is a source of deep embarrassment for me as president. Everyone understood that the Kings Canyon is regarded as the premier realm for growth. For an awakened being to establish a solid foundation, be it in upgrading attributes or honing combat skills, the Kings Canyon is an indispensable training ground. Various universities, in their quest for resources to obtain tickets to this secret realm, have engaged in fierce competition, employing myriad strategies to ascend the achievement rankings. Yet now, the University of Magic City, which had long aspired to be the foremost institution in China, found itself languishing in third place. Overshadowed not only by the formidable Imperial Capital University, but also by Southwest University, which had been gaining momentum in recent years. How unfortunate. I wonder how this year's students will fare, remarked President Li, who felt a sense of helplessness. Do not lose heart, President. We will undoubtedly rise to become the premier university in China. The words of encouragement from the crowd prompted a nod from President Li. What more could he say? Ultimately, the true essence of this matter lies with the students themselves, and as president, he felt somewhat powerless. In that moment of collective despondency, the display screen refreshed its information. Kings Canyon Achievement Rankings. First place, Imperial Capital University. Second place, University of Magic City. Ranking up, 1, Third place, Southwest University. Ranking down, 1, fourth place, North China University. Fifth place, the rankings had been updated. The University of Magic City had ascended to second place. What is happening? President Li exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Other leaders, teachers, and students also expressed their curiosity, gathering around to investigate. After all, the gap in achievements between the University of Magic City and Southwest University was not merely a matter of 10 or 20 points. With the leaders present, the efficiency of operations was remarkably swift. Soon, a teacher managed to contact a student within the King's Canyon and brought the latest news to the president. President Li, I have good news. It's astonishing. As President Li gazed at him in silence, the teacher continued, why aren't you asking me what this shocking news is? What is this astonishing news? President Li inquired gently. President, one of our new students single-handedly destroyed a tribe's outer tower, earning a staggering 10 million achievement points. The teacher, overwhelmed with excitement, finally revealed the information, breathlessly catching his breath. Wow, someone pushed down the tribe's outer tower? Alone? Not only President Li, but everyone present, teachers and students alike, was left dumbfounded, their faces reflecting a spectrum of emotions. They all had ventured into the King's Canyon and understood the immense difficulty of toppling a tribe's tower. Who is this person? President Li pressed eagerly. President, it's a new freshman, Lin Feng. He pushed down the outer tower all by himself, and the entire King's secret realm is in an uproar. The teacher responded. With a thunderous cheer, the room, once quiet, erupted into lively discussion. Indeed, indeed, indeed. President Li exhaled deeply, pleasantly surprised, and exclaimed, I remember Lin Feng was the top student in the entrance examination, specially recruited. To have made such a significant contribution so soon after enrolling is remarkable. The achievement rankings of various universities are not merely symbols of honor. They are closely linked to the number of tickets the institution can obtain, making them immensely important. The ascension of the University of Magic City back to second place undoubtedly provided a sense of relief to the leadership, invigorating the university's spirit. Yes, this student was indeed recruited by me, and I had high hopes for him. I never imagined he would bring us such a surprise, remarked the head of admissions, his face beaming with joy. It was he who had initially overlooked Lin Feng's talent level, opting to specially recruit him. In hindsight, this decision proved to be extraordinarily astute, silencing all dissenters at the time. Haha, your vision remains sharp. This student possesses considerable talent. As the day of the chosen secret realm approaches, perhaps we should consider giving this student an opportunity, President Li mused, his voice intentionally audible to all present. Let those with abilities step forward and nurture them. Quality resources must be invested in true talent. This has always been the principle of the University of Magic City. After all, aspiring to be the foremost institution in China cannot merely be achieved through grand declarations. The ultimate goal is to cultivate talent. At this moment, President Li was exceedingly pleased with Lin Feng's performance and was willing to extend all manner of resources and privileges to him. Upon hearing the mention of the chosen secret realm, those around him were struck with astonishment. Even more so than when they first learned of Lin Feng's accomplishment of toppling the outer tower alone. Chapter 38. The mindset is gone, all gone. SSS level class change task. Completion progress. Destroy a tribe's defensive tower, 1-1. Task requirement. Task must be completed solo, but legends persist that if you are not yet satisfied, continue to conquer. In the lower jungle area, Lin Feng examined the class change task, noting that he had already completed the required progress. He could return to the Alliance base to submit the task and successfully change classes. However, Lin Feng was reluctant to conclude his endeavors so swiftly. He had gained momentum, and now was the time to push further, a testament to his ambition. The more towers he toppled, the better the rewards he would receive. Furthermore, pushing down towers signified greater achievements. Therefore, he resolved to continue his offensive. Having made his decision, Lin Feng chose to further develop in silence, expand his legion, and then launch an assault on the lower second tower. You have obtained a full attribute enchantment scroll X1, remaining 15. Time swiftly passed, and 2 days flew by in an instant. In these 2 days, the morale of the Alliance surged following the destruction of the lower outer tower, while the tribe's morale plummeted to a precarious low, on the brink of collapse and preparing to regroup. Commander Arthas also commenced an offensive against the tribe's upper outer tower. You have leveled up, current level, LV14. A notification chimed in, informing Lin Feng of his ascension to level 14. In the realm of summoning legions, the number of colossi has soared beyond 500, with the overall legion count surpassing 90,000, marking a significant escalation in scale. Raising their gaze, they beheld the wild-style arrow towers of the tribe standing resolutely ahead. These were the second towers of the tribe's lower lane. Prepare for departure. At the command, the vast and mighty summoning army commenced their advance towards the objective. In the outskirts of the demon city, in an unknown location, a group of individuals adorned with various beast masks gathered to witness the live broadcast of the King's Canyon. Utilizing special tools, they synchronized the visuals from the secret realm to the real world. The broadcast displayed the tribe's defensive towers, and at that moment, from the perspective of the second tower in the lower lane, soldiers began to frantically raise the alarm as an endless horde appeared beneath the walls, ready to commence the siege. "It seems he has indeed fallen for the trap," remarked an individual wearing a golden mask, known by the ID Qianli Buliexing, with a cold demeanor. "Ha ha ha, our esteemed leader Qianli is truly sagacious. He had already instructed Commander Thrall to lay an ambush at the lower lane's second tower. This audacious thief dares to continue the assault. This time, he shall not return." Qianli Qingxin, standing beside, sneered viciously. Having been slain twice by Lin Feng in the King's Canyon, they had lost nearly all their resources. Now, the opportunity for vengeance had finally arrived, and they yearned for him to experience the same fate. As their banter unfolded, the live broadcast revealed Lin Feng commanding his army as they initiated their charge. The group charge was formidable, none dared to confront it directly. This time, Lin Feng positioned the colossi at the forefront, forming a battalion of siege colossi. Their charge seemed to resonate throughout the visual feed, causing the very screen to tremble. All observers held their breath, visibly awed by the sheer momentum. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The tribe's arrow towers quickly retaliated, unleashing a torrential rain of arrows. Thanks to their prior preparations, the defensive strength had been significantly augmented, and the deluge of arrows was relentless. As the army reached the base of the walls, they suffered considerable losses, many falling wounded. Particularly, the siege colossi battalion found themselves in dire straits, their health plummeting. Haha, once we eliminate this herd of elephants, let us see how that audacious thief proceeds with the siege. Qianli Qingxin laughed heartily, envisioning Lin Feng's impending defeat. It appears this match holds no suspense. One man can only accomplish so much. Qianli Buliexing added, convinced of the inevitable downfall of the thief. Activate Divine Light's protection. At that moment, beams of golden light cascaded from the heavens, precisely enveloping each summoned creature, illuminating the battlefield brilliantly. Healing numbers began to appear. 60,015, 18,951, 25,496. Under the luminous pillars, every summoned unit with diminished health was instantly restored to full vitality, exuding vigor. Even the injured colossi regained their strength. This spectacle left all onlookers astounded, enveloped in silence. "Boss, I must be hallucinating, right? They're all at full health? This healing amount, this range." Qianli Qingxin felt on the verge of collapse. After laboring for so long, a single healing spell had undone their efforts. This cannot be a skill. It must be a spell scroll or something akin. Such a vast and potent scroll could only exist in singularity. Qianli Buliexing frowned, recognizing that such a formidable healing spell was beyond even NPC capabilities, let alone those awakened. At that moment, the battle intensified further. The colossi launched a ferocious assault on the walls, causing the sturdy second tower to tremble violently, on the brink of collapse. The tribal soldiers stationed on the arrow towers continued their barrage. The defensive strength of the second tower far exceeded that of the outer towers. Had it been the outer walls, they would have crumbled by now. Conversely, the second tower's defenses persisted, albeit the colossi were battered, nearing defeat. As long as they could eliminate the colossi before the walls fell, the tribe could still claim victory. Both Qianli Qingxin and Qianli Buliexing straightened in their seats. Their expressions rekindled with excitement, as if hope had resurfaced. Just then, another multitude of light beams descended from above. Divine Light's protection. 52,014, 32,567, 22,587, 48,921. Each summoned unit basked in the radiant glow, their health restored in an instant, dispelling all debuffs and dramatically enhancing their combat prowess. The 90,000-strong army surged back to life. Unbelievable. My God. TMD. Mind your words. Take back those first three. The cacophony of curses erupted within the tribal hall. No explanations were needed. Morale had plummeted, utterly shattered. Qianli Qingxin and Qianli Buliexing also felt their spirits crushed, despondent, and defeated. After painstakingly reducing Lin Feng's army's health, they had not anticipated another overwhelming healing, restoring their status and amplifying their combat effectiveness. Essentially, all of the tribe's attacks had proven futile, and their own ranks continued to dwindle. It was clear the walls would not hold much longer. How could they proceed? Chapter 39, The Second Tower Falls. Boom. Regional announcement. The gates of the tribe's second tower have been destroyed. Prepare for urban combat. With a thunderous sound, the gates were breached by the siege colossi, and a tidal wave of summoned creatures surged into the city, marking the commencement of urban warfare. Although the gates had fallen, the tribe had prepared in advance, with 180,000 elite soldiers stationed within the city, ready to defend. "We've got this," asserted Qianli Buliexing, though his tightly clenched fingers betrayed his anxiety. Indeed, the battle has only just begun. In a narrow encounter, the valiant shall prevail. The outcome remains uncertain. Qianli Qingxin encouraged from the side. In the live broadcast, the tribe maintained an advantage due to their numerical superiority and the suppression from the arrow towers, instilling a flicker of hope among those in the hall. However, The sky brightened once more, as thousands of light beams shattered the thick clouds, precisely landing on every summoned being. Divine Light's Protection, 56,005, 10,008, 66,666, 782. The green healing light reappeared above every summoned unit, restoring them to full health and dispelling all debuffs, their combat capabilities surging anew, altering the battlefield's dynamics. Witnessing this, the tribal soldiers defending the city crumbled, realizing that every time their foes neared defeat, they were revived to full health, their power escalating. Is this some sort of stimulant? What hope do we have? Perhaps it's time to call it a day and return to more meaningful endeavors for the tribe. Swish. Divine Light's Protection. Swish. Divine Light's Protection. Swish. Divine Light's Protection. The battle continued, yet every 3 minutes, the sky unleashed a deluge of light beams, healing every summoned unit, rendering Lin Feng's forces nearly invincible. The tribe's defenders were utterly demoralized. In a certain location in the outskirts of the demon city, Qianli Buliexing and Qianli Qingxin sat in stunned silence, their minds completely numb. The descent of radiant beams was not merely the summons of the summoned creature's blood. It shattered their hopes as well. What remained was only despair. Boss, this isn't right. How can he use scrolls of such caliber as if they were worthless? Questioned a suspicious Qianli Qingxin, his skepticism evident. With this form of healing, Lin Feng's legion could be deemed invincible. I shoot, so swiftly. Qianli Bu Lu Xing's face darkened like the bottom of a pot as he gritted his teeth and uttered a few words. This person must not be spared. Moreover, I have no desire to utter this name a second time. On the battlefield, as the beams of Holy Light's Protection continually descended to provide healing, Lin Feng's summoned army had already seized control of the situation, systematically obliterating the tribal arrow towers. Meanwhile, Lin Feng stealthily claimed kills from the rear. Perpetually refreshing, Resurrection of the Fallen. You have slain, LV-15 Tribal Soldier. Triggering, Resurrection of the Fallen. You have slain, LV-15 Tribal Soldier. You have slain, LV-15 Fragrant Green Apple. Triggering, Resurrection of the Fallen. You have slain, LV-15 Longyang's Favor. Triggering, Resurrection of the Fallen. You have slain. Throughout the battle, Lin Feng had been consistently claiming kills. Holy Light's Protection had transformed into a passive skill, releasing automatically when the time came, much to his delight. When the battle concluded, Lin Feng's army had surged by over 10,000, all converted from tribal members and soldiers. The speed of this expansion was rivaling that of shadow clones. With the last tribal soldier falling, a series of announcements flashed across the screen. Battlefield announcement. Congratulations to Alliance member, LV-14 I shoot, so swiftly, for destroying the tribal lower lane's second tower, achieving a significant victory. Rewards. Military Merit X 10 million, King S Chest X1. All Alliance members gain 30 attributes. All tribal members lose -20 attributes. Effective only in the King S Canyon. A trio of announcements sent the entire King S Canyon into a frenzy once more. You have a King S chest. Would you like to open it? Open. You have obtained Star of Agility, Manifest Item, Bound. Star of Agility. Greatly enhances physical agility. Special conditions for promotion. Promotion conditions unknown. Cannot affect attributes within the secret realm. After opening the reward chest and acquiring a Star of Agility, Lin Feng, having undergone a series of trials, was no longer easily elated. Although he recognized that such an item, capable of completely enhancing one's physical form, was invaluable, his joy was tempered. After all, one grows with time. In addition to this, he also received a legendary helmet. Helmet of the Battlefield King, legendary equipment. Required level, 13. 40 strength, 60 constitution, 1000 health points, 600 magic points. Without hesitation, he donned the equipment and activated the ordinary enchantments. Helmet of the Battlefield King. Enchantment. Fury of Power. Increases attack speed of all summoned units within a 500-yard range by 53. Enchantment. Critical Power. Grants all summoned units within a 500-yard range a critical hit chance of 55. Enchantment. All-Seeing Eye. Causes all units within a 20-yard range to lose invisibility and reveal their forms. Activation costs 20 MP. All three enchantments were commendable. Although the attributes were not exceedingly high, the first two affixes bolstered the combat prowess of his summoned units, providing substantial assistance to Lin Feng at this juncture. The third enchantment, All-Seeing Eye, equipped Lin Feng with the ability to thwart assassins. Moreover, due to Holy Light's protection, Lin Feng suffered minimal losses, with only around 6,000 casualties, while his summoned creatures amassed approximately 15,000 from his kills. Following the grand battle, the size of his legion did not diminish but instead swelled to over 100,000. Next came the military merit. The tower destruction awarded him 10 million military merits, and the slaying of tribal members garnered nearly 15 million military merits, totaling approximately 28 million merits. He felt a sudden surge of affluence. After a brief respite, he directed his assault towards the high ground tower. Lin Feng took a deep breath, gazing at the distant structures, and issued his command. It was imperative not to delay any further. Now was the time to strike with unyielding resolve. Half a day later, at the Alliance base, a group of students from the 4 prestigious universities, alongside others from prominent institutions across Huaxia, congregated before the announcement board, engaged in fervent discussions. I shoot. So swiftly has been thriving lately, but unfortunately, our Imperial Capital University remains at the forefront, scoffed a student from Imperial Capital University. Exactly, what is he even? Offending the Princess Hall, he will inevitably face consequences. As long as our Imperial Capital University stands, you shall always be a mere second. I must say, aside from Imperial Capital University, the rest are all inferior. Boasted the students from Imperial Capital University, their arrogance palpable. Hearing such brazen remarks from the Imperial Capital University students, those from Southwest University and North China University could only seethe in silence. It was an inescapable reality. Most students from Imperial Capital University were scions of wealth and power, with formidable awakeners among them, making them untouchable. Even with students from Magic City University defending Lin Feng, their voices were drowned out. I shoot. So swiftly is nothing but a nobody, as his name suggests. If he could lead Magic City University to first place, I would gladly kneel before him daily. But alas, he is incapable of such feats. Remarked a flamboyantly dressed, alluring female student from Imperial Capital University, her tone somewhat frivolous. For years, Imperial Capital University had maintained its status as the top institution, never surpassed, and this was a source of pride for its students, who reveled in their ability to mock others. At that moment, a series of radiant announcements burst forth. Battlefield announcement. Congratulations to Alliance member, LV-14 I shoot, so swiftly, for destroying the tribal high ground tower, achieving a significant victory. Rewards. Military merit X 10 million, King S chest X1. Once again, a trio of announcements echoed, plunging the Alliance base into stunned silence, leaving everyone utterly astonished, as if they had misheard. I shoot, so swiftly just completed the second tower push. And now he has leveled the high ground so swiftly? It seems the title of High Ground Conqueror suits Lin Feng rather well. A tribute to the great brother Go-Going. What kind of maneuver is this? What kind of strength? Is this something a mere mortal can achieve? The crowd was left bewildered, astonished, and incredulous. In reality, at Magic City University, a student exclaimed, "Look, the military merit rankings have been updated." Instantly, everyone present turned their attention to the leaderboard. King S Canyon, military merit rankings. First place, Magic City University, ranking up, 1. Second place, Imperial Capital University, ranking down, 1. Third place, Southwest University. Fourth place, North China University. As anticipated, with Lin Feng once again receiving a substantial announcement of military merits, Magic City University surpassed Imperial Capital University, ascending to glory. This marked the first time Imperial Capital University had been dethroned in the military merit rankings. The expressions of the Imperial Capital University students present in the King S Canyon darkened instantaneously. The girl who had exclaimed that if Lin Feng could lead Magic City University to victory, she would reward him daily with her affections, felt her cheeks burn with embarrassment. Wishing fervently for a fissure in the earth to swallow her whole. Having successfully toppled the high ground turret in the bottom lane, he earned yet another, King's Treasure Chest. Upon opening it, he acquired the Star of Power manifestation item, bound, which, akin to the Star of Agility, obtained from the destruction of the second tower, would significantly enhance his strength. He tucked it away for future experimentation once he exited the arena, curious about its specific capabilities. This conquest of the high ground turret netted him approximately 12 million contribution points, bringing his cumulative total to an impressive 40 million. Furthermore, Lin Feng's summoned legion expanded once more by over 10,000 members. With the bottom lane turret now secured, the next target was to launch an assault on the tribe's base. Gazing into the distance, the rugged skyline of buildings sprawled before him. And if he could breach that stronghold as well, the protracted siege of turrets would finally yield a victor. It was likely that the base's defensive forces were formidable, anticipating his continued onslaught. However, he felt no urgency. There were still many turrets to dismantle, all of which represented valuable contribution points. He devised a modest plan to eliminate the remaining 6 turrets entirely. You have obtained a full attribute enchantment scroll X1, 22 remaining. Time flew by, and within the span of a week, the King S Canyon experienced a transformative upheaval that astonished the entire world. Lin Feng, like a force of nature, directly dismantled the 3 defensive towers along the mid lane, effectively shattering the tribe's morale. The NPC legions sensed an opportunity, drawn by the scent of contribution points, as Commander Arthas led his forces to demolish the defensive towers in the top lane. All of the tribe's defensive structures lay in ruins. Lin Feng and Arthas's legions triumphantly converged on the high ground of the tribe. Although Lin Feng regretted not being able to destroy 3 additional towers, his gains were undeniably substantial. The number of his summoned legion had exceeded 150,000. He had amassed nearly 40 million contribution points, totaling a staggering 70 million. Moreover, Each destroyed defensive tower yielded a king's treasure chest, revealing Star of Intelligence, Star of Constitution, and Star of Spirit, indicating that the game intended to mold Lin Feng into an extraordinary figure in the real world as well. The thrill of dismantling turrets was unparalleled. With so many contribution points at his disposal, it was time to make some purchases. The final battle required thorough preparation. He thought to himself, it was time to commence the ultimate confrontation. You have used a return scroll. You have returned to the Alliance base. In a flash of light, Lin Feng found himself back at the Alliance base, where a noticeable transformation awaited him. The station soldiers stood tall and proud, exuding an air of formidable morale. Numerous Alliance players sharpened their blades, eager to claim their share of contribution points in the upcoming final battle. Shortly thereafter, Lin Feng met Commander Arthas. Greetings, brave warrior. The King's Canyon has been at a stalemate for many years, yet your consecutive victories in dismantling the tribe's mid and bottom lanes have forged unparalleled accomplishments, leading to this momentous outcome on the battlefield. On behalf of the Alliance, I extend to you my highest respect. Commander Arthas rose to greet Lin Feng with solemnity. Commander Arthas, I have come to discuss the assault on the tribe's base, Lin Feng stated directly, cutting to the chase as he prepared for the final battle. Indeed, based on the intelligence gathered by the Alliance, the tribe is currently consolidating its forces to fortify their defenses. Furthermore, there is a particular individual you must be wary of, a orc named Thrall, who is adept at stealth and excels in assassination, posing a considerable threat. In reality, Thrall is not an assassin. Commander Arthas detailed the situation to Lin Feng. From his account, it was evident that the final battle would not be easily won, particularly with the formidable final boss at play. Warrior, to prevent unnecessary delays, I propose we initiate the attack tomorrow to preempt a potential counteroffensive from the tribe, Arthas suggested. Tomorrow is fine. Upon hearing Arthas' proposal, Lin Feng concurred, recognizing that hesitation could lead to defeat while the villain perishes through verbosity. Defeating the tribe is our undeniable duty as the Alliance. Then we shall reconvene tomorrow, brave warrior. Arthas replied, visibly excited. With a wave of his hand, a golden announcement appeared. Goodness, he can issue announcements at will? Lin Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Battlefield announcement. The Alliance has resolved to launch a full-scale assault on the tribe's base tomorrow, inviting all Alliance members to participate in this combat initiative. During this period, slaying enemies will yield 500 contribution points, 150 experience points, and 100 item drops. Killing the tribe's leader, Thrall, will reward one with a sacred artifact. The announcement reverberated 3 times, igniting a fervor throughout the base. A sacred artifact? Good heavens, even the elite among the world's most esteemed would envy such a reward. No one shall dare to compete with me. I am determined to slay that boss. At last, the final battle approaches. We must truly be grateful for my swift progress. After laboriously dismantling so many turrets over these days, the spoil shall rightfully belong to us, provided we defeat the boss in the climactic battle. Indeed, regardless of how many turrets he dismantles, he must still collaborate with us to breach the base. Enough talk. The final boss's head is reserved for Magic City University. Those fools above fail to recognize that without my exceptional speed, this situation would not have transpired. They are all ungrateful ingrates. The Swift One is eternal. My heartfelt gratitude extends to you. As long as I claim the boss's head, I shall never play the game again. The crowd erupted into frenzy, driven mad by the prospect of the sacred artifact. A legendary item that many had only heard whispers of. Its very existence was a mystery to most, and even those who were aware had likely seen little of it. Sacred artifacts possess divine capabilities, significantly enhancing one's attributes. Hence, students from various universities hurriedly contacted outsiders, urging their institutions to dispatch reinforcements to ensure they could claim the final boss's head and acquire the sacred artifact. These individuals seem to underestimate me. I command an army of over 100,000. Do they dare to covet the heads of my foes? How audacious to pluck peaches in front of the Monkey King. As Lin Feng walked on, he overheard the discussions around him and couldn't help but smile, genuinely believing they could intimidate him. My army of over 100,000 will ensure that they see not even a glimpse of the boss. After a brief stroll, Lin Feng approached the quartermaster. Warrior, welcome. I have a new batch of goods for you to peruse, items that were previously unavailable. The quartermaster's eyes gleamed with excitement as he hurriedly opened the exchange interface before Lin Feng could speak. Lin Feng observed that what was once a 2-page shop had now expanded to 3. Clearly, his status had risen significantly, otherwise, new items would not have appeared. Having exhausted his needs on the first 2 pages, he turned his attention to the third. Random talent level reset scroll, 1 million contribution points, limit of 100 purchases, non-tradable. Using it resets talent levels once. Weapon Master scroll, 10 million contribution points, limit of 1 purchase, non-tradable, allows the user to wield all weapons regardless of class restrictions. Strength Potion, 100,000 battle merits, per bottle, limited to 100 bottles, grants a permanent increase of 10 points in strength upon consumption. Agility Potion, 100,000 battle merits. Per bottle, limited to 100 bottles, grants a permanent increase of 10 points in agility upon consumption. Intelligence potion, 100,000 battle merits. Per bottle, limited to 100 bottles. Grants a permanent increase of 10 points in intelligence upon consumption. Upon witnessing these items, Lin Feng's eyes widened in awe. Is this the privilege of high status? Who else could lay claim to such benefits? Fortunately, with his abundant battle merits, he could indulge in a shopping spree. He was determined to acquire all the potions. And the Master of Weapons scroll as well, for one could never predict what weapons one might obtain upon entering the secret realm. Having this scroll would be immensely beneficial. The temptation of resetting talent levels was indeed alluring, yet the odds remained uncertain. It would be prudent to first redeem the primary items before considering it. After all, one could never know if the King's Canyon would fall under the control of the little pony again. You exchanged Strength Potion, X100, consuming 10 million battle merits. You exchanged Agility Potion, X100, consuming 10 million battle merits. You exchanged Intelligence Potion, X100, consuming 10 million battle merits. You exchanged Master of Weapons Scroll, X1, consuming 10 million battle merits. After consuming all the potions, Lin Feng experienced a tremendous surge in his attributes, with strength, agility, and intelligence each increasing by 1,000 points. For a mere level 14, this meant he was ready to enter the Wind Spirit Moonshadow sect. He also utilized the Master of Weapons Scroll, acquiring a passive ability to wield all weapons. Next, it was time to reset his talent levels. Higher level talents boasted significantly greater growth attributes than their lower tier counterparts. If a C-level individual gains 5 attribute points per level, a B-level would gain 10 points. Let us start with 10 scrolls. You exchanged Random Talent Level Reset Scroll, X10, consuming 10 million battle merits. You used Random Talent Level Reset Scroll, Talent Level Reset to B level. You used Random Talent Level Reset Scroll, Talent Level Reset to C level. You used. As Lin Feng had anticipated, even as the chosen one, he could not escape the clutches of probability. All 10 scrolls proved futile, with the best outcome being a mere B level. He didn't even catch a glimpse of an A. 10 million battle merits gone in an instant. Should others learn of this, they would surely berate him. However, Lin Feng remained unfazed. He would acquire another 20 million. You exchanged Random Talent Level Reset Scroll, X20, consuming 20 million battle merits. Thus, his 70 million battle merits were entirely depleted. In the footsteps of Ji Xiang, the master of time management, here stood Lin Feng, the expert in monetary management. You used Random Talent Level Reset Scroll, Talent Level Reset to S level. I just purchased 20, and you immediately give me an S? Are you messing with me? Lin Feng felt a surge of frustration. If he accepted this, the remaining 19 scrolls would be wasted. After all, he began at C. If he used them all, how much worse could he get? He decided to gamble. You used Random Talent Level Reset Scroll. The next 18 scrolls fluctuated between A, B, and C. Gazing at the final reset scroll in his hand, Lin Feng gritted his teeth and committed. You used Random Talent Level Reset Scroll, Talent Level Reset to SSS level. Haha. The Child of Destiny truly lives up to the moniker. I knew it. Upon witnessing the final result, Lin Feng erupted in laughter. As long as he didn't tempt fate, he would reign supreme both above and below. He also took a moment to review his current attributes, excluding the bonuses from non-physical equipment, SSS level talent, including the enhancements from the blood of the Gorgon. LV-14 I shoot. Swift as the wind. Attack, 2280, 3876. Agility, 2280, Agility Fruit 100, Agility Potion 1000, Gorgon Blood 50 enhancements. Strength, 1860. Intelligence, 1860. In the King's Canyon alone, Lin Feng's primary attributes surged by an additional 1,100 points, resulting in an astonishing total. With such attributes and damage, and his army of over 100,000. Vanquishing the ultimate boss should be a mere formality, right? Chapter 42, A Battle of Wits. Let us get to it. Imperial Capital University, Secret Realm Hall. Cao Beishan had just emerged from a secret realm, his face adorned with smug satisfaction. Utilizing his family connections, he had procured a special ticket to a secret realm. And within less than half a month, he had already leveled up to 15. I shoot. Swift as the wind, never anticipated I'd reach level 15 so swiftly, enabling me to enter King's Canyon for training. The next time we meet, I shall exact my revenge for the previous humiliation. A cold smirk played on Cao Beishan's lips. During the exam, he had been utterly outmatched, nearly killed in a one-on-one duel. Such a proud individual found it difficult to accept, feeling utterly humiliated, even unable to hold his head high in the Princess Hall. Rural Love 14. The big guy was tricked, but didn't he want to report it to avoid losing face? Truly foolish. Now that he had leveled up to 15 so swiftly, he was certain he could take vengeance and redeem his pride. Next, he would enter King's Canyon, striving to secure a favorable job change and further enhance himself. By then, I shoot. swift as the wind will have nothing to compare with. The gap will only continue to widen. As for him, he was probably still grinding away in some obscure place, struggling to level up. Haha. Cao Beishan spat contemptuously. King's Canyon offers tremendous enhancements, and the tickets are quite expensive. Most individuals would ensure they reach level 15 before venturing in, lest they perish due to insufficient strength. At this moment, Cao Beishan also took out his phone to check for any recent major news. I shoot, swift as the wind, single-handedly demolishes 6 towers of the tribe, earning a massive amount of battle merits. King's Canyon is undergoing significant changes. A storm is brewing. Swift as the wind, I want to bear your children. Latest intelligence. I shoot, swift as the wind's summoned army has surpassed 150,000. I shoot, swift as the wind, a character of bug-level prowess. The final battle is about to commence. Glancing through the headlines, it was all about that man. Cao Beishan felt somewhat dazed. Judging by the situation, I shoot, swift as the wind had remained as sensational and captivating as ever, having entered the King's Canyon right upon enrollment, single-handedly pushing down 6 defensive towers, and was soon to assault the tribe's base. Damn, Cao Beishan cursed, having just felt elated about reaching level 15 and fantasizing about revenge. While that man was on the verge of flattening the King's Canyon, he had taken a small step forward, while that fellow had leaped ahead by a considerable margin. Indeed, the disparity was growing. It was not about surpassing him, but rather being left far behind. Cao Beishan's expression shifted rapidly, shame and anger swirling in his mind. No matter how strong he was but a single individual. He could never be a match for the Imperial Capital University. Cao Beishan quickly formulated a plan, preparing to gather the elite from Imperial Capital University to enter King's Canyon and seize the boss, making I shoot, swift as the wind's achievements serve as mere embellishments for Imperial Capital University. A similar scene unfolded at Magic City University, Southwest University, and Huabei University, among numerous other institutions. In pursuit of the final boss kill, and for that holy artifact, each university organized elite teams, massing into King's Canyon. Besides the alluring final rewards, the quintuple battle merit rewards were also incredibly enticing, presenting a prime opportunity for each institution to ascend the rankings. The following day, at the headquarters of the National University Alliance, within the conference room, the presidents of various prestigious universities gathered for a video conference. The most conspicuous 4 seats were occupied by the presidents of Magic City University, Imperial Capital University, Southwest University, and North China University. Dominating the center was a live broadcast of the King's Canyon. It was unexpected that after such an extended conflict in the King's Canyon, it would ultimately hinge on a newly enrolled student entering the finale. Truly, a young hero indeed. The president of Southwest University remarked with a hint of nostalgia, recalling his own youthful battles within the King's Canyon, where he had never even glimpsed the second tower of the tribe. This young lad is impressive, possessing considerable talent. Oldly has indeed struck gold. The president of North China University, an elderly gentleman clad in traditional attire, chuckled and remarked to President Li Ruzhang. Ha ha ha, indeed, responded the president of Magic City University, his face alight with joy. This incident has drawn global attention, especially since the remarkable feat was achieved at Magic City University, amplifying its reputation. As the president, he walked with a spring in his step, feeling invigorated, as if ascending 6 flights of stairs posed no challenge at all. Li Ruzhang, do not rejoice too soon. The ultimate showdown has yet to commence, and the final victor remains uncertain. A voice interjected, belonging to the president of Imperial Capital University. Among the 4 major universities, Imperial Capital University has always held the top position, and Magic City's recent prominence was irksome to its representatives. You speak the truth. Each institution must earn its accolades through merit. Our scholars at Magic City University are indeed eager for fair competition. However, I would like to remind everyone present that this opportunity was seized by our students. President Li responded unreservedly. Indeed, this opportunity is thanks to that uniquely named student. Yet the final boss will undoubtedly fall to Southwest University. The president of Southwest University stroked his beard as he spoke. As for North China University, our singular objective is to defeat the final boss and obtain the sacred artifact, declared the president of North China University. Besides the 4 major universities, other institutions such as Double Dan University, Northern University, and Central South University, among others, were also vocal in their aspirations to claim the boss's head. However, their confidence paled in comparison to that of the 4 major universities. Barring unforeseen circumstances, it was certain that one of the 4 would secure the final kill. Amidst the spirited discourse, the large screen suddenly trembled, signaling the commencement of the decisive battle. Battlefield announcement. The Alliance's siege on the tribe is about to begin. All participants prepare for combat. At the tribe's stronghold, the announcement signified the onset of battle. The tribe's base featured 2 gates, one in the north and one in the south. Arthas led the NPC Legion to assault the southern gate, while Lin Feng commanded his summoned army towards the northern gate. All troops advance. Lin Feng commanded, foregoing any need for strategic formations. Why waste mental energy on such trivialities? At a certain level of power, one could simply charge forward. In an instant, an endless wave of summoned entities surged towards the tribe's base. The ground trembled violently. The summons emitted no sound, yet their charging momentum grew exponentially. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The tribe's arrows rained down incessantly, with damage numbers proliferating, yet it mattered little. It was all about the charge, fearless and unyielding. Chapter 43. Have you ever seen a staff strike? This battle attracted immense attention, as all spectators were agape at Lin Feng's audacious tactics. Was he out of his mind? Who charges headlong into a siege like this? As Lin Feng's summoned legion reached the base of the walls, many of the summoned beings were already gravely injured, bearing numerous wounds. Activate, Holy Light's Blessing. Lin Feng intoned softly. In an instant, countless golden beams cascaded from the heavens. The sky seemed to be painted in gold, illuminating the battlefield with a radiant glow. 66,666, 54,126, 54,856, 33,548. Countless beams descended upon the summoned entities, with healing numbers soaring. All summoned beings instantly restored to full health, their combat prowess amplified. Good heavens, what kind of skill is this? Has a deity intervened? Am I seeing things? Did that single skill just fully heal an army of over 100,000? A voice exclaimed, I may boast a 30-60 bust, yet at this moment, I feel utterly insignificant. No wonder he had no strategy. This healing was sufficient to carry the day. A flurry of discussions erupted, all astonished by the miraculous healing. What does it matter how impressive the healing spell is? At most, it merely makes one a reckless brawler. Once the gates are breached, it will be Imperial Capital University that dominates the battlefield, while you shoot so fast will be relegated to the sidelines. Leaning against a distant vantage point, a figure coldly surveyed the battlefield. In this final contest, who breached the gates was of little consequence. The crux of the matter lay in claiming the final boss's head. Many, like the figure in the distance, distanced themselves from the center of the battle, awaiting the siege's conclusion to snatch the prize. Indeed, haha. Yes. Once the gates are breached, we'll simply rush in and eliminate the boss, ultimately securing victory for Imperial Capital University. A saying comes to mind. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Watching the tide of cannon fodder pave the way for Imperial Capital University was indeed a delightful spectacle. A group of Imperial Capital University students laughed boisterously, deriding the battle. Such a brutal siege was beneath the disdain of these self-proclaimed elites of Imperial Capital University. They would wait until the gate was breached, then dart in to reap the rewards. Wasn't that a sweeter deal? At the northern gate of the tribe's base, Lin Feng's legion had already begun attacking the walls and gates. Berserker's Strength enchantment activated. All summoned units within a 500-yard radius gained a 53 attack speed increase. Critical Strike Power enchantment activated, granting all summoned units within a 500-yard radius a 55 critical hit chance. All-Seeing Eye enchantment activated, rendering all stealth entities visible within a 20-yard radius, consuming 20 MP to activate. Lin Feng teleported into the ranks of the siege giants, and in an instant, the giants seemed invigorated, pummeling the city walls and gates with fervor. With increased attack speed and critical hits, the walls trembled violently. Just as it appeared the walls would be breached, the siege would transition into urban combat. Wall repair, wall repair, wall repair. At this pivotal moment, a series of repair spells descended upon the walls, mending the cracks inflicted by the giants' assault and reinforcing the defenses. Lin Feng looked up to see a gray-haired, green-skinned orc shaman standing atop the wall, casting spells. Orc Shaman Gradule, boss level. LV-15, attack, 650, health, 130,000. Skills, wall repair, group motivation, reckless totem, flame shock. With the appearance of this orc shaman, the offensive momentum of Lin Feng's summoned legion was abruptly halted, and the walls and gates were restored to their former state. The assault came to a sudden stop. Clearly, the old shaman must be dealt with first. Lin Feng understood deep down that without a strategy, the city walls would remain impenetrable. Yet, this shrewd shaman was cunningly concealed behind the battlements, making it exceedingly difficult to launch a ranged assault against this formidable boss. Resolute in his approach, he decided to take matters into his own hands. Teleportation. With a swift incantation, Lin Feng materialized atop the city wall, brandishing his staff and bringing it crashing down upon the shaman's head. Are you familiar with melee mages? Bam, bam, bam. Damage figures erupted. 4,001, 3,886, 4,125, 3,999. With every vigorous strike, the damage numbers continued to soar. It must be said, under the influence of high attributes, a melee mage proved to be remarkably formidable, inflicting almost 20,000 points of damage in mere moments. Upon witnessing the old shaman under siege, a throng of tribal soldiers rapidly converged to shield their leader. In this moment, Lin Feng reminisced fondly about his area of effect attacks, but alas, he had to resort to the most rudimentary tactics. With a deft maneuver, he charged towards the surrounding soldiers, summoning reinforcements. Resurrection of the King triggered. Resurrection of the King triggered. After a flurry of strikes, Lin Feng found himself surrounded by 100 summoned entities, commanding them to secure both flanks of the city wall before setting off to confront the old shaman once more. The shaman, equally exasperated, found himself unable to retaliate. His agility was too high, and without any guardians, he could only endure Lin Feng's relentless assault. This electrifying spectacle left the players below in awe, with one exclaiming, "Wow, the Swift God truly is formidable. The first warrior of the King's Canyon. I shoot." The Swift one. Just as Zhuge Liang had penetrated the enemy's lines, so too did the Swift God delve into the fray to claim the boss's head. In summary, it could be distilled into 3 words. Just do it. Absolutely magnificent. The Swift God reigns eternal. Amidst the chorus of admiration, the old shaman on the wall saw his health plummet from 130,000 as Lin Feng mercilessly whittled it down, ultimately leading to his demise. Battlefield announcement. Alliance member, LV-15 I shoot. The Swift claims the first kill, slaying the boss. LV-15 Orc Shaman Gagrol. Reward. Battle Merit X1, 000,000. Alliance members receive a temporary attribute boost of 10. A notification appeared, and Lin Feng basked in the glory of acquiring 1,000,000 battle merit. Remaining atop the city wall, he continued to seek out new bosses, for it was unlikely that this vast expanse of tribal fortifications housed only a single adversary. Indeed, before long, another Orc Shaman boss emerged. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, grasping his staff as he approached. Chapter 44, Disobedient? Prepare to be turned into a pancake. Melee mages certainly deliver an exhilarating experience. Wielding his staff, Lin Feng, in short order, dispatched several more Orc Shaman bosses atop the wall. With battlefield announcements proliferating and his battle merit swelling to 5,000,000. While Lin Feng sought out additional bosses, the colossal siege elephant below finally breached the city gates. Battlefield announcement. Alliance member, LV-15 I shoot. The Swift displays unparalleled bravery, breaching the northern gate of the tribal base. Reward. Battle merit X5, 000,000. Battlefield announcement. Battlefield announcement. 3 consecutive announcements reverberated through the arena, igniting a surge of excitement. The base's gates had finally fallen, and everyone was eager to plunge into the fray. Exhilarated by the prospect of seizing the sacred artifact, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that none wished to miss. Seeing the gates down, are we finally on the move? Lin Feng mused, peering down from the wall, where countless individuals surged toward the northern entrance, intent on infiltrating the city to slay the boss and seize the artifact. However, it was clear that Lin Feng would not grant them such an opportunity. Order. Station 100,000 troops to guard the northern city gate. Anyone not from Magic City University is forbidden from entry. Intruders shall be eliminated. Lin Feng commanded his legion. During the siege, these individuals had kept their distance, yet now, upon witnessing the gates fall, they were like cats catching a whiff of fish, eager to partake in the spoils. Such fortune would not be afforded to them. Having arranged his defenses, Lin Feng led a cadre of elite summoned soldiers into the city, intent on striking at the heart of the enemy and annihilating the great boss. Northern gate of the tribal base. As students from various prestigious universities, including Imperial Capital University, Magic City University, Southwest University, and North China University, hurriedly arrived, they were met by Lin Feng's summoned army. A skeletal warrior coldly stated, by the master's command, entry is forbidden without permission. Not allowed to enter the city? What a joke. I hail from Imperial Capital University. No one dares to stop me. A warrior with the ID, LV-15 I eat watermelon, charged towards the city gate, undeterred. Just as he reached the entrance, a colossal siege elephant appeared. Its enormous form loomed like a small hill, blocking the gate. Holy cow, I eat watermelon exclaimed, only to be crushed beneath the massive foot of the elephant. Bam! 1459. The siege elephant's foot mercilessly stomped down on I eat watermelon, leaving a gruesome scene, with blood spilling forth. Bam! 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 1230, 1422, 1399. The elephant continued its relentless assault, trampling I eat watermelon into a mere pancake, inflicting unending damage. This grotesque display left many spectators dumbfounded. That is just brutal. Some young women, unable to bear the sight, silently prayed for I eat watermelon to perish quickly, to suffer less, beseeching divine mercy rather than the elephant's crushing weight. Alliance member, LV-15 I shoot. The Swift slays LV-15 I eat watermelon. Fellow Alliance member. Penalty. Battle merit reduced by 500. I eat watermelon was gruesomely trampled to death, yet this cautionary tale seemed to have little effect, as numerous others, unable to resist the lure of this sacred artifact, attempted to force their way through the gates, ultimately meeting the same fate beneath the siege elephant's mighty feet. The northern gate of the tribal base became a veritable slaughterhouse, strewn with freshly made pancakes. Others were too frightened to advance. By the master's command, students from Magic City University may enter. provided they do not approach the vicinity of the boss. The skeletal warrior reiterated. Upon hearing this, the previously somber students from Magic City University brightened, their faces alight with hope. Huh, I told you the Swift God wouldn't forget us. Swift God, I owe you a favor today. Ha ha ha, with 5 times the battle merit. Let's fight with all we have. The students from Magic City University were practically bouncing with excitement as they rushed into the city. Given the current circumstances, the tribal forces were doomed to collapse. And entering the city would mean slaughter, a free harvest of battle merit, an exhilarating experience. Damn, how envious. Indeed, how is it that they are so exceptional? While we are not. I wish I had a classmate like I shoot, the Swift. The air was thick with the scent of jealousy. Watching the students from Magic City University flood into the city, the students from Imperial Capital University, Southwest University, North China University, and others felt utterly disheartened. Outside, at the headquarters of the National University Alliance, the principals of various schools could no longer sit idly by. Principal Li, is it not a bit excessive for your students to act in such a manner? The president of the Imperial Capital University scoffed. Oh, where's the excess? President Li replied with a cheerful expression. That thief from your school, selfishly monopolizing the northern city gate and denying others entry. Is that not excessive? If this were a war with other nations, it would be considered treason. The president of the Imperial Capital University slammed his hand on the table. How disgraceful it was for the elite of the Imperial Capital University to be trampled by an elephant. Your argument is rather flawed, isn't it? During the siege, many of our students perished, while your noble elites seemed to be merely spectating from a distance, did they not? The city gate has fallen, and you lofty individuals wish to enter and profit from the spoils, to seize the achievements within the city and then claim the boss. You were absent during the siege, but are eager to profit, so what right do you have to enter the city? President Li retorted without reservation. The people of the imperial capital were indeed selfish opportunists, and many had grown weary of them. This was a perfect opportunity to voice their grievances. Moreover, everyone had witnessed the siege. Why should one person toil while a crowd reaps the rewards? Such words left the president of the Imperial Capital University speechless. While they were indeed accurate, it lacked consideration for camaraderie. The president of Southwest University shook his head as well. 2 students from Southwest University lay dead on the ground, crushed by the elephant, a rather unbecoming sight. Indeed, this individual shows a lack of foresight. Presently, there is a student in your school whom you must manage closely. A chorus of presidents began to voice their criticisms, undoubtedly aware that the fallen students belonged to them. Haha, you are all correct. Once this is over, I shall certainly have a word with him. President Li, undeterred by the onslaught of remarks, wore a beaming smile, though he spoke of reprimands. Those with discerning eyes could perceive that he was contemplating rewards. Following such an exchange, the achievements of Magic City University would undoubtedly soar, and as its president, he felt exhilarated. Magic City, I have truly stumbled upon a treasure this time. President Li reveled in his delight. Chapter 45, No Mercy. Teleport. 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 Within the tribal base, Lin Feng teleported with fervor, swiftly leaving the large contingent far behind as he ventured deep into the heart of the base alone. Along the way, it could be said that anyone who obstructed him faced certain death. You have discovered the core palace of the tribe. Warning, upon entering the palace, you will encounter the tribe's boss, Thrall. Please prepare for battle before proceeding. As Lin Feng approached a prominent and towering structure, a series of prompts appeared. Unsurprisingly, within this tallest edifice of the base resided the final boss. Lin Feng could hardly contain his excitement. Everyone knew that defeating the boss within would yield rewards of sacred artifacts. The allure of wealth was irresistible, especially when it came to the invaluable sacred artifacts. Striving to maintain his composure, Lin Feng dashed towards the entrance of the building. At that moment, the space before him twisted, and a circular light appeared. Moments later, a teleportation portal materialized. A low hum resonated, and soon the portal's brilliance intensified, rippling in waves as figures emerged from within. The leader among them bore a familiar name, LV-15 Backmount. The rest were all students from the Imperial Capital University. As Backmountain stepped through the portal, he was taken aback to see Lin Feng before him, initially stunned, followed by a burst of laughter. Haha, it's you. What an unexpected delight before the boss battle. Backmountain was somewhat exhilarated. To reach the boss first, he had expended substantial resources to acquire a super rare group teleportation scroll, allowing him to arrive directly at the boss's lair. He never anticipated Lin Feng would be here. What? Do you have something to say? Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. What do you think? You don't actually believe that after provoking our Imperial Capital University, you can simply walk away unscathed, do you? With those words, Backmountain waved his arm, and over 300 students from the Imperial Capital University swiftly formed a circle surrounding Lin Feng. You are too arrogant. You crushed our people into meat patties, and you truly think we are soft persimmons for you to squeeze? He continued, and let us not forget Brother Yang. We will make you understand the price of offending us. You are merely a student from Magic City University. What right do you have to act so boldly before our Prince Hall? You are utterly oblivious. Kneel and beg for mercy now, and we will grant you a swift end. The taunts from the imperial capital were ceaseless. Among the 4 strongest universities in China, the Imperial Capital University had always held a lofty position, especially its Prince Hall, comprised of the affluent and noble second generation, each one haughty and proud. Lin Feng's exploits had incited their envy and ire. What is this? Do you wish to play with me? Upon hearing their words, Lin Feng smiled, the corners of his mouth curling in amusement. No need for further words. Today, I shall settle old scores alongside new grievances. Attack! Back Mountain bellowed. And the students of the Imperial Capital were prepared for this command. In an instant, they unleashed their assaults, spells, sword energies, arrows, everything at their disposal. Rapid fire. Sword chi slash. Flame burst. Whirlwind 9 slashes. In that moment, sword energies flew, and a barrage of skills rained down upon Lin Feng. Even an elite monster would likely struggle to withstand such ferocity. Teleport. Lin Feng teleported out of the encirclement, causing all of Imperial Capital's attacks to miss. The students from the Imperial Capital were momentarily stunned. Such a coordinated assault merely produced noise? A mere archer could teleport. Was there no justice? Now it was my turn. Observing that their skills were nearly depleted, Lin Feng wasted no time, plunging into the fray, raising his staff to begin his assault. 4,215. 3,998. 4,153. With a triple strike from his staff, he dispatched an opponent. Bang, 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 bang. The melee mage surged forth once more. Lin Feng charged through the crowd, wielding his staff to fell a squishy foe with 2 strikes, a melee fighter with 3, and a tank with 4. As he advanced, he left a trail of corpses in his wake. The exhilaration was intoxicating. You have slain a member of the same faction, LV-15 Old Mountain Cannon, battle merit 1000. You have slain a member of the same faction, LV-15 Foolish 205, battle merit 1000. You have slain. The notifications of slayings continued to refresh. Even with a deduction of 1000 battle merits for each slain ally, Lin Feng remained unfazed. The Imperial Capital's students, witnessing the grim turn of events, hastily attempted to encircle him once more. As they began to form a circle, Lin Feng teleported away again. Bang, bang, bang. In a fleeting moment, the bodies of the members of the Imperial Capital University lay strewn across the ground. Damn, this guy is too cunning, muttered a player, seeking solace in banter. At this moment, I am at a loss, thought Quibation, as Lin Feng's teleportation ability proved to be exceedingly vexatious. With a cooldown even shorter than that of the mages, coupled with impressive damage. One by one, the members of the Imperial Capital University scattered in a desperate bid for survival. Quibation could only seek temporary refuge. After just a couple of paces, he encountered a figure approaching him, wearing an inscrutable smile and wielding a staff, the ominous presence looming larger in his vision. Bang, bang, bang. A series of strikes rained down, and in an instant, Quibation's health bar was obliterated, plunging him into darkness as he collapsed, leaving the King's Canyon. This elimination was even swifter than in the arena, as he was swiftly dispatched. After eliminating Quibation, Lin Feng showed no interest in pursuing the remaining members of the Imperial Capital. To him, they resembled nothing more than a horde of rats, unworthy of his time. Instead, he summoned a creature and issued a command. Let it be known, any members of the Imperial Capital University encountered by the Legion shall be mercilessly slain. Lin Feng declared coldly, having painstakingly breached the city gates to allow the members of the Imperial Capital to enter. They not only failed to express gratitude but also turned against him. Thus, he felt no obligation to show them mercy. Understood. Encounter any member of the Imperial Capital University and kill without mercy. The command was swiftly disseminated. Having completed these tasks, Lin Feng approached the grand doors of the main hall, pushed them open, and stepped inside. System prompt. A formidable adversary is about to appear. Please prepare yourself. System prompt. System prompt. Chapter 46. Defeating Thrall. Upon entering the main hall, Lin Feng found himself in a desolate space, the dim lights casting shadows over the walls adorned with the corpses of Alliance soldiers. He scanned the surroundings, but found no trace of any monsters. Where's the boss? This isn't good. Lin Feng suddenly realized the absence of the boss in its chamber, a clear indication of something amiss. The only plausible conclusion was that this boss had the ability to become invisible. Without hesitation, Lin Feng activated the all-seeing eye on his helmet, and a wave of energy enveloped a 20-yard radius around him, emanating a faint white light. All-seeing eye. Within a 20-yard range, all invisibility effects are nullified, revealing hidden forms. Activation costs, 20 MP. Within the white light, a translucent figure materialized behind Lin Feng, poised to launch a surprise attack. Teleport. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, grateful for his timely discovery. One swift teleportation enabled him to evade the boss's ambush. Tribal Warlord, Thrall, Boss. LV-15 Attack, 1488. Health, 1, 200, 000. Skills, Invisibility. Evasion. This unit possesses a 50 evasion chance, disregarding all hit attributes, with a 50 chance to dodge all physical and magical attacks. Bloodlust, disintegration. Description: the supreme commander of the tribe in the King's Canyon. No one has seen his true visage. It was Lin Feng's first encounter with a boss capable of invisibility, coupled with such a formidable skill as evasion. Literally interpreted, irrespective of how high one's accuracy may be. This boss could evade attacks with a 50 probability, rendering him overwhelmingly formidable and unyielding. Bang, 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 miss. 4 150. Miss. 4 230. Miss. Seizing the opportunity presented by the boss's failed initial ambush, Lin Feng swiftly maneuvered around and landed several blows, but many resulted in misses, leaving him somewhat exasperated. Invisibility. Observing the failure of the ambush, the boss once again resorted to invisibility, preparing for another assault. However, within the realm of the all-seeing eye, his invisibility was utterly ineffective. With every movement laid bare before Lin Feng's eyes. Bang, 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 bang. With the advantage of heightened agility, Lin Feng's movement speed was remarkable. He relentlessly pursued the boss, raining down strikes with his staff. Although many of his attacks were evaded, sufficient damage still landed solidly on the boss. If an outsider had been present, they would have witnessed a lone figure wielding a staff, mercilessly chasing and striking the boss. Such a sight would surely astonish anyone witnessing it. When an honest man loses his temper, it can be fearsome, how much more so in the case of a boss. Infuriated by being relentlessly pursued and struck by a mere mortal, Thrall finally succumbed to rage. In a fit of anger, he abandoned his invisibility, turning to confront Lin Feng directly for a face-to-face duel. Naturally, as long as it wasn't a sword fight, Lin Feng had no fears. As a boss adept in stealth, his weapon was undoubtedly a small, yet lethal dagger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The boss's arms moved swiftly, sensing danger. Lin Feng had already created distance. The adage an inch longer, an inch stronger rang true. His staff was undoubtedly longer than the boss's dagger. Lin Feng retaliated, and with significant agility, his attack speed surpassed that of the boss. Thus, it became a game of cat and mouse. The boss could not land a hit, while Lin Feng struck back. In a tragic twist, the boss ultimately realized he could not touch Lin Feng, while the latter steadily whittled away at his health. Thrall's psyche was fracturing under the pressure. After a prolonged exchange, Lin Feng found himself unable to evade all the boss's strikes. Ultimately, the boss inflicted nearly 500,000 points of damage, reducing Lin Feng's health to a critical state. Thrall, now exhilarated, thought, "Little brat, I shall finally put an end to you." Holy Light's blessing. In the final moments, Lin Feng activated this ultimate ability. A beam of light descended upon him, and green healing numbers illuminated the air. The boss, in horror, realized that the insignificant being had returned to full health. Humans are truly shameless. Dare you face me without healing? Thrall, as the boss, could no longer endure the humiliation and began to crumble. This is unthinkable. After battling for so long, you heal to full health. Why can't I use my healing abilities? I never prevented you from healing. Lin Feng boldly replied to the boss. The battle raged on. After a prolonged struggle, the boss once again extracted over 400,000 points of health, bringing Lin Feng to the brink. As victory seemed attainable, Thrall questioned whether such a potent healing spell could be employed a second time. Holy Light's blessing. With another radiant beam, Lin Feng's health was restored to full once more. Thrall raised his dagger, trembling as he pointed it toward his own throat. Should I end it all? This is too humiliating. I have dignity, you know? This boss had been entirely countered by Lin Feng. The invisibility he relied on proved ineffective, while his 50 evasion chance appeared feeble against Lin Feng's healing prowess. The boss was simply unable to endure the onslaught. It can be said that from the moment the city gates were breached, the fate of this formidable boss was irrevocably sealed. The battle raged on. Each time Lin Feng's health dwindled, he would invoke a radiant blessing, while the boss, devoid of any means to defend itself, could only unleash frantic roars as it witnessed its own vitality diminish. 300,000, 200,000, 100,000. Despicable humans, even in death, I shall not grant you peace. Bellowed Thrall, now with less than 10,000 health remaining. Disintegration, a desperate counterattack that indiscriminately targets all sacred relics within a 30-yard radius, inflicting 500,000 points of damage. What a shocking revelation. Disintegration was a final, self-destructive maneuver. Lin Feng, jolted by the realization, maneuvered to the maximum distance for teleportation, escaping towards the entrance. This boss had endured relentless torment, preferring self-detonation over yielding to its adversaries. You humans are truly vile, even utilizing teleportation. Upon witnessing Lin Feng teleport away, the boss was infuriated, nearly choking on its own rage. This individual wielded a staff without casting spells, could heal, and now, without uttering a single word, vanished in a haze of resentment. Battlefield announcement. Congratulations to the Horde member, LV-15 I Shoot, the Thief Quick, for successfully slaying the Horde leader, Thrall. Reward, Sacred Relic Chest X1, Battle Merit X50, 000,000. Battlefield Announcement. The Horde is now leaderless, morale plummets, reducing all attributes by 80. Chapter 2, A Generous Thrall. As the battlefield announcements flashed across the screen, all members within the King's Canyon were left in stunned silence. Had the mighty boss been vanquished before they even entered the city? Had the sacred relic been seized by Aishoot, the thief quick? In an instant, their fervor felt misplaced. With the sacred relic gone, what significance remained for their presence here? At the headquarters of the National University Federation, the university presidents were shaken by the news. The final sacred relic had indeed been claimed by Aishoot, the thief quick. In the imperial capital, the presidents from the southwest and north lamented their fate, while only Principal Lee of Magic City University breathed a sigh of relief and broke into laughter. Ha ha ha. That young man is truly remarkable. A sacred relic, indeed, a tangible treasure, rare in this world. Principal Lee exclaimed joyfully, finally easing the tension that had gripped his mind. The pivotal aspect of this battle was this very sacred relic, and it had ultimately found its way to the hands of Magic City University, leaving him utterly satisfied. What a pity that the students from Southwest University hadn't even breached the city gates, never glimpsing the boss before it was swiftly defeated and the relic claimed. The principal of Southwest University was now steeped in envy. They had long aspired to climb the ranks, but after this battle, they would undoubtedly fall further behind. Don't speak of your plight. We are merely sideline characters ourselves. The president of North University lamented, echoing the sentiments of the Southwest president. Both institutions had members who had not even entered through the city gates, left in a state of confusion, merely spectating. What was this sacred relic? All the joy belonged to Magic City University, and we were left bereft of happiness. Aishoot, the thief quick now possessed a sacred relic, his future shining bright. Indeed, all eyes were on him, while the rest of them were mere spectators. His arrogance was unbearable. The various university presidents engaged in incessant discussions, some wistful, some envious, and others filled with resentment. Yet, regardless of their sentiments, one thing was certain. Aishoot, the thief quick would undoubtedly rise swiftly in the near future. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, who remained indifferent to their chatter, his sole focus was on opening the treasure chest. This was a sacred relic, and he could hardly contain his excitement. You have opened the sacred relic chest, obtaining sacred relic, skin of thrall. Upon opening the chest, a humanoid armor materialized before him. It was not mere equipment but akin to the essence of a deity, capable of merging with his body. The entire armor exhibited a semi-transparent state, reminiscent of Thrall's invisibility. Sacred relic, skin of thrall, bound upon manifestation. Usable without level restrictions, automatic fusion. Energy value, 15 points, character level X1. Ability, grants 50 evasion, ignores hits, 50 chance to evade all attacks. Ability, skill, void, upon activation, consumes 1 energy point per second. Increasing evasion, chance to 99. Note, energy value resets daily at midnight. What an astonishing boon. This carried Thrall's evasion skill effect, along with the formidable void. Lin Feng could not suppress his exclamation. During his confrontation with Thrall, he had been both infuriated and envious of that evasion ability. A 50 absolute evasion was more than formidable. With both physical and magical attacks evaded, one could argue his blood defense had effectively doubled. As levels increased and all members equipped with skills and control abilities, this evasion would undoubtedly become a divine technique, immensely practical as well. Furthermore, the void ability, when activated, would elevate his evasion rate to 99, rendering him virtually invulnerable. Only he would strike others, while none could ever hit him. Next came the enchanting phase. Lin Feng produced 3 scrolls of full attribute enchantment to commence the process. You have consumed full attribute enchantment scroll X3, remaining 19. You have successfully enchanted Sacred Relic, Skin of Thrall, gaining effect, full of energy. This sacred relic now provides double energy value. You have successfully enchanted Sacred Relic, Skin of Thrall, gaining effect, ethereal. The evasion value provided by the void skill is increased to 9,999. You have successfully enchanted Sacred Relic, Skin of Thrall, gaining effect, radiant flicker, appearance 1000. Enchantments complete. The effect of full of energy was immensely practical. Doubling the energy value, which meant previously allowing 15 seconds of void, could now be extended to 30 seconds. The ethereal effect further enhanced his already extraordinary capabilities, providing an evasion rate of 9,999. Was there any fated child in this world who could strike him? As for the final, radiant flicker, it bordered on excessive. He could rely on his strength, yet chose to enhance his appearance to such an extent. Rumor had it that within the secret realms, certain female characters, or rather, female LSPs, valued such attributes. Perhaps, at some point, these enhancements would prove advantageous. Alas, he feared the potential of selling his looks, though the thought was quite amusing. Usage. Fusion. Sacred Relic, Skin of Thrall, is fusing, progress. 1, 5, 890,100. Sacred Relic, Skin of Thrall, Fusion complete. Attribute status activated. Upon merging the sacred relic with his body, a soft glow enveloped him, intensifying the ethereal sensation. Having accomplished this, it was time to clear the battlefield. As the final boss in King's Canyon, Thrall was indeed generous. You have obtained item, Blood Elf Leggings, Legendary Equipment, can manifest. You have obtained item, Orc Ring, Legendary Equipment, can manifest. You have obtained item, Elven Dragon Necklace, Legendary Equipment, can manifest. You have obtained item, Earth Shield, Legendary Equipment, can manifest. Obtained items. Obtained items. It cannot be denied that Sal's generosity is remarkable. He bestowed for legendary grade manifestation items, along with a plethora of other manifestation gear, numbering in the dozens. Once donned, the manifest equipment binds automatically, and Lin Feng, of course, cannot utilize them all. The surplus can be sold later for a handsome profit. Although the boss has been vanquished, remnants of the tribe still linger within the base. It's time to accrue some more battle achievements. Lin Feng exited the Grand Hall. The war was far from over, and it was time to bring it to a close. At the south gate of the tribal base, the moment Sal fell, the entire tribal army disintegrated, and the forces led by Arthas finally breached the southern gate. Chapter 48. The Imperial University faces a grim fate. At the south gate of the tribal base, the moment Sal met his demise, the entire army of the tribe collapsed, and Arthas's forces successfully stormed through the southern entrance. What is the point of a broken city gate if the great boss is dead? Be grateful. Even if the boss were alive, would there be a share for you? At least within the city, one could still savor some benefits. The battle achievements are multiplied fivefold. Let us rack up some points quickly. Count me in. I would be content to quietly accumulate some battle achievements. After the South Gate fell, students from the Imperial University, Southwest University, North China University, and other institutions could no longer restrain themselves. Although the meat was gone, battle achievements could still be earned. A surge of people entered the city. A horde of colossal war elephants charged towards the crowd, and before anyone could react, they trampled a group of individuals underfoot, crushing them mercilessly. The scene was horrifically bloody. Many were flattened into mere puddles of flesh. Those observant enough noticed that all the victims were students from the Imperial University, the so-called elite scholars, who fell without a trace of resistance before the rampaging giants. Battlefield notification. LV-15 I shoot. So fast. Killed allied faction member. LV-15 Imperial University hero. Battle achievements reduced by 1,000. Battlefield notification. Battlefield notification. The notifications of kills flooded the screen. Others could only feel the chaos. Was I shoot? So fast going mad. Within moments, hundreds of students from the Imperial University were brutally slain by the elephants. The command rang out. All personnel from the Imperial University, show no mercy. Leave not a single one alive. A voice echoed across the battlefield, and the army of over 100,000 collectively turned, charging towards the crowd. The students from Southwest University and North China University sensed the imminent danger and quickly distanced themselves from their Imperial University counterparts, fearing to be caught in the crossfire. A bewildered priestess from the Imperial University was paralyzed with fear. By the time she regained her senses, her body was pierced by multiple arrows, transformed into a pincushion. A warrior from the Imperial University reacted swiftly, turning to flee, but after barely 2 steps, a long blade pierced through him, and he fell, unwillingly. Similar scenarios unfolded continuously at the tribal base. The students of the Imperial University, despite being elite and formidable, numbering over 10,000, were utterly incapable of mounting an effective resistance against Lin Feng's legion of over 100,000, resulting in a one-sided massacre. Holy hell, I shoot. So fast has gone insane. Run for your lives. Is there anyone who can save me? I'll offer a reward of 10 million. Boo-hoo. I just wanted to earn some battle achievements. Why is this happening? Damn it. I shoot. So fast, you shall pay for this. Cries of despair echoed as the once haughty students of the Imperial University were mercilessly slaughtered, their bodies strewn across the ground. Meanwhile, students from Southwest University, North China University, and even Magic Capital University were left in stunned disbelief. No one expected I shoot so fast to order the extermination of the Imperial University students. Those who had once looked down from on high were now utterly annihilated. Though some were taken aback, many secretly reveled in the justice served, feeling a sense of relief as this arrogant group, who had long flaunted their superiority, finally received their comeuppance. At the headquarters of the National University Alliance, the university presidents were equally astonished upon witnessing the massacre within the King's Canyon. This was the Imperial University, the finest in Huaxia, renowned far and wide. How could thousands of elite students be wiped out by a single individual? It was widely known that the penalties for death were severe. Not only would manifestation gear shatter, but half of their battle achievements would also be lost. The economic repercussions were astronomical, and the Imperial University's reputation lay in tatters. Li Ruzhong, I demand that you immediately expel that student and hand him over to us for strict punishment. The president of the Imperial University slammed the table, shouting in fury. In a panic, the head of this prestigious institution was genuinely agitated. As I shoot, So fast, not my student? How we handle him is not up to your school to dictate. Li Ruzhong, the president of Magic Capital University, replied coldly. Who do you think you are? You expect us to surrender him for your judgment? Where does that leave Magic Capital University? This individual showed no regard for camaraderie, displaying ulterior motives, as fellow Waxians. Such behavior was suspect. If you Magic Capital University choose to shield him, do not be surprised if I rally my fellow university presidents to impeach you before the Awakeners Elder Council. The president of the Imperial University shouted loudly. The Awakeners Elder Council is composed of immensely powerful individuals, the highest authority among Awakeners. Any matter related to Awakeners must be executed upon the Council's decree. In the secret realm, everyone competes based on strength. Even if this matter escalated to the Elder Council, Magic Capital would not fear it. Yet here you are. The Imperial University, the first to complain. You who constantly suppress others, acting with arrogance. How dare you? Are you allowed to set fire while we cannot even light a candle? President Li did not hold back, retorting fiercely. Although I shoot, so fast's actions were indeed surprising. Decimating the Imperial University, it did not violate any rules. The Elder Council would likely welcome such competition among Awakeners. Only through competition do the strong emerge. Haha, you two are over 100 years old combined. Calm down. This is merely a matter of the younger generation. There's no need to escalate it to the Elder Council. The president of Southwest University interjected with a smile. Acting as a peacemaker. After all, the embarrassment wasn't theirs. Offering a few words of advice cost them nothing, yet deep down, they felt a thrill at witnessing the Imperial University face misfortune for the first time. Moreover, with the Imperial University losing so many students, their ranking plummeted to 4th, while their own institution effortlessly ascended to 2nd place. How delightful. Indeed, my old friends, let us all take a breath. There's no need to escalate this minor issue to the Elder Council. The president of North China University chimed in, smiling. Like Southwest University, they too benefited by simply lying back to become the 3rd-ranked university. In the secret realm, being outmatched and slain is no shame. How ridiculous is it that the 1st-ranked university, which monopolizes so many resources each year, could be wiped out by a single individual? What a pity. The other university presidents joined in with their sardonic remarks. Chapter 49, The Supremacy of Martial Might. It is not surprising that the university presidents displayed such sarcasm. Resources are finite, a mere handful. Each university vies for these resources, often clashing fiercely in their pursuit. The prestigious Imperial Capital University consumes the lion's share. Yet rather than fulfilling its expected role as a leader, it has maintained an aloof demeanor, inciting the discontent of other institutions. At this gathering, the university presidents have tacitly united in their grievances, exclaiming, I feel envy. I adopt a sardonic tone. Alas, I find joy in this. The atmosphere in the conference room lightened considerably in response. Observing the lack of support, the president of the Imperial Capital felt a twinge of embarrassment and coldly huffed before turning to leave. This young fellow is quite remarkable, unafraid of tigers. Possessing a unique character, haha, remarked President Li, chuckling heartily. Witnessing the Imperial Capital's president retreat in disgrace was a novel experience for him. Having lived half a lifetime without encountering such a spectacle, the recent battles in the King's Canyon had indeed brought him immense delight. Within the confines of the King's Canyon, the armies of players and NPCs swarmed like locusts, sweeping through the tribe's base. As the last tribal soldier fell, a series of announcements flashed across the screen. World announcement. The main base of Tribe Number 1 has been destroyed by the Alliance forces, achieving ultimate victory. All participants receive a permanent bonus of 30 to all attributes. Battlefield Number 1 in the King's Canyon has become Alliance territory. The tribal faction can no longer enter, capacity for personnel has increased, loot drop rate is tripled, and achievements acquired are tripled. The war had finally concluded, and victory was theirs. Lin Feng exhaled deeply, realizing from the announcement that the King's Canyon would serve as an impeccable logistical base, nurturing countless elites for Huaxia. The reward of 30 to all attributes ignited cheers among the crowd, though notably, the obliterated Imperial Capital University had no part in this triumph. Once the battle had ceased, Lin Feng approached Commander Arthas. Greetings, warrior. Your contribution in the battle to destroy the tribal base was indispensable. It can be said that the outcome of this fight hinged entirely upon your efforts, Arthas exclaimed with excitement. Without you, not only would the main base have remained intact, but even the tribal high ground towers might have eluded us. No need for formalities, Commander Arthas. I have come to discuss my class transition quest. Lin Feng replied with a smile. SSS Class Transition Quest. Progress. Destroy one tribal defensive tower, 1-1. Quest requirements. Solo completion only, yet legends abound in this world. Should you seek further satisfaction, continue your conquests. Lin Feng had refrained from submitting the original quest, as it appeared there was potential for further enhancement. Now, with the main base reduced to rubble, he felt it was the appropriate time to turn in the quest, an event of considerable significance. Warrior, you have rendered immense service to the Alliance. Rest assured, the Alliance will not neglect any valiant contributor. You shall receive a remarkably powerful class. Commander Arthas assured him. Quest settlement in progress. You have destroyed a total of 6 tribal defensive towers, breached the gates of the tribal base first, and slain the tribal leader, Sal. Data is being transmitted. Please hold. Quest settlement complete. Please consult with Commander Arthas for further instructions. Warrior, I have just received directives. Truly, I did not anticipate that this class reward would be bestowed upon you, but it is understandable. The Alliance has observed your uniqueness, making this an apt choice for you. He then presented a class transition certificate. God class transition certificate, Martial God. Usage level, none. Usage condition, exclusive to the current individual, I shoot, remarkably swiftly. Upon transitioning to Martial God, the following enhancements are granted. Ability to learn all skills, with no occupational or weapon restrictions. Mastery of all weapons. Upon use. Acquire the class skill, Supremacy of Arms. Upon reading the details of this class transition, Lin Feng could only marvel. This class may not appear overwhelmingly powerful, yet in reality, it is extraordinarily formidable, and it suits him perfectly. After learning this, he would no longer be restricted by weaponry or class when utilizing skills. For instance, while wielding a staff, he could not employ his archer skills and was limited to striking with the staff itself. After learning this, he could use his previous skills freely. And as for how arrows would manifest, he was uncertain. A bowman and melee mage were no longer mere fantasies. Moreover, he was granted a class skill. Supremacy of Arms. Cooldown, 60 minutes. Skill range, 500 yards. Skill effect. Utilize a plethora of weapons to bombard a targeted area, with the number of attacks varying according to the weapon's tier. Upon completion of the attack, the weapons shatter and vanish. White equipment, 1 attack. Blue equipment, 2 attacks. Yellow equipment, 3 attacks. Legendary equipment, 4 attacks. Ancient and prehistoric equipment, 5 attacks. Upon viewing the skill's description, Lin Feng nearly bit his tongue. This Supremacy of Arms could unleash a devastating attack, provided the quantity of weapons was sufficient. Just imagine if he had tens of thousands of weapons to unleash simultaneously. The target would endure the impact of thousands of weapons. Who could withstand such a barrage? In contrast, the average individual could hardly afford to utilize this skill due to its dependency on weapon count. Another remarkable aspect was that, for reasons unknown, this skill did not transform into a passive ability. Excited, Lin Feng promptly began to enchant this skill. You have used full attribute enchantment scroll X3, current remaining, 16. A brilliant light enveloped him as the powerful skill gained 3 additional attributes. Supremacy of Arms. Enchantment. Magic immunity. All weapons are immune to magical control. Enchantment. Friend not foe. This skill can be used on allies. When employing a healing weapon, it will heal the corresponding ally. Enchantment. Expanded range. Skill release base distance X10, increasing with the number of weapons utilized. With the enchantments completed, the 3 attributes significantly enhance the skill. An expansive range. The ability to heal allies, and the crucial fact that the launched weapons would not be subject to control. This implies that as long as the number of weapons is ample, even the world's elite would have to regard this skill with caution. It seems prudent for him to procure an enormous backpack, filled to the brim with weapons. After bidding farewell to Commander Arthas, Lin Feng returned to the Alliance base, where he encountered the quartermaster. The war had concluded, and he was eager to see what he could exchange for his contributions. In the wake of the final battle, many had accrued varying degrees of merit, and the area was bustling with individuals eager to redeem their achievements. Chapter 50, 10 Small Goals Achieved. Current Military Merits, 100, 355. 487. By the heavens. Lin Feng gasped as he assessed his current military merits, taken aback by the staggering figure. The rewards from the last battle, including siege bonuses and boss kills, had amassed over 100 million merits. One of his small goals had inadvertently materialized. Could he rightfully claim the title of the richest in the canyon? The quartermaster remained as enthusiastic as ever. Lin Feng glanced around, noting the same items as before. He had already redeemed everything he needed, and this posed a dilemma. He held over 100 million in military merits, but had nothing to spend them on. Sensing Lin Feng's frustration, the quartermaster stealthily approached. Warrior, are you troubled by having too many merits? However, there are indeed no worthy items left to exchange. After surveying the surroundings, the quartermaster remarked, "Oh, do you have a solution?" Lin Feng sensed something amiss with the military supply officer, prompting him to inquire. Brave warrior, your contributions to the Alliance are truly remarkable, and I hold you in great admiration. Thus, I shall discreetly inform you that military merits can be exchanged for black stones. Simply utilize your military merits to procure the Western Wildflower, and you may trade it with others. No sooner had the supply officer finished speaking than a new item appeared on the shop page. Western Wildflower, priced at 10,000 military merits per blossom. With no purchase limit, it was classified as a special item, and selling it back to the supply officer would yield 8,000 military merits. Lin Feng cast a sidelong glance at the supply officer, who he had always presumed to be straightforward, only to discover he was engaging in such underhanded dealings. What a lucrative profit! However, Such occurrences were not unusual. Even the smallest procurement within a company could yield significant gains. He purchased all the military merits he possessed, rounding up to 36 units of Western Wildflower. Selling military merits, 80,000 for 100,000 yuan. Act fast, limited stock. Lin Feng announced nearby. Military merits can be sold? Surely this cannot be a scam. The illustrious deity could never be a fraud. I'll take 10. What to do? I'm out of money. I've already bought gear. Deity, save me 100. In no time, Lin Feng sold out his over 10,000 Western Wildflowers. These individuals were clearly affluent, and a staggering 1 billion Chinese yuan was deposited directly into his account. Now it was Lin Feng's turn to salivate. Although he claimed that 1 billion was trivial, seeing that long string of zeros was indeed astonishing, especially since it belonged entirely to him. If you don't believe me, I can show you. 1,000,000,000 is impressive, isn't it? Just imagine applying that to your own balance. With 10 small ambitions in mind, Lin Feng did not rush to leave the King's Canyon, but rather sought out his summoned legion. He had just conferred with Commander Arthas. And after Lin Feng's departure from the King's Canyon, the Alliance permitted this legion, which had amassed countless military merits, to continue existing within the canyon and promised to construct a fortress for them. It was not until evening that Lin Feng completed the arrangements for the legion before departing. As he prepared to leave, over 100,000 legion members knelt in unison, proclaiming, "We shall remain eternally loyal to our master, awaiting your return. We shall remain eternally loyal to our master, awaiting your return. We shall remain eternally loyal to our master, awaiting your return." The chorus of voices from tens of thousands was truly awe-inspiring. Very well, upon my return, we shall continue our conquests together. Though he had summoned them himself, Lin Feng was nonetheless moved by their fervor, nodding earnestly before turning away. His figure gradually vanished as he left the King's Canyon. You have received a full attribute enchantment scroll X1, remaining 17. The following morning, as the sun's rays graced his face, Lin Feng awoke. After exiting the King's Canyon the previous day, he had gone straight to bed until dawn. There was indeed a comfort in sleeping in reality. Lin Feng stretched lazily, emitting a contented sigh, before rising to wash up and head downstairs for breakfast. One must admit, the treatment afforded to special recruits is exceptional. A dedicated staff had already prepared breakfast, which included soy milk, fried dough sticks, and eggs, even accompanied by a serving of salad. While dining, Lin Feng took out his phone to browse his social media. The first post he encountered was from his mother, passionately critiquing the developers. The issue at hand was the plumbing at home, which had been persistently problematic. Despite multiple repairs, it continued to malfunction shortly thereafter, almost prompting her to consider legal action against the developers. In contrast, his father took a more pragmatic approach, recognizing the difficulties posed by such developers, and promptly contacted a repairman. Looks like I need to expedite the house hunting process, Lin Feng mused, taking a sip of soy milk. With 1 billion in his account, even in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai, financial concerns were minimal. Their current residential complex was aging, and the quality had suffered due to various cost-cutting measures. This presented an opportune moment to secure a new home for his family. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng quickly finished his breakfast, messaged his mother to inform her of his return that evening, and set out. A few minutes later, Lin Feng's figure appeared at the entrance of Shanghai University. He had not driven to school, so he had to rely on a taxi. The area was bustling with vehicles, but taxis were conspicuously absent. This was to be expected, as students here typically came from well-off backgrounds and naturally owned cars. Beep. Just then, a striking red limited edition Ferrari pulled up beside Lin Feng, honking twice to capture his attention. As the window rolled down, an exquisite visage appeared, with long hair cascading gracefully, emanating a pure and enchanting aura. Is that you, divine deity? Are you heading out? I can give you a ride. The girl gestured for Lin Feng to enter the vehicle. Sure. Lin Feng was not one to be pretentious. He smiled and entered the car, which roared to life and sped away. Sitting in the passenger seat, he was enveloped by the sweet fragrance of the girl. Glancing sideways, he noted her fair complexion, and even her loosely fitting dress could not conceal her ample figure. Perhaps sensing Lin Feng's gaze, the girl appeared slightly flustered, her cheeks flushing, beads of perspiration forming on her forehead. Lin Feng focused on the girl, and a semi-transparent panel materialized before him. Gong Yutong. Status: love at first sight. This effect will not dissipate. You shall forever be enthralled by your resplendent visage. Indeed, during the school opening, Lin Feng had inadvertently captivated both mother and daughter from the Gong family, with Gong Yutong triggering the love at first sight effect. In this scenario, the girl's affections were entirely directed at him, and the effect would persist indefinitely, which explained why Lin Feng had so willingly entered her vehicle. Divine deity, may I add you as a friend on WeChat? My mom mentioned inviting you over for dinner when you have the time. The girl bit her lip nervously but mustered the courage to voice her request. Of course, I'll add you. Lin Feng replied with a smile. The internet here was intricately linked to the secret realms, making it nearly impossible to breach. Thus, There was no risk of revealing his true information through online channels. Simply adding a WeChat friend would not expose anything, provided he refrained from sharing his delivery address for tea. Hehehe. The girl, having fulfilled her wish, radiated joy as her delicate face lit up. Divine deity, I gained so much from the recent battle in the King's Canyon, all thanks to you. How can I repay you? While many in the King's Canyon had profited, only this girl had approached him with an offer of gratitude. Such was the nature of humanity. Lin Feng mused. Repay me? I am open to suggestions, he replied casually. He was the greatest beneficiary of the event, and he could not concern himself with the fates of others. It cannot be too casual, though. My mother taught me that even the slightest favor should be repaid with great gratitude. If it truly comes to it, I could offer you a taste, the girl said, her face turning a deep crimson, though she jested with a playful wink. Huh, a taste? Lin Feng was taken aback. Was this how things unfolded in a big city? How daring. This mother is indeed formidable, yet it would not be surprising if Gong Yutong's mother were to express herself. Given that she is the only standout in the Gong family this generation, and a girl at that, it is not odd for her to take pride in her own accomplishments. Surely, all of this is unrelated to my appearance. Well, it is indeed tempting. But it comes with conditions. You must come live with us, as my mother has stated. Observing Lin Feng's bewilderment, the girl smiled brightly. There's no rush. We are still young and not in a hurry. Lin Feng chuckled, teasingly questioning her sudden desire to marry him. As he uttered the last three words, his gaze inadvertently flickered toward the girl's formidable assets, modest in size, yet sufficient. However, contemplating it from a different perspective, being married to Gong Yutong might not be such a bad idea. It would mean a lifetime devoid of struggle, and if their parents and relatives were to find out, they would likely wake up laughing in the middle of the night. Nonetheless, Lin Feng held disdain for such a notion. Why should he, being so exceptional, settle for being a son-in-law? He would rather let comrade Chuan Zhangwo lead the charge in allegiance to Huaxia. Brother, where are we headed? As time passed in their companionship, the atmosphere grew increasingly relaxed, and the girl began to call him brother instead of God. The tender utterance of brother was enough to make one weak at the knees. To the treasure pavilion, Lin Feng replied. The treasure pavilion? Are you going to handle the tangible equipment you've acquired? Gong Yutong was astute and immediately grasped the situation. Yes. Precisely, Lin Feng nodded, noting that her intelligence seemed inversely proportional to her assets. Brother, many people are currently investigating your true identity, including the Crown Prince Hall, who have placed a heavy bounty on you. Although the treasure pavilion will not disclose your information, entering and exiting could still attract unwanted attention. The girl calmly informed Lin Feng as she drove. This was a concern Lin Feng had contemplated as well. However, his appearance was not his true self. Thus the risk was not excessively high. How about this? Our Gong family could acquire the tangible equipment, and you could sell it to us. It would ensure safety, and our family could make a small profit. The girl's south eyes narrowed into crescent moons as she proposed. Selling to your family? That could work. Lin Feng took a mere second to contemplate before agreeing to her suggestion. Enchanted by the buff of love at first sight, Gong Yutong had no ulterior motives. The safety of dealing with her family's enterprise offered a higher guarantee. Soon, amidst their conversation, the sports car sped to the entrance of the Gong family's trading hall. Sir, we sincerely appreciate your choice to conduct transactions with the Gong family. A representative greeted them. You have a total of 125 pieces of equipment across various tiers, amounting to 3 billion Huaxia coins. Here is the detailed price list. Please review it. If all is in order, we shall proceed with the payment immediately. Accompanied by Gong Yutong, Lin Feng enjoyed treatment surpassing that of a VIP, completing the entire transaction process in under half an hour. No issues, please proceed with the payment, Lin Feng stated as he handed over his card. Following the completion of the transaction, his balance swelled to 1.5 billion. After bidding farewell to Gong Yutong, Lin Feng departed from the Gong trading hall alone. 1.5 billion. That should suffice for purchasing a house, right? 40 minutes later, Lin Feng found himself at the entrance of a real estate company. This was the largest real estate firm in the Magic City, specializing in upscale communities, standalone villas, and other high-end services. Despite its grand facade, there were hardly any patrons, as entry required swiping a card for asset verification. Only clients with assets exceeding 50 million were permitted entry. After swiping his card, Lin Feng entered amidst the warm smiles of the welcoming staff. Inside, the clientele was sparse, primarily middle-aged individuals, as young people generally could not afford such luxuries. A youthful customer like Lin Feng, who appeared to be a student, was a rare sight indeed. Hello, are you here to view properties? We have specially launched some Riverview apartments for talented young individuals like yourself, starting at 10 million. Quite a bargain. A tall, slender saleswoman approached, dressed in a white shirt, her long legs elegantly clad in flesh-colored stockings. I'm not interested in that, thank you. I would like to see your villas, Lin Feng replied politely with a smile. Villas? The saleswoman was taken aback. All the villas they offered were standalone and quite pricey, starting at 100 million. Given Lin Feng's youthful appearance, he seemed like a student. She presumed that even if he were an awakened individual, He was likely still in the early stages and would be hard-pressed to afford such an extravagant purchase. Very well, sir. Let us move to a private room for discussion. Though surprised, the saleswoman maintained her professionalism, not revealing any hint of disbelief. A young, handsome, and wealthy client was indeed a rare find. She instantly moved closer, guiding Lin Feng into the room with a radiant smile. Inside the private room, the saleswoman made herself comfortable beside Lin Feng, holding an iPad as she began to outline the property information for various neighborhoods in the Magic City. Her proficiency was evident, far surpassing the enthusiasm displayed during his previous car purchase. As she spoke, her voice grew somewhat strained, and her words faltered, her face flushed with warmth. After years of selling high-end properties, she had mostly interacted with middle-aged clients, making Lin Feng's youth particularly striking. Moreover, there seemed to be an inexplicable allure about him, especially the ethereal aura he exuded, which left her somewhat entranced. This number 1 courtyard seems quite impressive, Lin Feng remarked, suddenly captivated by the information displayed on the screen. The details revealed that the number 1 courtyard was situated in the prime center of the Magic City, not far from the sanctuary, with an expansive greenery area and an artificial lake within the community. The villa featured a dome-shaped design, primarily composed of glass on the exterior, resembling a crystal palace from a distance. All of this greatly pleased Lin Feng, providing a private and independent living space while remaining close to the city's bustle. Sir, your taste is truly exceptional. The number 1 courtyard is among the most upscale communities in the Magic City. Had it not been for the previous owner's financial troubles necessitating a quick sale, it would not be available at this time. The saleswoman praised sincerely, lacking any pretense. Even from a professional standpoint, the value of this villa was undeniable. However, I must mention, sir, that due to the urgency of the owner's situation, the price has been significantly reduced, and they will only accept full payment. The selling price is 1 billion huaxia coins, she added, quickly reviewing the villa's background information. 1 billion? Lin Feng felt a jolt within. While he had anticipated that the number 1 courtyard would not be cheap, this was indeed steep. Although he was now wealthy, his long-standing mindset about spending had not shifted swiftly. Conversely, for the average person, 1 billion was an astronomical sum, one that could take generations to amass. Yet for Lin Feng, it represented merely a few weeks' worth of income. Despite the high cost, it did not appear to be an insurmountable burden for him. Sir, do you find the price somewhat unsatisfactory? The saleswoman observed Lin Feng's silence and, biting her lip, continued, I understand that paying the full amount can be quite burdensome. But this price is indeed quite favorable. I can offer you a further discount of 15 million at most. If it weren't for Lin Feng's striking appearance, she would never have considered such a concession. Is that so? Lin Feng mused. Although he earned money relatively quickly, it was not as if it fell from the sky. He still needed to be prudent. Could it be made even cheaper? He casually inquired. At that moment, an invisible spark of allure emanated from Lin Feng, captivating the saleswoman. Charming gentleman effect activated. Influence. Lu Jiajia, saleswoman. Charm increase. 100, effect triggered. Love at first sight. As the effects of the charming gentleman took hold, Lu Jiajia's demeanor transformed. Her cheeks flushed, her long legs began to rub together, and her body instinctively leaned closer to Lin Feng as she gazed at him with longing. Sir, this owner is eager to recoup funds. Allow me to contact the seller and negotiate a lower price for you. Is that even possible? Lin Feng asked, feeling a bit awkward as Lu Jiajia pressed her entire body against him. Such intensity from a love-at-first-sight effect was rather overwhelming. Upon hearing Lin Feng's agreement, the saleswoman quickly pulled out her phone to reach out to the seller. Despite her boldness, one could not deny that she possessed not only remarkable beauty, but also impressive negotiation skills. After a vigorous exchange, she successfully slashed the price by an astonishing 2.5 billion. Lin Feng couldn't help but admire himself. A mere glance had proven to be worth 2.5 billion. He suddenly realized that all the enhancements and abilities he had paled in comparison to the power of his gaze. In the future, should he encounter a stunning female boss, a single look would suffice to win her over. As for adversaries, he mused, do you fear my presence in your home? You dare to threaten me? If provoked, I shall make you my subordinate. Truly, it was a testament to the prowess of the largest real estate company. Their service was impeccable and swift. Within a few hours, Lin Feng inspected the property, completing all necessary procedures. He received the title deed and keys, discovering that the house was essentially brand new, having never been lived in by the previous owner. The decor had been crafted by some of the world's leading designers, rendering it ready for immediate occupation. As the afternoon approached, under the influence of the saleswoman's charm, Lin Feng added her on WeChat and happily returned home with the title deed and keys in hand. The following day, he would commence his move. Soon, Lin Feng arrived home, where his parents, Lin Xing and Zhang Xiuli, were still fretting over their old house, uncertain of how to proceed. After all, they couldn't spend their lives merely repairing it. However, there was little they could do. Ordinary people rarely had the means to navigate such challenges. They longed for a new home but felt powerless, and the thought of pursuing legal action seemed futile. How could an ordinary person contend with awakened individuals who controlled various aspects of the world? Yet, all of that became irrelevant when Lin Feng presented the title deed and keys to the number 1 courtyard. In the midst of his parents' astonishment, he revealed that it was an entire villa. Their excitement was palpable, filled with pride and gratitude for their son. Xiaofeng, you purchased this house yourself? And being an awakened one, perhaps you should live there alone for a bit of peace. Your father and I have grown accustomed to this place after so many years. His mother suddenly suggested. Though the villa was splendid, she believed her child's future held greater significance. Indeed, your mother speaks wisely. Perhaps it is best for you to reside there alone. We shall remain here, his father concurred. They too desired to change homes, but they understood the importance of prioritizing their child's aspirations. If they could not assist him, they would strive to minimize their interference. Don't worry, I won't disturb you. Lin Feng reassured them. In truth, he had not given it much thought. The accommodations arranged by the school were quite satisfactory, and he wouldn't be spending much time at the number 1 courtyard. Having his parents live there would not only bring them closer to him, but also provide them with a sense of community. Once everything was settled, the family joyfully shared a meal, packing some belongings for the moving company to collect the next day. Chapter 53, The Move. The following day, the moving company arrived to assist with the relocation. Upon learning that the Lin family was moving, neighbors and other residents gathered to watch, as just recently, they had acquired a luxury car. Old Lin, you're moving? A neighbor inquired. Indeed, Lin Xing replied with a beaming smile. We're changing our environment for a fresh perspective. We can no longer endure this house. Congratulations, Old Lin. Your family is thriving, buying luxury cars and moving to a new home. People always aspire for higher ground. With that smile on your face, you must be relocating to a more upscale community. Another neighbor chimed in. Are you moving to the Baigui Yuan? I hear it costs over 10 million. The Baigui Yuan? My cousin's child supposedly lives there. They earn quite a bit every month. Old Lin, where are you moving to? The neighbors eagerly speculated, their voices overlapping. The Baigui Yuan was a prestigious residential area, a dream for many, with prices starting at around 10 million. Previously, Lin Xing would never have dared to dream of such a place, but now, with his son purchasing a property in the heart of the Magic City, the illustrious number 1 courtyard, he felt emboldened. Not the Baigui Yuan. My son bought a villa in the number 1 courtyard in the Magic City. A hush fell over the crowd as they processed this revelation, many believing they had misheard. Old Lin, where did you say you're moving to? The anxious neighbor asked for confirmation. The number 1 courtyard, Lin Xing replied, still wearing that cheerful expression. Though he wasn't entirely familiar with the number 1 courtyard, the reactions of those around him indicated its significance. As if fearing disbelief, he produced the keys to the property. Upon seeing the distinctive emblem of the number 1 courtyard, the neighbors were left speechless, their skepticism dissipating. Old Lin, your family is taking off. One neighbor exclaimed, swallowing hard in astonishment. The number 1 courtyard? I've heard even the most basic units started over $1 billion. My goodness. How many lottery tickets did the Lin family win? Having lived there for so many years, they had never realized the Lin family's wealth. Truly, they were masters of discretion. That's incredible. I've rarely encountered sums in the billions. Their mere house exceeds that. Old Lin, as you move, don't forget your old neighbors. Let's keep in touch. Brother Lin, here is my business card. Feel free to call me if you need anything. Brother Lin, do lend me your support in the future. Lin Feng's family resided very close to the Magic City. So many were aware of the renowned number 1 courtyard, and those who were not quickly learned about it through others. After a moment of stunned silence, the crowd eagerly surged forward, their expressions markedly different from before. In the minds of ordinary people, those residing in a place as prestigious as number 1 courtyard were undoubtedly members of the upper class. Initially, Lin Xing felt elated by the flattery and praises from those around him. Yet as he listened further, an unsettling feeling began to wash over him, his complexion shifting gradually, and beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. How could this be right? Number 1 courtyard, such an extravagant residence? A single house worth over $1 billion? Surely he must have misheard. Was this a celestial abode? He was aware that his son, after becoming an awakened, was earning money quite rapidly. But how could he afford a mansion worth over $1 billion in such a short time? The surprise had morphed into a shock. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiuli, who observed the workers moving items, could hardly contain her racing heart. Just a while ago, she had discussed with her husband the possibility of purchasing a car of a similar caliber. And now they were preparing to move into a villa valued at no less than 10 billion. Truly, the vicissitudes of life were astounding, a grand spectacle of fortune. Their gazes inevitably shifted to the composed Lin Feng beside them. The more they pondered, the less they understood their own child. 2 hours later, the family finally arrived at Villa 66 of number 1 courtyard, where the property staff had been waiting expectantly. The rooms and gardens had been meticulously cleaned, and a welcoming ceremony had been arranged. Lin Xing and Zhang Xiuli were utterly astounded. It felt as if a park had been transported into their own backyard. Upon entering, their astonishment deepened. Walking on the luminous floor felt akin to traversing a palace. It wasn't until nightfall that the day's exertions came to a close. The villa boasted 3 stories. For convenience, the parents chose to reside on the first floor. while Lin Feng occupied the third, leaving the second temporarily uninhabited to ensure some degree of privacy. Once Lin Feng had settled every corner of their new abode, he retreated to his bedroom. Ding! Lin Feng's phone chimed, and upon checking, he saw a familiar name. It was the spirited Gong Yutong. "Brother, are you asleep?" she messaged, complete with playful tongue emojis. "Not yet, just finished moving and tidying up," Lin Feng replied casually. "Oh, then congratulations on your new home. I can't wait to visit." Applause. Gong Yutong responded almost instantly. Why the eagerness to meet the in-laws? Lin Feng jested. Gong Yutong harbored an infatuation for him, her love at first sight buff seemingly everlasting. It felt as though revealing her identity posed no issue. "Of course. Do you think your parents will like me?" she replied, playfully shy. At that moment, she exuded the charm of a playful girl, a stark contrast to her typically aloof demeanor. "By the way, brother, have you heard? The Chosen Secret Realm is about to open, and our Magic Capital University has 80 slots." Gong Yutong suddenly exclaimed. Lin Feng perked up at the mention of the Chosen Secret Realm. It was a mystical domain jointly governed by several Asian countries, comprising 7 layers, with a maximum of 10,000 entrants. Yet, only one individual could enter the final layer, claiming the ultimate prize. It opened once every 3 years, allowing only those at levels 15 and 20 to enter, making each slot exceedingly precious. Many top-tier talents lingered at level 20 for years, delaying their progress solely for the chance to participate in this elusive realm, further underscoring its allure. The Chosen Secret Realm served as a stage for the new generation of awakened from various Asian nations to showcase their prowess, with results directly correlating to national honor, an endeavor taken very seriously by all countries. China had a total of 500 slots, with 4 prestigious universities: Imperial Capital University, Magic Capital University, Southwest University, and North China University, occupying 350 of these slots, while the remaining 100 were fiercely contested among other institutions, with the last 50 overseen by the Elder Council of Awakened. "Brother, our Magic Capital University has 80 slots this time, and it's likely they will be reserved for last year's elite, who have waited years at level 20 for this opportunity. I, however, have no issues. My grandfather leveraged his connections to secure a spot for me from the Elder Council. As for you, I heard Principal Li intends to grant you a slot, though there are numerous dissenting voices. If it doesn't pan out, I could marry you. Haha. Then my grandfather could get you a slot too." Gong Yutong chuckled, her privileged status granting her insight into many insider matters. Lin Feng was left speechless. The assertiveness of women was indeed formidable, and he felt the need to retreat from the mountain. After all, women could be fierce as tigers. He was certainly looking forward to the slot for the Chosen Secret Realm, but to have Gong Yutong marry him solely for that reason felt somewhat beneath his dignity. Even if he were to live off her, he would do so with pride. As for the issue of slots at Magic Capital, he needed to speak with Principal Li. After all, he had contributed significantly to the university, and it would be rather unseemly if he were denied a slot. In the following 2 days, Lin Feng did nothing but rest comfortably at home. During this time, the buzz surrounding the Chosen Secret Realm exploded online. Each Asian nation, after a rigorous selection process, had announced its representatives for the Chosen Secret Realm and released promotional videos online. Although these served little practical purpose, they highlighted the importance of the event. The question of whether charter flights would be provided remained uncertain, considering the sheer volume of luggage. Secret Realm's 7th layer forever belongs to my pickled vegetable nation. Wherever the red flag flies, nothing escapes. The Empire of the Three, the world's #1. Imperial Capital University announces 100 contestants, aiming for the Chosen. The internet was flooded with news regarding the Chosen Secret Realm. Universities across China gradually revealed their lists of participants. Just as Lin Feng was perusing this information, his phone rang. It was Principal Li from Magic Capital, requesting a meeting, presumably regarding the matter of the Secret Realm slots. After taking another day to rest, Lin Feng returned to the campus, where he could overhear various discussions. "Hey, have you heard?" Heard what?" "I heard Principal Li wants to give the slot to that incredible player, but the senior students are collectively opposed." "On what grounds do they oppose? Just because they've been around longer? Just because they consider themselves elite? That player's performance in the canyon has been extraordinary. Indeed, I wasn't there, but I watched it all, capturing boyfriends and riding the rhythm of that player's attacks. Sigh, those seniors have had a tough time too. They've waited years for this opportunity, striving to become stronger, and who knows what sacrifices they've made. Yet, the slots are simply too few." This issue sparked significant debate on campus, with some siding with the seniors and others supporting Lin Feng. Each perspective held validity. Ultimately, however, the decision rested with Principal Li. "Old Li, oh old Li, I sincerely hope you can muster your strength. You must seize the opportunity to conquer Ping'an County, or else I shall be left with no choice but to become a son-in-law," Lin Feng thought with a bitter smile. The meeting place was set at the school gymnasium. Upon Lin Feng's arrival, Principal Li and several teachers were instructing the level 20 senior students during their training session. "Quick, come over here," Principal Li exclaimed with enthusiasm upon spotting Lin Feng's figure. "Hello, Principal Li." Lin Feng, being a modern university student, maintained the common courtesies expected of him. Ha ha, you rascal. During our time in the King's Canyon, we were saved thanks to you. That scoundrel from the imperial capital was nearly driven to madness by your prowess. That old codger even thought he could report us to the Elders' Council, but thanks to you, our university gained their praise instead. This is all your contribution to the school. Principal Lee, somewhat portly, radiated warmth when he smiled, making him quite approachable. As a member of Moda University, it is merely my duty. Lin Feng responded. Indeed, indeed. I did not misjudge you. Principal Lee nodded repeatedly, clearly impressed. This quick-witted student was not only exceptionally capable, but also possessed a commendable mindset, contributing greatly without arrogance. His future was undoubtedly bright. Principal Lee paused for a moment before continuing. Young man, the chosen secret realm is about to commence, and I have been eager to grant you a spot. However, this has met with considerable discontent and opposition from many. He then laid out two options before Lin Feng. First, you may forego participation in this secret realm, and the school will compensate you with 10 million credits, sufficient for any expenditures you may desire at the university. Second, you may participate in this secret realm, but you will not receive any credits. As Principal Lee's words echoed through the gym, an immediate hush fell over the room. Students and teachers alike were left in utter astonishment. Such generous treatment. 10 million credits. Many teachers would toil their entire lives at Modu to earn such an amount. The slot in the secret realm was equally coveted. If Lin Feng merely nodded in agreement, it would be his for the taking. Bring in a ton of lemons. The senior students were now tense, hoping Lin Feng would opt for the credits, fearing the loss of their own coveted slots in the secret realm. Lin Feng was taken aback by the generous conditions Principal Lee had presented, feeling immensely valued. With solemnity, he replied, Thank you, Principal, for your recognition. I choose to participate in the secret realm. It occurs once every 3 years, and I cannot afford to wait another 3 years. Credits can be earned at any time. But opportunities, once lost, are truly gone. Chapter 55. I will face you all alone. Excellent. Haha, splendid. Truly worthy of my admiration. A young person must possess this spirit. For the future is forged through courage. Principal Lee exclaimed, his delight palpable. He would have felt more disheartened had Lin Feng chosen the 10 million credits. Principal, we disagree. Suddenly, a voice rang out as a student named Zheng Kai stepped forward, a warrior by profession and a core figure among the senior students, holding considerable prestige. We share the same opinion as Brother Kai. We have toiled for years for this opportunity. Why should a newcomer be granted a slot? Moreover, he is only level 15. We implore you to reconsider and retract your decision. At this moment, the senior students became agitated, flocking around the principal. With only 80 slots available in Modu, the competition was fierce, and if Lin Feng were granted a slot, it would mean one less for them, intensifying the rivalry. Principal Lee, observing the situation, prepared to interject. But Lin Feng preemptively spoke, addressing Zheng Kai and the gathered seniors with a smile. Your opposition surely stems from a lack of faith in my abilities. Indeed. Zheng Kai nodded, acknowledging the truth in Lin Feng's words. It was undeniable that Lin Feng had recently garnered much attention, yet they too had once been remarkable figures, biding their time for an opportunity. Very well, Lin Feng replied, unfazed by their reaction. He surveyed the surrounding seniors and slowly stated, in that case, I shall grant you 30 seconds. Should you manage to defeat me, I will relinquish my claim to this slot. If you fail, however, I would appreciate a bow of apology from each of you. Lin Feng was challenging a group of elite seniors all at once, instilling fear in the hearts of many. Ha ha ha, have you become arrogant from a few achievements? Do you truly think we are pushovers? Zheng Kai retorted, a smirk on his face. Very well, brothers. Let's not hold back. Let us grant this junior a lesson he won't forget. Zheng Kai laughed, as he believed Lin Feng had lost his mind in overconfidence. The area was soon cleared for the impending battle, and under the watchful eyes of Principal Lee, the teachers, and a host of elite seniors, the confrontation was about to unfold, one against many, with opponents being the cream of the crop among the seniors. Even Principal Lee, who had unwavering confidence in Lin Feng, felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. Let the contest begin. Remember, you have merely 30 seconds to defeat me, Lin Feng declared. Standing calmly at one end of the empty space, hands clasped behind his back. Not even 30 seconds. 3 seconds will suffice. Zheng Kai scoffed, gripping his colossal sword as he charged forward. Noting Lin Feng's apparent lack of evasiveness, he unleashed a signature skill of the warrior class, continuous charge. Typically, a warrior's charge could only be executed once before entering a cooldown period, but Zheng Kai's version allowed for up to 9 consecutive uses, each inflicting a stunning effect, truly formidable. As the skill activated, Zheng Kai barreled toward Lin Feng. Yet, in that moment, Lin Feng's form began to shimmer, becoming semi-transparent, blurring the line between reality and illusion. Void. Miss. Lin Feng activated the accompanying skill Void from Sacred Skin of Sar, elevating his evasion rate to an astounding 99.99, successfully avoiding Zheng Kai's charge. Consider yourself fortunate. Let us try that again. Zheng Kai, momentarily taken aback, turned to initiate the second phase of his charge. Continuous charge, second phase. Without surprise, this second charge also missed its target. Continuous charge, third phase. Miss. Continuous charge, fourth phase. Miss. Continuous charge, fifth phase. Miss. In a shocking turn of events, all 5 consecutive charges were flawlessly evaded by Lin Feng, leaving Zheng Kai utterly bewildered. The charge skills, inherently possessing basic attribute adjustments, typically boasted a low evasion rate. Yet today, 5 consecutive misses were nothing short of bizarre. Miss. 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 With each failed attempt, Zheng Kai's expression grew increasingly grave. Brothers, this fellow is not to be trifled with. Let us all engage him. Inside the gymnasium, hearing Zheng Kai's call, the group of senior students wasted no time in launching their attacks, various skills hurtling toward Lin Feng. Frost Arrow, Flame Slash, 7-star Convergence, Inferno Blast. Brilliant skills illuminated every corner of the gymnasium, with Principal Li and a group of teachers exhibiting expressions of palpable tension, poised to act at a moment's notice. My shooting speed is extraordinary, there must be no mistakes. However, for Lin Feng, who activated the Sacred Artifact skill, sustaining injury was far from easy. As the skill descended, a barrage of misses ensued. Under the Void activation, Lin Feng's evasion soared to an astounding 99.99, rendering both magical and physical attacks completely ineffective. All skills whistled past Lin Feng's form without making contact. What the hell? How could this be? My hit rate is exceptionally high. How could I possibly miss him? Especially when I am 5 levels above him. I must continue. Today, I must defeat him, or where shall we hide our faces? A group of senior students, increasingly agitated, glared wide-eyed as they directed their efforts towards Lin Feng. Remarkably, despite being among the elite of the seniors, they could not even graze a newcomer. If word of this spread, they would have to hide their faces in shame. Yet, all their endeavors appeared utterly futile against Lin Feng's 99.99 evasion. Soon, the 30-second battle concluded, and Principal Li called an end to the skirmish. At that moment, Lin Feng yawned, stretched lazily, and addressed the group of seniors, saying, "So, am I qualified to enter the secret realm? Remarkably fast, you possess formidable strength." "We apologize," Zheng Kai said, somewhat sheepishly. Skill cannot rival talent. And there was little else to be said as the group of seniors began to bow in apology to Lin Feng. This act solidified Lin Feng's place in the secret realm. With that established, Lin Feng said little more, bidding farewell to the crowd before departing the gymnasium. Zheng Kai and his companions were indeed commendable, owning up to their defeat, unlike those cliched narratives that drag on endlessly. Chapter 56, The Chosen Secret Realm opens. After Lin Feng's departure, the gymnasium remained enveloped in silence. Principal Li, the other teachers, and a myriad of students had yet to emerge from the astonishment of the recent battle. In those fleeting 30 seconds, I shot with remarkable speed, endured at least hundreds of attacks, yet none struck true. All were evaded. The man who eludes all contact is truly astonishing. Could this be the effect of the sacred artifact awarded last time? The power of the artifact is indeed terrifying. What transpired today must not be disclosed, otherwise severe consequences will follow. Principal Li declared sternly after a series of psychological shocks. This world is not as peaceful as it appears, aside from hidden dangers. Competition between nations is fierce, and each country strives to keep its talents under wraps. This student is far more exceptional than I anticipated. With his participation in the chosen secret realm, China is likely to achieve remarkable results. Principal Li mused. Playful as it may seem, national honor remains paramount. Shanghai University. Lin Feng returned to his residence, where the butler had already prepared warm water. He indulged in a comforting soak while checking the news regarding the chosen secret realm. The realm would open in 3 days, featuring 7 levels, each eliminating a number of participants, with only one individual permitted to ascend to the final level and claim the ultimate reward. Furthermore, with only 500 slots allocated to China out of 10,000 across Asia, the advantage for China is minimal. Historically, China's performance has consistently been strong, remaining in the first tier, yet they have never reached the final level. A proud world power, yet unable to claim the top spot in this secret realm, has left many awakeners from China feeling disheartened. With my presence, I shall safeguard China's honor. Lin Feng's expression was resolute. Sakura Shrine. A gentle breeze caressed the face as petals fell like rain. A young man clad in samurai attire was sipping sake beneath a tree. Young Master Hanzo. It has been confirmed that the mysterious individual known as My Shooting Speed is extraordinary will participate in this year's chosen secret realm. A servant reported respectfully while kneeling. Oh. The young man raised his gaze slightly, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. As the latest prodigy of the Hattori clan, an SSS level Awaken 1, he has always been the most illustrious among his peers, essentially designated as the heir to the clan's leadership. Is My Shooting Speed is extraordinary, the one who dealt tens of thousands of damage with a single arrow, summoning an army to conquer the King's Canyon? This upcoming chosen secret realm is bound to be increasingly fascinating. Downing his cup, the young man's expression grew more exhilarated, bordering on a feverish madness. Kinchi Nation. For Star Group headquarters. Although Kimchi Nation is small in land area, it is secretly governed by the colossal 4-star group. I never expected my shooting speed is extraordinary to enter the competition at level 15, remarked a tall girl dressed in black stockings, intrigued as she perused the documents in her hand. Hehe, whether from China or Sakura, both my shooting speed is extraordinary and Hattori Hanzo will ultimately kneel before this princess. The sole victor of the 7th level shall be none other than I. The girl, Han Yuna, brimming with confidence, declared. As the princess of the 4-star group and an SSS Awaken 1. China, Imperial Capital. In a luxurious hall at the Imperial Capital University. The principal addressed the contestants participating in the chosen secret realm. This time, you represent us, China, and our Imperial Capital University. I hope you all achieve outstanding results to defend the honor of our nation and our university, the principal reiterated earnestly. Following the previous battle in the King's Canyon, the reputation of Imperial Capital University had plummeted, and this chosen secret realm presented an excellent opportunity to restore its prestige. Moreover, ensure that my shooting speed is extraordinary from Shanghai, faces relentless pressure. Principal Qin concluded coldly. In the King's Canyon, this audacious individual had slain thousands of Imperial Capital University students. A primary contributor to its diminished reputation and must not be let off lightly. Revenge must be exacted, and blood must be paid. If I do not eliminate him, I shall not be human. For the sake of my junior brothers and sisters, if I encounter him, I will ensure he cannot survive the 1st level. The inexperienced shall learn of the might of Imperial Capital University. The older students erupted with fervor, indignantly declaring that the prestigious First University of China could not be so insulted by a nameless newcomer. Very well, the honor of Imperial Capital University rests upon your shoulders. The principal, satisfied with the students' fervor, said, you have received full attribute enchantment scroll X3, remaining, 22. 3 days quickly passed. On the day of the event, Lin Feng rose early, prepared thoroughly, and joined Gong Yutong along with other contestants from Shanghai University, arriving at the Secret Realm Hall of Shanghai University. Chosen Secret Realm. At last begins. You have used the ticket for the chosen secret realm. Transferring to 1st layer of the chosen secret realm. As darkness enveloped him, Lin Feng, along with all the participants, was transported into the teleportation array. Notice, in the current secret realm, you may carry 2 manifested equipment and 4 additional manifested items. The difficulty of rare secret realms is notoriously high, and they impose strict limitations on the quantity of manifested items. Upon learning that he could bring 2 pieces of manifested equipment, Lin Feng decisively selected Shattered Oath, Legendary Ring, and Unadorned Ring, Legendary Ring. Though there were other options, these 2 were undoubtedly the most effective. Given their inherently high attribute values, he deemed it unnecessary to opt for additional gear that merely enhanced attributes, preferring instead these more functionally potent items. After choosing the 2 pieces of manifested equipment, he proceeded to select 4 more manifested items provided by the school, which included potions, scrolls, materials, and other tools. For his first choice, Lin Feng picked a device akin to a walkie-talkie. Secret Realm Communicator enables communication with other members within the same secret realm. For his remaining 3 items, he opted for 1 red potion and 2 blue potions. Adhering to the sage advice of his seniors, potions in the chosen secret realm are exceedingly rare, and lacking them would result in restless slumber. Despite possessing Holy Light Blessing, he chose to take these as a precaution. Chapter 57, The Thrill of Combat. The 4 manifested items, if valued at market price, would amount to nearly 100 million. However, for Magic Capital University, this is merely a trifle, buoyed by substantial governmental financial support, generously distributed to all participating students. You have arrived at the 1st layer of the chosen secret realm. As light emerged before him, Lin Feng found himself amidst a desolate expanse of gravel. The sun hung high in the sky, radiating an unbearable heat, with not a single blade of vegetation in sight. The natural conditions were exceedingly harsh. After taking just a couple of steps, a golden message appeared in the sky. Rules of the chosen secret realm. While in the chosen secret realm, passive health and mana regeneration is halted. Members exposed to sunlight enter a burning state, losing 10 health and 10 mana per second. Locate the entrance to the next layer. This round will eliminate 5,000 participants. Those who successfully enter the 2nd layer will be rewarded with a fruit of attributes. The rule information was straightforward and direct. In essence, it meant that automatic health and mana recovery were impossible, and exposure to sunlight would result in continuous losses, necessitating reliance on potions for recovery. Under such conditions, caution was imperative when engaging monsters. If health dwindled without consuming potions, one could easily succumb to the scorching sun. Even healing professions could not provide unlimited assistance. Without mana, their efforts would be futile. Furthermore, it seemed that this area was populated, as the nearby chat channel began to see an influx of messages. Muay Thai Nation. This map is more unbearable than a punch to the face. Continuous damage. Aladdin from the True Master Nation. Brothers, is anyone selling potions? This continuous damage is unbearable, and I am a prince of the True Master Nation. Price is not an issue. Takea from Sakura Nation. Muay Thai, wow. A real Muay Thai person. Are you human or a demon? Can I see how grand you are? Does anyone know Takea's story? Muay Thai Nation. Takea, go to hell. Go home and see your mother. I am neither human nor demon. Humph. But this map is scorching hot. Heartthrob from Kimchi Nation. Aladdin, what are you acting like? Is being rich that impressive? Are we from the universe Kimchi Nation not wealthy? Aladdin from the True Master Nation. Heartthrob, be good. Go home and dream of beef. Stop eating kimchi, you dead stick. Takea from Sakura Nation. Heartthrob, in your nation, meat is a luxury. No wonder you are underdeveloped. Heartthrob from Kimchi Nation. Takea, have you mutated from radiation? You are the real pervert. What's wrong with you? Muay Thai Nation. You really crack me up. Aladdin, does Prince Brother need a service? Let us reserve some foreign exchange for our nation. Aladdin from the True Master Nation. Muay Thai, WOC. Are you selling your body or potions? Muay Thai Nation. Aladdin, as long as the payment is sufficient, you can enter my stomach. The chat channel was incessantly flooded with messages, each displaying the country of the respective members. From the dialogue, it was evident that the relationships between the nations were amicable, with everyone expressing excitement at their first encounter, extending the most enthusiastic and friendly greetings, and showing concern for each other's families. The most impressive remark was about entering the stomach. This is indeed a solemn occasion. Yet overall, it appeared that everyone was struggling. This map's continuous health and mana drain, coupled with monsters, necessitated a substantial supply of potions to successfully locate the entrance to the second layer. The astute had already begun to purchase potions at inflated prices. For spending money is also a form of strength. As long as one had sufficient funds to procure enough potions, they could endure indefinitely. The world was rife with those minuscule nations that were not affluent, seizing any opportunity for profit. 10 horsepower, 10 MP, 10 horsepower, 10 MP, 10 horsepower, 10 MP. Under the blazing sun, Lin Feng progressed along the path. As damage numbers continued to pop up above his head, while the damage was minimal, the cumulative effect was significant. However, Lin Feng felt no pressure, as all his skills were passive. With Holy Light Blessing activated, he enjoyed a healing effect every 3 minutes, affording him great comfort. As he cheerfully searched for the entrance to the second layer, the sandy ground beneath him began to shift, as if something were trying to emerge. Lin Feng struggled to maintain his balance, conscious that falling in the secret realm would almost guarantee a critical hit, resulting in increased damage. At that moment, a swarm of golden scorpions erupted from the sand, numbering over 10, their stinger-laden tails swaying as they encircled Lin Feng. Scorpions are a common sight in the desert, and he feared he had inadvertently stumbled into a scorpion's den. LV-18 Desert Giant Scorpion. Attack, 520, Health, 22,000. Skills, Scorpion Tail Strike. Attacks enemies with its tail, inflicting piercing damage and stunning for 1 second. Secret Realm Enhancement. Creatures within the Secret Realm gain enhanced attributes. Continuous Poisoning. Being struck by the giant scorpion induces a poisoned state, causing 50 damage per second for 5 seconds. The monsters within the Secret Realm are all enhanced. Despite their seemingly low attributes, they are formidable. In this non-regenerative state, being beset by a dozen scorpions could only be described as dire. Lin Feng glanced around, feeling somewhat awkward. Although the scorpions had health and mana, he had no weapon. Without a weapon, he was utterly helpless, unable to use any skills. Clenching his fists, he resigned himself to a raw and thrilling melee battle. A true warrior does not cower. What are a few scorpions? He charged headlong into the fray. With his high agility bonus, Lin Feng moved with remarkable fluidity, maneuvering behind the nearest scorpion and unleashing a powerful punch. Bang, bang, bang. 3,745, 3,555, 3,697, 3,522. The advantages of high attributes have been fully realized. With merely 2 pieces of manifested equipment and no weapon, Lin Feng still inflicts considerable damage, casually dealing over 3,000 points in a single strike. Witnessing this, others would likely be compelled to kneel and beg for mercy. With just a few punches, he could easily vanquish a desert giant scorpion. Humph, have you witnessed my prowess now? All shall perish. Lin Feng, now invigorated, revels in the exhilarating sensation of each blow landing, leaving him in a contemplative silence. Is there anything more thrilling than this for a man? Chapter 58, Stone Mountain. While Lin Feng can evade the scorpion's skills through nimble positioning, he cannot escape its basic attacks. Fortunately, under the boon of Saint Relic, Skin of Sal, he dodges half of the incoming assaults. The other half, which he cannot evade, inflicts minimal damage, leaving Lin Feng undeterred. Bang, bang, bang. You have slain LV-18 Desert Giant Scorpion, rewarded with Intermediate Healing Potion, X1. You have slain LV-18 Desert Giant Scorpion, rewarded with Gold Coins, X19. You have slain LV-18 Desert Giant Scorpion, rewarded with Giant Scorpion Stinger, X1. You have slain LV-18 Desert Giant Scorpion, rewarded with Intermediate Mana Potion, X1. One by one, the scorpions fall before Lin Feng's might. Although he lacks equipment, he has accumulated several potions, which is quite fortunate indeed, within the chosen secret realm. Potions are of paramount importance. You have cleared a monster den of scorpions, rewarded with Intermediate Healing Potion x10, Agility Points x1. Lin Feng can only exclaim in disbelief. Oh heavens, do you not feel a pang of conscience? A normal person would have perished or come close upon encountering this swarm of scorpions, and yet, this reward feels like a mere consolation for the labor expended. However, a few attribute points are certainly welcome. While the first layer of the secret realm may not be straightforward, it should yield sufficient rewards given the necessity of monster farming. With this understanding, Lin Feng formulates a plan. The first layer is ostensibly for monster grinding, incessantly accumulating potions and striving to survive, all while seeking the entrance to the second layer. Of course, this approach is impractical for the average individual. Only someone like Lin Feng, endowed with extraordinarily high attributes and the evasion granted by the relic, can autonomously and freely farm monsters. As for others, encountering such hordes of creatures would only leave them lamenting their lack of speed. After securing the potions, Lin Feng continues his quest for the entrance to the second layer. Not long into his journey, he spots a group of lizards gathered not far away. To Lin Feng's eyes, they are not mere monsters. They represent wealth. They are potions. Without further ado, he rolls up his sleeves and charges in. Bang, bang, bang. After an intense melee, Lin Feng, breathing heavily and with beads of sweat forming on his brow, finally dispatches the large lizards, earning 3 potions in total, 2 red and 1 blue. These lizards prove to be more generous than the scorpions, even providing a pair of leather boots. A thoughtful gift that spares him from the scorching sand. He quickly enchants the lizard leather boots and equips them. You have cleared a monster den of lizards. Rewarded with Intermediate Healing Potion x3, Strength Points x1. Lin Feng murmurs in astonishment. Indeed, his thoughts were accurate. Clearing a monster lair yields attribute rewards. And monster farming equates to attribute farming, truly a paradise. With this realization, he resolves to grind more monsters in the first layer while simultaneously searching for the entrance to the second layer. Determined, Lin Feng ventures deeper. Let us hunt down every creature in sight, for who can resist the allure of attribute points? Amidst the endless yellow sands, a figure, bare-chested and drenched in sweat, relentlessly pummels one monster after another. In this realm where tears flow freely, while others are desperately clinging to life, for Lin Feng, monster farming is a source of joy. Though the monsters may not be plentiful, the rewards are gratifying. Within a little over an hour, he has cleared over 10 beast dens, and his attributes have increased by a modest yet steady increment of over 10 points. As Lin Feng continues his monster-slaying spree, the previously lively chat channel is inundated with crimson messages. Nearby news. Member, Sakura Nation, time-traveling steelplate, has died and left the secret realm. Nearby news. Member, Kimchi Nation, Kong Simida, has died and left the secret realm. Nearby news. Member, Vietnam Nation, KSD, has died and left the secret realm. Nearby news. Nearby news. Each crimson message signifies an individual's demise, having departed the chosen secret realm. The manner of their deaths remains unknown. They may have fallen to monsters, been vanquished by fellow members, or perhaps succumbed to the relentless heat, perhaps influenced by the continuous fatalities. The chat channel falls into silence. Current remaining members, 9780, 10,000. In less than 2 hours since entering the secret realm, over 200 individuals have perished. Indeed, this realm is exceedingly challenging. Suddenly, Lin Feng hears a commotion ahead. Upon cresting a nearby sand dune, he discovers a stone mountain not far off. At the foot of the stone mountain stands a throng of individuals, including several familiar faces from the chat channel. Among them are Aladdin from the True Master Nation, who may or may not be human, the extravagant legend Takuya from Sakura Nation enjoying a fine life, the charming heartthrob from Kimchi Nation, and many members from various other nations. A crowd gathers at the base of the stone mountain, animatedly pointing and discussing. Clearly, something significant is afoot. Lin Feng's gaze shifts to the stone mountain, where numerous small treasure chests glitter enticingly, their numbers exceeding 100. Though the contents remain a mystery, they undoubtedly hold something of great value. Observing the crowd at the mountain's base, he notes their throats working as they swallow, clearly salivating at the prospect of claiming the treasures for themselves. However, these chests are not easily acquired. Each one is guarded by a host of monsters, cobras, climbing antelopes, and gigantic centipedes. Under the current conditions, these creatures are formidable adversaries, and an individual would be hard-pressed to contend with them alone. Thus, the group congregates, chattering excitedly as they prepare to form a party. Join my team. As long as you enter, the fee is 50,000 an hour. The affluent members from the True Master Nation are unconcerned with monetary matters, with Aladdin already launching his financial offensive. Brothers, I possess an SSS-level talent. Renowned for my swift attraction and powerful vocal cords, teaming up with me will guarantee no losses. Takuya from Sakura Nation directly employs his talent to attract others. Joining my team will be the most boast-worthy decision of your lives. Who wants to group up? The charming heartthrob from Kimchi Nation boasts. A haughty expression on his face as he stands in a corner. A cacophony ensues as individuals begin to join the party. Aladdin's financial strategy proves remarkably effective, enticing members from smaller nations to join, as it is rare to find such an opportunity. Takuya also gathers a few elite members, while the heartthrob from Kimchi Nation stands foolishly in place, much like a wooden puppet. Is that my swift shot? Chapter 59. Here comes Old Sunday. As Lin Feng's figure appears, the crowd at the mountain's base gasps in astonishment. Among the competitors in this event, his rapid shots undoubtedly position him as a top-tier seed. Brother, will you join my team? The compensation is 500,000 an hour. Aladdin promptly extended a fervent invitation, $500,000, which translates to several million in Chinese currency, causing those around to gasp in astonishment. Is this the chasm that separates us? Indeed. A mere cloth upon one's head signifies a different realm. Lin Feng did not respond immediately. Instead, he merely winked at the opulent prince and remarked, "Do you comprehend the meaning behind my gaze? Take a moment to ponder it." Observing Lin Feng's reluctance to join the affluent entourage, others began to entice him to join their ranks. Yet Lin Feng offered them not even a glance. Not everyone possesses the merit to team up with him. Furthermore, why should he ally with them when he could savor the spoils alone? Realizing Lin Feng's silence, the crowd understood his sentiment and, unable to contain themselves any longer, commenced their ascent. One by one, they surged toward the mountain, 1,000 individuals scurrying upward like ants. Yet, no matter how fast they ran, they could never match the speed of instantaneous teleportation. Teleportation. Lin Feng raised his hand and began to teleport, his form flickering as he surpassed everyone, leading the pack by a considerable margin. Soon, he arrived at the first treasure chest halfway up the mountain. This display astounded all those below. What on earth? Could he be a mage? Does he truly aspire to be as swift as his name suggests? Please, behave like a decent person. The exclamations of disbelief echoed from below. Show off all you want. What good is your speed when a dozen monsters guard the chest? That treasure belongs to us, the Cherry Blossom clan. Takuya licked his lips and declared, he may be fast, but he possesses nothing but a pair of shoes. Lacking a weapon, he stands no chance against the monsters. Takuya consoled himself. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, unaware of the commotion below, raised his fist and struck the dozen monsters guarding the treasure chest. Bang, bang, bang. 3,888. 3,658. 4,002. 3,952. The attributes of the monsters defending the chest were not vastly different from the scorpions encountered earlier, boasting slightly over 20,000 health points. However, they could not withstand Lin Feng's onslaught. With a flurry of punches, they fell one after another. Next came the second and third monsters, collapsing like fragile paper. You have opened an attribute chest and gained agility points x2, intermediate blue potion x1. The chest opened, revealing, as expected, attribute points and a vial of blue potion. You have opened an attribute chest. You have opened. You have opened. Lin Feng entered a killing frenzy, teleporting with sparks flying. He continuously opened chests, amassing an array of attributes. It is worth noting that there were hundreds of chests on this mountain, likely enough to exhaust his hands. In the same secret realm, on the same level, on the very same rocky slope, all those below felt as though the sky had collapsed. The chests they coveted were being opened one by one right before their eyes by Lin Feng. It felt akin to a beloved crush just as one was about to confess, only to take another's hand and walk away, heart-wrenching and distressing. He was insufferable. Those treasures belonged to the Cherry Blossom clan. Did he not fear divine retribution? Takuya ground his teeth, the pain reminiscent of being cornered and sword-fighting in a restroom, deeply agonizing. Were it not for this incident, could he not have become the most eloquent man of the Cherry Blossom Nation? Previously, Takuya had confidently asserted that the swift shooter could not handle the guardian monsters, yet this individual seemed possessed by the god of war, effortlessly dispatching them with his fists. I urge you to cease your actions, otherwise, you shall face the wrath of my pickled cabbage nation. The charming figure from the pickled cabbage nation proclaimed with bravado. When it came to confidence, pickled cabbage nation reigned supreme. So, this is the genius of the Huaxia nation? No wonder he gave me a look that required personal reflection. Aladdin appeared equally enlightened. It became clear why he refrained from teaming up with others. That gaze was unmistakably one of disdain. Amidst the chorus of lamentations from the crowd, Lin Feng successfully reached the summit. After vanquishing the beast den atop the mountain, a massive treasure chest appeared, nearly the size of a basketball court, its contents a mystery. With immense curiosity, Lin Feng opened this colossal chest. You have opened a super attribute chest, obtaining agility attribute x50, intermediate healing potion x30, intermediate blue potion x20. Skill book disguise x1. Lin Feng inhaled sharply. Indeed, this was a monumental chest, yielding equally monumental rewards. A full 50 points of attributes, along with numerous potions, and crucially, a skill book. Disguise. Professional requirement. Assassin. Effect. Enables disguise. During its duration, one cannot move or use skills. Otherwise, the disguise fails and enters cooldown. Duration, 60 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Note: this skill is a special skill and cannot be passively activated. Upon reviewing the skill attributes, Lin Feng understood precisely how to utilize this ability. In scenarios where his health was critically low and combat was untenable, transforming into a grain of sand would render him undetectable. Though its offensive capabilities may be somewhat lacking, it was a life-saving skill. He promptly utilized 3 full attribute enchantment scrolls. You have used full attribute enchantment scroll X3, current remaining, 19. The skill Disguise evolved into Seamless. Effect. During the skill's duration, movement is permitted and non-offensive skills and items can be used. Effect. Disguise effect enhanced, adapting to the surrounding environment. Effect. The skill has no duration limit, consuming 10 mana points per second. The explosive effects of the 3 enchantments were astonishing, explaining the skill's evolution. Lin Feng thought mischievously. Perhaps with a stick in hand, I could shout, "I am Sun Wukong." This felt reminiscent of the legendary Monkey King. After completing the skill enhancements, Lin Feng stood atop the rocky summit, gazing around. In each of the cardinal directions, towering pillars of light rose, seemingly connecting heaven and earth. You have discovered the entrance to the second layer in the east. You have discovered the entrance to the second layer in the south. You have discovered the entrance to the second layer in the west. You have discovered the entrance to the second layer in the north. These were the 4 entrances leading to the second layer, and their positions were marked on the map in his possession. Chapter 60. You fell into my trap. Lin Feng's location was at the southern part of the map, closest to the southern entrance. If all went smoothly, he should reach the southern entrance to the second layer in a matter of half a day. With such conspicuous pillars of light, other players would undoubtedly have spotted them. So haste was imperative to reach the southern entrance, Lin Feng mused. Finally caught up to you, brother fast shooter. A voice called out, and Lin Feng turned to see players below, having reached the mountaintop, panting heavily, making Lin Feng want to offer them some goji berries to replenish their energy. It must be said, the expressions on these individuals were filled with resentment, their tones tinged with bitterness. There are hundreds of treasure chests atop this rocky mountain. And a colossal treasure chest, all claimed by that fast shooter. How infuriating. The fact that he didn't stab me directly is already quite generous. What is the matter? Lin Feng, with a countenance brimming with self-satisfaction, inquired, what of your numbers? Do you think you can vanquish me? He chuckled mischievously. Oh, great one. Might you sell me some potions? Without them, I fear I shan't survive long enough to enter the second tier. Aladdin, grinning foolishly, displayed none of the regal demeanor befitting a prince, as he nodded and bowed before Lin Feng. Your speed in looting is astonishing. You've consumed all the treasure chest yourself. Is it too much to ask for a few potions? Please, brother, just a taste. I require but a vial of red potion and one of blue. The crowd clamored in unison. They had witnessed Lin Feng single-handedly open hundreds of treasure chests, and it was evident he had amassed an abundance of red and blue potions, their envy palpable. Oh, you wish to purchase potions? Very well. Lin Feng could hardly suppress his laughter at their eagerness. He had plenty of potions to spare, selling a few would be no loss. For who would dare buy from him at a crucial moment if he waited too long? Thus, he set up a stall atop the mountain. 10 vials each of intermediate healing potions, priced at $1 million per vial, total quantity 10. 10 vials each of intermediate mana potions, priced at $1 million per vial, total quantity 10. The makeshift stall was ready, and the throng surged forward, desperate for what he offered. Even those from nations at odds with Huaxia, such as Sakura and Kimchi, opened their interfaces to purchase potions. However, upon seeing the exorbitant prices, their expressions soured as if they had swallowed a fly. Baka, 1 vial of potion for $1 million? Wouldn't it be more straightforward to rob me outright? You are not of the yellow race. You must be black-hearted. Have a little kindness, will you? All Waxians are shrewd merchants. Outrage rippled through the crowd as they felt Lin Feng was mocking them. $1 million for a vial of potion? Surely, this is more akin to bank robbery. Closing his eyes, Lin Feng declared, speak as you will, buy if you desire, or leave if you don't. The price remains fixed. We are not of the same nation, nor do we share a common bond. I shall exploit every opportunity. The disparate group, comprised of individuals from various nations, dared not lay a finger on him. As the crowd continued to voice their discontent, a figure draped in white quietly made a purchase. Aladdin of the Divine Nation has purchased intermediate healing potions, X10. $10 million credited to Alipay. Aladdin of the Divine Nation has purchased intermediate mana potions, X10, $10 million credited to Alipay, with $20 million secured. Converted to Huaxia currency, this amounted to an astonishing sum. Is this speed of profit not swifter than a printing press? Oh, great one. Could we perhaps negotiate on the prices? Should you wish to sell more, kindly message me. I assure you, you will be satisfied with the terms. Aladdin smiled. Renowned for its wealth, the Divine Nation's first heir regarded a few $1 million as trifling, especially as these potions would greatly enhance his strength. Thus, Spending a bit more felt entirely justified. Very well, I consent, Lin Feng replied readily, adding the wealthy individual as a friend. Once his stock was depleted, he teleported away from Stone Mountain, heading towards the southern entrance. Remaining players in the secret realm, 9322, 10,000. Successful entries to the second tier, 0, 5,000. Seeing that no one had yet entered the second tier, Lin Feng felt reassured. Time was still on his side, allowing him to search for beast lairs or treasure chests along the way. In the southern part of the first layer of the chosen secret realm, a young girl was nimbly leaping about, her agile form radiating grace. With a delicate oval face and long, fair legs, her ponytail accentuated her youthfulness. Ding! A notification sounded, prompting the girl to check her messages. It was a video sent by her subordinate, Heartthrob Appa. In the secret realm, sending a video was quite an expensive endeavor. Upon opening it, she beheld a striking figure battling monsters barehanded, reaching the mountain's summit, opening countless treasure chests, and dispatching all adversaries in his path. That speed is astonishing. He must be eliminated. He will surely pose a grave threat to our Kimchi nation in the future. The exquisite maiden, known as 4-star Han Yuna of Kimchi nation, furrowed her brow. In the northern part of the first layer, amidst swirling sands, a young man wielding a katana cut through a swarm of snakes, each head falling beneath his blade. Ding! A notification chimed as the boy wiped the blood from his blade, sheathing it to check his messages. In the secret realm, all messages bore significant weight. Another video, this time from his subordinate Takuya, revealed a similar scene to that of Han Yuna's, a depiction of Lin Feng's impressive stature presented before a man of Sakura Nation. The video stirred something within the boy. Master, this Huasien must be dealt with swiftly, otherwise he will greatly impact our Sakura Nation. Takuya messaged. It matters not, the boy replied coolly. Such a formidable opponent adds excitement. I rather hope to confront him in the 6th layer and personally defeat him to enter the 7th. The head of the family would never approve. I shall rally other experts from Sakura Nation to target him, Takuya replied anxiously. I repeat, I will not take action until we reach the 6th layer. The boy's tone turned frosty. A gust of wind swept by, revealing his name. Hattori Hanzo of Sakura Nation. Chapter 61. Your treasure is my treasure. Teleport. 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 In the desolate desert, Lin Feng moved swiftly, his figure darting through the sands. You have entered the southern entrance of the second tier. Notice, a boss guards the entrance. You must defeat the boss to gain entry to the second tier. Upon seeing the notice, Lin Feng's gaze shifted to a nearby cave, the entrance to the second tier. At the mouth of the cave, a gigantic lizard rested. Unlike the previous lizards he had encountered, this one shimmered with golden light, measuring nearly 100 meters in length, exuding an aura of dread that unmistakably marked it as a boss. Behind the lizard lay 10 equally radiant golden eggs. Golden lizard egg, upon use, grants 10 to all attributes. Lin Feng swallowed hard. The temptation was overwhelming. Each egg would bestow 10 points to all attributes. However, he must first vanquish the boss before him. Simultaneously, Lin Feng scrutinized the boss's information. LV-18 color-changing lizard king, boss. Attack, 1300 health, 600, 000. Skills, toxic breath. The lizard king sprays saliva, inflicting poison damage equal to 10 of current health. Color change. The lizard king alters its color to blend with the surroundings, regenerating 10,000 health per second for 10 seconds. State of fury. The lizard king succumbs to a frenzied state, launching indiscriminate attacks with a 100 increase in both attack power and speed, lasting for 30 seconds. Mystic enhancement. Description. This creature, when enraged, would slay even its own offspring. From this boss's information, it is evident that this lizard is a creature devoid of familial loyalty, with a temperament that leaves much to be desired. In its fury, it spares no one. As the battle commences, one must wonder if those 10 lizard eggs will survive. They must not fall victim to its wrath. Lin Feng licked his lips, preparing for action. Armed with a dagger, Lin Feng dashed forward. During his journey, he had cleared several beast dens, shedding some of his armor. Yet his sole weapon remained this white-tier dagger. One cannot help but lament the lack of a higher drop rate. Teleportation. Lin Feng executed a teleportation, landing precisely before the lizard king. Ideally, he should have positioned himself atop its back. But Lin Feng feared the creature's erratic movements might crush the precious lizard eggs beneath its feet. Swish, swish, swish. Damage numbers appeared. 2,999, 2,987, 2,897, 2,789. The dagger struck the lizard king repeatedly, yet the damage dealt was less than anticipated. However, given the thick skin and high defense of such a large lizard, one could surmise it possessed skills that mitigated damage, resulting in Lin Feng's impressive attributes yielding less than 3,000 damage. The lizard king awoke, noticing the diminutive figure continually assaulting it, and promptly brought its front foot down in retaliation. Lin Feng, unwilling to repeat the fate of the individuals at Imperial Capital University, deftly evaded the lizard's attack. Toxic breath. Observing the great lizard opening its mouth to unleash a spray, Lin Feng teleported to the opposite side of its head, resuming his assault. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The Lizard King roared, engaging Lin Feng in a one-on-one brawl, a true test of strength. 476. Miss. 520. Miss. The Lizard King unleashed a flurry of attacks upon Lin Feng, yet the damage it inflicted fell woefully short, and with the blessing of the relic. Lin Feng evaded half of the strikes. The boss, feeling discomfort, muttered to itself, "This is not fair." The scuffle unfolded in a rather mundane manner. Devoid of thunderous sounds or dazzling magical displays, only the low growls of the beast, it was the silence of men, a testament to their raw physicality. The boss employed its skills when available, but Lin Feng simply teleported to evade. If the teleportation was on cooldown, he would endure the blows, gambling on a 50-50 chance. Pain would not be acknowledged. Blood could flow, and pain could be felt, but the boss must not be allowed to move. At this moment, safeguarding the lizard eggs was paramount. As time progressed, Lin Feng's health dwindled, leaving him with but a sliver remaining. The Lizard King's roars grew laced with excitement. "Little creature, it is time to crush you." Lin Feng activated Divine Protection. A beam of light descended, accompanied by the howling winds, transforming him into a formidable figure. His health was instantly restored. "Look at me, my friend. Am I not impressive? Even with a dagger, I can regain health." Lin Feng calmly addressed the Lizard King. The lizard's incessantly flicking tongue ceased its movement, swaying in the breeze, appearing somewhat dazed. Though it could not speak, it was not foolish. After battling for so long, to be informed that Lin Feng could restore health? Was it being taken for granted simply because it was a creature? Its mentality began to unravel. State of fury. The Lizard King let out a long, piercing shriek, its eyes turning entirely white, its skin shifting through a spectrum of colors as it entered a state of rage, amplifying its power and becoming a threat to both friend and foe. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The Lizard King's tail lashed wildly, spinning in circles, suddenly drawn towards the shimmering lizard egg, charging directly at one of them. "Brother, no? Stay calm. If you have grievances, direct them towards me, but spare my treasures." Lin Feng called out desperately, activating the relic's power and positioning himself directly in front of the Lizard King. "Miss, miss." Lin Feng endured 30 seconds of relentless assault from the Lizard King, waiting for its fury to subside before resuming their one-on-one battle, gradually leading it away from the eggs. The presence of Divine Protection rendered Lin Feng akin to an indestructible cockroach. Each time he nearly depleted his health, he would instantly be restored to full vitality. After an arduous battle, the Lizard King's health finally neared depletion, its 600,000 health points all but exhausted. Color change. Sensing imminent defeat, the Lizard King activated its color change skill, recovering 10,000 health per second, 100,000 health in just 10 seconds. But Lin Feng would not grant it such an opportunity. He teleported to the base of the Lizard King's tail, driving his dagger deep. With Lin Feng's final strike, the Lizard King let out a pained shriek before collapsing to the ground, a cascade of golden announcements flooding the screen. Mystic announcement. Member of the Huaxia Nation, I Shoot, has successfully defeated the second-level Southern Entrance Guardian boss, LV-18 Reluctant to Change Color Lizard King, achieving the first kill. Reward, Advanced Manifestation Equipment Chest X1. Mystic announcement. Mystic announcement. The golden letters flashed thrice, reverberating throughout the entire mystic realm, while the members of Huaxia remained remarkably composed, having grown accustomed to such feats. Chapter 62. A perfect masterpiece, an evil scheme. You have consumed, Golden Lizard Egg, X1, all attributes 10. You consumed. You consumed. After the battle concluded, Lin Feng raced towards the Golden Lizard Egg, devouring it voraciously. He swallowed all 10 eggs, resulting in a staggering increase of 100 points across all attributes. Although this map was desolate, the rewards from defeating the boss were immense. Had anyone else attempted to confront this boss, even a team would have been unable to preserve a single egg. None could withstand the boss's onslaught for 30 seconds as he did. You have obtained Advanced Manifestation Equipment Chest X1. Would you like to use it? Open. Lin Feng replied without hesitation. Advanced Manifestation Equipment does not merely signify a high level. Within the mystic realm, the most common items are white, blue, and yellow, with legendary equipment being a tad rarer. Only ancient and prehistoric grade items can truly be considered advanced gear, holding the greatest value. Moreover, among equipment of the same quality, those requiring higher levels possess attributes that overwhelmingly surpass those of lower level requirements. With his current weapon being a subpar dagger, worn and on the verge of breaking, it was long overdue for an upgrade. You have opened Advanced Manifestation Equipment Chest. You have received Soul Reaper, Ancient Legendary Dagger. Upon opening the chest, Lin Feng found himself holding a dagger, its entire body adorned in purple, flickering with black light. Soul Reaper, Ancient Legendary Dagger, can manifest. No level restriction. 120 attack power, 80 agility, 80 stamina, 80 evasion. Special effect, increases character's attack power, current agility X1. Special effect, Attacking from behind the enemy grants a backstab effect, increasing damage by 100. Description: as one approaches death, their words ring true, anonymous. The attributes of this dagger harmoniously align with its name and appearance. It is truly a harbinger of death. Lin Feng's agility attribute exceeds 2,000 points, and one of the dagger's unique effects grants him an additional 2,000 points of attack, rendering it rather extraordinary. As he gazed at the dagger in his hand, his fondness for it only deepened, prompting him to proceed with the enchanting process without further ado. You have consumed 3 full attribute enchantment scrolls, current remaining, 16. Upon completing the enchantment, 3 inscriptions appeared on the dagger. Soul Reaper, ancient legendary dagger, can manifest. Enchantment, backstab damage increased by 100. Enchantment, backstab damage increased by 100. Enchantment, backstab damage increased by 100. Lin Feng could hardly contain his astonishment. Was this even possible? Observing the 3 enchanted attributes, he felt a shiver run down his spine, his heart racing. An increase of 400 in backstab damage. Who could withstand such a blow? Wherever the dagger went, devastation followed. After carefully storing the dagger, Lin Feng cleaned up the battlefield, collecting several pieces of equipment dropped by the boss. As his skill, Supreme Martialism, required a significant amount of gear. Additionally, he found a frozen scroll, a one-time consumable, which he paid little mind to. Among the pile of items, Lin Feng also discovered 3 stones resembling meteorites, unassuming at first glance. Spatial Stone. Description: possesses peculiar spatial attributes, exceedingly rare to acquire. Capable of expanding backpack space by 1,000 slots. In reality, when one enters the secret realm, they carry a backpack of 500 slots, which quickly becomes insufficient over time. With the addition of 3 spatial stones, his backpack expanded by 3,000 slots, allowing him to carry even more weapons and equipment. Once everything was tidied up, the path to the entrance of the second level was opened. Current remaining players in the secret realm, 8722, 10,000. Number of players successfully entering the second level, 0, 5,000. Noticing that no one had yet entered the second level, Lin Feng was in no rush to proceed. According to the rules, even if he were the first to enter, he would have to wait for the player count to reach capacity before the exploration of the second level could commence. Thus, he chose to take advantage of the moment to further hone his skills and gather potions on the first level. As he stood to leave, Lin Feng suddenly paused, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. He retrieved the frozen scroll and used it at the cave entrance, enveloping it in a chilling aura and rapidly forming a large block of ice that sealed the entrance securely. The ice created by this scroll had a prolonged duration and could not be shattered, which is why Lin Feng initially dismissed its significance. After taking a few steps, he turned back to admire his handiwork, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes before he set off to hunt monsters. Half a day passed. At last, another team, weary from the sweltering heat, arrived at the southern entrance of the second level. "Everyone, we have finally made it. Once we enter the second level, we can relax," exclaimed Sakura Country Takuya. A sigh of relief escaped him. It had been an arduous journey, and they were down to their last potions. Had they arrived any later, they might have succumbed to the heat. "Why isn't there a sunshade item? My skin is already turning dark, Appa. Let us hurry. The sooner we enter the second level, the sooner we can rest." The team's composition was diverse, comprising individuals from various nations. And through mutual support in such a harsh environment, they had arrived at this point. How curious, what is this massive block of ice doing here? As they drew closer, they noticed the cave entrance was sealed in ice, which struck them as quite odd. Ice in a desert? Clang. 0. Though Takuya found it strange, he dismissed it and struck the ice with his weapon. However, it did not yield even the slightest change, merely reflecting a damage value of 0. Clang, 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 0, 0, 0, 0. Takuya continued to attack, yet the ice remained impervious, and despite wielding quality equipment, he could inflict no damage. Observing this, the rest of the team joined in, unleashing various skills, but the ice remained steadfast, the entrance still firmly blocked. What are we to do now? Their arduous journey had culminated at the entrance, with the dawn of victory within reach, only to be thwarted by this formidable ice block. It was akin to a starving man gazing at a bun he could not bite into. The collective morale crumbled, giving way to curses, and some even sank to the ground in tears. Chapter 63, We Advocate for Democracy. As time wore on, more and more individuals trekked to the entrance, only to find it sealed. Newcomers frantically attacked the ice block, yet regrettably, this particular ice could only be awaited for its natural dissolution. Frozen scroll, auxiliary item scroll. Incapable of affecting players, only altering terrain, or perhaps chilling watermelons. Takuya, his eyes reddened, continued his relentless assault, his arms aching yet refusing to relent. Hours passed. Takuya finally cast his weapon to the ground, panting heavily, nearly on the verge of a breakdown. He stared intently at the ice blocking the entrance. "If I am in the wrong, let a judge pass judgment on me, rather than torturing me with a block of ice." Meanwhile, in another part of the secret realm, Lin Feng had just cleared a beast den, earning an additional point of attributes and 2 health potions, his spirits soaring. It must be said, though the first level was fraught with challenges, it was indeed a sanctum for accruing attribute points. In a single day, he amassed over 300 attribute points. Not to mention the additional 100 from the lizard egg, yielding a bountiful harvest. Ding dong. A notification chimed. And Lin Feng checked to find it was a message from Gong Yutong. Brother, are you there? I have something to ask you. What is it? Brother. There's a massive ice block at the southern entrance of the second level. Did you do that? Indeed. Ha ha ha. I had a feeling it was you. The people at the southern entrance are going mad. Just look at this video I recorded. It's hilarious. Gong Yutong sent over a video. Oh, let me see. Lin Feng opened the video to find everyone gathered before the ice block he had created, and aside from a few classes capable of teleportation, the rest were unable to enter. Some were even reduced to tears. Brother, what should we do? If they find out you're the one who made this ice block, they will surely not let you off easily. Gong Yutong expressed her concern. Fear not. Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. What is there to worry about? I currently hold the upper hand, and they will have to seek my favor. Why not take the opportunity to have a little fun at their expense? A slightly mischievous thought began to blossom in his mind. 15 minutes later, Lin Feng returned to the southern entrance of the second level. Hello everyone. How are you finding your stay here? As soon as he appeared, Lin Feng greeted the crowd with an enthusiasm that could easily be mistaken for a long-lost friend. Wait, is this your doing? Takuya exclaimed. Since you're here, stop talking nonsense and open the entrance. You've gone too far. I am not mistaken, am I? He is not of the Huang race. He is a villain. Brother, I call you brother, so please be benevolent and allow us to pass. Even I, a foreigner, am aware of your ancient saying, leave a thread for future encounters. As a descendant of the Huaxia, do you not heed the words of your ancestors? The crowd was in an uproar, their emotions surging upon encountering the instigator. Had it not been for their final semblance of reason, knowing they could not contend with Lin Feng, they would have already taken action against him. Are we not suffering enough? Living in this layer is excruciating. And we finally reached the entrance, only to find it blocked. My apologies, everyone, but I have come to resolve this ice block. At this moment, Lin Feng wore an expression of utmost sincerity. Very well, then cancel it now and let us enter the second layer. A voice interrupted, revealing the figure of Takuya stepping forward. No problem, I can deal with the ice block, but this task is rather taxing. You cannot expect me to exert myself for nothing, can you? A modest remuneration would be appreciated, Lin Feng remarked with an open-handed gesture, smiling. Remuneration? How much do you desire? Takuya was momentarily taken aback, having underestimated the audacity of this Huaxia individual. He had never encountered such shamelessness before. It is but a trifling sum. Everyone is struggling, and we shared some camaraderie atop Stone Mountain. Each person need only pay me 5 million Huaxia coins. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. The atmosphere fell into silence, punctuated only by the increasingly heavy sounds of breath. He dares to call 5 million Huaxia coins a mere fee. How could he be so unscrupulous? Moreover, why should they pay him? This predicament was of his own making. The individuals present were elites from various nations, not fools to be easily exploited by Lin Feng. I shoot fast, you are going too far. He is just one person. Let us all attack together and eliminate this menace. Takuya bellowed, inciting the ire of the crowd, seizing the opportunity to deal with him. With a command from Takuya, 2 to 3 dozen individuals charged towards Lin Feng, among them several experts from the Sakura nation, with the remainder hailing from other countries. I fail to comprehend you all. It could be resolved with just 5 million, yet you insist on brandishing weapons. Lin Feng sighed. This small group posed no challenge. Teleport. The lessons of thousands of years of Chinese combat dictate that in a brawl, one must strike the leader first. Lin Feng teleported directly behind Takuya, thrusting his blade of death forward. 16,581. Backstab. The damage numbers appeared, and under multiple augmentations, the inflicted damage was terrifyingly high. Before Takuya could react, he collapsed, becoming a lifeless corpse, departing the secret realm. Hiss. Those surrounding could not help but gasp, gazing at Lin Feng as though he were a humanoid boss. While they were still grappling with 3-digit damage, his normal attack exceeded 10,000. Is he even human? Having dispatched the leader, Lin Feng slowly raised his arm, activating multi-shot. Beams of light shot towards the assailants, all of whom fell to the ground without exception. The scene was utterly gruesome, and those observing involuntarily took several steps back. It was truly terrifying. Turning around, Lin Feng addressed the crowd. Now we enter the payment phase. Each person owes 5 million Huaxia coins. You may also choose not to pay, in which case you may remain here. Does anyone object to this decision? Speak now if you have any dissent. We advocate for democracy. A profound silence enveloped the entire area. Received, Aladdin from the True Master Nation, transferred 5 million yuan. Received, Thai Boxing Nation. Swipe my Daika, transferred 5 million yuan. Received. Before the entrance to the second layer, no one voiced any objections. What could they do anyway? After all, there were rewards awaiting them in the second layer that could not be measured in monetary value. The ice blocking the entrance began to dissipate as its duration waned. Some chose not to pay, but they were strictly prohibited from approaching the entrance. Otherwise, Lin Feng would not hesitate to let them experience the sensation of a dagger entering their rear. Chapter 64, The Black-Hearted Lin Boss. The delightful time of collecting payments passed swiftly. Before long, 50 individuals had paid, each contributing 5 million, totaling an astonishing 2.5 billion. Goodness, what a lucrative day. Brother, you are incredibly powerful, Gong Yutong observed from the side, her alluring lips slightly parted, astonished at how one could earn money in such a manner. We are clearly here to compete. Why does it feel like things have taken a turn? What's wrong? It's merely about making money. What is so shameful about that? By the way, all Huaxia participants are exempt from fees. Lin Feng declared with utmost seriousness. We are earning foreign money. That is foreign exchange, and we ought to exploit them to the fullest. The blood debts of years gone by are vivid in memory. Charging them even a modest sum is a favor. As for our compatriots from Huaxia, they certainly cannot be charged, regardless of internal conflicts, at this moment. We stand united against foreign adversaries, striving for national glory. As expected of my brother, the man I admire. I am live streaming. And many in the chat room express relief that they are also Huaxia people. Otherwise, they would have been ruthlessly exploited by Yuha. Gong Yutong said dreamily. As the eldest daughter of the Gong family, her communication device was of high quality, capable of initiating such advanced streaming features. And her chat room was currently flooded with an explosion of comments. As they conversed, individuals at the entrance gradually entered the second layer. Meanwhile, the friendly foreign participants, numbering just over 200, each contributed 5 million, amounting to a staggering 10 billion. The speed at which money was made astonished Gong Yutong. Even her family would envy such fortune. The National University Alliance. The presidents of various universities in Huaxia gathered in a conference room, utilizing virtual projection technology to collectively watch the live stream of this chosen secret realm. The outcome of the chosen secret realm pertains to the honor of the nation, and it is treated with utmost seriousness from top to bottom. Every time the secret realm opens, the presidents convene to watch, which has become a tradition. At one point, the camera captured Lin Feng at the southern entrance. There, a Huaxia member with the ID I shoot fast was grinning widely, greeting foreign players, who appeared equally pleased, expressing their gratitude and presenting him with generous red envelopes, claiming it was a fee for his efforts. None were fools. This was not a fee but an outright robbery. Though the presidents had weathered many storms, they were left utterly dumbfounded. Ahem. The president of Southwest University, sipping tea, nearly choked at this spectacle, regaining his composure to remark to the president of Magic City University beside him, "Old fellow, your school's little lad is truly black-hearted. He must have earned tens of billions in such a short time, right? Money, whether billions or even just a few million, is an astonishing sum, not to be taken lightly. Haha, this young man is quite promising. Those foreign fellows are being duped and must smile through their pain. It's truly delightful, haha." The president of North China University laughed heartily, finding joy in witnessing the foreigner's misfortune. What was once a serious international competition had now transformed into something quite different, the atmosphere turning unexpectedly jovial. Moreover, this young lad exhibits a ruthless decisiveness. Had he not swiftly eliminated those who were living comfortably from the outset, it would have been quite challenging to stabilize the situation. Indeed, at such a tender age, he possesses both audacity and cunning. He is destined to become a formidable figure in the future. The esteemed principals from various institutions continually extol Lin Feng's remarkable performance, offering astute observations. Hearing his old colleagues praise Lin Feng, Principal Li couldn't contain his joy, his smile stretching from ear to ear, as he graciously waved his hands in modesty, saying, "I am grateful for your unabashed compliments, but this young lad still requires further training. He is but a child." The exceptional performance of a student fills him with immense pride. This is indeed my pupil. What is there to be proud of? In our great nation of China, a land of propriety, it is a disgrace to engage in unscrupulous deeds rather than undertake righteous actions. Such behavior tarnishes the reputation of our illustrious China. At that moment, the principal of the Imperial Capital University interjected dismissively. From a moral standpoint, Lin Feng's actions are indeed beneath the surface, especially since we share this earth together. However, would you engage in such discussions with your adversaries? The principal's remarks provoked ire among the assembly. I see nothing wrong with this child. One must not show mercy to enemies. Precisely. Our etiquette is reserved for friends. As for those marauding brigands, the best course of action is to deal with them decisively. It is laughable to witness certain institutions squandering national resources, only for a multitude of students to seek opportunities abroad. Are they truly content to be tyrants at home, while appearing as subservient abroad? Well said. The crudeness of the words belies their truth. Internal cultivation and external dominance are the essence of our China. The chorus of support from numerous principals left Principal Li feeling deeply moved. Observing this scene, the principal from the imperial capital could only remain silent, choosing to retreat into acquiescence. At the south entrance of the chosen secret realm, Lin Feng was presently an exemplary toll collector, warmly welcoming the stream of players arriving one after another with a broad smile. At this moment, he treated everyone equally. Each individual represented a sum of 5 million, and witnessing the flow of currency surely invigorated his spirits. As time passed and daylight waned, over 600 individuals had entered the second layer. Aside from a few who could teleport, most had paid their tolls, amounting to roughly 3 billion Chinese yuan collected. Surely, no printing press operates at such efficiency. While Lin Feng reveled in the exhilaration of profit, a cacophony of voices approached. It was a group of individuals bearing the title of the Pickled Cabbage Nation. Everyone was aware of this small nation, modest in land yet grandiose in spirit, believing fervently that all notable figures belonged to them, even claiming dominion over the entire universe. Thus, many mockingly referred to them as the Universe Nation. In truth, even acquiring a piece of beef is a struggle. Moreover, their sporting spirit is exceedingly poor. The appellation of Universe Nation was not taken as an affront by them. Rather, they embraced it as a compliment, brimming with pride. Lin Feng harbored no fondness for this nation either. Since they had come knocking, he saw no reason to hold back. For the sake of world peace, for the tranquility of the universe, it was time for the glorious Pickled Cabbage Nation to contribute their share. Chapter 2 will arrive shortly. Chapter 65, The Business Genius. In the capital of the Pickled Cabbage Nation, at the largest sports venue, the Olympic Stadium, every one of the 100,000 seats was filled. The atmosphere electric with excitement. The massive screen in the center of the arena broadcasted the first-person perspective of Princess Han Yunera, inciting fervor among the audience of show air. Truly, she embodies both beauty and prowess. How could one not fall in love? Our Pickled Cabbage Nation reigns supreme, unrivaled in the universe. In this chosen secret realm, our nation shall undoubtedly claim victory. Long live the Pickled Cabbage Nation. Our team is formidable. Who would dare oppose us? The energy in the venue was palpably intense. One must concede that in the realm of self-admiration, the Pickled Cabbage Nation is unequivocally number one. Within the secret realm, Han Yunera glanced at the barrage of comments, feeling quite pleased. As a princess of the 4-star group, she not only hailed from noble lineage but also possessed an exquisite appearance, garnering immense popularity within the Pickled Cabbage Nation. Should this momentum continue, she stood a considerable chance of inheriting the 4-star group, thereby positioning the Pickled Cabbage Nation under her reign as a true queen. Moments later, Han Yunera led a team of over 100 to the south entrance where Lin Feng was stationed, only to find the entrance obstructed by a massive block of ice. What is going on? Han Yunera furrowed her brow and signaled her subordinates to commence an assault. Countless attacks rained down, yet the ice showed no signs of yielding. The members of the Pickled Cabbage Nation were momentarily stunned. What were they to do? Without eliminating the ice, their entire group would face elimination here. At that moment, a figure emerged from the cave behind the ice, bearing the name, I shoot, quite fast. Lin Feng observed the approaching members of the Pickled Cabbage Nation with a smirk, thinking how unfortunate they were. After dispatching a boss, he had inadvertently acquired several ice-sealing scrolls while sweeping through a beast den. And now a horde of players from the Pickled Cabbage Nation had come to his door. Hello, dear friends, I can resolve this ice block for you. Lin Feng cheerfully proclaimed. Then we shall trouble you. Han Yunera replied, her gaze fixed on Lin Feng. Let us not speak of trouble. It's nothing at all. Just a modest fee of 5 million Chinese yuan per person will suffice. Lin Feng grinned, his fingers rhythmically rubbing together. What? 5 million per person? Han Yunera felt her blood rush in indignation. 5 million per person for 100 individuals amounted to 500 million. While this sum was not exorbitant for her, the coercive nature of the demand was decidedly unappealing. Little princess, do not yield. They are the #1 nation in the universe. Why should they succumb to his threats? Indeed, we cannot pay this extortionate sum. Doing so would be a disgrace to our Pickled Cabbage Nation. Our noble ethnicity shall never bow to the Chinese. In the arena, the audience collectively erupted in outrage at the unfolding events within the secret realm. All citizens of the Pickled Cabbage Nation felt immense pride in their country, believing themselves to be the best, and before they had finished reveling in their self-admiration, they witnessed their beloved princess, their goddess, being brazenly threatened by a Chinese individual. How could they tolerate such an affront? Within the chosen secret realm, Han Yunera clenched her fists, her gaze locked onto Lin Feng across the way. This man was utterly outrageous, displaying no gentlemanly demeanor whatsoever. Did they not say that all Chinese men were kind-hearted and chivalrous? Yet they found themselves utterly powerless against the ice block, which meant that her entire team would be eliminated in the first layer. Fine, I agree. We total 108 individuals. At 5 million each, that amounts to 540 million. I shall transfer the funds. Han Yunera gritted her teeth, issuing the command to her team that once the ice was dispelled, they were to immediately attack. I shoot, quite fast, to reclaim their honor. My beautiful lady, I must apologize, but due to the prolonged delay, the price has now escalated to 15 million per person. Lin Feng shook his head, stating whimsically, what a detestable man. Han Yunera was truly furious to the point of wanting to spit blood. In such a brief span of time, the price had tripled. This scoundrel should be referred to as my heart's thief. Seeing your beauty, I must offer a word of caution. If you hesitate any longer, The price will double again in just a minute, Lin Feng chuckled. Aren't you the best in the world? Allow me to let you experience the adversities from above. However, witnessing the people from the Kimchi nation suffer is quite satisfying. Fine, we concede. Pay up. Han Yunera had never endured such humiliation before. Yet in the world of martial arts, one is often powerless. She knew full well that the other party was being deliberate, yet she was utterly helpless. The 108 individuals from the Kimchi nation, each having to pay 15 million, totaled a staggering 162 billion. Such an amount of money would surely form a mountain if laid out on the ground. After receiving the payment, Lin Feng teleported away from the cave entrance, ensuring his safety while also lifting the ice barrier, allowing Han Yunera and her companions to enter. I'll remember you, you thief. You are the first man to treat me like this. Han Yunera coldly glared back at Lin Feng before stepping into the cave, her eyes brimming with fury. At the same moment, in the Olympic Stadium of Kimchi Nation, a vast venue now echoed with silence. This chosen secret realm was undoubtedly the highest caliber competitive arena in Asia, drawing the attention of the entire world. Yet, before the eyes of the globe, the illustrious Kimchi Nation had been robbed by a single individual. The four-star princess, Han Yunera, had paid billions in hard-earned money, rendering her a traitor to her nation. A disgrace. Of course, in stark contrast to the Kimchi Nation's plight, the live streams in Huaxiao were filled with laughter and joy. Wow, the master is truly a master. That princess must be fuming with rage. Haha, the speedster is both wicked and admirable. Even if he is indeed fast, I still admire him. The speedster just raked in another billions. I'm so envious. Watching them suffer makes me so happy. I'm now a fan. The speedster would excel even without being an awakener. What a brilliant mind. In previous instances of the chosen secret realm, the atmosphere had always been rather somber, with each elimination eliciting deep regret. However, this time, the mood was buoyant from the outset, filling the audience with anticipation for the subsequent layers. From the second to the third, and even to the final seventh layer. Chapter 66. Intimate Encounters Under the Moonlight. As time passed, it soon reached the early hours of the morning. Lin Feng had received so much money that his hands felt numb. Approximately 1,000 people had entered the gateway, with 125 individuals from Huaxiao passing through freely. International friends numbered 790, each paying 5 million Huaxiao coins, and the companions from Kimchi Nation, 108 in total, each contributing 15 million Huaxiao coins. The total revenue amounted to around 4.2 billion Huaxiao coins, and Lin Feng felt as though he might float to the skies. This secret realm was indeed a fortuitous venture. The first layer was like a celestial paradise, yielding abundant attributes, skills, and wealth. Current remaining participants in the realm, 7786, 10,000. Successfully entered the second layer, 4897, 5,000. Glancing at the remaining participants, Lin Feng realized that the threshold for entering the second layer would soon be met, indicating that the first layer was nearing its conclusion. With a sigh, he made his way toward the cave. Delaying his entry into the second layer would be a grave mistake. Transmitting to the chosen secret realm, second layer. You have entered the chosen secret realm, second layer. Reward received, 10 random attribute points. Your strength attribute has increased by 10 points. A few notifications appeared within the chosen secret realm. Each successful entry into a layer granted rewards, which was precisely why every time the realm opened, everyone scrambled to gain access. As his vision brightened, Lin Feng found himself in a vast plaza, bustling with players who had previously entered the second layer. Swish, swish, as Lin Feng's figure came into view. Countless murderous gazes turned towards him, all belonging to the international friends he had assisted, particularly the companions from Kimchi Nation, each having paid 15 million in hard-earned money. Had it not been for the inability to engage in combat here, they would likely have already attacked him. Lin Feng paid no mind to their glares. Had he forced them to pay? Certainly not. In the center of the plaza stood an altar, constructed entirely of azure stone, occupying a significant area. At its center, a fiery brazier blazed fiercely, with two towering human-shaped statues flanking it, each over 100 meters tall. One statue was black, the other white, if you were to guess. The content of the second layer would be closely related to these two statues. Remaining participants in the second layer, 5,000, 5,000. Countdown to the start of the second layer, 8 hours. 8 hours meant that the official commencement would be in the morning, with a few hours to spare. He could rest a bit. Lin Feng thought to himself. Most people in the plaza were sprawled on the grass, sleeping. The realm was surprisingly humane in this regard, allowing girls to rest without fear of harassment, and boys without concern for unpleasantries. Brother, a voice, sweet and soothing, rang out, causing him to turn. A tall girl appeared, her long legs adorned with white knee-high socks, and under the moonlight, her flowing hair cascaded over her shoulders, draped in a robe that exuded an ethereal quality. Tong Tong. Lin Feng recognized her as his #1 fan, Gong Yutong. Brother, do you have a place to sleep? Why don't you come sleep with me? I've prepared everything. I'm just a bit scared in this environment, the girl said, blushing as she bit her lip. As she spoke, she pointed to a beautifully crafted animal skin blanket laid out beneath her, with a layer of leaves underneath and a fluffy pillow resting atop it. In this setting, it rivaled a five-star hotel. Are we sleeping on this bed? Lin Feng felt somewhat uneasy, though he was quite open-minded. This seemed to be crossing a line. Brother, what are you thinking? There are so many people here. The girl's face turned even redder as she pointed to a nearby bed made of leaves. You can sleep there. Oh, all right. Thank you. Lin Feng sighed in relief. Given how little the girl was wearing, he truly wouldn't have known how to handle the situation if they shared a bed. With so many people around, it would be manageable. Gong Yutong chose a spot in a corner of the altar, quite secluded and private. After the two lay down, she set up a tent to shield them from prying eyes. However, with so many people around, many still noticed them, upon seeing two people sleeping in a tent together. Envy swept through the crowd. Wow, this guy really knows how to enjoy life. Damn it, that's the Gong Princess. My plans for soft rice have ended before they even began. Why is life so unfair? That guy in the first layer made billions. And now he is sharing a bed with such a noble beauty. Would they engage in intimate activities inside? Truly a match made in heaven. One beautiful and the other capable of providing. Countless envious and jealous gazes were cast upon the tent, yet they could see nothing within. Inside the tent, the bright, silvery moonlight streamed in through the gauzy fabric above. Brother, do not look around carelessly. If you do, you shall bear the consequences. Though Gong Yutong spoke boldly, it was, after all, her first time sleeping so close to a boy, and she felt an undeniable nervousness. However, the phenomenon of instant infatuation left her completely defenseless against Lin Feng, and she quickly nestled into the covers. The two were in close proximity. A faint fragrance wafting into Lin Feng's nostrils, and he could even discern the warmth radiating from Gong Yutong. In this atmosphere, Lin Feng found his drowsiness somewhat alleviated. Moreover, the girl was restless in her sleep, tossing and turning, emitting sounds that ignited an impulse within him to bind her up to prevent her from disturbing his rest. After some time, as Lin Feng drifted in and out of slumber, Gong Yutong suddenly sat up, wandering about the tent, her small feet kicking about chaotically. Then, finding her spot, she flopped down with a thud, landing right beside Lin Feng. He gazed at the girl in his arms, who was mumbling incoherently, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement. Was this a case of sleepwalking? Did it count as harassment? However, Lin Feng was too fatigued to wake her, opting instead to encircle her with his arm to keep her from moving restlessly and disturbing his slumber. As for what would transpire the following day, he decided to leave it to fate. After all, she had initiated this closeness. The next morning, Gong Yutong gradually awakened, feeling extraordinarily comfortable, as though she had just emerged from a sweet dream that left her with a sense of bliss. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of a disheveled bed. After a brief moment of bewilderment, a sharp scream erupted, rousing everyone. Brother, what did you do to me last night? The owner of this voice was none other than the stunning beauty from Huaxia, the daughter of the Gong Corporation. Gong Yutong. At her exclamation, the entire altar was thrown into a flurry of shock, as curious glances were cast in her direction. Each person speculating in hushed tones about the events that had transpired. Did it really happen like that? Was she forced into it? Lin Feng could only smile wryly and shrug his shoulders. It was akin to a mishap, no matter how one looked at it. He found himself in a rather absurd situation. She had sleepwalked into his embrace, and now it seemed he was the one in trouble. At least close your eyes for a moment, so I can get dressed. Gong Yutong exclaimed, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, sounding pitiful. She then began to dress, putting on her clothes one piece at a time, finally donning her long socks. Aware of her sleepwalking tendencies, she understood that Lin Feng's explanation likely mirrored her own recollections. Yet, a key question lingered in her mind. What about that delightful dream? So vivid and joyous? All right, in this secret realm, I shall guide you to new heights. Cry any more, and you'll turn into a little raccoon. Lin Feng gently ruffled her hair, offering a comforting smile. Gong Yutong responded sweetly, seeming to relish Lin Feng's touch. Her cheeks flushing as a wave of sweetness washed over her. I believe you will succeed. Having calmed her down, the two tidied up their belongings and exited the tent. Seeing the two appear perfectly normal, the doubts among the crowd were largely alleviated. Suddenly, the sound of war drums echoed across the square, and scenes began to unfold at the altar's center. In this spectacle, two tribes were depicted, one clad in white, the other in black, engaged in fierce combat. The white tribe appeared weaker, suffering numerous casualties, while the black tribe achieved victory after victory. The images then ceased, and a prompt appeared. The Battle of the Twin Cities has commenced. Brave warriors from beyond, the conflict between the black and white tribes has persisted for millennia, and your arrival may bring an end to this endless war. Will you support the formidable black tribe, or aid the weaker white tribe? The choice is yours. Rules of the second level of the chosen secret realm. Engage in factional combat. Each faction consists of 2,500 members. Destroy the opposing faction to achieve victory. The victorious faction may advance to the third level of the chosen secret realm, while the defeated faction will face elimination. Should the white tribe prevail, all members of the white faction will receive a reward of X30 to all attributes. Should the black faction win, Its members will receive a reward of X10 to all attributes. The rules of the second level were starkly clear. 2 factions, 2 cities, each with the opportunity to choose their side and engage in battle. Although the white tribe was weaker, the rewards were substantial, while the black faction, being robust, offered only modest rewards. This was a collective battle. Individual prowess would have little impact on the overall outcome, relying instead on the strength of the team. A buzz of discussion arose among the participants, with some expressing a desire to join the black faction, drawn by its strength despite the average rewards, while others wished to align with the white faction, enticed by the more generous offerings. A prompt sounded, initiating the faction selection process, calling names one by one. The majority opted for the black faction, while the rewards for the white faction were enticing. The risk of defeat rendered them a mere illusion. In no time, several hundred players gathered beneath the black statue, while not a single soul stood beneath the white statue. Those who had not yet been prompted felt the pressure mounting. With a limit of 2,500 members per faction, it was evident that the black faction would soon reach capacity, forcing them into the white faction, an unfortunate predicament. Please select a faction. At that moment, Lin Feng also received the prompt to make his choice, and the crowd recognized that he was about to decide. Though Lin Feng had inadvertently caused trouble for many in the first level, his strength earned him respect from participants across various nations. And his choice would significantly influence the balance between the 2 factions. White faction. Upon making his choice, Lin Feng appeared beneath the white statue. To him, joining the black faction held no appeal. Victory would bring little satisfaction. The white faction, while initially more challenging, offered both greater challenge and richer rewards. I believe in you, brother. I want to choose the same as you. When it was Gong Yutong's turn, she chirped enthusiastically, her figure also materializing beneath the white statue, standing alongside Lin Feng. As the selections continued, it seemed everyone shared a mutual understanding. All competitors from Magic City University chose the white faction, not for any other reason, but to follow Lin Feng. Assured of success by the great deity. Great deity, I am ready to win effortlessly. Yes, following the great deity is undoubtedly the way to go. We will resolutely follow the great deity's lead. Haha. The members from Huaxia were in high spirits. News of the previous level's events had spread, and they held no ill will towards Lin Feng for his actions. Rather, his reputation soared. Furthermore, their choice of the white faction was a considerable risk, entirely due to Lin Feng's presence. All right, Lin Feng said little more. Action spoke louder than words, given the faith the others placed in him. This time in the Battle of the Twin Cities, victory was imperative. Upon witnessing Lin Feng's selection of the white faction, Han Yuna from the Pickled Cabbage Nation promptly opted for the black faction, positioning herself beneath the black statue. Her choice was entirely independent of the strength of either side. Having suffered considerable losses in the first tier, she was resolute in reclaiming her honor and exacting vengeance. I shoot with blinding speed, so brace yourself. In this battle, our nation will undoubtedly vanquish you and restore our glory, Han Yuna declared, her face etched with animosity. Very well, do as you wish, Lin Feng replied nonchalantly, a smile playing on his lips as he toyed with the Soul Reaper, its black luminescence flickering ominously. One could only wonder if the delicate 4-star princess could withstand even a mere jab. Chapter 68, The Toxic Fog Marsh. Please select a faction. Black faction. At this moment, it was the turn of the leader of the Imperial Capital University, known as the Swordsman of the 49 City, to make his choice. To everyone's astonishment, he did not align himself with the other members of the Huaxia Nation in selecting the white faction. Instead, he chose the black faction. Following his lead, other members of the Imperial Capital University also chose the black faction. Consequently, the Huaxia participants were divided into 2 camps, making an inevitable clash unavoidable. Many students from Huaxia were perplexed by this decision, questioning why they would not band together when they could. Lin Feng, however, found little concern in this division. The choices made by the people of the Imperial Capital were undoubtedly influenced by his presence. If they insisted on opposing him, then he would impart yet another lesson. One must bear the consequences of their own actions. The selections continued, with nations such as Sakura and Pickled Cabbage all opting for the black faction, while countries like True Master and Thai Boxing chose the white faction. The remaining smaller nations mirrored the Huaxia response, with each side opting for a safer route to avoid elimination due to poor choices. The last to decide was Hattori Hanzo from the Sakura Nation, a prodigious talent from the Hattori clan. Surprisingly, he did not follow his compatriots into the black faction but instead chose the white faction, leaving many astonished. At this juncture, all selections were complete, and beams of light illuminated the altar, transporting everyone to their respective faction bases. Transporting to White Tribe Base. As darkness enveloped Lin Feng, he entered the state of transport, arrived at the White Tribe Base. When his vision cleared, Lin Feng found himself in a dilapidated encampment, no larger than a village, where squads of soldiers clad in white were patrolling. Many soldiers lay wounded along the streets, their bodies covered in sores, emitting a foul stench due to the inflammation. The scene before the players was disheartening. This was not a base, but a refugee camp. This is the base. It's far too primitive. exclaimed one player, despair evident in their voice. With such a meager force, hope seems futile. Now I understand why the rewards for the white faction are so high. Starting out in hell is no joke, as the players absorbed the grim reality. Their blood pressure surged upon reading the following message. The white faction has suffered greatly due to the plague, resulting in a significant reduction in strength. For solutions, please consult White Tribe Leader by Shui. The revelation of the plague's impact only intensified their anxiety. If victory was to be claimed in this battle, they would first need to resolve the plague issue. Soon, Lin Feng found himself in the council hall, where he encountered the leader of the White Tribe, by Shui, who appeared visibly weakened and afflicted by the plague. White Tribe Leader by Shui. Attack, 2800, Health, 2, 300, 000. Status, Plague. This condition reduces all attributes and skill effects by 50. This was her attribute while afflicted. One could only imagine how formidable she would be in good health. Warriors from another realm, as you can see. Our tribe is besieged by both the plague and the threat from the black faction. Will you lend us your aid? Bai Shui implored, her voice faltering. And how may we assist you? Lin Feng inquired. Brave warriors, there is a group of black bears nearby. If you slay them and procure their gallbladders, it will alleviate our symptoms. Alternatively, you may venture to the northern toxic fog marsh, where a remedy, antidote, awaits to completely cure us, but it is fraught with peril. If you choose to go, prepare yourselves well. Bai Shui advised slowly. Quest acquired. Resolve the plague. Slay black bears to obtain gallbladders and navigate the immediate crisis. Journey to the northern toxic fog marsh, seek the antidote, and assist the white tribe in eradicating the plague, earning the highest rewards from the tribe. With the quest now presented, the white faction's path to victory hinged upon resolving the plague, and two choices lay before the players. Discussions ensued among the group. Brother, I just conferred with my classmates, and everyone feels the toxic fog marsh is too treacherous. Perhaps we should first gather some gallbladders. What do you think? Gong Yutong addressed Lin Feng. The toxic fog marsh drains 200 health points per second. It's ruthless, she added. I will proceed to the northern marsh. Lin Feng responded resolutely. Though the marsh was perilous, the risk was proportional to the reward. Greater dangers often yielded higher gains. Moreover, completing the quest promised the highest rewards from the white tribe. Why would one shy away? Transport. 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 Departing from the white tribe encampment, Lin Feng ventured northward. After approximately an hour, a verdant marsh came into view, shrouded in a green mist that rendered the entire area foreboding. You have arrived at Toxic Fog Marsh. Abnormal status. Continuously receiving poison damage. 299. Miss. Artifact. Skin of Sorrow. 288. Miss. 295. As Lin Feng stepped into the marsh, damage numbers began to manifest. Unlike the mandatory damage from the first tier, this damage was influenced by his own resistances, and his artifact played a crucial role, allowing him to evade half of the damage. Very well then, Lin Feng thought to himself, unperturbed by the situation. While most would struggle in this environment, he was different. With the 50 evasion from the Skin of Sorrow, coupled with his significantly higher attributes and the abundant potions he had amassed from the first tier, he felt wholly unchallenged. Having barely taken a few steps into the marsh, a green toad emerged. LV-20 Venomous Toad, Elite. Attack, 1314, Health, 52,000. Skills, Self-Detonate Poison, Tongue Roll, Agility, Mystic Enhancement. Description, infused with potent toxins, it is exceedingly dangerous. Chapter 69, The Stealthy Assassin. In the chosen secret realm, the monsters are all significantly enhanced, their attributes considerably amplified. And this particular creature is an elite, boasting formidable characteristics. Cackling, the venomous toad swiftly turned upon noticing Lin Feng, the uninvited guest, and leaped directly towards him. Tracking Arrow. For such leap-oriented monsters, Lin Feng activated the tracking arrow. He continually swung his arms, causing arrows to materialize from thin air and shoot towards the toxic toad. The toad possessed the agility skill, making it quite challenging to land a hit with regular abilities. As it approached Lin Feng, the pustules on the toad's body began to rupture. Self-destruct toxin. Self-destruct toxin. Self-destruct toxin. 798. Miss. 888. Though the pustules were few, their damage was substantial. If all had struck true, Lin Feng would have suffered greatly. Fortunately, equipped with a holy artifact, he mitigated half of the damage. Observing the effectiveness of his attack, the toxic toad flicked its tongue towards him. If that skill connected, Lin Feng would either perish or be left with but a sliver of his life. Teleport. This time, Lin Feng was prepared, teleporting to evade and seamlessly positioning himself behind the toad, dagger in hand, thrusting toward its undefinable region. Backstab. 18,888. A direct hit, dealing explosive damage to this universally vulnerable spot, causing the toxic toad's health bar to plummet. 19,521. Backstab. 20,001. Backstab. With the enhancement of his extraordinary agility, Lin Feng's attack speed was rapid. He executed 2 more strikes, performing a vanishing act with the toad's health. You have slain LV-20 Toxic Toad. You have looted Gold X15, Antidote X1, Master of Stealth's Dagger, Legendary Dagger. Fortune favored him. The first monster yielded an antidote and a piece of equipment. Master of Stealth's Dagger, Legendary. 250 attack, 90 movement speed, 30 agility, 50 spirit, 50 attack speed, 50 evasion. Additional skill, Stealth, upon use. Enter a state of invisibility for 180 seconds. A dagger primarily enhancing spirit. Lin Feng found it somewhat absurd. After all, he was not a priest. Yet, the skill it possessed was impressive. Invisibility, truly a means to achieve numerous aspirations, dreamed of. Conveniently, he could equip 2 daggers. One in his main hand, Soul Reaping, and the other, Master of Stealth's Dagger, a perfect match. Naturally, he would proceed with enchanting it, as it was not a manifested weapon, so he engaged in ordinary enchantments. Master of Stealth's Dagger. Enchantment, 150 spirit. Enchantment. Invisibility duration is unlimited, consuming 50 MP per second. Enchantment. While in stealth, attacks and skills can be executed without breaking stealth. Upon witnessing the first enchantment, Lin Feng nearly discarded the dagger. It was of no use to him. The second enchantment was quite favorable. As long as his mana sufficed, he could maintain invisibility indefinitely. When the third enchantment manifested, Lin Feng seized it immediately. The ability to attack and utilize skills while in stealth was utterly irresistible. Imagine being able to strike unseen. It was terrifying, more potent than cheating. With the enchantments complete, Lin Feng joyfully equipped the dagger and proceeded deeper into the marsh, eager for stealthy assaults. The toxic fog marsh concealed numerous venomous insects beneath its surface, which would self-destruct at the slightest hint of an approaching enemy. Thus, each step was fraught with peril. Stealth. Lin Feng activated this skill, vanishing from sight, leaving no trace even in his footsteps, rendering countless venomous insects oblivious to his presence. Not far along, he spotted another toxic toad, cackling incessantly, seemingly engaged in some activity. Lin Feng stealthily approached from behind, the dagger gleaming ominously. 19,852. Backstab. A substantial damage number appeared. The toxic toad cried out in pain, yet remained oblivious to its assailant, panic surging within its being. Whoosh. Whoosh. 19,887 backstab. 20,014. Backstab. 2 more swift strikes were executed, and the toxic toad fell lifelessly to the ground. Until its last breath, the toad remained unaware of who had attacked it. Stealthy assaults were indeed terrifying. You have slain LV-20 toxic toad. You have looted Gold X28, Antidote X1, Intermediate Healing Potion X1. Fortunate once more, another antidote had dropped. Beneath a great tree in the toxic fog marsh, a venomous spider lay resting. Its heightened senses would detect the slightest anomaly, prompting it to flee, and its webbing severely restricted an enemy's mobility. Whoosh. 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 19,988. Backstab. 18,584. Backstab. 20,310. Backstab. Suddenly, 3 glimmers of cold light appeared, and before the venomous spider could react, it collapsed, yielding an antidote and a strand of silk. This scene repeated itself throughout the perilous marsh. An invisible reaper mercilessly harvesting the lives within. The once hunters had become prey. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Feng had been traversing the toxic fog marsh for half a day, encountering no obstacles and gathering over 1,000 antidotes. At that moment, a radiant light enveloped him, signaling a level up. Your level has increased by 1. Current level, 16. Those who enter the chosen secret realm are predominantly level 20, and although Lin Feng possessed superior attributes, his level lagged significantly. Lo and behold, what was that? Lin Feng gazed into the distance, spotting a colossal serpent, its coiled body resembling a small mountain. LV-20 Venomous Serpent King, Boss. Attack, 1200, Health, 800, 000. Skills, Constricting Strangle. Death Strike, Swift Speed, Powerful Tail Whip. Description, Extremely dangerous. A single strike may be fatal. Lin Feng could scarcely fathom encountering a creature with Death Strike in such a low-level realm. Such monsters were truly formidable, their attacks disregarding health and defense, possessing a chance to cause instant death to their targets. Even the world's top-tier players would tread cautiously before engaging. Yet, high risks often accompany high rewards. Defeating such a creature could yield not only an exceptional drop rate, but also some exceedingly rare items. However, rather than fear, Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement. With his ability to attack while invisible and a 50 evasion rate from his holy artifact, he was eager to confront this boss. Before initiating the encounter, Lin Feng activated Holy Light Blessing, restoring some health while bestowing himself with buffs. Once prepared, he stealthily approached the Serpent's vicinity. Chapter 70, Limitless Potential. Surrounding the Serpent King's body lay the bones and fur of various animals, remnants of its past meals. This serpent was undoubtedly at the apex of the food chain within this swamp. Although Lin Feng was cloaked in invisibility, a sense of trepidation still gripped him. After all, he was merely in a state of concealment, not invincibility. If he were struck by an AoE, area of effect, attack, there was still a chance of triggering the Serpent King's death strike, and should that happen, his first experience would be lost. As was customary, he maneuvered swiftly to the rear of the Serpent King. Unable to pinpoint the exact location of its vulnerable spot, he relied solely on instinct to launch his assault. 15. 998. Backstab. 16. 558. Backstab. 15. 789. Backstab. With astonishing speed, he plunged his daggers 3 times. As a boss, the Serpent King possessed formidable resistance and high defense values. And despite the significant bonuses from his backstab, the damage amounted to only around 150,000. Hiss hiss. The Serpent King quickly turned, flicking its tongue, yet found nothing but shadows, momentarily bewildered. Clearly, it had just been attacked. At that moment, Lin Feng circled to another side, still behind the Serpent King, raising his hand to continue the onslaught. Swish, swish, swish. 15. 998. Backstab. 16. 012. Backstab. 15. 661. Backstab. With 3 more strikes, he dealt nearly 50,000 damage. This time, even the dull-witted Serpent King recognized that it was under attack from behind. Although it could not see its assailant, it instinctively curled its body, swinging its massive tail back towards Lin Feng. Powerful tail whip. Crack. The serpent's tail whipped through the air with incredible speed. Lin Feng teleported away just in time. And as the tail struck the ground, he approached once more, lifting his hands for another series of attacks. Swish, swish, swish. 15. 555. Backstab. 15. 698. Backstab. 15. 997. Backstab. Lin Feng reveled in the moment, inflicting nearly 50,000 damage again. Swish, swish, swish. He never grew greedy, striking 3 times with the utmost speed. Relying on his invisibility to attack and teleport, Lin Feng consistently dealt nearly 50,000 damage, leaving him with nothing but exhilaration. If the Serpent King unleashed an AoE attack, he would promptly evade and await his next opportunity. In this scenario, the Serpent King began to grow frantic, its scales standing on end as it unleashed a torrent of skills, yet none found their mark. An unseen presence clung to its rear, repeatedly inflicting damage. Before long, the Serpent King's health dwindled to 100,000. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The serpent's roar had transformed, palpable rage simmering beneath the surface. Just when Lin Feng anticipated a devastating move, the Serpent King twisted its body and darted into the depths of the swamp. What audacity! A formidable boss with a death attribute attempting to flee? Not on Lin Feng's watch. He scoffed, dismissing the notion of escape before vanishing from sight. In the next instant, he reappeared behind the Serpent King, launching a relentless barrage. Swish, swish, swish. 15. 666. Backstab. 16. 102. Backstab. 15. 879. Backstab. 15. 698. Backstab. As the Serpent King fled in a frenzy, damage numbers continuously erupted above its head. After a brief period of frantic escape, the Serpent King's health bar finally emptied, and with a thud, it collapsed, dropping a plethora of items. Lin Feng let out a long sigh of relief. Secret Realm announcement. Member of Huaxia, I Shoot Fast, has successfully slain the death level boss, LV 20 Venomous Serpent. Rewards, stamina buff, permanent duration. Secret Realm announcement. Secret Realm announcement. As per tradition, the announcement was repeated thrice, causing yet another stir within the second layer of the chosen Secret Realm. It was him again, this I Shoot Fast. Oh heavens and earth, open your eyes. How is it that he has another announcement so soon? His notifications rival the frequency of news broadcasts. What on earth is a death level boss? Truly a master among masters. Slaying a level 20 death level boss solo. I would bear your children. This Huaxiao individual possesses something extraordinary. It is truly infuriating indeed. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Upon seeing the announcement, Lin Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had not intended to stand out so prominently. Yet, his exceptional prowess inadvertently bruised others' egos. He decided to review the buff he had acquired. Stamina buff, enchantable. Type, permanent buff. Effect, 5,000 health points. Description, a reward for solo slaying a death level boss. Permanently active and cannot be dispelled. A permanent health boosting buff, what sheer bliss. And it was enchantable. Without hesitation, he procured an enchantment scroll. 3 beams of light flashed by, and the enchantment was complete. Stamina buff. Enchant, 2,500 health points. Enchant, 2,500 health points. Enchant, for each death level boss slain, an additional layer of stamina buff is granted. Current layers. 1. Upon completion of the enchantments, the original buff, which added 5,000 health points, now surged to an astonishing 10,000 health points thanks to the enchantment's enhancement. It was a remarkable increase. The third enchantment was particularly intriguing. From now on, for every death level boss he defeated, an additional layer of buff would be acquired, amounting to 10,000 health points. 2 layers of buffs equated to 20,000, and 3 layers to 30,000. What if, in the future, he became powerful enough to slay 10,000 death-level monsters? Lin Feng could scarcely fathom the implications, only able to exclaim, "Wow, incredible." As long as he continued to vanquish death-level creatures, his future would undoubtedly render him a unique entity on Earth. Lin Feng was filled with exhilaration. Akin to a pivotal moment before a launch, vitality surging within him. The spoils of war were equally substantial. Acquisition: Antidote X500, Gold X120. Acquisition: Serpent King's Venom Gland X1, manifested. Serpent Skin X1, manifested. Serpent Fangs X2, manifested. Acquisition: Serpent Skin Pauldron X1, Poison Resistance Pauldron X1. In addition to the antidotes, there were some manifested materials and a scattering of equipment. These manifested materials were exceedingly rare, with numerous research institutions in the real world willing to pay handsomely for them. It seemed this swamp harbored more than just this one death-level creature. A thorough search was warranted. As Lin Feng gathered his possessions, excitement bubbled within him. Beyond the abundant loot, the formidable stamina buff was something he aimed to stack further. Contemplating the future growth of this buff, Lin Feng found himself impatiently eager. Chapter 71, The Hidden Boss. The toxic mist swamp was fraught with peril. Yet, Lin Feng remained in a state of invisibility, experiencing nothing but serenity. Coupled with his incessant teleportation, his efficiency in seeking out monsters was astonishingly high. After a short while, Lin Feng arrived at the edge of a pond, its waters brimming with venom. A colossal lizard came into view, its green scales shimmering ominously, while insects fluttered around, succumbing to its lethal poison upon approach. LV-20 Green Vines Giant Lizard, Boss. Attack, 1220, Health, 1,000,000. Skill, Deadly Spit. If struck by the Green Vines Giant Lizard's venom, there is a 5 chance of immediate death. This colossal lizard, a formidable boss of lethal caliber, instilled fear despite the low probability of a level 5 encounter. With his health fully restored, Lin Feng cautiously approached, positioning himself behind the giant lizard to execute a series of backstab attacks, resulting in a flurry of damage notifications. Swish. 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 16,581. Backstab. 16,587. Backstab. 15,995. Backstab. It must be said that this giant lizard proved to be quite a handful. Its myriad of AoE skills rendered Lin Feng hesitant to approach carelessly. He could only exploit the brief intervals between the boss's attacks to land a few more strikes. To make matters worse, this boss possessed a health regeneration ability. Thus, after over an hour of painstaking effort, Lin Feng finally succeeded in bringing the giant lizard down. Strong Vitality, 2 layers. Effect: increases health by 20,000. Witnessing the increase in buff layers, Lin Feng felt a surge of satisfaction, as all his toil seemed worthwhile. At this stage, the average player boasted health points of around 10,000 to 20,000, with few health tanks reaching over 30,000, making his single buff comparable to an entire player's health pool. After vanquishing this boss, the sky darkened, yet Lin Feng did not rush to rest. Instead, he resolved to continue hunting for monsters, for lethal creatures were scarce, and defeating one was always a boon. Effort invariably yields reward. The heavens do not forsake the diligent. Finally, at the stroke of midnight, Lin Feng encountered a venomous Serpent King. After a shameless ambush, he dispatched the Serpent King, bringing his strong vitality buff to 3 layers, adding 30,000 health points. After collecting his spoils, Lin Feng, with a contented expression, sought refuge in a cave to rest. As the morning sun filtered through the branches, illuminating the cave, Lin Feng gradually opened his eyes. Stretching comfortably, he prepared to resume his exploration of the toxic mist marsh, in search of lethal monsters and the elusive antidote. Just as he stepped out of the cave, a barrage of crimson messages began to scroll across the screen. Dungeon Battlefield Info, Black 4 stars Han Yun killed, White Nile Bacteria. Dungeon Battlefield Info, Black 4-9 City Swordsman, killed, White Big White Rabbit. Dungeon Battlefield Info, Black Day Penetrating Steel Plate, killed, White South Asia 1 Dragon. Dungeon Battlefield Info. Dungeon Battlefield Info. The information continued to flood the screen, all reporting the Black faction's annihilation of the White faction. Ding. At that moment, Gong Yutong sent a message. Brother, something has happened. What is going on? It's like this. We formed a team this morning to hunt Bear Gall, but we were ambushed by the Black faction, and the casualties were substantial. What should we do next? Gong Yutong asked anxiously. Tell everyone to halt the Bear Gall hunt and return to the base for defense, conserving our strength. Lin Feng replied after a moment of contemplation. The plague issue remains unresolved. Engaging in battle now would be tantamount to certain defeat. But what can we do about the plague? Gong Yutong expressed her concern. Do not worry. Leave it to me, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Okay, brother. Upon hearing Lin Feng's response, Gong Yutong felt a wave of relief. In truth, Lin Feng had anticipated the Black faction's significant advantage upon observing the state of the White tribe. Given the White faction's vulnerability, it was not surprising that they would launch an attack, though he had not expected it to happen so swiftly. It seemed he too must hasten his efforts to gather enough antidotes to resolve the plague issue. Lin Feng swiftly darted back into the marsh. Successfully killed a lethal creature, LV-20 Venomous Serpent King. Strong Vitality, Layer 1. Successfully killed a lethal creature, LV-20 Green Vines Giant Lizard. Strong Vitality, Layer 1. Successfully killed. Successfully killed. Over the ensuing 2 days, Lin Feng tirelessly scoured the toxic mist marsh for monsters, dispatching lethal creatures one after another. He also acquired a substantial number of antidotes. Meanwhile, he maintained contact with the camp. Gong Yutong frequently updated him on the situation. Over these 2 days, the Black faction launched a full-scale assault. Although the camp held firm, the casualties among the White tribe's soldiers were considerable, and many players had perished. With a swift motion, Lin Feng dispatched his 8th lethal creature, a Venomous Serpent King, crashing to the ground. Strong Vitality, 8 layers. Effect, increases health by 80,000. Observing his health bar thicken, Lin Feng felt a surge of elation. However, at that moment, chaos erupted throughout the toxic mist marsh, as countless creatures fled in all directions, heralding the arrival of a terrifying presence. Simultaneously, a warning appeared before Lin Feng's eyes. Danger warning. All 8 lethal creatures in the toxic mist marsh have been slain, inciting the wrath of a formidable entity, which will seek revenge upon you. Upon reading this message, Lin Feng was astonished to discover he had eradicated all the lethal monsters within the marsh, inadvertently provoking a far more powerful being to pursue him. So be it. True warriors fear no challenge, and fleeing? That is simply out of the question. Boom, boom. The toxic mist marsh trembled violently, the ground shaking beneath the thunderous footfalls. A massive centipede, towering like a skyscraper, emerged from the mists before Lin Feng. The hidden boss had finally revealed itself. LV-20 Golden Venomous Centipede King, boss level, hidden unit. Attack, 500, health, 8 million. Skills, mind control. This unit can manipulate all creatures within the toxic mist marsh. Explosive Assault. This unit can detonate controlled creatures. Inflicting damage. Magic Immunity. Immune to magical damage. Dungeon Enhancement. Description. The true master of the toxic mist marsh. Chapter 72. Self-destructing minions. With such terrifying health and attack stats, this boss was indeed a sight to behold, and as a hidden unit, its attributes were significantly enhanced due to the dungeon's buffs. Each of its skills was outrageously powerful. However, no matter how formidable its abilities, they paled in comparison to Lin Feng's stealth. Teleport. Backstab. Lin Feng teleported silently to the rear of the boss, brandishing his beloved twin daggers, and struck with lightning speed. Swish, swish, swish. 13,984. Backstab. 13,997. Backstab. 13,787. Backstab. Undoubtedly, as the final boss, its defenses were astounding. Despite a flurry of attacks averaging around 130,000 damage, Lin Feng's speed allowed him to land 5 or 6 blows in rapid succession, inflicting over 70,000 damage. The boss reacted swiftly, turning to retaliate after being struck, but Lin Feng wasted no time in teleporting away. Once the boss's skills had subsided, he stealthily returned to land another series of strikes. Swish, swish. In the blink of an eye, another 70,000 damage was dealt, and Lin Feng swiftly evaded once more. Indeed, this boss was quite the formidable opponent, yet it was unfortunate for it to encounter an even more formidable Lin Feng. It was not merely Lin Feng's strength that was remarkable, but rather his cunning and relentless tactics that left no one unscathed. Before long, Lin Feng had whittled away nearly 500,000 of the boss's health points. Endlessly besieged by relentless attacks, yet utterly powerless to retaliate, the boss displayed a flicker of impatience, unleashing a thunderous roar that summoned a swarm of minions from the ground within a 100-meter radius. Emerging from the earth were numerous larvae, even beneath his very feet, sending shivers down Lin Feng's spine. Explosive Assault. Explosive Assault. Explosive Assault. In an instant, all the larvae within that 100-meter expanse detonated, transforming the vicinity into a toxic river. Damage numbers flashed. 1,578. Miss. Artifact Evade. 1,688. 1,597. Miss. 1,655. Miss. Several larvae exploded at Lin Feng's feet, inflicting significant damage, each one dealing approximately 1,600 points. Despite his artifact evade bonus, he still lost nearly 20,000 health points. Through the boss's actions, Lin Feng discerned its strategy, self-destructive assaults, albeit at the expense of its minions. Explosive Assault. Explosive Assault. Just as the first wave of explosions subsided, a second wave surged forth, with countless larvae burrowing from the ground, costing Lin Feng nearly another 20,000 health points. Were it anyone else, they would have succumbed and exited the dungeon long ago. But Lin Feng was different. The 2 attacks had barely halved his health, and he was still able to endure. Within the 100-meter radius surrounding the boss, the relentless larvae seemed inexhaustible. The moment Lin Feng entered stealth mode, they would begin to explode. It was a brutal exchange, blood for blood. As the boss's health plummeted by 1,000,000, Lin Feng found his own dwindling, yet the boss remained unfazed. Holy light protection. A radiant glow enveloped him, restoring his health completely. Swish, swish, swish. The battle raged on. With the boss's form obscured, yet damage numbers continued to appear. Facing such a terrifying, unseen opponent was both tormenting and fearsome. Despite the continuous explosive assaults, they bore little consequence. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Feng's relentless strikes had reduced the boss's health from 5.8 million to a mere 1,000,000. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The boss emitted a series of shrill cries, unleashing an invisible sound wave. Mental control. Suddenly, the beasts within the toxic mire, as if summoned by a decree, surged towards him. Countless monsters converged upon his location. Lin Feng, bewildered by the turn of events, realized that this boss was no less formidable than himself. Not only did it employ self-destructive tactics, but it also summoned reinforcements. You have been affected by the toxic queen bee's pollen tracking. Stealth has been nullified. You cannot enter stealth again for 3 minutes. A few queen bees fluttered above, showering down endless pollen, causing Lin Feng's figure to become visible once more. At that moment, the formidable boss, the golden toxic centipede king, finally recognized that the being it battled was nothing more than a puny human, igniting a furious rage within. Without a second thought, Lin Feng fled. Teleport. It was not an act of cowardice, but rather a strategic retreat to preserve his strength for a more opportune moment. With such a colossal boss and thousands of monsters surrounding him, remaining in place would spell certain doom. However, the entire toxic mire was under the centipede king's control, and as Lin Feng landed, dozens of venomous spiders charged at him, with larvae ready to self-destruct beneath his feet. 1,659. Miss. 1,678. Miss. Miss. The self-detonation of hundreds of larvae cost Lin Feng nearly 80,000 to 90,000 health points. A brutal blow. He promptly activated Holy Light Protection to stabilize his health. Yet before he could catch his breath, the ground trembled as the boss pursued him. This was indeed an awkward predicament, an endless horde of monsters in front, a boss in hot pursuit behind, and beneath him, a swarm of larvae poised to explode at any moment. It was a dire situation. The final hidden monster was indeed formidable. Seamless Garment. In this moment of utter despair, Lin Feng unleashed his divine skill, vanishing without a trace. Seamless Garment activated. You have transformed into a mire larva. To his astonishment, he found himself as a diminutive larva, wriggling amidst the throng of monsters. Even possessing the ability to burrow and self-destruct, concealed among countless larvae, the boss would surely be unable to detect him. Indeed, the mighty boss came to a halt, bewildered. Where had the enemy gone? One moment, he was right there. Frustrated, he could only ponder his next move. After searching fruitlessly, the boss ultimately surrendered the quest for Lin Feng, seeking a place to rest, having exhausted himself controlling so many monsters. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng prepared for his next strike. Stealth. Teleport. He materialized behind the boss, launching a furious onslaught. Swish, swish, swish. 13,987. Backstab. 14,687. Backstab. 15,001. Backstab. Lin Feng unleashed a flurry of strikes, showcasing his honed dexterity, delivering over 100,000 damage in mere moments. Furious. Mental control. The boss, now thoroughly enraged, summoned the mire's creatures once more, an avalanche of monsters surging towards him. Chapter 73. Looting to the limit. You have been affected by the toxic queen bee's pollen tracking. Stealth has been nullified. You cannot enter stealth again for 3 minutes. The stealth effect vanished yet again, but it mattered little. With Seamless Garment active, Lin Feng transformed back into a tiny larva, leisurely burrowing through the earth. The boss, now utterly perplexed, raged as he searched for Lin Feng. Where could he have vanished to? He had been there just moments ago. Enraged, the boss triggered a self-destruct sequence among the surrounding monsters, unleashing a chaotic bombardment. Yet Lin Feng remained unharmed, safely hidden underground. Beneath the surface, Lin Feng struggled to suppress his laughter. After a brief interval, the boss dispelled the summoned monsters, allowing Lin Feng to re-emerge, activating stealth for another assault. As the boss called forth the beasts once more, Lin Feng employed Seamless Garment to transform again. Thus, the cycle began anew, each iteration inflicting over 100,000 damage. Seamless Garment truly was a miraculous skill, tormenting the boss to the brink of madness. After several rounds of this relentless strategy, the boss's health finally reached 0, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, lifeless. You have successfully slain a formidable hidden boss. Rewards, 50 points to agility attribute. Lin Feng exhaled a long breath of relief, having triumphed, and reveling in the reward of 50 agility points. He began to eagerly sift through the spoils of victory. Acquisition, gold coins x 1080, legendary belt, manifested, X1, legendary leggings, manifested, X1, legendary staff, manifested, X1. Acquisition, golden venom, manifested, X80. Centipede legs, manifested, X12. Acquisition, centipede king summoning scroll, X1, powerful barrier, X1. The haul was remarkably rewarding, a plethora of manifested equipment alongside materials, all of which were enchanted and donned before being stuffed into the backpack. Finally, there were two exceptional items, a summoning scroll and a token, that piqued Lin Feng's curiosity. Centipede King Summoning Scroll, manifestable, enchantable. Description, upon use, summons a LV20 Golden Venom Centipede King for a duration of 24 hours. Astonishing. Lin Feng had just experienced the terror of this boss firsthand. It was nothing short of horrific. With this scroll, his power had increased, adding another trump card to his arsenal. Regrettably, it was a consumable item, and despite being enchantable, such single-use consumables could not utilize full attribute enchantment scrolls, which felt wasteful. Thus, he opted for a standard enchantment. After 3 radiant flashes, the enchantment was complete. Centipede King Summoning Scroll. Enchantment. Summoning quantity 1 upon use. Enchantment. Summoning quantity 1 upon use. Enchantment. Usage count x10, with a 3-day interval between uses. Upon reviewing the enchantment results, Lin Feng was thoroughly satisfied. This meant he could now summon up to 3 bosses at once, with a total of 10 uses, sufficient for an extended period. Words could scarcely convey his delight. Additionally, there was a token, powerful barrier, enchantable, manifestable. Durability, 100,000,000. Effect, a small barrier that can protect a radius of 300 meters. No unit may enter without permission. Lin Feng couldn't help but inhale sharply. It was an exceedingly rare barrier. In the real world, barriers were quite uncommon, and any irregularity would incite a frenzy among buyers, fetching at least 100 billion. The barriers served to create an air-like wall, preventing outsiders from entering, should one attempt to breach it forcibly. They would need to deplete its entire durability. This meant inflicting 100 million points of damage to dismantle it. Placing this in his home would be more effective than any bodyguard or security system. Moreover, the fact that it could also be enchanted was exhilarating. Almost overlooking the enchantable aspect, Lin Feng quickly retrieved 3 full attribute enchantment scrolls to begin the process. Powerful barrier. Enchantment. Barrier durability increased by 1 billion. Enchantment. Barrier durability increased by 1 billion. Enchantment. Any unit attacking the barrier has a 1 chance of instant death. Lin Feng was once again astounded. The first 2 enchantments had increased the barrier's durability by 2 billion, totaling an impressive 1 billion durability. Such formidable resilience would take a lifetime to breach. The third enchantment was even more outrageous. While the chance was merely 1, no one would dare to gamble on it. One misstep could spell disaster. It was perfect for safeguarding his home. Lin Feng himself was unafraid, but he worried for his parents, who were mere mortals. For so long, he had concealed his true identity to protect them from potential repercussions, but now, this concern was alleviated. With everything organized, Lin Feng prepared to depart. But after taking a few steps, he sensed something amiss and froze. The ground was littered with the corpses of monsters, alongside the antidotes and spoils they had dropped. Lin Feng rubbed his eyes to confirm he wasn't mistaken. Could this be true? The boss had continuously detonated minions, and he hadn't anticipated such a bounty. Scanning the area, there were at least 20 to 30,000 monsters. What a treasure trove this would be. What incredible luck. The spoils of tens of thousands of monsters were all his. Without further ado, he rolled up his sleeves and began collecting his riches. What is the most exhilarating aspect of exploring a secret realm? Certainly, it is the frenetic acquisition of equipment, materials, and loot. Though arduous, having spent over an hour gathering, the joy was undeniable. Lin Feng's upgraded backpack was insufficient to contain it all. Thus, he focused on collecting weapons. The more of his soul sovereign weapons he amassed, the greater their power. As for the antidotes, over 30,000 bottles, combined with previous gains, amounted to over 50,000 bottles. Thankfully, these potions stacked, or else this skill would have overwhelmed his backpack. These 50,000 bottles of antidote should suffice to eradicate the plague in the White Tribe. At the White Faction base. In recent days, through everyone's collaborative efforts, a makeshift wall had been erected around the camp's perimeter to guard against attacks from the Black Faction. Elite players from various nations gathered to labor, a sight rarely seen. Atop the wall, members of the White Faction were taking a break. What a splendid day. The gentle breeze felt refreshing. Engaging in such simple, yet fulfilling activities day after day, either eating and sleeping or rising to work, had nearly made them forget their original purpose. Who could blame them? Defending from within the confines of their homes was rather dull. They eagerly anticipated the chance to clash head-on. My weapon is almost rusting from disuse. Chapter 74, The Offensive begins. Following the last surprise attack by the Black Faction, the players of the White Faction adopted Lin Feng's advice, conserving their strength for defense. Meanwhile, the Black Faction, unable to breach their defenses, had also ceased their offensive, transitioning into a developmental phase. The white faction focused on gathering bear gall to alleviate the plague, while the black faction busily mined resources and forged weapons. The battlefield had reached a stalemate. However, both sides understood that once the black faction completed their preparations, a decisive battle would soon ensue. Presently, the white faction was facing a slow demise. Yet there was no alternative. Until the plague was resolved, they had no chance. Do not fret. Brother Zhai Kuai will surely lead us to victory. Eliminating that bunch from the black faction, a tall girl, clad in white socks, stood atop the wall, rallying her comrades. In Gong Yutong's heart, Brother Zhai Kuai was the strongest. Nothing could defeat him. What is going on with you? You won't let us down, will you? Huaxiao people, do not disappoint me. In a corner, a boy from Sakura country, lounging in the sun with his katana, wore a smirk. During faction selection, Hattori Hanzo and all the players from Sakura country had aligned with the white faction, yet the current situation seemed grim for them. Huaxiao lad, how will you navigate this predicament? The boy's eyes sparkled with curiosity. An ear-piercing alarm shattered the tranquil moments of the white faction players. Everyone sprang to their feet, weapons in hand. In the distance, the black army slowly emerged, dense and intimidating. Their dark armor gleamed ominously, and the weapons seemed to radiate a chilling aura. This was a fully equipped elite force, flanked by players whose names hovered above their heads. Witnessing this scene, members of the white faction were thrown into a panic. At that moment, an announcement appeared. Battlefield announcement. The black camp has launched a full-scale assault on the white camp's base. Prepare yourselves. The attack from the black camp has commenced. Beneath the city walls, the black army exudes an overwhelming aura. Among the throng emerge three figures. Swordsmen of the 4-9 cities, Yamamoto Momo from the land of cherry blossoms, and Han Yuna from the land of kimchi. These three individuals are the linchpins of the black camp's players. Today, we shall annihilate your white tribe. Moda University, North China University, Southwest University, you worthless rabble. It is time for you to retreat. The honor of China shall ultimately be safeguarded by us, the imperial capital university. Swordsmen of the 4-9 cities disdainfully addressed the crowd atop the walls. Both Imperial Capital University and the other three universities represent the pinnacle of Chinese academia. Yet in the eyes of swordsmen of the 4-9 cities, the other three are mere trash, a collection of lesser beings. Your internal strife in China is an ailment you shall never remedy, yet your strength remains formidable, Yamamoto remarked with a hint of admiration. In a one-on-one confrontation, the land of cherry blossoms might dare to provoke China, but in a group battle, they possess no chance. Their numbers are simply too few. I care not for anything else. Today, I shall eliminate that swift archer, avenging my past disgrace. Han Yuna declared through gritted teeth. The denizens of the land of kimchi are inherently narrow-minded, and to this day, Han Yuna vividly recalls the events of the first layer. That swift archer has nearly become her inner demon. As the horns signaling the siege sounded, the battle officially began. Naturally, the vanguard consisted of the NPC legion of the black camp, while the players remained huddled in the rear, poised to strike. In the map setting of the second layer's secret realm, the black camp inherently held an advantage over the white camp, compounded by the afflictions of pestilence plaguing the latter and the updates to the black camp's equipment, resulting in a significant disparity in strength at this moment. Secret Realm Battlefield Information. Black Swordsman of the 4-9 cities, kills, white milk tea without milk. Secret Realm Battlefield Information. Black Wadayaku Vocational College, kills, white camp soldier. Secret Realm Battlefield Information. Black Yamamoto Momo, kills, white Ing Feng urinating. Secret Realm Battlefield Information. Secret Realm Battlefield Information. The battle information flooded the screen incessantly, and the situation appeared overwhelmingly one-sided. With the white camp forced to rely on the fortress walls for defense, desperately holding on. Moda University, charge forth. North China University, hold firm, never retreating an inch. Southwest University, as long as the city gate stands, so shall we. The students of the imperial capital, seeking to target only those from Modu, were nothing short of contemptible. Even inferior to the little devils. Let us fight. 1 kill breaks even, 2 kills are profit. The members of China quickly rallied together, while others congregated around the three universities, striving to stabilize the situation. Amidst the chaos, the swordsman of the 4-9 cities wielded a gleaming longsword, cutting through the fray with ease, bolstered by his luxurious equipment, as he charged straight towards the Moda University camp. Swordsmen of the 4-9 cities. Do not presume we at Modu are soft targets. Gong Yutong exclaimed, her voice ringing out as she formed a seal with her hands, summoning boundless coldness above. With countless snowflakes beginning to fall. Super Blizzard. Gong Yutong's ultimate skill, an evolved version of Blizzard. Unlike the ordinary Blizzard, which can only be cast in a single area, her Super Blizzard, having undergone evolution, can freeze enemies and follow Gong Yutong's movements, raining down wherever she goes. Truly formidable. Under the cover of Gong Yutong's Super Blizzard, the students of Moda University finally caught their breath. In the conference room of the National University Alliance, the presidents of numerous prestigious universities, including Imperial Capital, Modu, Southwest, and North China, gathered to witness the live broadcast of the battle. Although they all understood that the white camp was likely to lose, witnessing the elite of China being defeated one by one, especially by their compatriots, left their expressions less than favorable. In this battle, among the 500 Chinese participants, approximately 400 had opted for the white camp. Should the white camp lose, the losses would be catastrophic. That swift archer is utterly arrogant, leading so many of our elite into the trash heap of the white camp, truly a failure. Leaving the honor of China to rest upon the shoulders of the elites of Imperial Capital University. The president of Imperial Capital University proclaimed with a sense of pride. Once the victor emerged, Imperial Capital University would become the sole force representing China within the fated secret realm, and they would subsequently handle all competitions, gaining immeasurable prestige. Such words are uncalled for. That lad has a good nature at heart, the president of North China University interjected. Youngsters, it is only natural to be impetuous. He has done nothing wrong, and his performance this time is quite impressive, the president of Southwest University added in defense. Indeed, you all criticize others. Yet it seems to me that Imperial Capital University has been the most ruthless in slaying its own kin. Another president sneered. Chapter 75. Could it be a ghost? Lin Feng's performance in the first layer left a profoundly positive impression on the numerous presidents who spoke in his defense. Their demise merely speaks to their lack of strength. I allowed them to choose the white camp, the president of Imperial Capital University coldly retorted. Previously, in King S Canyon, Lin Feng had felled over 10,000 of their students, tarnishing the reputation of the top university. Now, he had finally exacted his revenge. Let us not be hasty in declaring the white camp's defeat just yet. President Li of Modu finally spoke up. Oh, do you believe the white camp still has hope? The president of Imperial Capital University responded, somewhat bewildered. Indeed, President Li of Modu affirmed. As the president of Modu University, he was particularly attentive to his students. And Gong Yutong's performance had taken him by surprise. This jewel of the Gong family, previously noted for her looks and lineage, now displayed commendable courage and strength, providing him with a pleasant surprise. Furthermore, the most crucial point was that Lin Feng had yet to make an appearance. A person who consistently brings surprises has yet to join the battle, leaving the old president with a burgeoning sense of anticipation. Could a miracle be in the making? Teleport. 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 Meanwhile, Lin Feng was hastening his journey. The white camp had no means of teleportation and lacked return scrolls, so he could only rely on his own 2 legs to return. Fortunately, when Lin Feng arrived, the battle was still ongoing, and the white camp was holding firm. The absence of an ending signified the presence of opportunity. Now, let the black camp experience a surprise. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened as he activated invisibility, transforming into a specter that vanished from sight, silently infiltrating the battlefield. On the YouTube live streaming platform, the beauty from the land of Kimchi, Kimchi Country Kong Kong, I think so, was broadcasting the siege battle within the secret realm. The allure of the beauty was profound, and her streaming room was bustling with activity. Kong Kong, I think, so was a healer. Although her cup size was modest, she still possessed a commendable healing capacity. At this moment, she was diligently healing from the rear of the battlefield. Generally, in warfare, as long as the rear healer remains stable, victory is half assured. Yet now, as the white camp teetered on the brink of collapse, she was fervently boosting her healing output. The barrage of comments in the live streaming room continued unabated. The young lady possesses quite the ample bosom. Keep swiping indeed. It is imperative to maintain Princess Han Yuna's health at its peak. 1,000 thanks. We, the great pickled cabbage nation, are unrivaled. We must eliminate that Huaxiao individual. Just look at those Huaxiao folks. They meet a tragic end. They are nothing more than subjects under our might. The viewers in the live stream are growing somewhat frenzied, since time immemorial. Huaxiao has always been overshadowed by the pickled cabbage nation. Even the emperor of their own country must report to the celestial empire upon ascending the throne, which is why the people of the pickled cabbage nation have always regarded Huaxiao as their adversary. The last time Lin Feng intercepted and robbed them, targeting even a 4-star princess, it incited immense fury within the pickled cabbage nation. Dear Appas, although I merely occupy a healing role, the moment that man appears, I shall surely strike him down with my staff. The beautiful streamer jestingly remarked, igniting the fervor in the live stream once more. Yet, unbeknownst to her, an invisible figure had materialized behind her. Whoosh. Suddenly, a massive damage number appeared, and the well-endowed beauty's screen faded to black, her demise instantaneous. You have been slain by White Eye Shoot, swift as an arrow. The notification popped up, leaving the beauty streamer utterly astonished. What on earth? How did I perish so abruptly? There were clearly no enemies around. She then realized it was that Huaxiao man who had slain her. Yet his presence had never been seen throughout. How peculiar. The barrage of comments in the live stream vanished in an instant, leaving the viewers dumbfounded. Just moments ago, they were boasting, and the next, the streamer was eliminated in a heartbeat. Is this man truly that terrifying? 2-bit. A voice resonated in standard Mandarin from the air. 2-bit. All the players from the Pickled Cabbage Nation were infuriated, having been killed, only to be insulted as 2-bit. How could this be tolerated? Infuriating indeed. With a single strike, Lin Feng pressed his lips together, wielding a dagger, as he continued to prowl behind the ranks of the dark faction, an assassin tasked with eliminating these fragile healers. Once the healers at the back are eradicated, how long can the warriors at the front endure? If the front line falters, the fragile classes in the rear will struggle to output effectively, leading to inevitable collapse. A petite healer soon appeared before Lin Feng. He couldn't even be bothered to check her name as he stealthily approached her from behind, aiming for her undefinable areas. Whoosh. 23, 874. Backstab. The young lady merely twitched slightly before silently collapsing to the ground. The battlefield was chaotic. The deaths of 2 individuals hardly stirred any waves. And Lin Feng continued to stealthily navigate the rear, seizing opportunities to strike. After a brief observation of the dark faction's forces, he noted that the combined number of healer players and NPCs was barely around 2,000. If he could eliminate a significant portion of the healers, their army would naturally descend into disorder, granting the white faction a chance to breathe. Secret Realm Battlefield Information, White Eye Shoot. Swift as an arrow, Slade, Black Brush Me Daika. Secret Realm Battlefield Information, White Eye Shoot. Swift as an arrow, Slade, Black Sakuraji Hanamichi. Secret Realm Battlefield Information. Secret Realm Battlefield Information. Lin Feng appeared as a grim reaper, silently harvesting the lives of the dark faction's members. One healer after another fell from their posts. The holy light ultimately offered them no protection. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Feng had already eliminated over 100 healing classes. Relishing the thrill. Yet, someone began to notice the unusual activity from behind. Where are my healers? They've perished. Damn it. No wonder I felt deprived of healing. It must be the work of an enemy assassin. Illumination flares, deploy them quickly. I want him dead. Upon witnessing the enemy launch illumination flares, Lin Feng promptly executed a teleport to vacate the battlefield. As the illumination flares descended, they startled a multitude of individuals, revealing hundreds of corpses strewn across the ground. The sheer number of slain healers was terrifying. Even more chilling was the absence of any visible figures. Could it be a ghost? Chapter 76, Pickled Cabbage Nation, we are in dire straits. Once the duration of the illumination flares elapsed, Lin Feng teleported once more, infiltrating the ranks of the fragile healers. Without further ado, he activated stealth and lunged in for the kill. Instant kill, instant kill, instant kill. With the high damage bonus from his backstabs, it was akin to slaying children, and coupled with Lin Feng's exceptional attack speed, it wasn't long before a considerable number of players lay vanquished. Illumination flare, illumination flare, illumination flare. Another wave of illumination flares rained down, and when the throngs caught sight of the scene, the number of corpses multiplied yet again, yet still. No assassin's shadow was discernible. The mentality of the healing classes began to unravel. Anyone would be driven to despair in such a scenario. With an elusive assassin lurking nearby, poised to strike at any moment, the psychological pressure was unbearable for an ordinary person. In the ensuing time, members of the dark faction continuously launched illumination flares. But the battlefield's expanse was too vast for them to cover effectively, not to mention the cooldown period of the flares. The moment the illumination effect faded, plunging everything into darkness, Lin Feng would promptly utilize stealth to teleport back in, commencing his slaughter. Unbeknownst to all, Lin Feng, armed with 2 daggers, had already dispatched 700 to 800 healing classes alone. Now, the healing classes of the dark faction were utterly broken. This scoundrel, lurking and striking, is utterly shameless. Oh heavens, I wish to return home. I wish to find my mother. You cannot access our milk, so you resort to slaughtering us? Hurry and flee. Sisters, I've noticed that the deceased were all subjected to backstabbing. Oh no, I still want to keep some for my boyfriend. The healing classes descended into chaos, scurrying about like headless flies. This turmoil perfectly served Lin Feng's purpose. As long as the healers in the rear failed to provide timely support to the warriors at the front, the dark faction's army would gradually spiral into disarray. At the same time, beneath the city walls, the Sigio city swordsman wielded his longsword, hacking away fiercely, the light of healing almost ceaselessly enveloping him, keeping his health nearly at full. However, he soon noticed a distinct decline in the frequency of healing, and his health began to waver. What is happening? Have these healers gone AWOL? Quickly inform them to concentrate their efforts and fully restore the front line's health. The Sigio city swordsman huffed disdainfully. Brother, calm down. We just received word that our healing team was ambushed. Yamamoto Momo said, his expression darkening. Ambushed? Who possesses such capability? Sigio city swordsman responded, surprised. This isn't a one-on-one duel, but a team siege. An ambush on the healing formation is a grave issue. Wasn't it arranged for the Pickled Cabbage Nation to protect the healing team? As they conversed, the Sigio city swordsman and Yamamoto Momo turned their gazes toward the nearby maiden, 4-star Han Yuna, their meaning unmistakable. We require an explanation from you. It cannot be entirely blamed on us. You Huaxiao people are simply too cunning. We could not perceive his presence at all. And he seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, Han Yuna replied, her expression a mixture of helplessness and grievance. It is not that the individuals below are incapable of completing their tasks. Rather, they are simply unable to do so. They have launched no fewer than several hundred illumination flares, yet they are unable to catch a glimpse of the enemy's silhouette. Ladies and gentlemen, it appears that the elusive I Shoot the Fast has finally made an appearance, and we must expedite our operations. We shall no longer dwell on our losses. We must annihilate the base of the white faction with utmost haste, sighed Yamamoto Momo. Upon learning of the man's emergence, an ominous feeling settled within him. All right. The battlefield ahead is entrusted to you. I shall confront that I shoot the fast, declared the fair-skinned Han Yuna, her delicate hand tightening around her longbow as she addressed the two with a chill in her voice. Both the Seijo City swordsman and Yamamoto Momo were well aware of the history between Han Yuna and the elusive figure. Exercise extreme caution. Do not engage in a protracted battle with him. They both warned Han Yuna, fearing that if this woman were to lose her composure, her wrath would be truly formidable. Rest assured, I possess my own means of dealing with him. Han Yuna replied confidently. She was an SSS-class archer with formidable solo capabilities and explosive firepower. As long as I Shoot the Fast dared to reveal himself, she was certain she could vanquish him and exact her vengeance. In the rear of the battlefield. To prevent further ambushes, the black faction lit torches. However, the torches could not dispel invisibility. Lin Feng remained cloaked, systematically dispatching members of the black faction, each falling victim to his twin daggers. Moreover, eliminating NPCs from the black faction also granted him experience. Before long, a radiant glow appeared above Lin Feng's head. Your level has risen to LV-17. Lin Feng had leveled up. Oh, is that her? Suddenly, he spotted a young girl not far away. It was Han Yuna. A surge of excitement coursed through him. Why did it feel as if he were parched? What are you all doing? With so many of you. You can't even find the shadow of I Shoot the Fast. Han Yuna erupted in fury upon her arrival. In this battle, they, the Kimchi Nation, were tasked with safeguarding the vulnerable healers at the rear, anticipating unforeseen circumstances. Yet, what they feared came to pass. As a single individual had managed to decimate nearly half their ranks. Tasked with a grave responsibility, the Kimchi Nation now found itself the subject of ridicule. Calm down, young lady. The fact is that I Shoot the Fast is exceedingly cunning. Whenever we launch illumination flares, he retreats, and once the effect fades, he re-emerges. Furthermore, he can attack while cloaked, rendering him nearly impossible to defend against. This Chinese individual is truly terrifying, akin to a specter. Indeed, I witnessed many comrades fall before my eyes, yet there was not a single shadow to be seen. We exhausted our flares, yet could not capture a glimpse of him. The members of the Kimchi Nation lamented before Han Yuna, expressing their despair at facing an opponent capable of stealthy attacks. Do you take me for a child of 3? Is it possible to kill while remaining invisible? Han Yuna scoffed at their words, her anger bubbling to the surface. In secret realms, while cloaked, one would invariably reveal themselves upon attacking, utilizing skills, or employing items. How could one possibly maintain invisibility while launching an attack? The only plausible explanation was that they were merely dreaming, perhaps. Just as she returned home, the second chapter would soon follow. Chapter 77, Han Yuna, eliminated. Just as Han Yuna was infuriated by the nonsensical complaints of the Kimchi Nation players, a member from the front lines unexpectedly emitted a substantial damage value. 22,222. With that damage registered, the member was immediately eliminated from the chosen secret realm. Secret realm battlefield information. I Shoot the Fast has slain Black Crazy Appa. There was no warning, no visible figure, not even a trace of an attack trajectory. A perfectly healthy individual simply perished before her eyes. Han Yuna's gaze narrowed slightly, and she inhaled sharply. Oh my, so they were telling the truth. Yet, how exactly did he carry out the kill? The question eluded her. Swish, swish, swish. 24,158. 23,665. 23,997. Subsequently, players from the Kimchi Nation began to fall, one after another, without any forewarning. Han Yuna's mouth fell agape, as over a dozen members of the Kimchi Nation succumbed to death, with several bodies strewn before her, yet not a single assailant in sight. She trembled, her eyes betraying a glimmer of fear, her body instinctively retreating. This is real, it truly is. The notion of stealthy attacks. This individual could indeed attack, while invisible. Backstep. Although fear gripped her, her instincts as a skilled player kicked in, and Han Yuna reflexively utilized the skill to distance herself from the danger. She swiftly produced a shimmering scroll. Advanced Anti-Invisibility Scroll. Effect. Nullifies all invisibility effects within a 3,000-yard radius and marks the target, rendering them visible for 300 seconds. An advanced scroll, no less, belonging to the realm of strategic items, and exceedingly rare. At this moment, Han Yuna no longer hesitated. She activated the scroll, even if it was solely for Lin Feng's sake. As the scroll shattered, a blinding white light rapidly expanded, illuminating the 3,000-yard area as if it were midday. Within the brilliance, a figure gradually emerged. I shoot the fast. The notorious old fox had finally revealed himself, invigorating the spirits of the Black faction members. Their rear lines had been nearly annihilated by a single individual, and now that they had caught sight of him, they finally had a chance for retribution. The onlookers quickly formed a surrounding circle, encircling Lin Feng. Are you trying to escape? Huh. You have fallen prey to my advanced anti-invisibility scroll for 5 minutes. You shall be unable to cloak yourself. Let us see how you cope. Han Yuna proclaimed with a cold smile as she beheld Lin Feng's form. This battle drew the attention of the entire world. Should she succeed in defeating I Shoot the Fast, not only would she avenge her fallen comrades, but her name would also be etched in glory. Oh, are you so certain you can slay me? Lin Feng responded with a playful smile, lightly stroking his chin. As a princess with archer talent, my single target output is unparalleled. Allow me to demonstrate the taste of my rapid-fire arrows. With a chilling laugh, Han Yuna aimed her bow at Lin Feng and released a flurry of arrows without pause. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The rapid-fire arrows were emblematic of an archer's signature skill, capable of unleashing 3 to 5 arrows simultaneously. However, due to Han Yuna's SSS class talent, advanced abilities often come with unique enhancements, which remain a closely guarded secret. She could unleash a staggering 100 arrows at once. In an instant, 100 arrows glimmering with icy light soared toward Lin Feng. The surrounding players were left in awe. If all arrows struck true, the damage would be catastrophic. No wonder this 4-star princess had such confidence in her ability to capture I Shoot the Fast. As the storm of arrows descended, Lin Feng remained entirely unperturbed. 100 arrows in rapid succession. How intriguing. Although it appeared formidable, one must first hit the target. Artifact, Skin of Sorrel. Just as the arrows were about to reach him, Lin Feng activated the artifact, instantly rendering his form semi-transparent. Miss, miss, miss. In the next moment, a multitude of miss notifications erupted, leaving onlookers utterly astonished. What on earth? Just how absurd is this fellow's evasion attribute? Impossible. I refuse to believe you can evade infinitely. Han Yuna gritted her teeth, feeling a twinge of disbelief. Miss, miss. 100 arrows rained down upon Lin Feng, yet they all resulted in more miss notifications. Not a single one struck him. All were deftly dodged by Lin Feng. 100 arrows, not just 1 or 2, and yet not one found its mark. Could this man from Huaxia truly be human? Is he some sort of specter? For a fleeting moment, I felt as though he had activated some cheat. Question, which is stronger, 100 consecutive shots or 100 consecutive evades? I've resolved to undergo eye surgery after this. There must be something wrong with my vision. Surrounding players gasped in astonishment. A single miss could be chalked up to chance. 10 misses might suggest bad luck, but 100 misses? That was nothing short of miraculous. Is it my turn now? Lin Feng smiled, activating the sacred artifact that granted him a staggering 9,999 evasion. Dodging such attacks was a mere walk in the park. Teleport. He instantly teleported behind Han Yuna, dagger in hand, and struck with precision at her vulnerable rear. Whoosh. 24,520. Backstab. Before Han Yuna could react, certain areas of her body gleamed momentarily, damage numbers popped up, and she was swiftly eliminated. Princess Han Yuna of the 4-star guild has been eliminated. After dispatching Han Yuna, Lin Feng immediately activated Seamless Garment to disguise himself, transforming into a small insect, and boldly flew toward the camp of the White faction. Good heavens. Princess Yuna is gone in an instant. Where is she? She couldn't have gone invisible after being struck by the anti-invisibility scroll. What a peculiar man. He seems even more fascinating than our Appa. Truly, he embodies the essence of a Huaxiao man. His elaborate escape is executed with such grace. Frustration welled up as Lin Feng vanished from sight once more, leaving the surrounding players in a state of bewilderment. Lin Feng soared across the battlefield, unbothered by anyone noticing a small insect, swiftly returning to the base of the White faction. At that moment, the Black faction's army surged forward like madmen. With a group surrounding White tribe leader by Shui, led by elite players such as this sword master of Sijio City. If they could eliminate the leader of the White tribe, victory would be theirs. Wishing everyone a pleasant weekend. Chapter 78. How did we suddenly win? Observing this scene, Lin Feng wasted no time in reverting to his human form and teleporting into the fray. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 25,684. Backstab, instant kill. 25,486. Backstab, instant kill. 26,987. Backstab, instant kill. His figure moved like a specter, and bodies began to fall. Smoke bomb. Yamamoto MO reacted swiftly, as a specialized ninja. He immediately threw a smoke bomb exclusive to his class, and, in a seamless motion, pulled Sword Master of Sijio City along, vanishing from the scene just in time to escape Lin Feng's onslaught. Ninjas sure are quick on their feet. Unfortunately, they had been among the crowd moments earlier and were unable to strike first. Lin Feng felt a pang of regret. Had he been able to eliminate the leading figures of the black faction directly, the outcome of this battle would have been indisputable. However, even in his presence, there were still minor issues to contend with. Dear warrior, I cannot thank you enough for your assistance, but the onslaught from the black faction is intensifying, and I fear I cannot hold on much longer. The weakened leader of the white faction, Bai Shui, spoke to Lin Feng. She was gravely injured and affected by the plague, leaving her with little combat capability. Fear not, I have procured the antidote, Lin Feng replied with a smile, producing 100 bottles of antidote and placing them before Bai Shui. Surely, this quantity would suffice to restore the white leader to her normal state. Warrior, you truly obtained the antidote, Bai Shui exclaimed, astonished by Lin Feng's generosity, well aware of the perilous nature of the toxic fog marsh, which was no place for the faint-hearted. Ton. Bai Shui wasted no time and downed 50 bottles of the antidote in one go, prompting a series of notifications to appear. You have assisted, White Tribe Leader Bai Shui, in lifting the plague status. Bai Shui's favorability toward you has increased by 10,000. Bai Shui's condition visibly improved, and her aura grew stronger. Dear warrior, although my plague has been lifted, my kin still suffer from its affliction. Bai Shui sighed, knowing that team combat relied heavily on the strength of her tribe. The plague had have the attributes of her people, contributing to their dismal performance. You need not worry about that, leader. I have an abundance of antidotes, Lin Feng declared, showcasing his recent haul. Antidote X51005. Warrior, you possess so many antidotes. You have truly saved our white tribe. This immense grace shall never be forgotten, Bai Shui said, her excitement palpable. As the tribe's leader, she constantly pondered ways to combat the plague, but the toxic fog marsh was treacherous, and her tribe lacked the means to fetch the antidote. Now, this hero from another world had returned with such a bounty, making him the savior of the white tribe. You contributed 51,005 bottles of antidote. Bai Shui's favorability toward you has increased by 105,000. You have completed the mission, resolve the plague. Evaluation, perfect. Please rest in the white tribe for a day, and then seek out leader Bai Shui to claim your reward. The mission completion notification appeared simultaneously. Subsequently, Lin Feng, alongside Bai Shui, distributed the antidotes to every member of the white tribe. Half an hour later, an announcement resounded. Mystic battlefield announcement. Huaxia I shoot. Quite fast, has assisted the white tribe in lifting the plague. The white tribe's morale increases by 10, attributes increase by 25. Mystic battlefield announcement. Mystic battlefield announcement. In a corner of the battlefield, Swordmaster of Sijio City and Umamoto Momo were fighting valiantly, but when the announcement flashed, they were momentarily stunned. Damn it, it's him again, Swordmaster of Sijio City muttered under his breath. What should have been a straightforward battle had turned tumultuous. I shoot. Quite fast had not only decimated a significant portion of their healing backline, but also eliminated Han Yuna, and now saved the Wolf King, resolving the plague crisis. He single-handedly altered the tide of battle. Sijio, we must retreat and avoid his sharp edge for now, Yamamoto Momo sighed. With the plague issue resolved and morale and attributes substantially boosted for the white tribe, and with I shoot, quite fast still in play, the black faction, having sustained heavy losses, was no longer fit for combat. Continuing the fight would lead to one inevitable conclusion: total elimination. The situation was decidedly unfavorable for them. Retreating to their base might offer a chance to regroup and reclaim victory. Yamamoto Momo began to counsel Swordmaster of Sijio City earnestly. Having grown up in the Cherry Blossom Islands, a land of scarce resources, he understood the value of patience, much like their specialized ninja class. While the Green Hills remain, there is no fear of lacking firewood. Indeed, we may have lost this battle, but we have not yet conceded defeat in this grand conflict of the Twin Cities. After spitting vehemently, the swordsman from the 4-9 city commanded a retreat. The sound of the horn echoed, signaling the withdrawal of the dark faction. Like a tide receding, the Black Army withdrew in droves. Meanwhile, the members of the white faction, still engrossed in fierce combat, began to realize that victory was theirs. Wait, we won. What just happened? Why did they suddenly retreat? Fellow comrades, the Swift deity has made his move. The Swift deity is extraordinary. The Magic Capital University is extraordinary. Huaxia is extraordinary. What a pity that last little Japanese managed to escape. My hands wielding the sword felt numb from exertion. As the battle concluded, many players from the white faction remained bewildered, unable to comprehend how the dire situation had transformed into a victory for their side. What had transpired? This was the question on many minds. However, they soon learned that the man had returned. All rise, Paratrooper 1 reporting for duty. First, pour Andy a cup of cappuccino. I shoot, the Swift deity forever. The National University Sports Federation. The horns signaling the retreat of the dark faction resonated throughout the venue, leaving the presidents of various universities from the Imperial Capital, Magic Capital, Southwest, and North China in disbelief. How could this be? How is this possible? The president of the Imperial Capital University wore a despondent expression, unable to accept the outcome. Not only him, but the other presidents were equally perplexed. Having been privy to the white faction's perspective, where the situation appeared utterly bleak, yet suddenly they emerged victorious? A delightful surprise for your Saturday morning. Chapter 79, The Counteroffensive begins. Just as the presidents remained in a state of bewilderment, President Chin exclaimed, "Haha, don't be anxious. This battle was won by that swift lad from our school, leading the white faction to victory. Just look at these videos. They're going viral on foreign websites." President Li of Magic Capital University spoke cheerfully at this moment. When Lin Feng eliminated the first priest and the notification appeared, President Li took notice and discreetly checked the first-person perspective of the foreign competitors from the dark faction. Subsequently, he projected the foreign videos onto the conference room screen. In the video, Lin Feng stealthily claimed the life of a healer in the rear of the dark faction's formation, withstood Han Yuner's barrage, and then delivered a fatal blow. He effortlessly slipped away from the encirclement of the dark faction and rushed back to the white faction's base to resolve the crisis involving their leader, Bai Shui. All of this was meticulously documented. To the members of the dark faction, Lin Feng was completely invisible, while in the eyes of the white faction members, he was an invincible force, unmatched in combat prowess. Although the presidents were seasoned veterans of battle, they were still taken aback by these videos. What on earth? Is that an attack while in stealth? How did he manage that? The president of North China University couldn't help but exclaim. The video of Lin Feng stealing kills while in the healing formation astounded this elder, as attacking without breaking stealth seemed utterly unfathomable. This girl from the pickled cabbage nation is no slouch. Her barrage has some merit, yet how did that swift one evade every single shot? The president of Southwest University expressed his astonishment. Even with an extraordinarily high evasion rate, it is implausible to dodge 100 arrows entirely. This is preposterous. That backstab attack is quite formidable, and previously he was able to shoot arrows with a dagger. What sorcery is this? The president of Twindan University was equally baffled, unable to comprehend it all. Inside the conference room, the atmosphere transformed from solemnity to chaos, resembling a bustling marketplace. The various presidents engaged in hushed conversations, continuously discussing the video. Yet, from their words, one could glean their unabashed admiration for the swift deity. Among the crowd, President Li, upon hearing his old colleague's praises for his student, couldn't help but smile, standing a little taller with newfound pride. This young man is impressive indeed. He has brought honor to our school. The following morning, Lin Feng arrived early at the camp of the faction leader to receive his rewards from Bai Shui. Without hesitation, Bai Shui promptly delivered the mission rewards. You have perfectly completed the plague resolution task. Rewards, experience X1, 000,000. Rewards, space stones X10. Rewards, all attribute points X10. Your level has increased. Current level, LV18. A series of reward notifications appeared, and Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised by the attribute points. These precious points seemed as common as cabbages in the chosen secret realm. 10 space stones equated to 10,000 backpack slots, alleviating any concerns about insufficient space. After utilizing them, his backpack capacity expanded to 14,000 slots. Reaching level 18 was indeed the benefit of undertaking high-difficulty quests. Dear warrior, these rewards are but a fraction of what you deserve for saving us. Thus, Bai Shui gestured to her side. To her left stood a row of beautiful maidens, tall and voluptuous, each a vision of beauty. To her right lay a pet egg the size of a basketball. The leader of the white tribe has granted you an additional reward. Please choose. Option 1. Choose one of the white tribe beauties as a wife or concubine. Option 2. A white wolf pet egg, the totem of the white tribe. Upon seeing the options, Lin Feng nearly spat blood. While the allure of the beauties was undeniable, was he that kind of person? With just a glance, a throng of beauties would flock to him. Thus, he chose option 2, the pet egg. Lin Feng exhaled, reasoning that a tribe's totem should not be too shabby. And he had always harbored a fondness for little animals. Having a pet from the secret realm at home seemed delightful. A wolf? Not a problem. He could treat it like a Siberian husky, although he wondered how difficult it would be to obtain the necessary documentation. As Lin Feng made his choice, a pet egg entered his backpack. Dear warrior, thanks to the antidote you provided, after a night of recuperation, our warriors have fully recovered and are clamoring for revenge. Therefore, I have decided to launch an attack this afternoon. What do you think? Bai Shui inquired excitedly, her anticipation palpable. I wholeheartedly endorse your decision. Lin Feng had no objections. The delay at the second level had been long enough. It was time to conclude and advance to the third level. Excellent. Do you have any other questions? With Lin Feng's affirmation, Bai Shui felt at ease and inquired once more. Indeed, I do have one request, Leader Bai Shui. I require a substantial quantity of weapons. The more, the better. Lin Feng pondered before speaking. After the dark faction's failed assault, the white faction had seized a plethora of weapons and equipment that they had no use for, which he could repurpose to enhance his ultimate skill, Supremacy of the Martial. Very well, I shall have someone retrieve the weapons from the storeroom for you. Bai Shui readily agreed. Soon after, Lin Feng arrived at the storeroom to collect the weapons. The quantity was impressive, exceeding 3,000 pieces, encompassing various levels. With the weapons currently in his possession, Lin Feng now boasts a total of 5,000 pieces of equipment. Gazing upon the multitude of weapons in his backpack, a flicker of anticipation ignited in his eyes. The afternoon's battle promised to be a grand affair. As the sun gradually dipped towards the west, the forces of the White Tribe commenced their march with great pomp. Before long, they arrived at the foot of a formidable black castle. You have discovered the stronghold of the Black Tribe. The stronghold of the Black faction had finally been reached, and the final assault was nigh. Upon the castle walls, Seijo City swordsmen and Umamoto Momo peered down at the advancing white army. Their expressions a mixture of complexity and contemplation. They had indeed arrived, yet our defenses far surpassed theirs, as long as we remain composed. Even their swiftest assaults would prove ineffective against us. Seijo City swordsmen could not help but sigh. Indeed, after yesterday's failed offensive, we suffered significant losses. If we were to venture out to engage, it would signify our utter defeat. For now, we must hold our ground. Yamamoto echoed these sentiments. Their sole reliance at this moment rested upon the sturdy fortress. Chapter 80. I challenge you all. The two stood upon the castle walls, reflecting on their predicament. Just yesterday, they were the attackers. Today, they were compelled to defend. The arrogance of the previous day had transformed into the desolation of the present. At that moment, a commotion arose from the ranks of the White Legion below, and a figure emerged from the throng. That familiar silhouette exuded an ethereal aura, with 2 eyes and a nose that, when isolated, could serve as a model for students to sketch. Together, they formed a strikingly handsome man. Indeed, it was the one known as I Shoot, the swiftest. Upon seeing this name, the two atop the castle walls felt a pang of discomfort. Not only was his strength superior, but his looks also eclipsed theirs. Flying sword. With a swift motion, Seijo City swordsman summoned a golden longsword that began to hover gracefully beside him. This was his unique skill, immensely powerful and immune to magical damage. Go, he commanded, directing the flying sword towards Lin Feng below. As Lin Feng stepped out of the crowd, yet to assume a stance, he heard a whoosh as the golden sword sliced through the air. An ambush, how unsportsmanlike. Artifact, Skin of Sar. Miss. Lin Feng instinctively activated the artifact enhancement, effortlessly dodging the attack. If he could withstand Han Yuner's rapid-fire barrage, this trivial flying sword posed no challenge. Ah, brother. Your mastery of the art of ambush is indeed legendary, Lin Feng remarked, glancing up at the two on the wall with a hint of jest. Humph. You were fortunate this time. Seijo City swordsman felt a twinge of embarrassment. It was one thing to have attempted a sneak attack before so many, but to have failed was another matter entirely. Yet, the evasive skill of I Shoot, the swiftest, was truly astonishing. Ha ha, brother swordsman. I too have been practicing with flying swords and have made some progress. How about a duel? Lin Feng proposed at an opportune moment. A duel with flying swords? To be honest, Seijo City swordsman felt a stir of temptation. If he could eliminate the core figure of the White faction, chaos would surely ensue within their ranks. However, I Shoot, the swiftest's repeated displays had left him feeling uncertain. This man was elusive and unpredictable. Brother swordsman, you need not hesitate. You, Yamamoto, and all your comrades may join. I shall take on all of you, Lin Feng boldly declared, pointing at the individuals atop the castle walls. A single person challenging us all. Seijo City swordsman was momentarily taken aback. Brother swordsman, is it not said that your culture values etiquette? Why does this I Shoot, the swiftest, act so brazenly? To take on over 1,000 of us alone? Yamamoto queried, bewildered. He is far too arrogant, clearly insulting us. Does he wish to court death? A single person could drown in our spit. The members of the Black faction atop the castle erupted in outrage at Lin Feng's words. Having faced a loss due to their inferior strength, they had no retort. Yet, I Shoot, the swiftest conduct was unmistakably insulting, belittling them all, an affront that could not go unchallenged. Fine, I accept your challenge, Seijo City swordsman replied, his expression grave. During faction warfare, a duel system would be activated, wherein no external forces could interfere. The outcome of such duels would directly impact the morale of both sides. 10 minutes later, the duel area was delineated, and over 1,000 members of the Black faction entered the arena, their faces alight with excitement as they prepared. Blessing of the King. Blessing of Strength. Endurance. Arcane Radiance. Acceleration Aura. The members of the Black faction fervently activated various buffs, gearing up for the impending duel. Seijo City swordsman meticulously polished his flying sword as though cradling a cherished maiden. Yamamoto too checked his assortment of items with care. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, on the opposite side, appeared utterly relaxed, even humming a tune. Having faced the Golden Venom Centipede King in fierce battles, this scene felt trivial to him. Battle begin. Duel rules. No leaving the duel area, otherwise, it will be deemed a failure. The prompt appeared, signaling the official commencement of battle. The leaders of the White Tribe, Bai Shui, and the Black Tribe, Hei Tu, along with tens of thousands of eyes, were fixated on the duel arena. The moment the battle commenced, Seijo City swordsman and his companions launched their assault with remarkable speed. Let me show you the taste of despair, Lin Feng murmured, disregarding their charge. Draw swords. Lin Feng's voice rang out. With a gradual lift of his arms, a plethora of weapons began to materialize. 1 weapon, 2 weapons, 50 weapons, 500 weapons, 1,000 weapons. The vibrations of the weapons resonated throughout the air, causing ripples to form. Long swords, daggers, staves, each weapon glimmered with a cold light, hovering behind Lin Feng. Yet, their numbers continued to surge. 2,000 weapons, 3,000 weapons. This scene astounded Sijio City swordsman and his companions. What on earth was happening? The sight of 3,000 weapons left the members of the Black faction in stunned silence, an icy dread creeping over them. The sky was filled with a dense array of weapons, each glistening ominously in the sunlight, causing a sudden drop in temperature. Go, Lin Feng commanded. And the 3,000 weapons behind him seemed to come alive, suddenly vibrating and shooting forth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. What is it like to be besieged by thousands of flying weapons? The whistling sound echoed incessantly, as if the very fabric of space had been torn. At that moment, the members of the Black faction were utterly paralyzed. How could this be? How could one person control so many weapons? Whoosh. A steel longsword zipped past a female mage, piercing her twice with alarming speed. 5, 874. 5, 988. 2 damage notifications appeared, and the already weakened mage fell lifelessly to the ground. This scene repeated itself incessantly. In the air, thousands of weapons soared and whistled by, as figures fell one after another, their blood pooling on the ground like rivers. Your skill supremacy of arms has slain, Black I love Black Wolf. Your skill supremacy of arms has slain, Black Universe's first. Your skill supremacy of arms has slain, Black Manhwaedit. Your skill. Chapter 81, The Battle of Twin Cities concludes. Thousands of weapons continued their relentless dance in the air, reaping lives with merciless precision. Is this the might of supremacy of arms? Truly formidable. Lin Feng remained with his arms outstretched, entranced by the spectacle before him. Undoubtedly, this is the prowess of a god-tier class skill, its strength beyond all rationale. I shoot. Swift as the wind, taste my blade, and surrender your life. Accompanied by this declaration, a golden figure charged towards Lin Feng, the swordsman from the Fourth Nine City. He wielded a sword as well, fully aware of the terrifying might of flying swords. Yet what filled him with dread was the realization that he could command but a single sword, while I shoot, swift as the wind, commanded thousands. The strategic objective remained unchanged. Eliminate I shoot, swift as the wind, or face utter defeat. As the swordsman from the Fourth Nine City approached, Lin Feng's expression remained unchanged. A dagger appeared in his hand, and he teleported directly beside the swordsman. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5,201, 5,111, 4,987, 4,778. Lin Feng unleashed a rapid series of 6 strikes, instantly depleting the swordsman's health of over 30,000, resulting in a resounding thud as he collapsed, while Lin Feng suffered not a scratch. With the death of the swordsman, the players of the Black faction disbanded in utter defeat, swiftly surrendering and fleeing towards the outskirts of the duel area. However, how could mere legs outrun flying swords? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In a flurry of blades, members of the Black faction fell en masse, leaving only a scant few struggling to survive. Smoke bomb. Yamamoto Momo bore numerous wounds, his health dangerously low, and sensing the dire situation, he resorted to his old trick. After a cloud of smoke, his figure vanished, fleeing in haste. Lin Feng chose not to pursue. His escape bore no consequence on the greater outcome. Even if he were to be slain, it would only alter the timing of his elimination. Secret Realm battlefield information. Congratulations to the White faction, White I Shoot. Swift as the wind, for defeating the representative of the Black faction in a duel, achieving victory. The White faction gains 10 morale, with all attributes increased by 25. With the duel concluded, the White army surged forward. Yet the Black faction's fortress boasted formidable defenses, making it no easy task to breach. Otherwise, it would not have been regarded by the swordsmen from the Fourth Nine City as their final stronghold. Lin Feng contemplated for a moment before producing the Centipede King summoning scroll and opting to use it. This scroll, dropped by the boss of the Toxic Fog Swamp, could be utilized 10 times after being enchanted, making it an opportune moment to test its might. The colossal Centipede King emerged, shrouding the area around the fortress in a noxious haze, with countless larvae swarming beneath. After summoning the Centipede King, Lin Feng turned and took a rest beneath a great tree. He had done all he needed, leaving the remainder to others, as the task of siege was indeed exhausting. Soon, under the Centipede King's command, the walls of the Black Fortress were breached, and the White Legion poured in like a tide. The Centipede King's assaults were relentless, leaving no one to obstruct its path. Even the previously fleeing Yamamoto Momo met a grisly end at the hands of the larvae. After an indeterminate span of time, the Black faction's leader, Black Earth, also succumbed to the Centipede King's onslaught. The White faction emerged victorious. You have aided the White faction in achieving victory. Receiving rewards: Strength Attribute X10, Agility Attribute X10, Intelligence Attribute X10. You have won the battle in the second tier, earning qualification to enter the third tier of the chosen secret realm. Activation time, 1 day later. Transmitting back to the altar for rest. A series of notifications appeared, marking the official conclusion of the second tier of the chosen secret realm. At the altar, all players returned to their starting point. Unlike the beginning, those who had chosen the white faction awaited the opening of the third tier with exuberance, while those from the black faction lingered nearby in ghostly forms, aimlessly drifting about, awaiting their elimination. Our illustrious nation of pickled cabbage has met its end. The 4-star princess, Han Yuna, wore a countenance of despair. In the selection for the second tier, all citizens of the pickled cabbage nation had opted for the black faction, and with its defeat, they bid farewell to this chosen secret realm. How regrettable, as the subsequent rewards would elude them. To be eliminated in the second tier is perhaps the worst performance our pickled cabbage nation has seen in decades. It is all that I shoot. Swift as the wind as fault. The Huaxiao people are truly formidable. They must not be trifled with. One by one, the citizens of the pickled cabbage nation lamented, most having fallen to Lin Feng's hand. This expedition into the secret realm left them with indelible memories. Alas, if only they had cast aside their prejudices and chosen the white faction from the outset. Han Yuna sighed, yet there exists no remedy for regret. It is too late for such sentiments now. Moreover, this experience in the chosen secret realm had severely tarnished the honor of the pickled cabbage nation, and her reputation within it had plummeted, forever dashing her hopes of succession. Had she not harbored such animosity towards that man, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Not only the pickled cabbage nation, but also the Sakura nation and several other countries faced total annihilation, bidding a definitive farewell to this secret realm journey. In contrast, Huaxiao boasted around 400 individuals who chose the white faction, emerging as the most significant victors. In a corner, the swordsman from the Fourth Nine City appeared dejected. Our Imperial Capital University has reached its limit. Over 100 players from the Imperial Capital University wore expressions of dismay after the trials of the second tier. Players from Magic City University, North China University, Southwest University, and other institutions smoothly advanced to the third tier. Yet they, the foremost of Huaxia's Imperial Capital University, faced complete elimination, forfeiting their chance to progress. In the King's Canyon, the Imperial Capital University bore a tarnished reputation. This edition of the chosen secret realm had showcased their prowess before all of Asia and the world. The reputation built over the years was nearing its end. I shoot. Swift as the wind, you best not allow me to discover your true identity. Your dealings with my Imperial Capital University shall not be so easily forgotten. The swordsman from the Fourth Nine City exclaimed bitterly. The Imperial Capital's Prince Hall is far more than just a student organization. Many influential figures have emerged from its ranks, wielding considerable power, with local officials reluctant to overstep their bounds in its presence. Should I shoot, swift as the wind, be unmasked, the Prince Hall would possess ample means to confront him. Subsequently, the figures of over 100 students from the Imperial Capital University gradually faded and vanished, departing from the chosen secret realm. Chapter 82, Great Deity, Save Me. In another location, beneath a canopy of trees, the denizens of the Sakura nation gathered, their expressions wrought with anguish, as if they might draw their katana and take their own lives at any moment. Brother Hanzo, you were indeed wise. My defeat was not unwarranted, lamented Yamamoto Momo, his spirits low. In preparation for this chosen secret realm, he had dedicated 3 years, remaining at level 20, accumulating attributes and honing his skills. However, in the final battle, I swiftly overwhelmed him with an all-encompassing assault, utilizing both my skills and the summoned colossal centipede, leaving him utterly speechless. Yamamoto-kun, China is a nation steeped in history and profound cultural heritage. We must never underestimate them. We cannot afford to lose, Hattori Hanzo coldly declared. You are correct. I was indeed reckless this time, Yamamoto Momo admitted, his face filled with shame. This time, the Sakura nation had collectively chosen the black faction, which was a gamble. In truth, separating their choices would have been the wisest course for any nation. Fortunately, Hattori Hanzo alone chose the white faction, thereby averting the annihilation of their nation, lest they face the same disgrace as the Kimchi nation. Yamamoto-kun, do you have anything else to say? Hattori Hanzo inquired. Hanzo, you must exercise utmost caution regarding that swift man from China, Yamamoto Momo warned, his expression complex yet earnest. Upon hearing Yamamoto mention that man, Hattori Hanzo's demeanor became serious as he replied, Rest assured, Yamamoto-kun, I shall defeat him on the 6th level and avenge you all. Time until the 3rd level of the secret realm opens, 12 hours. The 3rd level of the secret realm is the Slaughter Arena. Rules, the remaining 500 participants will be teleported to the arena for battle. 250 will be eliminated. Upon entering the 3rd level, all participants will have a uniform appearance, with names concealed to prevent malicious teaming. The rules of the 3rd level emerged, equally brutal, necessitating the elimination of half the participants. With some time remaining until the opening of the 3rd level, the sky darkened. Lin Feng, on the other hand, blissfully entered the tent of the lovely young lady. Gong Yutong had already fallen asleep, and the tent was filled with the sweet fragrance of youthful femininity. I hope I can have a good night's sleep tonight. Lin Feng mused, glancing at the slumbering Gong Yutong. Stretching lazily, he soon succumbed to slumber himself, for he had indeed been quite fatigued in recent days. However, before long, a slender figure arose and lunged toward Lin Feng, playfully groping without restraint. Upon opening his eyes, he found it was none other than Gong Yutong. Sigh. Lin Feng sighed, realizing that this little girl had begun her sleepwalking again. I'm at a loss. This happens often, and I can hardly cope. The following day, the third level of the secret realm commenced punctually. The 500 participants successively entered the teleportation array, transported to a grand arena. All donned identical standard armor. With only their eyes exposed, making it impossible to discern friend from foe, one could only strike at whoever was nearby. The slaughter arena officially begins. Remaining participants, 500, 250. A resounding voice echoed, causing everyone to become immediately vigilant, wary of those around them, as all within the arena were adversaries. Lin Feng squinted, searching for Gong Yutong's silhouette, for he had promised her he would take her soaring. As the battle commenced, two individuals flanked Lin Feng, preparing to ambush him from both sides. Though it was impossible to distinguish one from the other, this did not hinder their cooperation to eliminate the isolated player. However, they had chosen the wrong target. Charge. Judgment of the Holy Light. The two assailants unleashed their skills, leaving Lin Feng with little room to evade. Teleport. Without hesitation, Lin Feng activated his teleportation, evading their attacks and reappearing behind one of the players, driving his dagger toward a vulnerable spot. Swish. 25, 647. Backstab. Instant kill. The damage figures flashed, and he was eliminated instantly. The True Kingdom. I really have no money. Eliminated. Current remaining participants, 2, for 199, 250. Wow. What immense damage. That must be on fast. The other charging warrior nearly lost control upon seeing the damage value. Among these 500 participants, only one could inflict such harm. He turned to flee, his speed exceeding even that of his charge, surpassing him by more than double. Brother, you're running too slowly. Lin Feng sneered, teleporting once more to the warrior's rear, delivering a backstab to send him home. Swish. 25, 998. Backstab. Instant kill. The number of participants decreased by 1. The fallen warrior's eyes widened in anger, filled with deep regret. He had not anticipated encountering such a terrifying powerhouse right from the start. After dispatching the two, those who had initially intended to attack Lin Feng retreated, for in this level of the secret realm, cowardice was the key. As long as the number dwindled to 1. 250, victory was assured, and there was no need for impulsiveness, especially not against such a formidable opponent. Current remaining participants, 399, 250. Current remaining participants, 222, 250. Current remaining participants, 099, 250. The number of participants continued to dwindle, yet a vast space cleared around Lin Feng, as none dared approach him. Great God, save me. Suddenly, a figure sprinted toward him, shouting, Great God, I am from Southwest University, someone is trying to kill me. We are all family, please help me. In the third level, aside from the concealed appearances, even voices were rendered indistinguishable. Yet the tone and mannerisms of this individual suggested they were from China. All right, come to my side. I will protect you. Lin Feng replied sincerely. Thank you, great God. The player hastily approached, the clanking of his armor echoing. However, behind the metallic mask lay a face brimming with cunning intent. Humph, this Chinese individual is not so impressive. He trusts me so easily. Once I reach him, I shall launch a surprise attack and eliminate him. If I succeed, our nation will have one less formidable competitor. The player calculated in his mind. The strategy was clear among the members of his faction. I'm fast from China posed the greatest obstacle to their advancement to the final level, and thus, a series of plans were devised, one of which involved masquerading as a fellow Chinese to solicit his assistance. Chapter 83, Not Losing Equals Victory. As the figure neared Lin Feng, they took a deep breath. Great God, being by your side instantly fills me with an overwhelming sense of security. The disguised individual from the opposing nation spoke with an air of admiration. It's nothing. As fellow compatriots, we should assist one another. Lin Feng responded earnestly, then patted the player's shoulder. Can you recognize the others? If possible, call them over. It would provide you with greater protection. Others? The little schemer felt a surge of delight. If it were just himself, he might not be able to handle this Chinese man, but with a few allies, it would be much more manageable. Certainly, I will go find them right away. Suppressing his inner glee, the little schemer nodded vigorously and began to shout, embedding their secret codes in his calls, swiftly gathering a large group of people. Great God! I am from Shuangdan University. I am from North China University. Great God, you are so kind. I am from our magic capital university. Those who arrived were filled with gratitude, and in a brief span, over 200 individuals congregated. Haha, such is the way of things. I, the swift archer. Never anticipated that these compatriots before me were impostors from the land of Asan. The initial joy within the small Asan was nearly overwhelming. Rest assured the people of Huaxia, have always stood watch and supported one another. A Huaxia person would never deceive another Huaxia person. While Lin Feng proclaimed this slogan, his body gradually turned to the rear of the crowd. Seizing the moment of their inattention, he activated his multiple shots, and countless arrows whistled forth. 23,001. Instant kill. 22,222. Instant kill. 24,887. Instant kill. 23,333. Instant kill. The Huaxia players were caught off guard, struck down by a barrage of arrows, collapsing one after another. What the hell? Great God, why are you attacking us? Yes, why? We are all compatriots. What happened to helping one another? You said Huaxia people don't deceive Huaxia people. Weren't you supposed to protect us? Those who had yet to fall lamented, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. With the initial small Asan even more perplexed. Indeed, I protect my compatriots, and Huaxia people do not deceive other Huaxia people. But, are you truly Huaxia people? Lin Feng chuckled, for he had not deceived them at all. During the preparation time of the second layer, he had spoken with those from Huaxia and, due to the inability to determine identities, instructed everyone to avoid seeking him. Otherwise, they would be treated as foreign impostors to be eliminated. Thus, those who voluntarily approached him were undoubtedly frauds. At that moment, information began to flash across the screen. Asan Nation drinks the waters of the Ganges, eliminated. Asan Nation's periodic table, eliminated. Asan Nation's dark-skinned big guy, eliminated. Top-tier individuals from Thailand, eliminated. Asan Nation, clean and hygienic, eliminated. The displayed information confirmed Lin Feng's decision was indeed correct, as the vast majority bore the prefix of Asan Nation, along with a few from other nations attempting to muddle through. These individuals sought to stealthily approach Lin Feng for a surprise attack, hoping to eliminate this imminent threat. Little did they know, Lin Feng had already seen through their ruse, and they were all swiftly dispatched. Damn, the hunter became the hunted. I am furious. The initial small Asan finally realized the gravity of the situation. The loss of over 200 Asan players nearly resulted in the annihilation of their entire force. The people of Xia, so cunning. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the arena, witnessing the flood of information from Asan Nation, the Huaxia students could hardly contain their laughter. The swift archer, truly a sage. Applause erupted as they expressed gratitude for Asan Nation's spectacular performance. Are all Asan brothers so straightforward? Do not underestimate them. The power of the Ganges is beyond your comprehension. What the hell? This is hilarious. Ha ha. Not only the Huaxia participants were laughing uncontrollably, but contestants from other nations were equally speechless. Only a little over 200 members from Asan Nation had entered the third layer, and now they were all eliminated. Asan impressive. In the real world, within a grand conference room at Asan Nation's premier academic institution, over 200 figures appeared in a flash of light, all representing Asan Nation's contestants. The crowd exchanged glances, engulfed in an awkward silence. It was one thing to have their scheme uncovered, but to be swiftly eliminated en masse was beyond words. The awkwardly named, Evergrande old friend, ventured to speak, but was at a loss for words. Our strategy had no flaws. We merely underestimated the cunning of the Huaxia people, who were well prepared. Ultimately, Evergrande old friend admitted that this plan was his brainchild. Indeed, the cunning of Huaxia people is renowned worldwide. We did our best. We should have no regrets. Yes, although we were eliminated, it's still better than those from the Qinchi Nation. This time, we were indeed too careless. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the opportunity to savor such success. Aside from the swift archer, no one from Huaxia can compare to us from Asan. Of that I am certain. Therefore, I propose we commend our nation. As Evergrande old friend concluded his remarks, the other members chimed in, asserting that while they had lost the competition, it was important to bolster their image. For as long as they maintained reasonable self-promotion, public support would endure, and the higher-ups would continue to recognize and reward them. In summary, no matter how one looked at it, they incurred no losses. What does it mean to incur no losses? It signifies no defeat. And is not the absence of defeat tantamount to victory? Damn, we have won. In the third layer of the chosen secret realm, with the elimination of the Asan brothers, Lin Feng found himself utterly unbothered. No one dared to provoke this formidable presence. Nonetheless, competition among the others remained fierce. Suddenly, Lin Feng spotted a figure unleashing a blizzard skill amidst the chaos, one that moved with a ferocity. Gong Yutong. Lin Feng smiled. Who else but that little girl could execute such a move? Teleport. He teleported forward and casually activated multiple shots, dispatching those who were attacking the little girl. Brother, you actually recognized me? Gong Yutong exclaimed, her face lighting up with surprise. Of course, my little beauty. How could I not recognize you? Lin Feng teased. Mainly because her signature skill was too distinctive. Gong Yutong, however, thought little of it. Her cheeks flushed, her large eyes unable to meet Lin Feng's gaze, forgetting entirely that they were in an arena. Chapter 84, A Familiar Formula. Following that, Lin Feng refrained from further intervention, and the others, being perceptive, kept their distance from him. For a time, Lin Feng and Gong Yutong quietly observed the fierce battles of others from a corner, watching the two in such ease. The others felt a surge of frustration, yet they could not provoke Lin Feng. Their indignation had to be vented upon their nearby enemies. Soon, after a fierce melee, only 250 contestants remained. The battle concluded. You have successfully passed the trial of the third layer of the chosen secret realm, earning a reward, 10 spirit attribute points. You have qualified to enter the fourth layer of the secret realm, Fiery Arena. Opening time, 6 hours later. After a 6-hour respite, the fourth layer commenced promptly. This layer was also an arena, yet the conditions rivaled those of the first layer, with the blazing sun overhead and the parched earth beneath. You have entered the fourth layer of the chosen secret realm, Fiery Arena. Due to the current environmental effects, you lose 300 health points per second. Remaining participants, 250, 625. As in the previous layer, half of the participants must be eliminated, and with a continuous health drain debuff. The experience was nothing short of excruciating. Spotting a figure in the distance casting a high-level blizzard, Lin Feng teleported over and activated multiple shots to eliminate several attackers surrounding Gong Yutong, restoring tranquility to the vicinity. Ah, that familiar feeling, familiar faces. Damn, I envy that person. Can't there be a sense of competition? You two are so out of place. They watched openly, feeling sour. While we toil and struggle to survive, how is it they can be so at ease? Unhappy? If you're not satisfied, go take him down. Indeed, the comparison of mortals often leads to despair. Upon witnessing this familiar scene, the crowd vented their frustrations, and the atmosphere was thick with an acrid sensation rather than the warmth of camaraderie. Current remaining participants, 625, 625. You have successfully passed the trial of the fourth layer of the chosen secret realm, earning a reward, intelligence attribute points x10. You have successfully passed the trial of the fifth layer of the chosen secret realm, earning a reward, constitution attribute points x10. The routine unfolded, and the spectators displayed little surprise. They felt resilient enough to endure. Current remaining participants, 312, 312. You have entered the sixth layer of the chosen secret realm. In this layer, identity concealment is lifted, and all participants must engage in combat until only one remains, who shall proceed to the seventh layer. At last, we have reached the final phase of this chosen secret realm. The sixth layer will determine the ultimate victor. Out of over 300, only one shall prevail. A most brutal rule indeed. At the headquarters of the National University Federation, presidents from various institutions such as Magic City University, North China University, and Southwest University monitored the developments within the realm in real time. The president of North China University muttered to himself, seemingly lost in thought, until he suddenly erupted in laughter. Haha, what a splendid year this is. With 312 participants entering the sixth layer, 183 of them hail from our great nation, breaking historical records. The chosen secret realm accommodates 10,000 participants, with only 500 slots allocated to China. Yet, to witness 183 survive to the sixth layer is an extraordinary achievement. Haha. This cohort of competitors truly brings us pride. Indeed, these youngsters have performed remarkably well, especially that quick one from Magic City. The president continued. Our esteemed nation, with merely 500 slots, has historically struggled, but this time we have finally risen. The allocation of slots in the chosen secret realm is contingent upon the participants' performances. Hence, with such exceptional results this time, China's slots for the next iteration are bound to increase. The atmosphere in the venue brimmed with joy, as many of the presidents present had students advancing to the sixth layer. However, such elation was not shared by the esteemed Capital University. Traditionally regarded as the pinnacle of academia in China, with an allocation of 100 slots, they found themselves without a single participant advancing to the sixth layer, leaving President Qin's countenance as dark as the bottom of a pot. Humph, let not your celebrations be premature. The contest has only just commenced, and who shall enter the final layer remains uncertain. The president of Capital University remarked with a sardonic tone. Even if so many of you reach the sixth layer, it matters little unless one emerges as the ultimate victor. The final champion shall likely emerge from the ranks of that swift contender and Hattori Hanzo of the Sakura Nation. The president of North China University speculated. They had been observing the live broadcast and had gleaned some insights into Hattori Hanzo's identity, regarding his prowess with high esteem. Hattori Hanzo is considered one of the most formidable talents of this generation from Sakura, with rumors suggesting he may soon assume the role of clan leader. The chieftain of one of the four noble families in Sakura certainly must possess exceptional skills. This perspective prompted various university presidents to express their thoughts on Hattori Hanzo, who, among the international competitors, appeared to be the strongest. Young man, you must deliver, vanquish that little brat. We are but a final step away. President Li of Magic City remained silent, yet his tightly clenched hands betrayed his anxiety. Within the chosen secret realm, the swift contender gazed across the arena and declared, only you are worthy to be my opponent. I, Hattori Hanzo, challenge you to a duel. In the 6th layer, Hattori Hanzo directly summoned Lin Feng to combat. I shall accompany you to the end. Lin Feng accepted without hesitation, recognizing this battle as inevitable. After an extended period of rest, it was time to engage. The others, displaying understanding, cleared the area, for this confrontation would likely determine the final victor. Before long, a vast expanse of ground was vacated. Advanced anti-invisibility scroll. Advanced spatial locking scroll. As the battle commenced, Hattori Hanzo promptly utilized 2 scrolls, one to prevent Lin Feng from becoming invisible, and the other to inhibit his teleportation abilities. Hattori Hanzo had evidently prepared extensively to counter Lin Feng. Swift contender, I find myself unable to unravel your teleportation and invisibility. Thus, I resort to these scrolls. And I ask for your understanding. Hattori Hanzo stated politely, though his eyes gleamed with triumph. I have curtailed your 2A skills. What else do you possess? Of little consequence. Feel free to strike. Lin Feng replied nonchalantly, confident that he could confront Hattori Hanzo with sheer strength, without the need for such elaborate tactics.